The Adventures of the Saint, starring Tom Conway. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Tom Conway as the Saint.
Hey, Mr. Templar.
Yes, Louis?
It's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that's right.
So for what are we driving out to the racetrack at this hour? You know, the first race don't go off till 1:30 in the afternoon.
A letter from a lady in distress, Louis.
Ah. And you, the Robin Hood of modern crime, are jitneying to the rescue. I might have known.
Louis, keep your mind on the road, please.
Yeah, sure. Hey, is she blonde and beautiful? Or is she brunette and beautiful?
She's 15.
She's 15.
Going on 16.
Sounds like a dull case. Well, here's the track, Mr. Templar. Where should I park?
Drive over to the training track, Louis, over by the stable area.
Oh, sure. And say, if you happen to pick up any inside information, Mr. Templar, if you know what I mean.
Save your money, Louis. You cannot beat the horses.
Who wants to beat them? I'm fighting to hold even.
Let me out here, will you? I think I see my lady in distress.
Okay. I'll wait here, Mr. Templar.
Thanks, Louis. Morning, Annie.
Oh, good morning. Are you Simon Templar?
And you're Miss McIntyre. How do you do?
I knew you'd come. It wasn't logical that you should, and I know I shouldn't have asked you, but I knew you'd come.
That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all day, and it's almost 8 o'clock.
That's Dad over there with the watch. Pete's getting ready to work.
Pete?
That's our horse. Peter the Great.
Oh.
Vic's up on him.
And Vic is the boy you're worried about?
Yes. Please don't think I'm a silly, hysterical little girl, Mr. Templar, but Dad practically raised Vic. We grew up together.
And now?
Now I don't know him at all.
I see.
I called you because something terrible is going to happen.
Hey, Annie, bring your friend over here. He's getting ready to break.
I'll tell you later, Mr. Templar. Come on. Dad, this is Mr. Templar. My father, Mr. Templar.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. McIntyre.
How are you, son? Looks good, doesn't he, Annie? Full of run over there. Told Vic not to let him out, though. An easy 3/8, that's all.
Getting the horse ready for a race?
Well, I might let him go any day now. Almost any day. If he's up to it. Oh, watch him. He's getting close to the pole. Watch him. There he goes. Annie, Vic's letting him out too much. I told him. I said to him.
Got a tight hold, Dad. He's just breathing.
Well, maybe. Hold him, Vic boy. Hold him.
Looks like a beautiful animal, Mr. McIntyre.
Never guess he was 8 years old, would you? Should have been one of the top ones, Pete should. Maybe will be yet. Hold him, boy!
He's just breathing, Dad.
Well, maybe. Cut him.
How much did you run it in, Mr. McIntyre?
13.9 and a fifth. Don't think he's quite up to a race yet.
But you told Vic not to let him run, Dad. Pete was fighting for his head all the way down the stretch.
Maybe. Horseman, Mr. Templar?
Just a $2 better, Mr. McIntyre.
Greatest animal on the face of the earth, the thoroughbred horse. That includes humans, too. More heart, more brains, and much kinder to each other.
Yes, you may have a point. Has Peter the Great always been your horse?
Bred him, foaled him, raced him, and had him all his life. Outside of a couple of months a while back. If it hadn't been for a little leg trouble, Pete would be up there with the best. Oh, here he comes back. 39 and a fifth, Vic. You could have held him a little harder, though. Oh, Pete, steady, boy.
Held him a little harder. I almost pulled both arms off holding him.
All right, Vic, all right. Easy, boy.
You think Pete's ready for a race, Vic?
What's the matter with you, Annie? Are you getting it, too? You know he's ready for a race. He's been ready for a month. And Dad knows it, too.
Well, maybe. We'll see. Steady, Pete.
See? What is there to see? The horse is 8 years old. What are you waiting for? A match race with citation?
Vic, this is Mr. Templar. He's a friend of mine. And I thought...
How are you, Vic?
Dad, what is it? Every time I work the horse, it's hold him, hold him. Every time I tell you he's ready as he'll ever be, it's maybe. Let's wait and see. Is it me? Are you afraid you won't get an honest ride? Is that it?
Vic.
Well, is it?
You know better than that, son.
All right. When are you going to run him, then?
Well, we'll see how he cools out today. Maybe in a week or 10 days.
A week or 10 days?
Well, we'll see. Come on, Pete. Come on, boy.
Vic, you shouldn't have said that to Dad about an honest ride.
That's what he's thinking, isn't it? That's what you're all saying behind my back, isn't it? And what's Mr. Templar here for, to spy on me?
Vic.
Well, I'll save you the trouble, Mr. Templar. Right now, I'm going to get some sleep. After which, I get up, eat some crumbs that pass for a meal, get in the sweat box for as long as I can stand without it killing me, ride 5 races this afternoon, and after that, I've got a date.
Thanks for your assistance, Vic.
Don't mention it. See you later.
Vic, are you seeing her again?
Annie, you're a nice kid, but that's all you are. Just a kid. And who I see has got nothing to do with you. Understand?
Yes, Vic, I understand. Goodbye.
Annie.
Don't worry, Mr. Templar. I won't cry. I haven't cried since I was 6 years old. But, Mr. Templar, don't let him make Vic...
Throw a race?
He wouldn't do anything dishonest. I know he wouldn't.
You love him very much, don't you?
I believe in him with all my heart.
Let's go, Louis.
What? Well, we're not staying for the races, Mr. Templar?
No, work to do.
Oh, too bad. I would have had 5 hours to figure out the first race.
You can spend 5 hours looking at a form sheet.
Oh, well, sure. Only trouble is, by then I can't see the horses.
Louis, where would I go to pick up whatever rumors might be flying around about horses and jockeys?
Oh, almost any barber shop. But if you want authentic rumors, I would drop in downtown on Honest Al, your friendly neighborhood bookie.
I thought Al was out of business due to a slight difficulty with the court of law.
Well, the technicalities of such things I don't follow all the ways, Mr. Temple, you understand? But the general principle I understand. It's like the song, there'll always be a bookie.
You know, you may be right. Hello, Al.
Simon Templar. A pleasure. Welcome to my humble cigar store.
How's business?
Haven't sold a cigar in months, but business is booming. How's things with you? No decline in crime, I hope?
No. None whatever.
Just so we all keep busy. That's the big thing.
Al, what do you know about a horse owner and trainer named McIntyre?
Dad McIntyre?
Mm-hmm.
Anything you want to know. Owns Peter the Great, dog patch horse. Chestnut gelding, 8 years old. He's had a one-horse stable for years, has a daughter, 15, and raised Vic Borkowski, the jockey.
Vic always rides for him?
Nobody else has ridden Peter the Great for years.
Has anybody else ever owned the horse?
No, oh, yeah. Some months ago, Big Ed Kleinman claimed him.
Claimed him?
Sure. Most cheap races are claiming races. You enter your horse for, say, $5,000, and if somebody puts in a claim for him, he owns the horse.
I see.
And nobody would ever claim Peter the Great because they knew how Dad felt about him. But Big Ed did, and it almost broke Dad's heart.
How did Big Ed do with the horse?
He won a couple of races with him, but then his legs went bad, and finally Dad claimed him back again.
What about the jockey, Vic?
Saint. All sorts of rumors float around about jockeys. All the time, all sorts of rumors.
Mm-hmm. That's all you can tell me, Al?
Well, if a real big bet came in against the horse that Vic was riding, and Vic was on the favorite, I might be tempted to lay off the bet somewhere else. Nothing personal, just business.
I see. You don't know any particular girl who Vic has been seeing, do you?
Sure I do. Jocks live in a goldfish bowl. If one of them scratches his head with his left hand, 50 horse players spend the whole night trying to figure out what it means.
The girl?
A big blonde named Crystal Winters. Mm-hmm. Showgirl. Used to go with Ed Kleinman. She hangs out at the bandbox.
Thanks, Al. I'll be a character witness for you someday.
That's a deal. I hope you get him straightened out.
Get who straightened out?
The kid, Vic. He used to be a nice guy. Maybe he still is. Dad's a nice guy, too. And I always liked Annie. I even liked the horse. Al. Awful, isn't it? Don't let this get out, Saint. It would ruin me in the profession.
Good evening, Vic.
Huh? Oh. Hi.
Introduce your friend, Vic.
This is Mr. Templar, Crystal. Friend of Annie's. Miss Winters, Mr. Templar.
A pleasure, Miss Winters.
Have you got a first name, Mr. Templar, so that we can be old friends and then you can sit down and join us?
The first name is Simon, Crystal. And I'd love to join you if Vic doesn't object.
Object? This is what he's been waiting for all evening, isn't it, Vic?
Crystal, will you
You
knock
see,
off?
Simon? Sit here next to me and have some champagne. Vic, you've let us run out of champagne again. Go get some more.
What do you think I am, a waiter?
Oh, no, you're a jockey. You're too short to be a waiter and too tall to be a midget, so you're a jockey.
You're getting tight, Crystal.
And you're getting the champagne. Goodbye, Vic.
Ow.
Goodbye, Vic.
Okay.
You're a little rough on the boy, aren't you, Crystal?
Sure.
Why?
Well, I could say it was to drive him away because I'm bad for him, but I'd be lying. If I wanted to drive him away, I'd have to be a lot rougher than that.
I can see why.
Thank you, Simon, but you can't. Little jockeys just happen to like big, expensive blondes. I found that out at an early age, which was quite some time ago.
And do you like little jockeys?
You're becoming very personal, Simon. I don't quite know what I like. I'll have to think about it. And I'm a slow thinker.
Do you like Big Ed Kleinman?
Why don't you ask him? He's standing right behind you.
Oh.
Who's your friend, Crystal?
Mr. Templar, Mr. Kleinman. Mr. Kleinman, Mr. Templar. Mr. Templar?
Shut up, Crystal. You a friend of Vic's, Templar?
Well, you might say that
Vic
I'm...
hates him.
Uh-huh.
Just put me down as a patron of racing, Mr. Kleinman. I'm interested in improving the breed.
Yeah. I watched you move in on Vic, Templar. He's not big enough to object, but I am.
He didn't move in on Vic. He...
Shut up, Crystal. Leaving, Mr. Templar?
That seems to be the majority opinion. Good night, Crystal. Every moment has been golden.
You hear that, Ed? Can't you say something nice like that sometime instead of...
Shut up, Crystal.
A one-track mind. Oh. Hello, what is it?
Mr. Templar?
Who's this?
Anne McIntyre, Mr. Templar. I'm terribly sorry to bother you, but...
What's wrong, Annie?
It's Dad. I can't find him. He never stays out this late, Mr. Templar. He's always out at the track early in the morning, and
What time is it?
4 a.m. I didn't want to wake you, but I've been sitting here all by myself wondering...
Stay right there, Annie. Most likely your dad will show up before I get there. But I'll be right out.
Thank you, Mr. Templar. Thank you. You don't think anything has happened to him?
No, Annie, I'll be right there.
Mr. Templar, he never did anything like this before.
Easy, Anne. When did he leave here, do you know?
I was here. It was around 9. Dad left to walk over to Pete's stall. He always does that just before he goes to bed. And then he just didn't come back.
Did you look for him?
Yes, I went over to the stables. I didn't see him in Pete's stall, and I asked a few people, but none of them had seen him. And I came back here. He was always in bed by 10, Mr. Templar, every night of his life.
All right, Annie, we'll find him. Did you call Vic?
He's living at a hotel. He just moved from living with us a month ago. I called him.
Is he in?
No.
All right. Don't worry, Annie. We'll find your dad. Let's go over to the stables.
All right, but I looked there.
Well, we'd better cover them again.
Shh. What is it?
Somebody coming.
Dad?
Oh, Annie. What are you doing out this late? And Templar?
Hello, Al. Seen anything of Annie's dad?
No. Just came from a poker game with some of the boys, but we didn't see him.
Well, you know he never stayed out this late, Al. Never.
Sure, Annie, sure. You've been down to Pete's stall?
Annie looked there earlier. But we might check again.
It's right over here.
Easy, boy, easy.
Dad? He's not here, Mr. Templar.
I'll go in just to make sure. Wait here, Annie.
I'll come with you. Easy does it, Pete. Well, the old boy, he looks excited about something, saying.
Yes, I noticed. Well, it doesn't look as if... Al.
Yeah, over in the corner. The dad?
I'm afraid so. Got a lighter?
Here.
Mark of a horseshoe. Must have killed him instantly. Keep Annie out, will you?
Sure.
Mr. Templar.
Wait a minute, dear.
Dad!
I'm sorry, Annie.
Oh, please.
I'm afraid that he is, kid.
How, Al? How?
Well, Pete must
No, not Pete. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. He couldn't. I'll never believe Pete did it.
Maybe I won't either. Annie, I want to help you make some plans.
Plans, Mr. Templar? What's there for me to do? Just keep on going to school. I've got another year and keep on living here. I guess you'll keep on living at your hotel, Vic?
I think that's best, Annie.
Of course. You're right.
What about Peter the Great?
Pete?
Yes.
I know Vic thinks Dad wouldn't race him because he didn't trust Vic to ride him. But I don't believe that. So I've entered Peter the Great in the 6th race tomorrow. Will you ride him, Vic?
You trust me to give you an honest ride, Annie?
I trust you, yes.
Oh. Thanks, kid. Thanks. I'll ride him. I'll ride him for you. So long.
Did I do wrong, Mr. Templar?
If you like someone very much, then you have to trust them, Annie. You just have to. And that's never wrong. Hello, Al.
Well, hello, Mr. Templar. Here to place a little wager on Peter the Great for tomorrow?
Word gets around fast.
It's a scientific pastime, Mr. Templar. The players have to study out things well in advance. Helps them to lose their money.
Had any action yet on the race?
Definitely. Mr. Big Ed Kleinman placed a very substantial sum on 2 other horses in the race, which I promptly laid off with a connection I got out of town.
He's pretty sure Peter won't win.
He must know something. If he doesn't, he stands to go broke. Pete's picked in the consensus. He'll go off maybe even money.
Well, what could Big Ed know, Al?
Oh, what's there to know? You can't very well dope a horse these days. So what does that leave?
The man on the horse's back.
The monkey on the stick. You know the saying, Saint, never bet on anything with 2 legs.
That's a bitter comment on the human race, Al.
All I know is it's very hard to find a dishonest horse.
Well, Big Ed isn't throwing money around just on speculation, I suppose.
It's the size.
The what?
The size of the jocks. They're 5-foot men in the 6-foot world. They never get to eat a decent meal. They can't take a drink. Everybody else is trying to get big and strong, and the worst thing that can happen to them is they grow up to be normal. So if their ethics are not all they might be, well, it's...
That's understandable.
A very good word.
You don't think Vic Borkowski will give Annie an honest ride tomorrow?
I'll tell you better this time tomorrow. How are you betting?
I'm not a bettor, Al. I'm only interested in improving the breed.
Who do you like in the sixth, Mr. Templar?
Peter the Great, Louis.
Well, you like him at even money?
I'll tell you after the race.
After the race. Thanks very much, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Louis. It's just that I almost wish the race wasn't going to be run. I have a feeling something tragic is about to happen, and I don't know what I can do to stop it.
You know, I get that feeling every time I go to the window to bet a horse.
A girl's life can be shattered at 15 and never quite be the same.
Well, you know, that's what they call a vulnerable age. Oh, here we are. You got any plan in mind, Mr. Templar?
I'm afraid it's too late to do much, Louis. Even if there was anything to be done. But just on a chance, I'm going to check the clubhouse bar.
Hey, you don't think you'll find your friend Annie in the bar?
Maybe another friend, Louis. Enjoying the races, Crystal?
Oh, Mr. Simon Templar. Sit down, Mr. Simon Templar.
Winning or losing?
It's a system. You divide the number of highballs you've had by 5. Add 3, and that's your horse. Never fails. Except when you've had enough highballs to make it work, you forget how many highballs you've had.
How many highballs does it take to forget this next race?
I'm trying to find out.
You know something about it, don't you, Crystal?
Sure I do. Why don't you ask me why?
I'll ask you.
Then I won't tell you.
Were you ever 15, Crystal?
Sure I was. At 15, I started to dance in a chorus line. At 16, I was married. 2 months later, I was back in the line. Was I ever 15?
Did you ever believe in someone so hard it hurt? And have him take your belief and throw it away?
You're talking about the kid. Annie and her jockey.
Yes. What's going to happen, Crystal? You know. Tell me.
That's the funny part. I don't. Nobody does.
What's that supposed to mean? Either Vic throws the race or he doesn't. What else is there? Either Annie gets her heart broken or she doesn't. If it's an honest race, Pete should win easily.
All right, Boy Scout. I'll tell you. Why? Don't ask me why. Maybe a girl can be pushed around only so long. Maybe she can be pushed around all her life like a mop. Maybe she can have...
Crystal. There isn't much time. Tell me. You've got to tell me.
All right. There's nothing you can do anyway. You know my boyfriend, Ed Kleinman?
Huh?
Know how many kinds of a louse he is? He wouldn't bet on this race only because I was supposed to persuade poor little Vic to lose. He couldn't trust either of us that far. He's got another gimmick.
What?
You know, he owned Peter the Great a few months back.
Yes, I know. Claimed him from Dad McIntyre.
Well, poor old Pete broke down. So Ed nerved him.
He what?
He nerved him. Took out the nerve in his sore leg so he couldn't feel anything when he ran. Nice?
Oh, what happens to the horse?
Nothing. For a while. Ed won another race with him, then he let Dad claim him back. But after a while, the leg begins to die. And sooner or later, if you run the horse, one leg will cross in front of the other in a race.
Well, what happens to the jockey?
I don't know. If he's not trying to win, the horse might not even fall. If he's out front with the whole pack behind him.
Great dandy. Does Vic know about the horse's leg?
Nobody knows. Except me and Big Ed and now you.
But Dad knew, didn't he? That's why he wouldn't run the horse. Kept telling Vic to hold him back, even in a workout. Must have been nice for him knowing Pete had to die.
Money, 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 money.
The horses are nearing the starting gate.
And you can't do anything about it. Too late. Much too late.
Crystal, what happened the night Dad was killed?
I told you enough. I told you too much.
Did he come to the club that night looking for Kleinman? Did he?
He came there, that's all I know. I don't know anything more, that's all I know.
That's enough.
What's enough? Race ready to go, Crystal, are you? So you've been talking.
Ed, I didn't say anything about that. Honest, I didn't.
Shut up.
Too late, Kleinman. Way too late.
Hey, Mr. Templar, don't you want to see the race? They're in the gate.
Just a minute, Louis.
What?
I want you to hear this. Kleinman,
What?
anyone that would kill a horse would have to figure on killing the horse's owner, too. Or get killed himself.
McIntyre got kicked by his own horse. Everybody knows that.
You expected Dad to show up when he found out you nerved his horse, and you were ready for him.
I never saw him.
He already knows you.
Shut up, Crystal.
An old trick, Kleinman. Tie a horseshoe on a baseball bat makes it look like a man's been kicked by a horse, doesn't it? Must have been quite a job getting Dad back to the stables. But then you're a big man.
Such a big man.
Listen, Templar. This doesn't add up to anything. But you're just trying to make trouble for me. You know, if it's just a question of money.
Money. Don't you know, honey? You haven't got that much money.
You shut up.
You know, Kleinman, I'm getting a little tired listening to you say shut up. Go for the track police, Louis, will you?
Oh, a pleasure, Mr. Temple.
Wait a minute.
That gun must be very heavy.
I'd like to use it on all of you.
But there isn't time, is there?
Well, just stay where you are. I'm getting out of here.
Hey, you want us to try and catch him, Mr. Temple?
No, he won't go far. Get the track police after him, Louis. I've got to find Annie.
And they're off. At the start, it's Speed Merchant breaking on top, followed by Count Lavacci, Harbor Light, Quizme, Fleet Arlene, and Peter the Great.
Annie!
Rounding the
Oh, Mr.
clubhouse
Templar, I've been
turn,
looking
it's
for
Count
you.
Lavacci on the outside.
How does it look?
Oh, he wants to run, Mr. Templar. He wants to run. Oh, let him out, Vic. Let him out.
Peter the Great between horses, Harbor Light by one, and Fleet Arlene. Into
Come
the
on,
backstretch,
Pete.
Count Lavacci is drawn out by 2 lengths. Speed Merchant by 1, moving up from the outside.
Now, Vic,
Peter the
now.
Great.
Oh, give him his head, Vic.
Harbor
He
Light,
can do it if you
and
let him,
Fleet
Vic. He
Arlene
can
is
do it if
trailing.
you let him.
Into the far turn, it's still Count Lavacci showing in front by 1 length. Speed Merchant with me. And now moving up very fast. On the outside is
Come
Peter
on,
the
Pete.
Great. He's second. He's going to get the leader. Now it's Peter the Great in front by 1 length.
Pete,
Count
come
Lavacci,
on,
Speed
come on.
Merchant third. With me.
He's riding him, Mr.
and Fleet
Templar. Vic is
Arlene.
riding him. He's letting him run.
I've got my
And
fingers
turning
crossed,
for
Annie.
home, it's Peter the Great by 4 lengths.
Oh.
Speed Merchant is second by 2.
Pete.
With me, Count Lavacci, Fleet Arlene by a neck, and Harbor Light. Into the stretch, it's Peter the Great stretching out by 6
They'll never
lengths.
catch him. They'll never catch him.
Speed Merchant is second by half a length. With me, Fleet Arlene, and Peter the Great wins it going
Oh,
away.
Mr. Templar, he won. Vic won.
Yes, Annie, he...
There's trouble. Peter the Great is going down.
Vic! Vic! Mr. Templar?
He's going to be all right, Annie.
Oh.
He was thrown clear.
Well, I guess I better be going.
Wait a minute, Annie. He wants to see you.
He does?
As a matter of fact, he was very emphatic about it. Go on in and smile for him.
But what will I say? I mean, how will I act?
How do you feel?
Well, I don't feel like a kid anymore. You don't think he'll call me a kid again, do you, Mr. Templar?
I don't believe he will.
But how will I act?
Don't worry, Annie. When the time comes, a girl always knows how to act.
You think that this is the time?
This is the time, Annie. Good luck to both of you.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here is our star, Tom Conway.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our cast you heard Janet Waldo as Annie and Jean Tatum as Crystal. Jack Moyles played Dad, Sam Edwards Vic, and Paul Richards Al. Paul Frees was Big Ed. Louis is played by Larry Dopkin. This is Tom Conway inviting you to join us again next week at our new time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This script of The Saint was written by Dick Powell. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Tom Conway is soon to be seen in Warner Brothers' production of Gold Diggers in Las Vegas. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Beginning next Sunday, July 1st, the Saint moves to a new time on most NBC stations. Yes, beginning next Sunday, you'll hear the Saint 30 minutes earlier at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Next Sunday at this hour, a new show joins your NBC lineup of top mystery programs. Martin Caine, Private Eye, starring Lloyd Nolan. And here he is, one of Hollywood's finest actors, Lloyd Nolan.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Here is your invitation to join me as Martin Kane, Private Eye. My new role on this station beginning Sunday, July 1st.
Hear Lloyd Nolan as Martin Kane, Private Eye, at this same time beginning next Sunday. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny. Pat McCracken at Universal Adjustment Bureau.
Hiya, Patsy. What's on your mind?
Had your fortune told lately?
Nope, but I don't think I want to. The last time it came true.
Oh, what was it?
Well, this Madame Gaga went into a transom or whatever you call it, and...
Oh, trance, boys, if you didn't know.
Yeah, anyhow, she told me I was going to become an insurance investigator, and I've been stuck with it ever since.
Sad. But now, how'd you like to try your hand as a psychic investigator?
Sure. What do I do?
Drop over, will you?
I'm on my way.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the matter of the medium. Well done. Expense account item 115, taxi to the office of Pat McCracken at Universal. I hadn't seen Pat since he'd ruined my Southern California vacation by insisting I tie it in with the Jolly Roger matter in the Lamar case, where my expense account, for some strange reason, came out to a right nice figure. I've even included the case of V.O. that I'd sent him for having handed me those investigations. So I didn't know whether he was going to be nice to me or to rub my nose in the dirt. As it turned out, he didn't know either.
Now, I don't quite know whether this is going to be another soft touch for that expense account of yours, or a completely crazy one, or real rough. Tommy Green seems to think the latter, though I don't see why particularly.
Yeah, who's Tommy Green?
Mid-Eastern life down in New York. Oh, but just bill me as usual.
Sure, okay.
Now, Tommy says he's run into this sort of thing before, but not on so big a scale. That's why he's worried about it.
Pat, you still haven't told me what.
Oh. Now, one of his clients happens to be a sweet young thing named Carol Sharp, 26 or 7, beautiful, badly spoiled.
Love him that way.
What?
Nothing. Go on.
Yes. She lives alone in a swank penthouse in the East 50s down there in New York, playgirl. Tommy holds a $110,000 policy on her. Straight life.
Beneficiary?
Her family, mother, and a couple of kid brothers.
No father?
No. The others live over in Mauchunk, PA. That's where her father made the dough that keeps her in the penthouse and keeps the others living well in the old family manse.
So, what's the problem? Somebody threatening her life?
I don't know, Johnny. It depends on what you mean by threatening. She's just requested Tommy to change beneficiaries.
What's so unusual about that?
Well, one of them is to be a man named Tony Ricardo for $30,000.
Oh, so she's fallen for the guy and is making the nice gesture.
Maybe. We don't know yet. The other is a so-called medium, Madame Celia something.
I've heard it before. Turn the family fortune over to me and I'll get in touch with dear departed Papa.
That's what it looks like from here. She's being took.
But how can it be any of our business?
Last time Tommy was requested to change a beneficiary to a medium, his hale and hearty young client suddenly turned up dead.
And they pinned it on the medium?
Mm-hmm. Apparently this sort of thing goes on quite a bit. So it has Tommy worried, so he asked for you.
All right, just what's he want me to do?
What do you want to do?
Break out the old crystal ball, Pat, and we'll see. Expense account item 2, transportation, Hartford to New York, and the offices of Mid-Eastern, where Tommy Green turned out to be a mild-mannered, thoroughly likable, successful insurance broker.
Come in, Mr. Dollar. Glad you could make it.
How do, Mr. Green?
Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
I suppose Pat McCracken's told you what's on my mind.
Only that you think one of your clients is being taken for the proverbial sleigh ride by some spiritualist.
As you no doubt know, Mr. Dollar, spiritualism is a recognized, well-established religion.
Sure, of course.
However, as in any other, there are charlatans. And some of these mediums, as they call themselves, take literally millions of dollars every year from people by trickery, by producing weird manifestations that appear to be genuinely supernatural.
Tommy, I know what you mean.
My own mother took a beating from one of those phonies when I was just a kid. You know, promised messages from Father after he died, and at $25 a try.
Wow. No wonder you're suspicious of them.
And especially of one Madame Celia Morgana.
Have you seen this, madam?
No, but I believe you'd better.
Mm-hmm. Have you changed, what's her name, Carol Sharp's policy yet?
No, but I'm afraid I can't stall her much longer.
And you're afraid that once you do change it, Carol ain't going to be long for this world, huh?
It's happened before, Dollar.
Yeah. Well, I can't just barge in on this Madame Morgana, announce that I'm an insurance investigator, and then another... Hey, wait a minute. What's the name of this other beneficiary?
Tony Ricardo.
Yeah, who is he?
All I know is what Carol's told me.
Love affair?
Yeah. He sounds like a playboy. They do a lot of nightclubbing together.
Money?
I don't know.
Family?
I don't know that either.
But he's in for 30 of the 110,000 if anything happens to her.
If we change the policy. How are you going to start?
Well, if this Carol Sharp is all Pat McCracken says she is, this case could have a very pleasant beginning. I stuck around with Tommy Green long enough to listen to him verify what Pat had said about Carol's family, wealth, etc. Take a look at a snapshot of her and get her address. Item 3180, taxi to the Bell Towers at 614 East 52nd Street. A magnificent modern apartment hotel at the edge of the East River. Real swank. The place even had its own private docks with several well-kept cruisers tied up and even a small seaplane. Pat, I warn you, this expense account ain't going to be small.
Yes, may I help you, sir?
Yes, you can. I'd like a small apartment for a few days.
Are you alone, sir?
Yes.
Well, we still have a small 5-room penthouse suite for $1,500 a month.
Huh?
With complete maid service, of course.
Oh, of course.
And on a minimum 1-year lease, of course.
Look, all I want is a bedroom, living room type of thing, and I may be here only a week or so.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do for you unless... Tell me, sir, do you have any recommendations from any of our tenants?
Look, I'm an insurance investigator. Here, my card.
Oh.
And I want something as close as possible to Miss Carol Sharp's apartment. But I don't want to have to rob Fort Knox.
Private investigator, did you say?
Yeah, that'll do.
Oh, dear. Surely Miss Sharp can't be in any kind of... Well, I mean, think what it would mean to our reputation, Mr. Dollar.
Stop worrying, will you? She isn't in any kind of trouble, yet. But for reasons that, they don't particularly concern you, I need to be as close to her as I can.
Ah, what a pleasant thought.
And for the same reason, I don't want her to know what my business here is.
Of course. Believe me, Mr. Dollar, I'm the very soul of discretion.
Good. See that you stay that way. Now, have you got a room or two for me?
Oh, let me see. Now, she's in penthouse A on floor 12. There is a 2-room on 10, very nice, at $325 a week. With complete service, of course.
Okay, I'll take it.
Very well. Just sign this card, please. And, oh, dear, I'm afraid I must have a week in advance.
Oh, sure. What's a measly $325? When the 2 bellboys who carried up my 2 bags at $1 apiece settled me in 1013, I must admit the place looked almost worth a tab. Tastefully furnished, spit and polished clean, and with a plate glass panorama view of the bustling East River. Yeah, I wish for a moment that I could afford this sort of lodging. First thing I did was telephone to an old pal.
Detective Division, Sergeant Singer.
Hey, look, Sarge. I need a rundown on a dirty crook.
Who's speaking, please?
He's going around acting like an insurance stick, but he's a crook.
Oh, what's his name?
Dollar, Johnny Dollar. And I tell you, that punk is as crooked as they come.
Don't go any further. We know all about him. We got word here in New York that we'll put a stake out on him the minute we spot his hideout.
That copper I can give you.
Good, Johnny. Just where you staying?
Hi, you old reprobate. I'm at the Towers, East 52nd.
The tower? Expense account, huh?
How'd you guess? I want to see you.
In exactly 21 minutes, I'll punch the time clock and be over.
Room 1013.
Right. Oh, and be sure it's with soda.
Easy, boy. Give you any encouragement, you'll want to name the brand of scotch. Item 4, 1220. 1 bottle of scotch and setups for 2.
Sure, Johnny. Knew her from when I was doing the nightclub beat.
And she's lived in town for quite a while, huh?
Yeah, a couple of years at least.
How much do you know about her, Randy?
Not much. She's loaded. Throws her money around like it's confetti.
Yeah, I figured that when I found her staying here. Father left it to her.
Coal miner, wasn't he?
Owned a big colliery in Frankville, Pennsylvania, somewhere near Mauchunk.
Well, it must have paid off good in the old days. But tell me, what's... you want to give me a refill?
Yeah, sure. Ever hear of a Madame Celia Morgana?
Huh! I've chased that blousy old phony from one end of the island to the other. I look into the crystal ball, and I see into the past, the present, the future, and into your pocketbook. Yeah, and man, she could. I think she's operating somewhere over on the Jersey side now. Oh,
yeah.
Thanks.
But she's still operating.
Operating with real class. Last time we picked her up and kicked her out.
How do you mean?
Nice apartment over here on the east side. Classy clientele.
Mm.
Say, is Carol Sharp hooked by her?
Appears so. Just how does she work?
Well, the usual way the phonies do. Goes into a trance, writhes around like a seasick rattlesnake, then gives with the voices.
Voices?
You know, speaks with the tongues of the departed.
Hey, look, where's the money angle in this thing?
Well, she makes like the trances cause her great agony of body and mind. Starts with the pitch about doctor bills. And the more clients can afford, the more they pay.
And they don't get wise?
Yeah, she's smart. Works it like a serial story. You know, continued next week?
No, I don't know. Brief me.
Well, at each seance, she tells them just enough to whet their appetite for more. Leads right up to the next hot bit of information, has them hanging on every word, then bingo, the trance is over.
Ah.
However, if you come back next week when I recover my strength, so they pay her off and they're back a week later to play games with her again.
I don't know. It seems pretty obvious to me.
Well, that's because you've never attended a seance run by an artist at it. Hey, why don't you?
I think I will.
I'll see what I can dig up for you.
You mean there are still some going on around town?
Some. Dozens, hundreds probably. Kick them out of one place, they move to another, unless you can tie a serious rap on them.
Which reminds me, Tommy Green told me...
Yeah, handled that one myself for Madame Gabor Chernarsky. Got a sweet old man to sign over his fortune and had him knocked off. Oh, that's a dirty racket.
Yeah, religion, science, the professions, they all leave an open door to the racketeers, I guess. Okay, set up a seance for me, Randy. And meantime...
Yeah?
Run me a make on Tony Ricardo, will you?
Ricardo?
Yeah, he's the other one Carol Sharp wants to name as a beneficiary.
Besides the medium?
Yeah. Beneficiary of a whopping big life policy.
Okay, good, Johnny. I'll call you later.
While I took my time showering and changing clothes, I racked my brain trying to cook up a smooth way to meet Carol Sharp. Under no circumstances did I want her to suspect the reason behind my interest in her, at least not for the present. Requisite number one, then, meet the gal. I was just tying my tie when the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
Randy, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Rand. Set up a date with a medium?
Yeah, for tonight, but that's not what I'm calling about. Johnny, I could write a book for you.
Huh?
On Tony Ricardo, and I don't think you'd like it. You seen him yet?
No, but I will as soon as I can locate him.
Well, if he finds out what you're working on, he'll locate you.
Fine.
Yeah, just be sure you see him first, and that you're carrying a gun.
Thanks, Randy.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, well, sometimes the best laid plans can take a terrible beating when a lovely girl steps into the picture. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Randy Singer at headquarters, Johnny.
Oh, hi. More information on Tony Ricardo?
Only what I told you before. Look out for him.
Randy, that doesn't sound like anybody that a gal like Carol Sharp would be associated with.
Who knows? For a cut of her money, most anybody'd be willing to act like a nice old coot. Till he got his hands on it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But now I thought you were going to set up a seance for me. Or couldn't you find a crystal ball?
I'm working on it. I'll call you.
Yeah, do that.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location New York City, to the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the matter of the medium. Well done. Three people to look up immediately. First, Carol Sharp, wealthy heiress who insisted on a funny change in the beneficiaries of a whopping big life insurance policy. Second, a questionable character named Tony Ricardo, who was scheduled to be one of those beneficiaries. Third, in the same category as Tony, one Madame Celia Morgana, a self-styled psychic medium. Instead, I huddled with Tommy Green, the broker who handled Carol Sharp's policy.
But you haven't even seen Carol yet?
Nope.
Johnny, I can't stall off changing the beneficiaries of her policy much longer. You've got to do something about this.
Because you don't like mediums?
This one is a fake.
Or you don't like playboys with foreign names?
Listen, Johnny, I'm afraid that once she names them in her policy, her body will suddenly turn up floating around somewhere in the East River.
But what if I find they're okay? In spite of the opinion of Sergeant Singer of the NYPD.
What did he say?
Oh, not much. But he hinted that when I meet Ricardo, I'd better be carrying a gun.
Well, don't you see? That's exactly what I'm driving at.
As for the medium, well, Tommy, you know as well as I do, there are a lot of perfectly legitimate, honest spiritualist churches all over the country.
Believe me, Johnny, if this one ever saw the inside of a church, it'd be a miracle. She's a fraud.
How do you know? Ever met her?
I know how these phonies operate.
Ever met her?
No, I haven't. I haven't the least idea where to look for her. That's why I sent for you. But you haven't even seen Carol yet. Now, look.
Tommy, I've taken a place in her apartment hotel, the Bell Towers.
Oh, you expense account boys.
And I'll meet her as soon as I can, in my own way. Meanwhile, I want you to do something for me.
It'll help to get things moving, anything.
Find out some more about the beneficiary she wants to cut off.
Her mother and two brothers out in Mauchunk, Pennsylvania.
Find out how they're doing financially, among other things.
How, Johnny? Hire another investigator? I take it that you don't want them to know about it.
Well, why don't you cook up some kind of a news item about Carol, the local girl in the big city, and phone it into the local newspaper editor. Those small-town papers love that sort of stuff, and the editor will probably talk his head off about the family if you encourage him a bit.
What kind of a news item?
Oh, anything that's harmless.
Sounds like something you'd be better at than I am.
Tommy, I've got other things to do. Plenty. Armed with the snapshot of Carol, I took a cab to the Bell Towers. And I hoped that somehow, and without making it too corny or obvious, I could figure a way to get next to Carol Sharp. As it turned out, it was both corny and successful. You see, the automatic elevator in the towers is a slow one.
Will you push the button for 12, please?
Oh, surely, miss. I'm only going to the...
What's the matter?
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
Here, I'll push
No,
it.
no.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, but I can't believe this. Unless I'm psychic.
Oh, now, look, mister, this city is too big and sophisticated for... Is something wrong with you? You did want to get off on the 10th floor, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, we're here. Floor 10, so... Mister, did somebody hypnotize you?
Yes. No. Oh, please, miss, excuse me. It's just that I can't believe... Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Well, when I was a kid, I used to have a dream over and over again about a beautiful girl, and her name was Carol.
What?
The same dream over and over, and it startled me just now because you look just like she did. Oh, but it's all nonsense, and I know it, and I apologize.
Carol, did you say?
Yes, but it was just a dream, and Probably I just imagined that you resemble her, and I'm terribly sorry. I know what this must look like to you.
Yes. Like a veridical dream.
What?
A truth dream. It's a psychic phenomenon.
Oh, that. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't believe in that sort of stuff.
Oh? Well, it just happens that there are thousands of cases on record, and by people of reputation and responsibility.
Oh, sure. But now, excuse me, and again, I want to apologize for this embarrassing moment. Goodbye. I could see over my shoulder that she left the elevator door open until I'd gone into my suite across the hall. I sat down next to the broad window overlooking the East River, crossed my fingers, and waited. 10 minutes. 15. Hello?
Mr. Dollar?
Yes, who's that?
This is Carol.
What?
Your dream girl? Hello?
Oh, I get it. I made a fool of myself in the elevator, and now you're rubbing it in.
No, I didn't mean it that way. I hope you don't think I'm being forward, but I'd like to talk with you. About your dream, I mean. What's that mean?
And I was afraid you thought I was trying to pull a fast one in the elevator. But, how did you know who I am?
I just asked the desk clerk who was in 1013. My name is Carol Sharp.
Then it really is Carol. Well, that's amazing.
That's why I want to talk to you.
Well, there's a nice cocktail lounge downstairs.
In half an hour?
In half an hour.
Bye.
Oh, Dollar, you are a fast one. Now, let me see. Johnny Dollar.
Randy Singer.
Yeah, I want to know.
Well, what's the matter?
After what I've been talking to, this is a come down.
Now, what are you... Oh, you met Carol Sharp,
Sure
huh?
did.
Oh, look, I've set up the seance I promised you. Still want it now that you've met the girl?
Sure. I want to find out what this stuff is all about, how those people operate and so on. Want to pick me up here at the towers?
Why don't you meet me here at headquarters, and you can look over the file on Tony Ricardo.
Good idea.
I'll be clear any time after 6.
Better make it around 7. I've got a date for cocktails.
Are you in town on a case, or...
With Carol Sharp.
You lucky dog. See you later.
To say that Carol looked like a vision when she swept into the cocktail lounge would have been a gross understatement. Her light blue cocktail gown was probably from Hattie Carnegie, but its lines were simple in the extreme, and it only served to accentuate the fresh, lithe figure and the natural beauty of the girl. Her blonde hair was drawn back tightly, and a silver blooming stole was draped carelessly over her shoulder. If I'd put on an act when I stared at her in the elevator, believe me, this was no act now.
I hope you don't think me too brazen for having called you the way I did.
You have no idea how glad I am. Will this be all right?
Oh, fine. Thank you.
I was afraid after that episode in the elevator you might have thought I was just some lonely bachelor trying to find a date.
Are you a bachelor?
I confirmed.
Well, you just haven't met the right girl.
Well, there are times like this when I think perhaps the...
Your order, sir?
Oh, sure, point killer. Carol?
Sherry and bitters, please.
Sherry and bitters and VO over ice.
Thank you, sir.
Be honest with me. Do I really look like the girl you used to dream about when you were a little boy? Or did you dream about a little girl your own age who just happened to bear some resemblance to me?
Well, no. No, you see...
That's very important. You see, if it really was a veridical dream... Well, you see, the phenomenon of precognition would be involved, too, so to speak.
Precognition?
Yes, you're now knowing me psychically before you could possibly know about me by any natural means. Where have you lived most of your life?
Oh, all over. Here in New York, Hartford, Connecticut.
Eastern Pennsylvania?
Oh, never, except for an occasional trip to Philadelphia. But that wasn't until I was grown up.
Well, then you couldn't possibly have ever actually seen me, because all my life I've lived in Pennsylvania, in the coal mining district.
Well,
So your dreams of me must have been due to some supernatural cause. There's
Carol.
no other explanation. Well, is there?
Carol,
Sherry and bitters for the lady, and...
Yeah, thanks. I'll sign that. Saved by the bell, or rather by the waiter. I'm afraid I came awfully close to admitting to Carol that I'd trumped up the whole dream business just to meet her and talk with her. She was certainly hep on the subject of things psychic, and I'm afraid a natural sucker for anyone who wanted to capitalize on her gullibility. Beautiful, intelligent, well-educated, but, well, you'll see what I mean.
And although it's a terrible strain on her, these deep trances, I've received messages through her, Johnny, from my father.
Through this medium?
Yes, Madame Morgana.
And your father's dead?
He died 3 years ago.
Carol, are you sure about those messages?
Oh, yes, Johnny, I'm sure. That's why I want you to go and see. See these things for yourself, will you? Will you go to her with me?
Now, don't swing at me, but at this point, I think I'd go anywhere with you.
Johnny, I'm serious. I want to tell her about you anyway, and the veridical dreams.
Well, all right. When?
I'll call her tonight, and perhaps we can see her tomorrow night, all right?
Yeah. Carol, I don't want to seem suspicious, but,
Yes?
don't tell her anything about me, except that you're bringing me along.
Oh, no. No, of course not. She wouldn't let me anyway. That's the way the fraudulent mediums work.
Oh? There are frauds among them?
Oh, plenty of them. You know, they get the information from some mutual friend and pretend they're getting it from a supernatural source.
And she doesn't?
I'm sure of it.
So far, so good. I'd met Carol Sharp. I'd convinced her in a snide sort of way that I was intrigued with this psychic phenomena business. I was well on the way to meeting the medium who had sparked this whole case. And later tonight, thanks to Sergeant Randy Singer of the NYPD, I'd attend a seance calculated to be my first step in finding out how the phonies in the racket impress their customers. There was just one more person to meet, Tony Ricardo, whom Carol wanted to name, along with the medium, as beneficiary of her big insurance policy. By the time Carol and I finished cocktails, I was sorry I'd made any plans for the evening. But I was already late for my meeting with Randy at headquarters. I took Carol back to her penthouse and then dropped into my own suite to pick up a topcoat. Somebody had shoved a note under my door.
Mr. Johnny Dollar, if you value your life, you'll stay away from Carol Sharp.
It was unsigned.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, I find out a thing or two about a killer and about a medium not so well done. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Tony Ricardo.
Oh, I've been hoping to get in touch with
Did you receive my note?
Was that your polite threat to kill me if I don't leave Carol Sharp alone? Yeah, I received it. And I have a sneaking suspicion the police department might be interested in
No.
it.
Oh, please, I guess I acted a bit hastily. Perhaps you'll let me talk to you.
You want to take the threat back?
That still stands.
Then you don't leave me much choice.
Talk to me first. Believe me, you won't be sorry.
But I might be dead. Is that it?
I want to see you.
Can't do it now, but where can I reach you?
Sunrise 39970.
Okay. Meantime, don't get trigger happy.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location New York City, to the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the matter of the medium. Well done. Expense account item 7, 85 cents. Cab fare from the Bell Towers to the 18th Precinct Station and Sergeant Randy Singer.
So, you met Carol Sharp, huh?
Yep. I put on an act that would have done credit to the Theater Guild. Told her she looked exactly like a girl I dreamed about as a kid, a girl named Carol.
Oh, Lord. She swallowed it?
Not only that, but she gave me a lecture on veridical dreams and allied psychic phenomena.
You deserve an Oscar.
Also, she wants me to go with her and see this Madame Morgana.
Oh, good. When?
Tomorrow night.
Well, you're not figuring on skipping tonight's seance, are you?
Oh, no, not a bit. I want to find out what this stuff is all about, so I'll be prepared for tomorrow. This dame you have lined up pretty good?
She's got a big following. You ready to go?
Oh, wait a minute. You said you have the file on Tony Ricardo.
Oh, yeah, here it is, waiting for you. Anthony Ricardo, alias Ricky Marino, alias Tony the Tip. Here's his picture. Height 5'9", weight 172, eyes brown, hair sparse gray, suspected member of the Dutchy Sperling outfit, 12 arrests, no convictions, started as a rum runner back.
Hey, is this Tony Ricardo?
It's the guy.
I would have sworn the man I talked to over the phone was in his 20s. Late 20s at most.
You talked to him?
After leaving an unpleasant little note under my door at the Towers, he called me on the phone.
Now, what kind of note?
Oh, nothing particular. Just a gentle suggestion I lay off Carol Sharp.
Threat, huh? Still got it?
But I'm sure that voice couldn't have come from this old geezer.
Yeah, well, frankly, I kind of wondered about the Sharp girl being interested in him, even though the file does show he's always surrounded himself with a bunch of young ones. He's probably handed out more mink coats. Oh, Johnny, wait a minute. Old Tony's got a couple of kids. Here, Angela goes under the name of Angela Richards. At least she used that name at Bryn Mawr.
Bryn Mawr?
Yeah, and Sarah Lawrence College at Bronxville. Yeah, the old boy tried to keep the stigma of his past away from her, I guess. Yeah, you see, married to a doctor over in Hackensack. Respectable housewife.
Mm-hmm. What about the other?
Anthony Jr., age 26. That was last year. Let's see, that makes him 27 now. Rutgers University, class... Not much on him. Unless I miss my guess, he's a chip off the old block. Now, you know where I can find him?
All I have is his phone number.
What is it?
Wait till I see and talk to him.
That may be too late. He's what I think he is.
Why not ask this medium about him tonight?
Yeah, that... Hey, come on, we're late. Let's go.
Item 8, $1.20, cab to an old brownstone house somewhere over in the West 40s, way west, in a district that had seen better days. We were greeted at the door by a tall, gray-haired old gentleman dressed in black, except for his white gloves, that somehow reminded me of a pallbearer.
Come in, Mr. Singer and Mr. Dollar. Clarabelle is about to begin. Psychometry is the mood this evening. Follow, please.
How do you know our names?
Oh, I had to give them to him when I made the appointment.
Now, what's this psychometry bit?
You'll see.
Oh, wow. The music gives me the creeps.
Yeah,
Into the temple, please. And be seated.
The temple turned out to be an old dining room. Bare wooden floor, heavy drapes over the windows. And as nearly as I could see, a bunch of chairs around in a circle filled with people. The sockets in the ancient chandelier that hung from the ceiling had red bulbs in them that barely glowed. We could hardly see a thing, although I'm sure the light went up very slightly when we made our entrance and then down again, as though somebody was controlling it with a rheostat. Our eyes were almost used to the semi-darkness by the time we seated ourselves in the circle. Nobody spoke, and the weird music from that scratchy record was beginning to get on my nerves or put me to sleep or something. not quite sure what. Then, suddenly, there was a flash of light and a puff of smoke, and so help me. What the Randy?
Shh, quiet. This is all part of the act. Shh.
Greetings. Greetings, friends of the unknown, friends of the mystics, of Botan the Indian boy, and the seventh son of the seventh son of Harishnu the mighty.
And there she stood, in the center of the circle where the flash had gone off.
Are we all in the mood?
She stood there draped in what looked, even in the dim light, what looked like a slightly soiled bedsheet, pulled in around her ample middle with a hunk of coarse rope. She wore a sort of turban, or maybe it was just an old dish towel wrapped around her head. A faint odor of gin pervaded the room. I guess her feet were bare, for she made no noise as she walked slowly around the circle, holding on a shallow metal tray. Taking a collection so soon, I wondered?
Each of you place upon the tray some object very close to you, something you have had a long, long time that has become a part of you.
Huh? Shh, you'll get it back.
And if the spirits are with us, and there are no dissenting minds among us, if Botan, the Indian boy from the world beyond, is willing to act as our control, we shall learn many strange things this night. Place something close to you upon the tray.
Will this watch be on?
You must not speak, but keep the mood. Keep the mood. Are we all in the mood?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And now, dear friends, while I meditate and establish contact with the spirit world, Hemingway will pass among you for the tiny assurance that you join us in all sincerity. Now join hands to create the flux that will join our thoughts and minds and hearts and open the doors to enlightenment for all of us.
$5.
Botan, are you with us tonight?
$5, please.
Botan, will you answer us? Are you with us now? Is that Botan that answers our call, or the little sister Hyacinth? Ah, it is Botan. We may begin. I hold this ring. I feel the paramagnetic forces arising from it. This belongs to a businessman south of here. I seem to see clothing hanging in a large warehouse.
Yes.
And the sound of many machines, sewing machines.
Yes, that's right.
And many young girls working at the machines.
One by one, she picked the objects off the tray, held them in her hand, and gave a kind of character reading of the owners. Occasionally, somebody in the circle would respond in a way that made it sound like she'd guessed right. Other times, she'd just make with a lot of generalities that could apply to anyone. Finally, she picked up my watch.
This watch, I see tall buildings of stone and strange signs on them. I don't know what they mean. Tri-mutual, universal adjustment.
Huh? Randy.
And I see great sheaves of papers carefully folded, and on each one it says, policy. Policy, I don't understand unless... Insurance, yes.
This is fantastic. Wait till she gets to one I put there.
The watch is from a young man, clever, energetic. I will have many things to tell him at another time, but he must see me again, often. And now, this other object that lay beneath the watch. I see a police badge. The cops! Dirty crooks, the cops are on to us. We're being raided. Slay them. Get them out of here. Hemingway!
Come on, Johnny, I may need a hand. Just a minute there, Clarabelle.
Take your filthy hands off me. Let me out of here.
You're not going anywhere until I have a talk with you.
Hemingway! Ditched me, ran out on me. I might have known he would at a pinch.
There isn't going to be a pinch if you'll just shut up and stand still a minute.
I wasn't doing no harm, honest, officer, and all the money goes to charity.
All right. Settle down. Where's the light switch? Got it, Randy?
I'll never live this down. Now look, officer.
You look, Clarabelle. All we want is some answers to some questions.
And you won't pinch me?
Not if you tell the truth. Johnny?
Yeah. Just how did you know so much about me? It certainly wasn't from holding that watch.
Okay, so it wasn't. Though some there are who can do it that way. That I've heard.
Well, go on.
No pinch?
No pinch.
Well, when your friend called to arrange your being here tonight, Hemingway, that bum, he would walk out on me.
Go on, will you?
Well, Hemingway asked where you come from, so we'd know if the spirits was propitious there. That's what we always say.
And I told him Hartford.
That's right. So what's Hartford? Insurance. If a client's in insurance, he responds like you done. So I keep pushing it. And if he ain't, well, at least he thinks I done pretty good by describing the place he comes from.
Yeah. What about the clothing maker right at the beginning?
Easy. He called from a hotel, so he calls the hotel back and gets his address.
You told him he was from the south of here.
Sure. Woodbine, New Jersey. Only business down there of any account is clothing and small farms.
Where'd you find that out?
State directory, any library. And anybody could see he was a businessman, not a farmer.
Well, I'll be.
And hooking him that way tonight, you could have had him coming back as long as he could afford it, huh?
Sure. And if it hadn't been for you, you double-crossed.
Okay. Now, what about the others?
Some we get the dope on and some we guess at. But there's always enough good ones to keep going.
So easy. And yet, I must confess she'd had me stop for a while. We talked with her a bit longer. Randy warned her to watch her step, and we left. Took a taxi back to my hotel.
Well, did you learn anything?
I should hope to tell you. What do the church-going spiritualists think of her kind?
They hate him, and I don't blame them. Are you still going to see Madame Morgana tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Well, mister, that one won't be so easy to expose. If you can expose her.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the medium well done appears. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Carol, Johnny.
Oh, hello, Carol.
I've made the arrangements for us to go to the seance tonight with Madame Morgana.
Good. What time?
8 o'clock. Only it's across the river in New Jersey.
Will you have dinner with me?
I'd love to. But we'd better make it pretty early.
Pick you up in your penthouse at 6?
I'll be waiting, Johnny.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location New York City. To the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the matter of the medium. Well done. Some pretty strong pressure was being put on Carol Sharp to change the beneficiaries of her $110,000 life policy. And she was very much under the influence of a psychic medium who insisted that she be named as one of the two new beneficiaries. The other was to be a Tony Ricardo, whose father made quite a record for himself in the bootlegging gangster days of the Roaring Twenties. I met him at Susan Palmer's Oyster Bar over in Radio City. I must admit I was surprised at the sort of fellow he turned out to be.
I guess it was a little, extreme to threaten you that way, Mr. Dollar.
That's putting it mildly.
But this whole spiritualism business and the hold it has on Carol, it has me terribly concerned.
You don't like spiritualism?
I didn't say that. You know just as well as I do, there are a great many fine, honest spiritualists in the city. But as in any other field, there are frauds, racketeers.
So I've heard.
It's not only true of religions, but businesses, professions, anything, you know.
Sure. But now look here, Tony.
Dollar, I will not have you or anyone else leading Carol on. This medium who's already has such a hold on her. Do you understand?
Pardon me, Tony. Your background is showing.
What?
I say come off it. This kind of act won't work.
What are you talking about?
Do you think I don't know you're one of the two Carol wants to name as beneficiaries of her policy? You and that medium?
That's not my doing.
Whose doing is it?
That medium, Morgana. She's been taking Carol's money by the hundreds week after week. Now you've come along to encourage her, and Dollar, I tell you to stop it.
Tony.
Maybe that story you gave her about dreaming of her over and over when you were a kid and couldn't even have known about it was true, but I don't believe it.
Tony, that was made up out of whole cloth.
I still... What?
This funny decision to switch your policy around is the case I'm assigned to.
Wait a minute, you mean that...
Yes. I had to meet her somehow, so I used that device, knowing she might fall for it because of her implicit belief in such things.
Yes, but now you're encouraging this whole thing. You're even going to see this Morgana with her tonight.
Because if she is a phony, it's the only way I can show this to Carol. Well?
I hope and pray that you can, Mr. Dollar. Some of the best psychic investigators in the country have been stumped by her. How are you going to go about it?
I won't know until I've seen her operate. Even then I may not know. Or maybe this medium isn't a fraud.
Oh, come on, of course she is.
But you can't prove it.
But you or somebody must. Carol will change her policy and
then turn up dead.
Won't be easy, Mr. Dollar. I've attended these seances with Carol, many of them. There have been times when I've almost been convinced myself.
Waiter, some more coffee, please.
No more for me, thanks.
You're going to need it, Tony, because I'm going to keep you here until you've told me every detail you can remember of this Madame Morgana seance procedure.
All right, I'll help you all I can.
You'd better. I'm still not forgetting that if I fall down on this job, you'll cut into Carol's insurance for a neat $30,000, in spite of your sweet talk. I'll say this for Tony Ricardo. He was thorough, and I began to believe that he was serious in his concern for Carol. Item 12, 10 cents, one fold call to Tommy Green.
No, Johnny, no trouble at all in getting the rundown on Carol's family that you asked for.
Keep talking.
Apparently they're doing all right there in Mauchunk, PA. Neither the mother or two brothers will ever have to really get out and dig for a living.
They're all man left and well set up, huh?
Yeah. One of the boys, Harold's, turned out pretty well. Works in some office over there, even though he doesn't really need to.
What about the other boy?
That'd be Dave, the black sheep of the family. Travels with a fast crowd, tears around the country in a sports car, that sort of thing.
Oh.
Right now, he's somewhere here in New York, just playing around. But, Johnny, are you getting anywhere on this case?
Yeah, Tommy, I think I am. Especially after what you just told me.
Huh?
Item 13, another phone call, this time to Sergeant Randy Singer at 18th Precinct Headquarters.
Yeah, Johnny?
Got a real easy one for you.
What's that?
Find a man. Name is David Sharp. Home address, Mauchunk, Pennsylvania.
Chunk, Pennsylvania. Got it. Description?
None, though he's probably in his 20s.
Well, that's not
And
enough.
he's probably staying at a hotel here in the city.
Well, yeah, but where? What part of the city?
Let me know when you find out, will you?
Yeah, now, wait a minute, Kate.
Expense account item 14, $106.80, and it includes cabs to several camera shops. One miniature camera with an f2 lens, a couple of rolls of special film, some very special flash bulbs, and a tiny flash holder. Item 15, taxi back to the Towers to clean up and dress for my date with Carol. Then the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
We located David Sharp for you, Johnny. Just dumb luck.
Now, who knows, Randy? Maybe you're psychic.
Nah, leave us not have that stuff.
Where is he?
Found him staying at the third hotel we called, the Aberran over on East 53rd Street. Not 2 blocks from that palatial joint where you're staying.
Is he there now?
No, but he always comes in just before dinner time. Hey, you still haven't told me why you're interested in him.
I'm not sure myself. But do me a favor, will you?
Like what?
When he shows up, put a tail on him. I want to know where he goes, how long he stays, and when he comes back.
But you won't say why?
Not until I'm sure I know why. Thanks, Randy.
Yeah, but I haven't said
Thanks, boy. Dinner with Carol could have been one of the pleasantest things in years. But I'm afraid I was preoccupied with matters at hand and she with anticipation.
She's promised to try to hear from Daddy again tonight. Oh, Johnny, I so want to speak to him again.
Finally, I signed the check. We hopped into a taxi and headed across the river to the Jersey side. We ended up at a rather plain but nice home somewhere on the outskirts of, I guess it's Union City. We were met at the door by a matron of about 45, I should say, who looked like an ordinary, respectable housewife, except perhaps for her quick, discerning eyes.
Good evening, Carol, my dear. Oh, and you must be Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Yes, Madam Morgana?
Yes. Do come in and meet the others who are here to form the circle tonight.
Thank you. Carol?
Thank you.
Carol told me nothing about you except your veridical dreams of her. An amazing experience, isn't it? Perhaps you're really psychic.
Oh, I doubt that. But all our friends thought my kid brother Richard was, before he died a couple of years ago.
Richard. Richard. That name has been haunting me ever since Carol telephoned. You don't suppose...
What, Madame?
Oh, no, of course not. Now, here in the parlor are the others who will be with us tonight. May I present Mr. Johnny Dollar, Mrs. Dorothy Jessup.
How do you do?
Mr. John Price.
Hello.
Mr. Samuel Froelich.
All right.
And, of course, you all know Carol Sharp.
Good evening.
I see no reason why we shouldn't start. The atmosphere has seemed almost electric tonight. Very conducive to good contact with the, shall we say, the netherworld. And, oh, yes, you may smoke if you like, Mr. Dollar. We're very informal.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just sort of a nervous habit, I guess, flicking this lighter.
Oh, incidentally, I hope you tell these people of your dreams after we're finished. Oh, dear. The atmosphere is tense. We should begin right away. Well, yes, I'll turn on some low music.
The six of us sat down in a small circle. On the floor were three long, slender metal trumpets, like Halloween horns, but made of thin metal, spaced about the center of the circle. In the subdued conversation of the next few minutes, I learned it was through these that the spirit voices would come to us, that they would rise in the air and the voices would issue from them. From time to time, there in the pitch-black room, I snapped the cap of my lighter as a reminder of what it was.
You mustn't light it, Johnny, you know.
No danger. This one hasn't even got a flint in it.
I do hope we get some messages today.
I think we will, Mr. Froelich. I have a feeling that we will.
I have that feeling, too. Very strongly.
From what Madame told us, you must have definite psychic powers, Mr. Dollar. That should be helpful.
Wait. The power's here. I feel it.
Almost as though she were suffering physical
Come to us.
pain.
We are ready.
The medium sighed and gasped. And we waited and waited. It's hard to describe the tension that comes of waiting that way in a completely darkened room. And it's easy to see how well the imagination can work, the powers of suggestion. There was a slight sound.
One of the trumpets. I heard it move.
Yes, so did I. That means that they are with us. It seemed to move toward you, Carol.
I hope so. Yes, I can feel it in the air near me. Father?
Carol.
Oh, Father, can you speak to me? There's so many things I wish to ask you.
Yes, dear. Yes.
It may not sound like much to tell, but believe me, this was impressive. The death-like silence broken only by the faint voice from the trumpet, the whispered questions by Carol, an occasional sigh from the medium, and the shudder of my special little camera, which I hope sounded enough like my lighter had sounded.
Yes, Carol. Always do the things I tell you to. You are a good girl, my darling. And you give me great happiness in this lonely,
Father?
Goodbye, Goodbye.
Oh, Johnny, do you see? Do you see? Because only he and I know the things we talked about. Wait. I feel the trumpet is still near us, and perhaps...
John. Mr. Dollar's for you.
Yes? Richard?
Yes, John.
Dick.
I've waited so long to speak to you.
Dick. My brother. The brief conversation I carried on with my dead brother Richard was amazing. Of things in my childhood that I thought nobody else even knew about. Personal, intimate things that could only be known to a brother or someone equally close. It was fantastic, amazing, awe-inspiring. Except for one thing. I never had a brother. I didn't tell this to anyone. I played it straight and even stayed around and discussed my trumped-up dreams after the seance. But I needed proof, and I couldn't wait to get back to New York to the police lab where I could develop the infrared film in my little camera.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the wind-up. And a bit of heartbreak for a very chastened girl. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Good morning, Johnny. This is Carol.
Oh, hi, Carol. Sleep well?
Johnny, you were so quiet on the way back from the seance last night. I hope it's because Madame Morgana convinced you of her powers as a medium.
How much did you pay her for that seance, Carol?
$100.
$100? Want to meet me in the coffee shop downstairs for breakfast?
I'd love to. 15 minutes?
15 minutes. Goodbye.
Oh, and weren't you thrilled to hear the voice of your dead brother again?
Yeah. Bye. Except that I never had a brother.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location New York City. To the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an accounting of expenses during my investigation of the matter of the medium. Well done. Expense account item 18, 10 cents, phone call to Carol Sharp. Item 19, 10 cents, phone call to Sergeant Randy Singer.
Hey, I thought you were coming down here to headquarters this a.m. It's nearly 10 o'clock.
As soon as I've had some breakfast, your lab get those films developed for me?
They're working on them right now.
And did you put a tail on David Sharp?
Carol's brother? Yeah. I suppose you know he was over there in the neighborhood of that seance over in Jersey last night.
I would have bet on it.
Didn't you see him there?
No.
Oh, that's funny.
Just keep that tail on him. See you later. Item 20, 1070, long-distance call to the city editor of the Mock-Chunk, Pennsylvania Herald Express. For a full half hour, I asked him questions about the Sharp family, about one member of the family in particular. Then, item 21, 585, breakfast for Carol and myself in the coffee shop at the Swank Bell Towers.
You must have been impressed, Johnny. You're so quiet. Would you like to see Madame Morgana again tonight? Johnny?
Carol, I think we'll see her today.
Oh, but she couldn't. She always says it takes a full day to recover from the shock and strain of a seance. She goes into a deep trance, in order to make the spirits move those little trumpets about and speak through them.
Listen, Carol.
Yes?
You have a brother, David.
Oh, David.
Why do you say it that way?
He's not really a brother. He was just sort of taken in by Mother when his parents died. I'd rather not speak of him, Johnny.
The black sheep of the family, huh?
Mother insisted on taking care of him. He was only 12 or 13. I've forgotten. Father didn't want to, but he permitted it.
Why didn't he want to?
Because David's father had been a criminal, and his father before him. Even David's mother was... And my father was afraid.
Yeah, but blood would tell.
Yes.
Your father left money to him, along with the rest of you.
Yes, he did. But not as much. And David has resented that. But no matter how much he had, he wouldn't have enough. His sports cars, the fast company. Johnny, how did you know about that?
Listen, Carol, I'm an insurance investigator.
What?
I came down here to look into this matter of your wanting to change the beneficiaries of your policy, to cut off your mother and brothers in favor of this medium and Tony Ricardo.
Johnny, I hate you for this. Why didn't you...
I didn't dare let you know until I found out a few things.
This is the most...
And I think I have. Including the fact that Madame Morgana, who persuaded you to make the change, is nothing but a clever fraud.
No, that isn't true.
And I'll prove it to you. If you'll call your boyfriend, Tony Ricardo.
Tony...
Take him down to the 18th Precinct Police Station where I'll be waiting for you.
But Tony hasn't... You think because his father was a kind of gangster years
ago... In Tony's case, I hope blood won't tell. 18th Precinct, both of you.
All right, Johnny, we will be there.
Johnny, the picture took last night.
Oh, thanks, Randy.
Hey, why'd you ever get the idea of using infrared light and infrared film?
Anything else, anything that let them know I was taking pictures would have busted up the seance. Hey, look at this one.
Yeah, I'd like to publish those. Scare a lot of those phony psychics out of business and out of town.
Oh, here's the one that I'd like.
Mr. Dollar, we're here.
Hi, Dollar.
Oh, hello, Tony. Miss Sharp, Mr. Ricardo, this is Sergeant Singer.
How do you do?
Hi.
And now, will you please show us this proof you were talking about?
Yes, Dollar. How did you make out, huh?
Made out very well, Tony, thanks to a miniature flash camera I had tucked into my pocket last night. I guess you wondered, too, how Madame Morgana worked her racket.
He did not. Tony knows as well as I do that she's completely honest. Like any normal person, he may have questioned the almost miraculous powers of this woman in the beginning, but no trumped-up tricks that you... Where did you get this picture?
And look at this one.
She's moving that trumpet herself with the long, kind of extended handles.
Extension grip, they call it. She probably hid it in the front of her dress.
Oh, no.
But these pictures in that dark room,
Infrared photography.
Maybe she did use one trick. But the voices came from trumpets floating about in the air above our heads.
Then look at this one. Taken when your father was supposed to be speaking to you.
Oh, no. That little trumpet has a long tube on it.
Yep. Extending into that curtained doorway at the end of the room where somebody could whisper through it.
Oh, this is terrible. And the hundreds, the thousands of dollars I gave her, believing in her.
Yep. I'm afraid you were really took. Here. Here's where my dead brother, Richard, spoke to me.
The hanging trumpet is over your head.
Yep.
But how could she know? I didn't tell her. Oh, yes, you mentioned your brother.
A completely non-existent brother, Carol.
Oh.
Made up. Like the dream of you I told you about.
And I believed you, too. But how could she find out all those things about me?
Miss Sharp, a couple of nights ago, I took Mr. Dollar to a medium that was a bum compared to this one. She told him all about himself.
Have you forgotten what I found out about you and your brothers just in the last 24 hours?
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Don't try. We've still got to pin this whole thing down. I'm sure this Madame Morgana wasn't working alone.
But who could be...
How about it, Tony?
No. No, not Tony. Just because his father was... Oh, no, please.
Oh, thanks, darling. I got a report here, Johnny. Apparently he's moved again. And you guessed right.
Yeah. Then we better get going. Can we use a prowl car?
No, but we can get an escort as far as the city line.
Then come on, all of you. The cabbie, with his accelerator on the floor, had a ball trailing our escort across town. And we had to hold him down when we finally reached the Jersey side. Randy Singer obviously had no authority over there, but as it turned out, I'm glad he came. When we pulled up to the home of Madame Morgana, I couldn't help noticing a Studebaker Golden Hawk sticking out from behind the house with a Pennsylvania license. I wasn't the only one to notice it.
Johnny, that looks like David's car.
I think it is. Come on.
Johnny, I'm out of my jurisdiction.
Oh, yeah, maybe you better wait.
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny, I knew David was bad, but... I still can't believe it.
I know how you feel, Carol, and I'm sorry.
Mr. Dollar...
Wait a minute.
Johnny, if you do a thing like this...
I'm ready for anything, Carol.
Look, Mr. Dollar, why don't just you and I go in? If anything happened to Carol, I'd never...
Oh, Carol, dear. And Mr. Ricardo and Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Madame Morgana.
Do you mind if we come in?
Why, no. But not for another meeting, of course. The strain of last night's convocation is still with me, I'm afraid.
Yeah, maybe you ought to up the price for your next seance. But there ain't going to be no more.
Mr. Dollar, I don't understand.
Come on, Carol, Tony. We're going to look over that seance room in broad daylight.
No, you can't. I won't let you destroy the sanctity of that room.
Oh, yes, you will. I'll lay it on the line to you, madam, whatever your name really is. This monkey business of yours has gone far enough. So this is the room.
What terrible things you're saying.
You take a thing like spiritualism that a lot of honest people believe in and make a dirty racket out of it.
Carol, this man is mad. Make him leave this sacred place at once. Carol, what right have you to make such horrible implications?
Implications? Those were accusations. Would you like to see how those spirits of yours move trumpets around in the dark?
They couldn't be seen.
And how those spirit voices suddenly appear out of thin air? Look at these pictures.
Oh. How did you get these?
I cannot tell a lie. I did it with my little camera. Well?
All right, you've exposed me. But there was nothing malicious about it. If you knew the solace, the comfort of mind and spirit these things have brought to the people who come to me.
At $100 a crack, sometimes more.
Why not? Carol has money. So have the others who come to me.
Did you plan to make them all turn their insurance policies over to you? And then contrive to have them suddenly and unexpectedly join their immortal ancestors in the great beyond?
No, that wasn't my idea. Oh, I knew something like this might happen.
It has happened. Now, where is he?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Your assistant or colleague in crime would be a better word, who stood inside the curtained door of the seance room and made with the phony voices of the dead, who gave you all the information on Carol, who's probably done a nice little research job on me since my visit last night.
Yes, Mr. Dollar.
David.
I know all about your activity as an insurance investigator and why you're here. But it's not going to do you any good.
Oh, put that thing down and give yourself up, David.
So you're the one who arranged for me to be a beneficiary of Carol's policy, huh?
Stand back.
So that suspicion would fall on me when something happened to her?
Of course. And give us a chance to clear out. But now it's too late. And now that you've found us out. Well?
David, no. The light somebody turned on.
Look out, Della! Look out!
You dirty... Pull a gun on me, will you?
Easy, Johnny. Control yourself.
I'll knock you... Randy.
If you'll just get up off my chair.
Here, the lights.
But, David...
When I flicked off the lights, Tony here made a dive for him. Here he is, wrapped up in the corner there.
Yeah, I've got his gun.
Ooh, you got a mean left there, Johnny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Randy, but... See, I thought this was out of your jurisdiction.
I got curious about comparing your lousy photography with the room itself, Johnny, so I sneaked in the back door. When I saw what was going on, I lost my head, I guess. All right, Dave, up on your feet.
Oh, Johnny.
Easy, Carol. Better get her out of here, Tony.
Yeah, sure.
And remember that crack about blood will tell? Well, I think you can prove to her that in your case, at least, whoever said it was all wet. Well, what happens to David Sharp and Madame Morgana will be up to the courts. It's a cinch she's out of the ghost racket for a while. A long while. And, of course, Carol did make a change in her policy to cut off David. Expense account, item 20-something, cab back to New York, hotel bill, and fare back to Hartford, $417.35. Expense account total, $892.90. Oh, and if you don't mind, I'll hang on to that tricky little camera and stuff in case I run into another medium well done. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, the tears of night matter. A fabulous necklace and a fabulous girl. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Lawrence Dobkin, Lorene Tuttle, Harry Bartell, Eleanor Audley, Joseph Kearns, Herb Vigran, Junius Matthews, Tony Barrett, and Sam Edwards. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Sunday at 8:30, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, They've Got More Than Coffee in Brazil.
Her name was Irene Centino. The lady from Brazil, the Lion called her. He figured it for an easy trace job. Something for missing persons. Only, when we do them, the Lion gets paid. Well, the program said it was simple. Except before we wound it up, there were a couple of added attractions. A doctor who didn't do any doctoring. A nurse with a built-in temperature. And a couple of blackouts that were meant to be permanent. And, guess what? In that last part, I was supposed to be the star. Anyhow, it all began late last Monday. I was home. My boss, Anthony J. Lyon, knocked on my door. I opened it. And that's when I made my first mistake.
Jeffrey, I'm glad I found you in. I'm just on my way home from the office.
You could have kept on going. I'm out of bourbon.
Oh, now, Jeffrey, I didn't come by just for that. You got anything else?
Nope.
All right. As a matter of fact, I want your advice, Regan.
Cut out starches and get some exercise.
Yeah.
What else?
Yeah, what would you do if you traveled 10,000 miles just to see your sister and then couldn't find her?
I'd give up the search.
You would? Why?
I haven't got a sister.
That's not what I'm talking about. You'd go to missing persons, wouldn't you? Sure you would. But if you knew your family in a foreign country would become greatly alarmed at this sort of notoriety, you'd look for your sister in another way. You'd hire a good private detective. Now, isn't that right?
Come on, Fatso, get to the point.
We have a new client. Her name's Irene Santino. She's from Brazil. Real fine family, Regan. Coffee. She's engaged the Lion Detective Bureau to locate her younger sister, Carmen.
I'm no St. Bernard.
You'll do till I can feed one. Oh, I know you've been working hard lately, but, Jeffrey, this is one of those occasions when I'm proud to be a part of our profession. We have an opportunity to help a young lady in desperate straits and, at the same time, secure goodwill from South America.
Ever hear of the State Department?
Of course I have, but they can't do it all alone. It's up to individual citizens to take responsibility, too.
And that's the only reason you want me to find her sister?
Absolutely. Now, Miss Santino is taking an apartment at this address. Here, go see her, comfort her, let her know the Lion Detective Bureau and the United States of America will do everything possible to locate her lost sister.
That all?
That's enough.
What'd she pay you?
$200.
Yeah. That's a lot of green to get in advance.
She insisted. She's very anxious to find that girl.
Well, watch out her check doesn't bounce.
It won't. She paid cash.
The $200 was already making a lump in the lion's coat, and I knew the next spot for it was his mattress. Well, maybe that's the reason he's a bachelor. I left him in my place and drove over to the address he'd given me. It was one of those Beverly Hills apartments with a long, glassy look. Irene Santino's apartment was on the second floor. She was a tall, brown-haired girl without a smile. She wore glasses. And when she talked, she sounded sad, like a banjo player with a paper pick.
Thank you so much for coming over, Mr. Regan. I've been very upset all day. I just had to do something about Carmen.
Your sister?
Yes, my younger sister. She's the one I came here to see.
Yeah, I heard.
It's an awful vacant feeling. I thought she'd meet me at the airport, and then she wasn't there. And when I went to her address, we were very close.
She's from Rio, too?
Yes, of course.
How's her English?
Well, the same as mine. We were both educated in the United States.
Where?
Back east, Vassar.
You older than Carmen?
Yes, 2 years. She's 25 now. Carmen left home a year ago, you see. She's always been very independent, and well, I'm afraid something might have happened to her.
Like what?
Well, I don't know. Young girl, pretty, I don't know. And as I say, she's so independent. I received this letter from her a few days ago. It was the first word since she left home.
It came this way?
Well, yes.
No envelope?
Oh, well, I threw that away. She wrote her address there at the end, and I didn't see any need for keeping the envelope.
And, she wasn't at this address?
That's what frightens me. There isn't any such address.
Yeah. What does your sister Carmen look like?
Why, I gave her a snapshot to Mr. Lyne. Didn't he give it to you?
He forgets things.
Oh, no matter. I have another. Of course, it's old and not very good. I think it's right here in this suitcase. You'll pardon things strewn all over, but I haven't had time to do any... Oh, here it is. Right here.
Ah, she's blonde, huh?
Well, a little lighter than mine. We're the same height, too. We used to wear each other's clothes. Oh, Mr. Regan, you will be able to find her, won't you?
I don't think you want me to.
Mr. Regan, are you trying to be funny?
You hand me a snapshot so old it could be anybody and a letter that says nothing, and you want me to turn up a blonde.
But I thought those would be leads. She mentions the name of a doctor. I thought you
Is he the man?
The man?
She left home a year ago. She wasn't following the crops.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There was a man in it. If I'm going to do any good, I've got to have it all, lady.
All right, there was a man.
Yeah.
His name was Frank Martin. Carmen met him once in Mexico City. She thought she was in love with him. But he has nothing to do with it, Mr. Regan. I'm sure he has nothing to do with it.
How do you know?
Because I looked him up. He lives out on Laurel Avenue.
You talked to him?
No, but I asked questions around. I'm completely satisfied he knows nothing about it. Look, if you'd see this doctor my sister mentioned...
You want me to find your sister?
Yes.
But you don't want me to see this Frank Martin.
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to, lady. Okay. You'll get a report when I got something. Oh, There's one more thing.
What's that?
How long did you stop off on the way to shop in New York?
What makes you think I'd do that?
Labels. When you leave your clothes strewn around, labels show. There's no Saks Fifth Avenue in Rio. When I walked out, her mouth was wide open like she was trying to scream. Only nothing came out. I hung around the door outside for a minute to see if she'd use the phone. But when nothing happened, I looked up Frank Martin in the city directory and drove over to Laurel. A 2-story apartment building the color of a bride's blush. It was wrapped around a swimming pool, too small for people, too big for birds. Martin's name wasn't on the mailbox, so I tried the manager's door. Her voice sounded like a beer truck in low gear.
Well, come on in, Pilgrim. You don't know me, do you?
I just got here.
I played the Palace in 26. Oh, them was the days.
Write it up. Sell at the movies.
Oh, them slobs. Central Casting ain't called me in 4 years.
You got a card?
AFRA, SAG, and the Musicians Union. I play the French horn. None of them call me. Now, I figure it's television. No union yet, but... by the way, what are you doing here, buddy?
Looking for a man named Frank Martin.
Now, look, I like Frank. You got trouble, stay away from him. He bruises easy.
And you're just a mother to him.
He's a nice laddie. Remember what I tell you, huh?
Sure.
Come on, I'll show you.
Thanks.
That's him.
Yeah, he stays in one key.
All the time. A low one.
Sounds like.
Second door on the right.
Thanks.
See ya, Pilgrim.
Come on in. It's unlocked.
Your name Frank Martin?
Yep. Who wants to know?
My name's Regan. I'm a private investigator with Lion Detective Bureau.
Wrong steer, Gumshoe. I don't need one.
I'm not looking for work. I'm looking for you.
What'd you say it was, Regan?
Yeah.
R-E-G-A-N? Regan? Regan. Just wrote that one. Cute, huh?
I'm, looking for a friend of yours.
A second ago you were looking for me. Now you're looking for a friend of mine. Frank Martin never had a friend. Who are we talking about?
Carmen Santino.
Oh. How is Carmen these days?
I don't know.
Thought you said you were a detective.
I did.
You sound like an amateur.
You sound like a guy with a chip on his shoulder.
I sound like a lot of things. You trying to get tough, baby?
I figures why your name isn't on the mailbox.
Yeah?
Nobody'd ever write you.
I'll, skip that, Regan. Who hired you to do what?
Her sister's in town. She's looking for Carmen.
Didn't know Carmen had a sister. What else?
You're the boyfriend. Where is she?
Yeah, the boyfriend. That's real good. Let me tell you what Carmen's like, Regan. Eyes just right. Hair just right. Everything just right. Everything just right. Wait till you see her in a bathing suit. That's something, brother.
She, isn't wearing one in this picture.
Bad picture, Regan. You got no idea how bad. Hardly looks like her, like she is. Ever met him like that?
Sometimes.
About a year ago, I was sitting right here and the phone rings. It's Carmen. You know, we talked about
football.
Marriage. We were going to be married, Regan, only she decided all of a sudden she didn't want it. Just like that. It was her idea. I haven't seen her since.
You try?
Once. She moved. No forwarding address, that's all.
Makes good story.
But you don't believe it. Now, let me tell you the reason we broke up. It's a dilly.
My hearing's good.
Well, you heard about the happy couple, but the guy keeps getting loaded, can't lay off. This is different. Big switch.
Carmen.
Yeah. Yeah, Carmen.
That why she was seeing a doctor?
Carmen seeing a doctor? Look, why don't you get out of here?
Why?
Because we don't like each other.
The sister thinks something might have happened to Carmen. She's scared.
Some of us are scared part of the time, and then somebody makes a lot of noise looking for somebody, then everybody gets scared. You scared, Regan?
Yeah.
Oh? About what?
Carmen Santino. I might be looking too late. Well, what he gave me filled in the cast, but the plot wasn't getting any clearer. So I looked up the doctor Carmen had mentioned in her letter. His name was Kingston, and the only address was a place out in Encino. It was a ranch house spilled all over the top of the hill like whipped cream. Figured he was getting over ceiling for his pills. I parked my car by the gate and followed the flagstones up to the front door. When I pressed a button, I heard something that sounded like chamber music. A blonde girl wearing a red dress that must have been riveted for her opened the door about the middle of the second chorus.
Well. Oh, I like Blue Surge. It has an effect on me.
It was the only thing in the closet.
You fill it out nice, but you don't look sick.
I want to see the doctor anyway.
Come in and we'll talk about it. My, you are tall, Mr.
Regan.
Regan.
Who are you? Florence Nightingale?
I hold the doctor's stethoscope. My name's Vivian Lytell.
Mind telling him I'm here?
Yes, he's busy.
So are you, lady.
He'll be busy quite a while. He just opened another bottle.
Well, I'm right on time.
You're so eager.
Oh, wait.
Rex isn't sociable like me. He drinks alone. He gets more that way. Let me entertain you.
Easy, Angel. I don't know how to fix a fracture.
I've already got a man who can do that. I want one with brains.
What's the matter with the doc?
He keeps his in a bottle. Hasn't used him for a long time now.
He's done all right.
This? He'd be selling papers if his wife hadn't left him a good insurance policy.
What's the matter? Don't you like his money?
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's just that a girl has feelings, too.
Yeah. They show.
Oh, I'm glad I met you. We're going to have some nice afternoons.
Thought you worked for a living.
I got lots of free time. Besides, I should have at least one outside interest.
Keep looking. You'll find one.
You smile good, but you talk nasty.
I only came to see Kingston.
There's the phone. Call and make an appointment. Now, get out.
Vivian, about this... Oh, I didn't know you had company. I'll talk to you another time.
Just a minute, Doctor. This is Mr. Regan. He's your company, but he doesn't have a business card.
Look, Mr. Regan, I'm no longer in practice, just doing research on my own. I have all the medical equipment I can use, and I turned all my patients over to another doctor.
I know one you forgot.
Oh? Well, tell me who.
Carmen Centino.
Go ahead, Vivian. I'll speak to Mr. Regan.
Watch yourself, Rex. He doesn't know how to be nice.
It'll only take a minute.
I'll crack some ice. You'll need a drink.
Very fine, nurse.
Yeah. It's a nice uniform.
Working on my own. We're very casual. You said I had a patient named Carmen, what was it?
Carmen Centino.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mr. Regan. Who told you that?
I read about you in a letter.
Must have been another Kingston.
There's only one with a license.
Are you a relative of this girl?
Friend.
You're a detective, aren't you?
Yeah. Want to show me your files someday?
Why not today? This way. I keep them right here in my lap. Help yourself, Mr. Regan.
Thanks.
Want a drink?
Too early.
You don't mind if I have one?
Your house.
Find anything?
Not under Centino. She could have used another name.
That's possible. When was I supposed to have treated her?
Oh, about a year ago, according to this letter. Yeah. Here's her picture.
No. I've never treated anyone who looks like that.
Sure?
Positive. What was her illness?
Might have had something to do with that stuff you're drinking. They, die from it sometimes.
I see. You can't see it from this window, but just over the hill, my wife's buried. I had special permission from the county to bury her on my property. She was a great comfort to me when she was alive. I haven't been the same since she passed away, and... well, that's why I'm no longer in practice.
I didn't ask for that.
But you did, with your eyes. You're a strange man. Do you enjoy making a living this way, prying into other people's lives, searching for what's best left alone?
Is he still here, Rex?
Yes, Vivian, but he's just leaving. You can find your way.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Blue Surge. You were a real disappointment.
Don't give up. I'll be back.
Don't bother, Regan. The doctor will be out.
The whole thing looked phony, like a fan dancer in long underwear. But when I left the two of them, I was beginning to get an idea. Just beginning. I walked over the side of the hill to look at the grave. It was there, all right, like he said. Irene Kingston, 1922, 1948. Maybe that explained it. Maybe it didn't. I was remembering those New York labels I'd seen on Irene Centino's clothes when I left there and looked up a friend of mine in the CAA. He checked into it and told me nobody named Santino had come in from Rio on any flight last week. And the immigration people didn't have a passport or visa record on her either. I was home thinking about all this when my phone began ringing. It was Irene Santino. She did all the talking.
I tried to get you at your office, Mr. Regan, but no one answered. I had to speak to you.
What about?
I found Carmen.
Yeah?
Rather, Carmen found me. I feel sort of foolish now, calling you people in and all that. Well, she came right to my apartment. Can you imagine? She's been looking for me.
What about her address?
Oh, that was another silly thing. Only it was a mistake. She's not very good at details. Please thank Mr. Lyon for his kindness. And, Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
It's all confidential. I wouldn't want any of this to get to the wrong people.
You know some of the wrong kind?
Doesn't everyone? Well, goodbye.
Oh, Jeffrey, you running any expenses on the Santino thing?
No.
Good. It's all over.
Well, how do you know? She just...
It just came from missing persons. There's a cop there named Perini. Got an eye like an eagle.
Talk sense.
I had that other picture of the Santino dame with me. He took one look at it and opened up a file.
What kind of file?
Dead and unclaimed.
What do you mean?
The county buried her. Carmen Santino's been dead a year.
This is CBS, and you are listening to They've Got More Than Coffee in Brazil, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, there were enough angles to write a new geometry book. Irene Santino gave me a picture and a letter and started me digging for her sister Carmen. I meet a guy with a piano and a doctor with a bottle. Everybody talks, but nobody says anything. And then Irene calls me off, says she found her sister. Only the Lion walks in with a different version. Missing persons say Carmen Santino's holding down a spot in the county cemetery. Well, I figured somebody was having nightmares. I didn't say anything to the Lion and went down to the Hall of Records. There was a little guy sitting at the desk in vital statistics. His fingernails were dirty and he was reading a dictionary. He must have been at a good part because he looked mad when I interrupted him.
We're not on a bus. Quit shoving.
I want some information.
I'm a public servant. That's what I'm here for. What kind of information?
Get to the death files, will you?
You're a morbid guy. We got a lot of stuff on births and marriages. Ask me something about them.
A girl named Carmen Santino died about a year ago. Tell me what from.
Okay. How do you spell it?
Just like it sounds.
Santino, huh? Sabatini, Sanaki, Sanford. That's what happened to old Sandy. No wonder I ain't seen him around.
Come on, get with it, will you?
Here it is. Santino. Date of death, 15 October 1948. Cause of death?
Alcoholic poisoning.
Yeah. How'd you get it?
Never mind. Who signed the certificate?
Rex J. Kingston, M.D.
Okay. Here's one more for you. Look up Irene Kingston.
The doc's wife?
Look it up.
Okay. Kingsley. Here. Kingston, Irene. 13 October 1948.
Cause of death?
You guessed it again. The same. Alcoholic poisoning. Hey, this guy couldn't keep a patient.
Well, that filled it in. I could see the plot, but I wasn't sure of the ending. So I didn't waste any time getting over to Irene Santino's place. But I wasn't fast enough. The door was halfway open when I got there. All the company had left, but Irene was still around. She was sitting there looking at the phone, like it was all she had to think about.
Mr. Regan.
What's so funny?
Everything. Everything, Mr. Regan. Oh, excuse me for not getting up. I didn't expect you. I told you I found my sister, didn't I?
Yeah, you told me, but you didn't tell me she was dead.
I didn't even tell you that I haven't got a sister. Did I? Did I?
Come on, lady, give it to me. What are you talking about?
Look, this little red spot on my arm. Doesn't look like much, does it? But just wait, Mr. Regan. You just wait. You just wait. Wait.
I found a doctor on the floor below. He grabbed his black bag and went to work on her. She quieted down to a slow inside giggle, then went out altogether. The doctor got hold of an ambulance and carted her off to a hospital. They just wheeled her out the door when the lion showed up.
Jeffrey, did I see an ambulance out front?
That's right. Your client was in it.
What?
Yeah, somebody stuffed her full of something that made her giggle.
I don't understand all this at all. I stopped by home to change to my dark suit so I could come by and bring Miss Santino the news of her sister's death, and what do I walk in?
You can save your tears, Fatso. She didn't come from Brazil, and she wasn't rich.
That woman gave me $200 cash. There was nothing unreliable about her. We had a contract.
You can use it for confetti.
Now see here, Jeffrey.
Look, Lion, look at this picture.
Carmen Santino. I have one just like it.
All right, draw some glasses on it. Add about 6 or 7 years.
I don't understand you, Jeffrey. We're talking business, and all at once we're playing games.
When I came to see her tonight, she wasn't wearing her glasses. She looked a lot like the dame in this picture.
Of course she did, naturally. That's her own sister.
She never had a sister.
Never had a sister? Then who did the county bury?
That's what I'm going to find out from a guy named Rex Kingston.
I had a feeling you'd be back. I built a fire.
I forgot the marshmallows.
Come on in. I'm not mad anymore.
I'm still looking for your doctor.
Let me take care of you. I have a way with men.
Didn't we do all this once before?
Oh, it's night now. You can ask me some questions. I know some swell answers.
I'll bet.
How do you like your drink?
Your way?
That's better. Now, let's have a nice, quiet evening. Just you and me.
I want to see him.
There's been a famine of men like you.
You don't look underfed. I said I want to see him.
Oh, all right. We could have had such a nice evening. Rex?
What is it?
Mr. Regan's here again.
Yes. Hello, Regan. Didn't I tell you I'd be out?
Yeah, you told me that, but you didn't tell me what I wanted to know. I had to go to Vital Statistics to get that.
What?
You don't have anything in your files about Carmen Santino, but you signed her death certificate.
Now, you get this, Regan. You saw my files once, and I don't have to open them again to anyone who comes here without a warrant, and you haven't got one.
But I know where I can get one. When I go to the city attorney's office and tell them what I've got, they'll have somebody out here to exhume that grave on the hill.
What do you mean, Regan?
Irene Kingston died 2 days before Carmen Santino of the same thing. Dr. Kingston signed both certificates. He collects on his wife's insurance, only I don't think his wife really died. I think that extra grave up on the hill is window dressing.
And if my wife didn't die, Regan, where is she now?
I don't know. She could be at a downtown hospital, posing under the name of Irene Santino. It was a shot in the dark, but it brought results. Kingston swung a lamp base around that connected on the side of my head. When I came to, I was in White Room, the back of the house. Tried to move my head, but it felt like a grand piano. Nothing else worked either, so I just lay there. Pretty soon somebody began putting something damp on my face, and I began to see better. Vivian was standing there with Kingston. He looked sick, like an ostrich with a sore throat. He had a needle in his hand.
I can't.
You can do it all right, Rex. Go ahead.
That's the same treatment you tried to give Irene?
You should have stayed out, Regan.
I wanted one more look at you, baby.
I hate to see the nice ones go, but it'll be all over in a minute. All right, Rex.
Give me a drink, Vivian. Gotta have a drink.
It won't help. I found Irene in time. She's gonna live. She's gonna talk.
Go ahead, Rex. Give it to him. Then we'll clear out.
But Irene's still alive. I didn't kill her.
You'll do better this time.
I can't.
Go ahead.
No, I won't.
I said go ahead or I'll shoot you, Rex. I'll shoot you if you don't.
No, you don't. It's all over, Vivian. It's all over.
Vivian had the gun, but Kingston was too much for her. All of a sudden, it began going off. Vivian started to look pale. And then she went down, slow and easy.
She deserved it.
That what you're going to tell the state?
Regan, is Irene really going to live?
That's what the doctor says.
Good, Regan. No, don't try to move. I gave you a shot of preparatory solution. You won't be able to move for another hour. I suppose I ought to run.
You won't get far.
I know. But listen to me. Irene, she's my wife. She's innocent of all this. When you tell the police the real story...
I haven't got it all.
You had enough?
It started with Carmen Santino.
She stumbled in one night. She was very ill. She dropped dead before I could do anything for her.
Alcohol?
Yes. But before she died, she kept talking about a man named Martin.
Lives over on Laurel.
Yes, I was going to get in touch with him. But I had a better idea. She looked a great deal like my wife, Irene. It was quite remarkable.
The insurance.
Yes. Irene didn't want to do it, but she loved me, so she finally disappeared. I used one body for 2 death certificates and buried an empty box up on the hill. I was supposed to join Irene later.
I see. Vivian.
Yes. Vivian came along. I was drinking one night, and she found out the truth. I was trapped. It would have stayed that way if Irene hadn't hired you.
And I was supposed to scare you with that story about a sister in Brazil.
It worked, too.
Like that guy Martin said. Somebody gets scared. And then you...
Regan, can you hear me?
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Stuff's making me sleepy.
It'll wear off. I'm going now, Regan. See that Irene gets a fair shake?
I'll try. He picked up a bottle and started out the door. He didn't even look down at Vivian's body on the floor. I tried to move. Like he said, nothing worked. It was 2 more hours before I could get to the phone and call Homicide. It was 2 more days before I talked to the Lion.
Sure. I'm sending it right over. Yes, of course. Jeffrey, my boy, how are you feeling? Better?
Well, the fog's gone out of my head, if that's what you mean. Otherwise, I feel lousy.
Oh, don't take it so hard, my boy. All in a day's work. Besides, there's the brighter side. Yes, indeed.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, they got that Dr. Kingston. He only got as far as Las Vegas. Crime doesn't pay, Jeffrey. Crime just does not pay.
Doesn't, huh? What's this?
Now, wait a minute. Give me that.
Application. Consolidated insurance.
It's nothing, I tell you.
You mean to tell me we're going to try to collect a reward?
We exposed an insurance fraud. Every insurance company pays a little something for that. We had expenses. You don't know how hard I've worked on this, Jeffrey.
Here, take it back.
Well, what's the matter? You look like it's something illegal.
Crime does not pay. Huh.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is directed and transcribed by Sterling Tracy and stars Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Tonight's script was by E. Jack Newman. Original music is by Dick Arant. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Listen to Man from Homicide transcribed starring Dan Duryea following this reminder. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world events are heard every Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand and to get his own reactions. During the weeks he's in Europe, his Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He'll speak tonight from Zurich, Switzerland. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's Your Land and Mine tonight on ABC.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
The job a man does leaves its mark on him. Generally, you can spot a doctor, a lawyer, a butcher, a baker, half a block away. But what kind of a mark is left on the men who work out of Homicide? Dave carried his 300 pounds into my office at headquarters. It had been a long time since he'd pounded a beat.
Lou?
Yes, Pappy?
Martha Kent has come home.
Martha Kent?
Yeah, she was spotted coming into the Cleveland train, picked up, and...
Where is she now?
Her apartment. Couple of men are covering. Now all we gotta do is let a little time pass, and we've got Eddie Kent, Lieutenant.
Like that?
Well, he can't keep away from her, whatever it costs him.
She must be, interesting.
Oh, I seen her once a couple of years ago. I'm an old fat cop, Lou, but I'm glad she never smiled at me.
Eddie Kent killed 3 men we know of. The last one was a bank job we can pin on him. Dave?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Those men covering her apartment.
Uh-huh.
Pull them out.
But, Lou...
Do it right away.
Okay, Lieutenant, only I don't...
She came in by train. How much of an effort did she make to shake anyone off her tail?
Well, not much the way I got it.
And headed straight for her apartment. No, Dave. Too pat.
Well, I see what you mean a little, only what would she be after?
Maybe she wants to be Mary.
Huh?
A merry widow. What's her address?
49 South Grover.
49 South Grover. If I'm not back in a little while, send my mail there. Maybe she'll smile at me. I spent the trip to South Grover thinking about Eddie Kent. After I got finished thinking about him, I wished there was a way a man could wash his mind out. Martha Kent would be what? Something shrill, and heels an inch too high, brassy hair, a runway figure?
Yes?
No. Something a lot more dangerous.
What?
Excuse me. Mind if I come in?
Well, who are you?
The name's Dana.
Oh.
That's right. Lou Dana.
There's nothing much I could do about keeping you out, is there?
Nothing much.
Come in. Well?
Eddie in?
You should know. Don't your men tell you things?
I took 'em off you.
You did what?
Sent 'em back to the precinct.
Why?
Their feet hurt.
That was very kind of you.
Thanks.
Eddie isn't in.
That's too bad.
Do you plan on waiting for him here?
No. Do you?
That's all, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Kent, does Eddie know you don't, care anymore?
Why not ask Eddie?
Because he doesn't know. That was when she turned her back on me. Being a cop blunts the finer sensibilities. I only noticed her stocking seams weren't crooked.
I'm tired. I'm going to bed. If you like, you can tuck me in. There's probably a police regulation about it.
You don't have to worry. I wouldn't like.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Good night, Mrs. Kent. Eddie should be along any time now, huh?
Get out.
Sure. She hadn't smiled at me once. Cops in hallways are a natural. I didn't enjoy it. I stayed with it an hour and then moved out. There'd be 2 of them, one for the front, one for the back. I took the back. He'd be the easier of the 2. There was an alley, garbage cans, and...
Hey, cut it out!
Don't reach for it.
Oh, it's a big idea.
Not very big. Out in the light, huh?
Now, look, mister, if you think you're tough, you... Oh.
Hello, Boiler.
Dana.
I think I'm tough.
Well, I didn't know it was you, Lieutenant.
What's special about that alley?
Oh, I just happened to be passing by. Nobody passed any law about passing by.
Boiler.
Well, it's like this. I had a date to see a fellow, and he says, meet me there. You know, in that alley.
Let's go down to the precinct.
No, you ain't got nothing on me.
Would you like to try resisting arrest?
You throw me in the can, I'll get a mouthpiece. He'll spring me so fast, you
24 hours before I have to book you, Boiler. Nothing to eat. Nothing to drink. Not even tea.
Oh, I'm off this stuff, Lieutenant. I ain't touched the stick and...
I'm not narcotics, Boiler.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody like you, narcotics would be better. They make arrangements. They don't like their arrests to be screaming, scraping cement with bleeding fingernails.
Lay off, will you?
In homicide, we can't accommodate you properly. In homicide, we don't especially care.
Guys like you ain't human, Dana.
You guessed. Well, Boiler?
It's a dame up in that house. Eddie Kent's wife. She's kind of worried he might show.
She doesn't love him?
I wouldn't know. Orders was you don't get to her.
What does he get? I'd say 8 hours before you break.
No, look, Lieutenant, it was only a job. They don't tell me anything. They give me orders.
Who gave you orders?
I can't, Dana.
The precinct. Come on.
Hey, look, Lieutenant, I start spilling to cops. What would my life be worth?
What's it worth now?
Okay. It's McGrath.
McGrath, huh?
Yeah.
Good night, Boiler.
You won't tell him that I... Oh, what's the use? He'll know. You don't care what happens to a guy, do you, Dana?
Not if he carries a gun.
That's only in case Eddie was to get
tough. A man with a gun, all he's got to do is crook a finger and he's a killer. I don't like killers. Good night, Boiler. Boiler went back to the alley and the garbage cans. I went to visit Mr. McGrath. Boiler had the best of it. Start with the kid stuff, snatch and run. Knock over a couple of small stores. Move up into hot cars and cold decks. Pick up a few houses, take over a few wheels, buy a few deaths, and you wind up Mr. McGrath. But you wear tailored suits by then, and handmade shoes. And you got a hood for a doorman.
Hey, what's the idea this, Copper?
Copper?
No, you don't. You got a paper, Copper? Turn around and go away. No warrant. You keep coming. I got a legal right to blast you.
Sure. But have you got the guts?
Okay. Come on. We'll find out.
I'm coming.
Max! Yeah, Mr. McGrath.
What's the trouble?
I'm having words with a cop. He wants in. He ain't got no paper.
Put your gun away and let the fool in.
Okay.
Be a pleasure to have him thrown off the force.
Hello, McGrath.
Lieutenant Dana. Max, you've been rude.
Huh?
Lieutenant Dana isn't an ordinary policeman. He's a personality. My door's always open to him. Apologize to the lieutenant, Max.
He's a cop.
I said
Forget it, McGrath.
Very well. You may leave us, Max.
Okay.
Max is a trifle crude, I'm afraid. Have a drink, Lieutenant?
No.
Never drink on duty, huh?
I wouldn't like your brand.
Not raw enough, I suppose.
I got work to do.
Haven't we all?
What's half of $80,000, McGrath?
$40,000?
That kind of money worth a death?
I haven't seen the latest quotations.
Eddie Kent knocked over a bank 2 months ago. Killed a guard and collected $80,000. He had help.
Indeed.
$40,000 for Kent. $40,000 for, the help.
Seems equitable.
How do you share the death? He needed a little time to think for an answer. I looked around. It was a charming room. Mostly Chippendale pieces. Oak paneling on the walls. A small Renoir hung where the sunlight would hit it in the mornings. A girl brushing her hair before a mirror. She looked like someone I'd seen, and for a minute I couldn't remember where. Then I remembered, but the girl in the painting was smiling.
You've evidently decided to be nasty, Lieutenant. Why?
Martha Kent.
I beg your pardon?
Martha Kent.
A lovely girl, as I recall. Pity she's not in town anymore.
She's in town.
A pleasant thought.
Eddie Kent alive gets $40,000. Eddie Kent dead gets a mouthful of dust in Potter's Field.
You're picturesque.
How do we kill Eddie Kent, McGrath?
It's not exactly my problem.
How do we kill him safely? Got it. We bait a trap. The lure? Martha Kent. Fine. Eddie goes for her. How does that kill him, though?
I couldn't say.
We make sure the cops know where Martha Kent is. We fake it a little, so the cops think it's their own idea. They stake out. Eddie makes a beeline for her lovely arms. Runs into a couple of cops.
So?
You picked us to kill him for you.
No. Be careful.
I'm very careful. That was from me, personally.
You'll be sorry for this.
The department will mail you a written apology. Headquarters was where I'd left it. They'd built it of stone.
Hi, Lieutenant.
You got out of that one fast.
Who was asleep? I was.
Go on back. It's cold out here.
Yeah. How's it set up, Lou?
Oh, stalemate, I guess. McGrath's got a couple of men covering for Mrs. Kent. They'll keep Eddie off.
McGrath, huh? No good, Lou.
He was in on the bank job with Kent.
You got proof?
No, but it has to be that way. He was the one set up Mrs. Kent as a decoy. When I pulled the cops out, his men moved in.
Don't want to split with Eddie, huh?
40,000 reasons against it.
Yeah. Lou, you look beat.
Occupational disease, Dave.
Yeah. Martha Kent do any smiling?
Not in my direction. I'll be in my office for a while.
Doing what?
Waiting. I wouldn't know for what. Don't ask me, huh? I waited. I thought it might be nice if I had a Renoir. It could be a small Renoir on the wall. I thought what Captain Kowaleski might have to say on the subject. I decided I'd settle for the dirty plaster.
Why don't you go on home, Lou, huh?
It's an idea.
Nothing's gonna happen tonight.
Oh, I suppose not. I feel restless.
You slap McGrath around?
Only once, Dave.
Oh, you're improving. You could still find trouble that way.
Well, he was trying to buy a killing from us.
Yeah. You take it too hard, Lou. You'll never get fat like me.
Too bad. I was looking forward to it.
Go on home.
I'm going.
Lou.
Yeah?
49 South Grover ain't on your way home.
What makes you think I might be passing there?
Bet you my pension against a peppermint lifesaver.
Pappy, I don't like peppermint. He would have won. McGrath's man out front of her house was holding down the same tree. I drove around the block to see if Boiler was still holding down the back. Martha Kent was in on the deal with McGrath. The decoy had to be, and she was. The girl in the Renoir was smiling. Maybe she was too polite to laugh out loud at me. Renoir painted beautiful things. No sense of reality. Boiler among the garbage cans would have been a more practical subject. But Boiler wasn't there. The alley closed in on me. I was in a hurry. And careless. I stumbled over a garbage can and almost missed him. Boiler was propped up against the wall, his legs straight out before him, his head slumped down over his chest. He might have been brooding about the blood that had poured out of that chest if he hadn't been so completely dead. I left him there. I wasn't in a hurry anymore. He'd been dead some little while. Whatever had been going to happen in Martha Kent's apartment would already have happened. I didn't care too much about finding out. The lock on Martha Kent's door was in fine shape, except that the door wasn't locked. The living room was the way I remembered it. I had nothing to remember about the bedroom. But there'd be something I'd work at forgetting. She'd fallen back across the bed. The stain on the front of her dress hadn't been her dressmaker's idea. Her eyes were open, and when I bent over, I could have sworn they saw me.
Hello.
Mrs. Kent.
I thought maybe I'd see you again.
Hold it. Operator, police emergency. Lieutenant Dana. Get a doctor to 49 South Grover, apartment 3C immediately. Got it? Yeah.
Lieutenant.
Better not talk.
There'll
be a doctor here in a couple of minutes.
You've seen people like this before. I should be dead.
Will you stop?
No. What do you want me to do? Think about what my life has been. And what's happening to it now.
There might be a chance.
Are you trying to make me laugh? Lieutenant, you look funny.
It's a habit my face has.
You know who?
Yeah.
I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. You can tuck me in if you like. That's what I said when I was still alive. You said you wouldn't like. You lied, didn't you, Lieutenant?
I lied.
I do. Please. It's all going so fast now. Please.
All right. I'll tuck you in. Good night. The doctor was a little late. The homicide squad arrived and made noises and was very busy. There was a guy named Shakespeare wrote a play. And when his character died, he said, "The rest is silence." In my line, the rest is routine.
Go on, Sam, get the cameras out of here. You ain't shooting the movie. Terry, rush that print over to the lab, huh?
Take it easy, will you?
Go get the lead out, get the lead out.
Dave was there, making like a sergeant. The men loved every pound of him.
No reporters till later. Come on now, boys, get rolling, huh? Lieutenant.
Yeah, Dave?
Snap out of it.
Out of what? I'm feeling fine.
Don't kid Pappy, huh?
Sorry, Dave. Call it I'm tired and forget it.
Okay. The boys have been through the building.
Did they have fun?
Dug up a couple of neighbors, heard the shots. Thought it was a car backfiring.
That was bright of them.
Well, it gives us the time she was shot. 1 hour and 11 minutes ago.
That'll help.
Not the girl, maybe, but the district attorney's going to need it.
All right. He's got it.
And Boiler must have been shot a few minutes before that. Gives you the pair of them. Pinned down close, too.
Close enough.
Eddie Kent's out in the open now. Must have been holed up the last 2 months someplace in town. With her showing, it brought him out. He realized she'd thrown in with McGrath, so he
Save
figured...
it for the report, Dave.
Yeah, okay. We'll get him pretty quick now.
Sure. So long, Dave.
Lou, where you going?
Out.
What for?
I need a killer. There's the old one about the man who lost a horse, who said to himself, if I were a horse, where would I go? And then he went there. If I were Eddie Kent, I'd go to visit McGrath. I went. It was a nice night. The only thing wrong with it was people. There was a car parked outside of McGrath's house. It pulled away as I came up. I didn't have the patience for a chase, so I cut my wheel and slowed it up. Max was climbing out of the other car, tugging at his pocket. I discouraged him. He fell down. I got the gun all the way out of his pocket. 2 bullets gone. Within very recent history. There was nothing else that moved in the car. McGrath might still be at home. Worrying about his car, maybe.
Max, what on earth? Dana.
Inside.
Now, look here.
I said inside.
All right. What do you want?
Your car's in a bad way.
Oh? Well, that crashed.
Yeah, I'm a careless driver.
You could be drunk.
I could be.
That won't help your record any.
You really think I'm drunk?
If you're not, you're insane.
Oh, no. We just haven't met professionally before.
Max, was he hurt?
He'll live.
I'm going to call a doctor for him.
No.
Now, look here. This is a completely preposterous...
Something bothering you?
I haven't anything further to say to you, Dana.
One man's opinion. Yours. I don't share it.
You must have... you must have looked into the car.
I did.
Well, that can be explained easily.
Explain it easily.
Eddie Kent was a killer. He apparently thought his wife and I had been a little too friendly.
Had you?
You know how it is, Lieutenant.
No.
Anyway, he came here, threatened to kill me, so Max beat him to it, that's all. It was a case of self-defense. Would stand up in any court.
Sure.
So there's no reason to act the way you are.
Where was he delivering the body? To the aquarium?
Well, you see, Max's record isn't too good. He was afraid the police might not readily accept a self-defense plea. He wanted to dispose of the body. I tried to persuade him not to, but I failed. As a matter of fact, I was just about to notify the police myself.
Uh-huh.
I think you'll find the bullets in Eddie Kent's body came from Max's gun.
I know they did.
Well, we can relax, can't we?
I've been relaxing for hours. How about the bullets in Boiler's body and Martha Kent's body?
Well, they'd have come from Eddie Kent's gun, obviously.
You mean the gun planted on Eddie Kent, don't you?
What do you mean?
Kent came here to see you first, for his share of the bank money. Kent died here. Max took care of that. But you still didn't own that $80,000. There was Martha Kent left. You saw a nice piece of business opening up.
Oh, you're dreaming.
A cop's dream. So you headed for her apartment. You had to dispose of Boiler. He knew too much. You couldn't afford to have him around. And then you went upstairs and ended the partnership between you and Martha Kent. You came back, planted the gun you'd used on Eddie Kent, and instructed Max to dump his body where it wouldn't be found for a while. That way, no medical examiner could prove Kent had died before his wife.
Well, that's very ingenious. You've got nothing to base it on.
I've got Kent's body.
Good lawyer.
I've got something else. An unlocked door.
What does that mean?
Martha Kent's door was unlocked when I got there, and the lock hadn't been tampered with. She wouldn't have opened that door to her husband. Not when she knew the trap she'd helped set for him. She'd have opened it for you, McGrath. You've been fumbling in that desk long enough. Bring the gun up. I'll let you have first shot.
You can't do anything to me.
First shot. Well? Yeah. You do better with women. Don't worry. I won't slap you.
All right.
How dirty can a man's hands get? They train you to make out a report when you're a cop. You learn how to put all the facts down in proper order. The names and the times and the places. You do it, and you sign your name, and it's a job that's done. Except where would you mention the fact that a dying girl's last action had been to smile at you? I don't like killers.
You've just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Gloria Blondell as Martha, Herb Butterfield as McGrath, and Barney Phillip as Max. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed and written by Lou Vittes, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide.
America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
E-A-O-E. E-A-O-E-A.
Oh, swell. Oh, everything will be right there. Okay, just let me get a robe on. Coming. Yes. Yes, there's nothing like stepping out of a nice warm shower into a nice hot murder. The only thing in sight was the body of a man lying on his face. I didn't have to get any closer to see that he was very dead. Then I heard someone running down the front steps and out into the street, so, still being the kind of guy who's always interested in seeing what a killer looks like, I went down the stairs and out into the street. I landed on the sidewalk just as the sedan pulled away from the curb and dove into a hole in the traffic. I only had time to see that there were two people in it. Didn't even get a chance at the license. Well, a white terry cloth robe can be a little conspicuous at 11 o'clock in the morning on East 51st Street, right off Madison. So I shuffled back up the stairs, put in a call for Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, Homicide. But it seems as if I was a little late. A neighbor on the way to the... a neighbor on the way down the hall had stumbled on the dead one in front of my doorway. Now, generally, a body in front of my door would be left alone to sober up. But this one seemed to be bleeding, so just as a precaution, the neighbor had called the police. All I could do was just stand around and wait for them.
Wouldn't you know it, Otis? Wouldn't you know it? Finally got to be right in his own building.
Yeah, Lieutenant, and she said it was right in front of his own door.
That's around this corner. What'd you say the name of the woman was who turned in the alarm?
Myrtle Tibbles, the apartment next to his.
That's right, Otis, and she's a big snoop.
Huh?
I heard that.
What's that?
Myrtle Tibbles.
Now listen, Rick.
If you've got any questions, officer.
Ask me no questions, I'll tell you
Oh,
no...
shut up. Otis, go question her.
Me?
Yes, you. Go ahead.
I know plenty I can tell you about that Mr. Diamond there.
Lady, I know everything you're going to say, and a lot more.
Oh? Then come in, Captain.
Hey, did you hear that, Lieutenant?
Get in there, Sergeant, and question the big lady.
Yes, sir.
Snoop, eh?
Well, Rick?
Well, Rick, what kind of a bit is that?
I suppose you're going to tell me you had nothing to do with this killing.
Walt, I was in taking a shower when this gentleman decided to get himself shot in front of my door. I was singing, too. Would you like to hear what I was...
No, Hey, wait a minute. If you were in taking a shower, how did you know he was getting himself shot?
He rang the doorbell first.
Oh, sure. He wanted to let you know there was going to be a murder.
Listen, Blubbermouth, I was taking a shower. I stopped taking a shower. The doorbell rang. I went to the door. I opened the door. Dead man. I ran down into the street after the killers.
What about the shots?
I didn't hear any. Must have used a silencer.
Well, you say you ran after the killers. Was there more than one?
2. I don't know who pulled the railroad trigger, but I chased 2 people down into the street.
Did you recognize them?
No, they didn't leave any calling cards.
Descriptions?
Man and woman.
Now, that's helpful. License number?
Too fast. Got lost in traffic.
In other words, all you noticed about them was a little less than nothing. I'm surprised you didn't forget and leave your head hanging in the shower. Yeah.
Oh, now, by George, Lieutenant, that was a real dandy, that was.
Oh, cut it out, Rick. Come on, let's take a look at the corpse.
Well, have you forgotten? You just sent it in to question Myrtle Tibbles.
Not Otis, I mean this one.
You better be specific. I've known a lot of coroners to get pretty confused when Otis was covering a homicide.
Some kind of a messenger.
Yeah. Band on his cap says Speed Messenger Service.
Here's his receipt book. Only one entry. Richard Diamond, Apartment E, 53 East 51st Street. Nothing else.
Would you want any more? I'm honored.
Now, what the devil could he have been delivering?
The reason he got shot, probably.
Huh?
Yeah, Myrtle. Lieutenant.
Yes, Sergeant.
Go ahead and ask him, Otis.
Oh, no.
Yeah, young love.
Myrtle, Miss Tibbles wants to know if it's all right if I stay for lunch.
Why, I think that would be real nice, Sergeant. How long do you think it will take?
How long, Myrtle? Not long.
Well, that's fine. But before you sit down and start feeding that fat face of yours, what would you suggest we do about this body in the hall?
Well, I'll tell you, Lieutenant.
Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get out here.
Coming, Lieutenant. Thanks anyway, Myrtle. Well, where to, Lieutenant?
Oh. How about the Speed Messenger Service?
Right. Just as soon as the coroner and the boys get here and take over. You want to come along, Rick?
Well, sure. The dead man was trying to deliver something to me. I'd like to know what was important enough to get him shot.
Sure, let's get going.
Diamond, don't you think you ought to change that robe?
Walt.
Yeah, I know, but what are you going to do?
Oh, gee, I only made a suggestion. You don't have to get sore.
Oh, we're not, Sergeant.
He can wear the robe for all I care. I only...
Well, thank you, Sergeant.
I don't give a darn if he looks silly.
Otis.
Just because I make a suggestion.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
Will you do me a favor?
Well, sure, Lieutenant.
Shut up!
So while Walt tore Otis to pieces, I did a quick change. And when the coroner arrived, we climbed aboard the squad car and headed for the main office of Speed Messenger Service. While Walt was getting the address from headquarters in the car radio, Otis sneaked on the siren. So in less than 10 minutes, we pulled up in front of a building at 31st and West End Avenue and barged in.
You on duty here, miss?
Yeah. Trouble?
What makes you think there's trouble?
When a cop car pulls up in front and you two jump in here like a couple of bill collectors, it figures. Trouble, see?
A woman's intuition. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Tell me, dear, did your service send a messenger over to 53 East 51st Street, Apartment E?
About an hour ago. Why?
What was he supposed to deliver?
I don't know. I don't remember that good, see?
Oh, well, try.
I don't don't get this. What's wrong anyway?
Well, dearie, your messenger ain't anymore.
Yeah, shot to death.
What?
Now try to remember what it was
Oh, Mr. Cartwright!
Hey, sister.
Well, let her get Cartwright, Walt. Maybe he can tell us something.
Yes? Now, what in the
Oh,
world?
Mr. Cartwright, Johnny, he's dead.
Dead?
Those are police officers, see? They said he was shot to death.
No, just be calm. Let me get this straight.
But I told you, see, it's Johnny.
All right. Now go in the back. Get a drink of water or something.
Yes, sir, but I just can't believe that it's...
I am Mr. Cartwright, gentlemen.
Well, that's nice. Are you in charge here?
I am the manager. Now, what is this about one of our messengers being dead?
That's right. You any idea what he was delivering to 53 East 51st this morning?
Well, why, no, but it should be in our record book. You'll have to forgive Miss Ogilvy. She gets very emotional.
Does she?
Well, let's see the record book.
Oh, it's right here. Here you are. Now, let's see. There. It was the first delivery this morning, as you can see. 53...
We'd like to know just what he was delivering.
Oh, well, I really couldn't say. I don't even remember what the item looked like.
Well, who sent it?
Yes, that I can help you with. Here it is. Last name Clark, first name Paddy. In other words, a man named Paddy Clark.
No.
Yes, odd first name, isn't it?
Mean anything to you, Rick?
No, something. It's a little vague. Name seems familiar, that's all. How about you?
I don't get a thing from it. Any return address?
No, just his name with instructions to deliver it to a Mr. Diamond at this address.
Well, don't you remember whether it was a package or a crate of bananas?
Dear, we got so many things in here to be sent out.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Otis, what do you want?
201 over on East 48. Thought you might like to know.
You better take off, Walt. 201's your department.
Fine. 2 homicides in one morning.
I'll finish checking here and go over to my office. You can get in touch with me there.
Okay. Come on, Otis, let's go.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, you can use the siren.
My, you officers certainly are busy, aren't you?
Yes, we officers sure are. Now, how'd you like to trot out that girl again? Maybe she's calmed down a bit.
Oh, certainly. Feel any better, Miss Ogilvy?
Oh, yes, sir, much better.
This gentleman would like to ask you a few more questions.
Oh, the good-looking one? Oh, sure.
If you're through with me, officer, I have some...
You go right ahead. Go on. We'll get along all right alone. Won't be beautiful.
Honest, dearie, I can't help you a bit. I don't know nothing.
Oh, sure you do. Weren't you here when this Paddy Clark came in?
Honest, I don't remember, but... Gee, you got the most...
But you do remember what the messenger was supposed to deliver, don't you? Hmm?
Well, what was in it, I don't. It was just a thick envelope, white with... Listen, honey, I'd like
Anything
to...
unusual about the envelope?
I wish I could remember for you, but I really can't. We deliver so many things every day, but let's talk about something else. Gee,
Well, after all, there was no reason in the world why she should remember one particular envelope, so, making like a good cop for Walt's sake, I scribbled down her name and address. Then headed for my office at the corner of 51st and Broadway. I stopped in the lobby for my morning supply of cigarettes and was about to step in the elevator when a big fat hunch, that's right, hunch, grabbed me by the arm and turned me back into the direction of the tobacco shop. That's the place I've been stopping at every morning for the last 6 years. And it was run by a little guy with a twitch in his right eye. A little twitch and a last name Clark. And a first name Paddy.
Back for something else, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, Max. Where's Paddy?
Oh, he called up the other day and says he was going out of town for a couple of days or so.
Oh, is that it? I've missed him the last couple of mornings.
Well, you know, he got 3 stands to look after.
Yeah, that's right. Say, tell me, where's Paddy live?
You want to see him?
Mm-hmm. Got a little business deal I want to talk over with him.
Oh, sure. You know Paddy. Anything to make a buck. Here's his address. Read it?
Oh, fine, yeah. He got a phone?
Yeah. It's Skylar 49970. There.
Thanks, Max. One of these days I may even buy a cigar from you. Funny how things like that can happen sometimes. The name of Paddy Clark had seemed familiar, but I couldn't place it. Only because I'd been doing business with him every day for 6 years and didn't think to look that close. I grabbed the elevator, went upstairs to my office, and put in a call to Mr. Clark.
Yeah?
Paddy?
Who wants him?
Oh, no.
Rick.
Hello, Walter. What's new?
You know perfectly well what's new. What do you think I'm doing over here?
Well, now, let me guess. Real homicide?
You knew that's why I come over here in the...
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, Lieutenant.
How did you get this phone number?
Patty Clark dead?
The deadest. Now, how'd you get the number?
I looked in the book.
It's not in the book. It's a hall phone listed under the apartment name.
I asked my Ouija board.
Pow.
Okay, Groucho. Patty Clark owns a cigar store in my building.
Well, why under the sun didn't you tell me that in the first place? You said you didn't know him.
I said the name was vaguely familiar.
All right.
How was Patty killed?
Shot. Coroner's on his way. Look, I'm not far from your office. I'll be over as soon as he gets here.
I'll have a candle in the window. Bye. To the happy people. Oops.
Something wrong?
Oh, no. Come in. Just filling my lighter.
Okay, Agnes is alone.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well. And in came Agnes. And this was the type of girl easily recognized. About 5'5", with more curves than the World Series. And the one thing that really set her apart from the rest, a great big .38, complete with silencer. Her boyfriend took out a cute little .45 and leaned against the door, while Aggie swayed over to my desk like a mull cobra.
All right, Diamond. Let's have the envelope.
Honey, could you point that thing the other way? My skin is beginning to crawl out of my shirt.
I want the envelope, Diamond. And if you refuse to give it to me, I really wouldn't mind killing you.
You know, I think I'd like to give it to you if I knew what you were talking about.
I hope we're not going to have to play games, Diamond.
Well, something like post office might not be so bad.
Drill him, Aggie, and we'll search the place. He's got to have it somewhere.
I'll handle this. I want the white envelope Patty Clark sent you this morning.
And I thought you, too, got it after you killed the messenger boy.
Now, I don't know what you're talking about.
Seems to me I chased you into the street. Saw you climb into a car and take off.
The guy in the white robe.
So if you two knocked off the messenger boy, you must know I don't have the envelope. Too bad, but I didn't even get to the door until after you'd shot him.
We didn't shoot the messenger.
What was in the envelope?
You know what was in it. Go on, Aggie. Show him we ain't kidding.
Oh, shut up. We didn't shoot the messenger, Diamond, but we are going to get the envelope. Where is it?
Hey, that siren's pulling up out in front.
Why didn't you search the messenger? You had a gun. You didn't have to worry about me if I showed at the door.
Well, we got an envelope off him, all right. Empty. Hey, what are you doing, Paul?
Taking a look out in the street. Hey.
Police.
Prowl car. Two guys coming in this building.
Some of your friends, Diamond?
You say the envelope was empty?
What if they are some of his friends? What if they found Patty?
I told you to shut up.
Why'd you kill Patty? You knew he'd already sent the envelope.
Knock him off, Agnes.
Quiet.
Hey, somebody getting out of the elevator.
You keep your face shut, Diamond. Paul, get over behind the door.
What are you going to do?
Diamond, you stay right there at the desk. Say one wrong thing, and you and a couple of more get dead.
My.
Hello, Rick. I got over here just
Good night, Lieutenant.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, what you mean is good afternoon. Ooh.
Believe me, Walt, I meant good night.
NBC is bringing you Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yes, dear sweet little Agnes had slipped out from behind the door and let Walt have it right behind the ear. He went down like a 16-pound shot in an elevator shaft. Then Aggie and her playmate started backing off. They opened the door, and Aggie, darling, pointed the business end of the silencer about halfway up my hand-painted tie. Whether or not she would have shot is anybody's guess. But along about that time, a very dear old friend stepped up behind her.
Drop it, lady.
The other cop.
You can drop yours, too, Sonny.
Oh, Otis, bless your little pointed head.
You fool. Why didn't you look first?
Well, I forgot.
Forgot?
Okay, over against the wall. Keep your hands up high. Hey, how's the lieutenant?
Oh, he'll come around. Walt. Oh, Walty.
Which one let him have it?
Agnes.
The dame?
The other one's named Paul. Come on, Walt.
Oh.
Come on, Walt. It's spring again. You know, birds and bees and all that sort of rot. That's a good boy. Now, try and sit up.
Oh, my head. What happened?
What happened?
Oh, no.
Walt, you've been crowned queen of the 5th Precinct.
Who did it?
No. Don't look at Otis. He's been reading his Tom Swift, Rived in the Nick. Look, there.
Huh? Them?
Them. And Otis saved the day.
What did he do? Wander in without his collar and scare them to death?
Agnes, she's the one with the sweater. Agnes crowned you.
Look, where did these two figure, huh?
Oh, they're the pair who ran out of the building after the messenger was killed.
Put the cuffs on them, Otis.
Yes, sir. Okay, you put out your right and you put out your left.
And I'll be in Sing Sing before you.
And I'll be in... Get him.
Now bring them over here.
Go on, lady.
Okay. Keep your hands to yourself.
Here's the artillery, Lieutenant. 38 special with a silencer. This 45 auto.
Silencer, that's enough to book him in itself. All right. You kill the messenger?
No.
How about Patty Clark?
We don't know who you mean.
They know.
That's your story.
Well, we'll take him down and book him. Happy now, Rick?
No. I want to know who has the envelope. What's in it?
Envelope?
Yeah. The girl at the messenger service finally remembered. Come on, let's take these two down to headquarters.
Well, they're still not talking. Did you find anything in the files?
Both have records. Guy's Paul Barrows. Agnes is his wife. One conviction apiece, May 1938, suspicion of passing counterfeit money.
Uh-huh.
Convicted, did time, parole. Oh, you got a fresh address on them?
They've been living in Flatbush. Otis went over with some of the boys to check.
Good.
And here's some fancy news. Just yesterday, the FBI started watching all of Patty's cigar stores as possible fences for phony money.
Yeah? Well, then it ties. Come on, I want to take a look at Patty Clark's room.
Patty was lying right there beside a couple of bags he'd packed for the trip.
Oh?
4 slugs in the chest, no struggle.
Anybody in the building hear the shots?
No, and the 38 your little girlfriend had wore a silencer, remember?
When did the coroner say Patty was shot?
About 6 this morning. What's that?
Oh, a little address book. Patty must have used the speed messenger service more than once. Look, see here? Here's the address and phone number. Now, Walt, let's go over and take a look at Agnes and Paul Barrow's place in Flatbush. See what Otis has found out.
Oh, hi, Lieutenant. Hello, Detective.
Well, thanks, Otis. You drop your watch?
Turn up anything?
No, nothing much.
What do you mean by nothing much?
Well, nothing.
That's what I was afraid of.
Hey, is there an address book around here anywhere?
Over by the phone. Why?
Just getting my jollies, Otis. Love to look at new numbers.
Now, see if Speed Messenger Service is listed.
Yeah? Yeah, right here on the back page. Walt.
Yeah?
Patty was killed at 6 this morning, huh?
Right.
6 this morning. You know, I wonder when he gave the messenger service that envelope. You know, the one addressed to me?
Well, the place wouldn't have been open at 6 this morning, so it must have been sometime yesterday.
That's right. And back in his room, his bags were all packed. Well, I think he wanted to make sure he'd be out of town before I got that envelope.
I'm way ahead of... Hello, Henderson? Levinson. Plan any plane or train reservations for Patty Clark?
Well, if you didn't, I'll show you where I keep that bottle of lighter fluid in my office.
Does that include me, too, Diamond?
There's only one bottle, Otis.
Rick, Patty had tickets for a plane to California and then a boat to the Philippines.
Well, I'll lay you even money that Agnes and that Paul character didn't knock off the messenger or Patty Clark.
What?
All they wanted was that envelope.
Envelope?
That's why they came after me, and Patty didn't have it.
No? Then who has?
Otis, stop sneaking up. Now, Rick, what about the counterfeiting angle?
Otis, go over and check on the speed messenger service. See if anybody could have pilfered that envelope and put another in its place or something. And be sure to call me.
Why don't we do that?
On account of we're going back to the precinct and talk to Agnes Barrows.
Got them waiting outside.
Good.
And here's something you like. Ballistics says the 38 your Aggie was carrying is not the gun that killed Patty Clark or the messenger.
Swell.
Okay, show them in.
Hello, Aggie, darling.
I'm sorry I didn't shoot a hole in your head.
Isn't she a doll?
What do you want out of us? We ain't got nothing to say.
We'll see. Now, we know that Patty Clark was fencing counterfeit money for you two.
Now, ain't that peachy?
Walt, get the phone.
Yeah. Hello?
Lieutenant, I'm down to Speed Messenger Service.
Well, congratulations, Otis. We thought you'd get lost.
Walt, let me talk to him.
Sure.
Otis?
Yeah?
Mr. Cartwright there where I can talk to him?
He's right here.
He isn't?
Yeah. No. He's right here.
Well, if Cartwright isn't there, put the girl on.
Cartwright is here. He's standing right next to me.
She isn't?
She? No, he. Cartwright's a he. Can't you get anything straight?
They've skipped?
Huh?
Whole place cleaned out?
No, there's plenty of people. Oh, now, wait a
Hold the
minute.
phone a second. They've skipped Walt.
I'll pull out a general.
Skipped? Why, those dirty...
Oh, shut up.
Didn't you hear? Didn't you hear what he said? They skipped.
How do you know? You're going to take his word?
Henderson, put out a general on Cartwright and his girlfriend.
That dirty, no-good, double-crossing Cartwright.
Look, kiddies, that guy's framed you two from the very first. Why don't you talk? The state will make it easier for you.
Agnes?
I don't know.
Sure, tell him. We've been getting the runaround ever since he got us in this deal.
Hello?
Okay. Okay.
Hold it, Otis.
But,
I said hold it.
Go on, Agnes.
Well, I don't know whether Cartwright killed him or not, but Paul and me sure didn't.
What about that envelope that Patty Clark sent to me? What was in it?
Counterfeit dough. Some of the stuff we made with Cartwright.
Why send it to me?
Oh, because Patty got sore at Cartwright and wanted to blow the racket wide open.
He was crazy to send it through the speed messenger service.
Sure he was.
Yeah, I think I get it now. When Cartwright found it out, he killed the messenger and had you two there just to make it look like you'd done it.
Sure, the lousies.
Otis.
Hey, listen, how long can a guy hold
Otis. You want to be a hero?
Huh?
How close is Cartwright standing to you at this minute?
He's about a foot away.
Well, just reach out and slap the cuffs on him.
Really?
Yeah, and something else, Otis.
What?
You may use the siren all the way home.
Oh, Rick, it's nice to have you here with your face in one piece.
Yeah, lucky, ain't I?
That's pretty. Why don't you sing it?
Well,
Oh, no.
Let me get it. It's got to be Walt. Yeah?
Rick, I just wanted to let you know that Cartwright was behind the whole setup. Printed the stuff right down the basement of the speed messenger service. Rick?
Harold Abernacher speaking. Owner of the largest hog ranch outside of Little Rock.
You don't say.
Sure, Dad. What's the matter? You need an ear horn or something?
Rick, so help me if you don't stop this.
My name's Harold, Bud. Harold. That's it. That's my name. Now, you just hang on and let you mash your molars with the missus.
I don't want to mash my molars with a missus. I want to
She
talk
talks
to you.
louder than I do. Used to call the hogs herself, you know. Lula Bell?
Lula Bell.
Howdy. Having trouble with your hearing, huh?
Now, Helen, listen.
Calling me Harold? No, friend. My name's Lulu Bell. Maybe you got the same trouble like my Uncle Zeke. Used to stick a plug of tobacco in his ear overnight and always forgot it.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we thought he's plumb deaf till I started calling the hogs and it shook the tobacco loose. Now, you just relax and I'll unplug you.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Word for Uncle Zeke. Hold on to your teeth. Find any loose tobacco? He hung up.
Give me the phone. Good old Walt. I'll drive him out of his mind.
5th Precinct, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt?
Oh, no. Now, you listen to
Well,
me.
don't get loud with me, Grouchy. I just called up to find out what happened on the case.
Huh? Now, look, I just
Well,
told
if you don't want to tell me, okay, be a sorehead.
I'm not going through that apple knocker routine again.
What are you talking about?
Lula Bell called Otis all the way in from a stake out in Flatbush.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't want to keep me in on the nose, just forget it.
Gosh,
What's the matter now?
maybe I did have the wrong number. What a bunch of idiots.
Okay, so you had the wrong number. What about the case?
Oh, yeah. Well, it seems that Cartwright
Here,
was
Helen,
really
hold
the
this.
one behind the whole setup. Killed Patty Clark, sent Barrows his wife.
We've got to stay with the happy people. Have your fun, live in the land of joy. Stay with the happy people. Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious. And take it from me that misery is looking around for company. So stay with the happy people. Don't wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style. Just stay with the people who love to wear a smile. Helen, is Walt still talking?
Wait a minute, Oscar.
Really had blood on his hands. He's been cleaning up
Yeah,
in that
he's
counterfeit
still
racket
talking.
for years.
Well, I might as well sing another chorus. We've got to stay with the happy people. Have your fun, live in the land of joy. Stay with the happy people. Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious.
And take it from me that misery is looking around for company. So stay with the happy people. Don't wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style. Just stay with people who love to wear a smile.
Arrived at, Otis says there must have been more than 100,000 in phony bills. We got the plates and everything.
You don't say.
Yeah, that just about ties it up.
Well, Walt, I'm sure glad to have heard all that. Oh, wait a minute. Someone wants to say hello to you.
Oh, yeah?
Pig.
Walt?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Lieutenant Levinson was played by Ed Begley. Also in the cast were Virginia Del Valle, Wilms Herbert, Lucille Meredith, Michael Ann Barrett, Carlton Young, and Frank Gerstle. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards, and the entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. There's more thrill-packed listening for you throughout the week when NBC presents other great adventure mystery dramas. Night Beat and Dangerous Assignment are two action-filled shows you'll want to make a steady date with every Monday night over most of these NBC stations. Yes, on Monday, travel the Night Beat of the Chicago Star with newsman Randy Stone. There's poignant adventure as Randy searches the city at night for an unusual and intriguing story. Also on Monday, join Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment. As Steve Mitchell, soldier of fortune, Donlevy journeys to the corners of the earth in search of adventure, fortune, and fair play. Yes, now on Monday, hear two great adventure mystery programs, Night Beat and Dangerous Assignment, on NBC. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Screen Guild Theater stars Ginger Rogers tomorrow night on NBC.
Adventures of The Saint, starring Tom Conway. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Tom Conway as The Saint.
Coming.
Yes?
Ain't you going to ask me in, partner?
Look, cowboy, if you've lost your horse...
Let me in. I got to talk to you. I got to.
All right. Come in, partner. What can I do for you?
You Templar? The man they call the Saint?
That's what's engraved on my halo.
Well, I'm McGowan. They call me Tex.
Well, it fits.
Born and raised in Texas and aiming to die there.
Somebody's stopping you?
Somebody, don't care where it happens, just so long as it's now. Here, look at this hat.
A funny place for air holes.
Not so funny when they're bullet holes, though.
Run out of rustlers to shoot at?
I was bushwhacked, partner. I was stepping out of a taxi and some sidewinding bushwhacking polecat took a shot at me.
Well, we'll head him off at Eagle Pass. Go on.
Well, I came to New York to have fun, not to be killed.
That's logical.
You reckon you can ride shotgun on me?
You've got me confused with the police department. I understand they've a special bureau that does nothing but protect visiting cowboys.
I don't want the police department. I'll pay...
I'm not in business.
Look, money's money, and you're human.
Oh, so you've noticed that, have you?
And I ain't exactly a poor man. Raising beef's a big money business these days.
Yes, so is buying it. What do you fellas fatten those cows on that makes a steak so expensive? Broccoli?
You don't want my money?
Oh, it's only money.
How about a cow?
Oh, that's an interesting thought. But the management of this apartment house is so stuffy. The only livestock permitted is dogs and cats.
Oh, I don't mean a cow on the hoof, one for the broiler.
I beg your pardon?
When I get home, I'll personally airmail you once a week the best darn steak this side of Fort Worth.
Oh, you interest me.
Well?
I'm bought. Go ahead and brand me.
Good. You made me feel better.
You made me feel hungry.
Just see that I don't get killed, partner. That's all you're supposed to do.
I always like to do a little more than I'm supposed to. I'll see that neither of us gets killed. Now, what's all the shooting for?
In a couple of days, I'm going to Chicago to have a talk with a fella. The fella knows I'm coming, and he ain't hankering none to see me.
Oh, so he sent someone to head you off with a gun?
Yep.
Why?
Oh, it's just a little business matter. You see, he... Oh, but come on, partner. Tell you all about it somewhere else. This is New York City. Let's go live it up some. And we can talk during it.
And what have you got in mind?
Heard about a saloon where a dozen pretty gals come out and dance the can-can. I'm fixing to cut one out from the herd. Yahoo!
Hey, Tex.
What's the matter, partner? All out of bubble water?
No, but that little talk we were going to have...
Waiter! Where's that other case of champagne I ordered?
You haven't told me what he did.
Well, who's that, Simon?
The fella in Chicago.
Oh, him. The varmint's only been short-weighting me on my beef, that's all. Know what I mean?
Yes, my butcher invented it.
1,000 head of... That's it, boys. Fill up them glasses. We're gonna live her up tonight. Where are we now, Mr. Templar? Greenwich Village?
52nd Street. Now, about Chicago.
Say, you know, I got a sudden hankering to see that old horse of mine.
Please, Tex, don't cry. Now, when you get to Chicago...
He's just an old cow pony, but I wouldn't swap him for all the horses in Kentucky.
Yes, I felt that way about a girl once. Now, about the man in Chicago.
Now, that cringing polecat.
Oh, so you do remember him.
He underweighed 1,000 head of my steers on a rigged-up scale. Cost me 20, maybe 30 pounds a head.
Oh, that's a lot of T-bones. Who is this fellow?
Oh, he's... just now decided something.
What?
Next time I come to New York City, I'm bringing that old horse with me. Got a feeling he'd kind of like all this. Where are we now, partner? 52nd Street.
No, Greenwich Village. Who'd you say the man in Chicago was?
The critter who's been jobbing all my cattle out of the Chicago market the last 10 years or so. Yahoo!
Froze it.
No telling how many pounds of beef he bamboozled me out of in all that time.
So you're going to blow the whistle on him, huh?
Huh? Meaning what?
Tell the police.
Nope. I ain't even telling you, partner. I want this critter all to myself, Texas style. Yahoo! That Yankee music is wonderful. Warms a Waddy's blood. Where do we go from here?
Home.
Here, buddy. Hotel Wentworth.
Just wait here a moment, driver.
That's a new twist. You always take a little walk before you pay off the cab driver.
Only when I'm playing bodyguard. How much?
$140, it says. Who are you looking for?
Brownies. Help me haul my cowboy friend inside, will you? I don't think I'll be able to wake him.
Not wake him. He left.
What?
There's a saloon across the street, buddy. He's making a beeline for it.
Oh, for the love of...
Wait a minute, $1.40.
Here, keep the change.
Yeah, thanks.
Tex! Tex! Wait a minute, you darn fool. Tex! Tex!
Stand back, bud. Do you want it to?
You murderous rat, you dirty...
So you do want it, okay? The lousy gun jammed.
Now it's going to be jammed down your throat, killer. I'm going to... Oh!
Nice work, Stan.
Come on, Nick. Let's get out of here.
Well, now, Mr. Templar.
Hello, nurse.
And how are we today?
You're fine. How am I?
I'll let you know just as soon as I've checked your pulse.
What are you doing for dinner tonight?
I have a date.
Too bad.
Besides, you're not leaving the hospital until tomorrow. How can you ask me out?
Oh, it's just a form of exercising. You're very beautiful.
Mr. Templar, if you keep me talking, how can I check your pulse?
Why bother?
To see if it's normal, of course.
Well, if my pulse is normal when you check it, then I'm not.
Oh, you and your jokes. Oh, I forgot. You have another visitor.
Oh? Blonde or brunette?
Redhead.
Oh. Cute?
I think so. But you wouldn't.
No?
It's that nice young lieutenant from the Homicide Bureau.
Oh, again. I suppose it would be pointless to tell him I'm out.
Can I come in, Templar?
Obviously.
Come in, Lieutenant Varden. I was just going.
Thank you, Molly.
You're welcome, Lieutenant.
You don't have to ask, Lieutenant Varden. The answer is no.
Thanks. Now, what's the question?
Have I remembered anything I forgot to mention about Tex McGowan's killer? Isn't it?
No. This time I'm here with an invitation.
Oh, a party.
The morgue.
And, the doctor told me I was past the critical stage.
The picture morgue down at headquarters. More romantically known as Rogue's Gallery.
Oh, you want me to look at faces?
Yeah, as soon as you're strong enough. Might just be that the guy who dumped McGowan left his face with us one time or another.
Well, it'll be a nice change in the routine.
What will?
Getting out of here. Hand me my clothes, Lieutenant.
Now, wait a minute. You're not due to blow this joint till tomorrow.
Lieutenant Varden, are you a public servant?
Well, I'm a cop, so I'm a public servant.
Hand me my clothes.
You sure?
Positive. Besides, there's very little point in a patient staying in a hospital when he's making so little progress.
Clearing up a concussion in 3 days' time isn't progress?
I mean with that nurse. I'm not getting anywhere.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Uh-huh. Because I am.
Oh.
Now, don't look at me like that, Saint. We public servants got to live, too, you know.
Well, come on. We'll go look at pictures.
Well?
No.
This one?
No.
Take a look through these.
No. Oh. I'll take this one.
Huh? Oh, for... How did a pinup girl's picture get in here?
I don't know, but it certainly breaks the monotony.
This one?
No.
This?
No.
How about...
No.
One of these?
Well.
The guy who killed Tex McGowan?
No, my old geometry teacher.
This?
No.
Here?
Pardon me. No.
Him?
Hey.
Yeah, I know. The boy most likely to succeed in your graduating class.
The boy most likely to get the electric chair for shooting down Tex McGowan.
At last. You sure?
Like Stanley finding Livingston.
Let's see. Nick Nemoshenko, check Chicago police files. It's practically done. Thanks, Supwit.
Thanks refused. I've got a slight interest in this trigger man myself, you know. If you don't believe me, ask my head.
I see what you mean. Will you stay until I check on Nemoshenko?
I'll stay.
Schenko.
Where?
Chicago. Cops out there grabbed him when he came off a plane.
Good. You going?
Uh-huh. You want it?
Delighted. Nice of you to ask.
You can clinch the identification for us.
When are we leaving?
Well, there's a train at midnight. It's enough time for you?
I'll go home and pack a bag.
Suppose I pick you up at your apartment in about half hour?
I'll be ready. Thanks again for the invitation, Varden. And, Lieutenant. I think I'll forgive you.
Forgive me?
For stealing my nurse while I was unconscious.
About time you got home, Saint.
What?
You know what I am?
Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
I'm the fella that watched you come out of the little building at police headquarters where they keep the pictures.
Well, it's an interesting hobby, I admit, but...
I slugged you once, Saint, when my cousin's gun jammed up the other night. I guess now I gotta make it more permanent.
Don't bother on my account.
It's on my cousin's account. You the only fella can send him to the hot seat. You're the only eyewitness. He killed that cowboy.
You'll excuse me while I get on with my packing, won't you?
Where you're going, Saint, you ain't gonna need to pack nothing for.
No?
You think you're going to Chicago, but you ain't, Saint.
Well, must you be poetic at a time like this?
You ain't gonna go to Chicago and put no finger on Nick.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
How you gonna go to Chicago when I'm gonna beat you to death right here in New York? Well, answer me.
Oh.
You call that an answer?
Templar!
Who's that?
Detective Lieutenant Varden. Would you like to meet him?
We'll see you again, Saint.
Come in, Varden.
Templar? What are you sitting on the floor for?
I've been entertaining. You know, company.
Yeah? What happened to him?
Oh, well, no use going after them. Out the service door. Practically flew.
Shy?
Only of policemen.
So he belted you, huh?
They caught me with my vitality down. Remember, I was a hospital case only the day before yesterday.
Yeah. You need protecting. Come on, let's catch that train. You can tell me the whole sad story on the way to the station.
Oh, it's a good thing this train had a second coat of paint. Because that's what we caught it by.
Here. This is us, drawing room D.
Excuse me. Could one of you gentlemen tell me where to find drawing room C?
Yeah. It's the one right now.
You'd better let me handle it, Varden. You policemen are so abrupt. Drawing room C?
Uh-huh. I'm so helpless on trains.
Oh, that's a pity.
Always lost.
I'm always finding things.
Are you? Oh, there's drawing room C right next to yours. We're neighbors.
Well, sometimes that's a very interesting relationship. If you should ever want to borrow anything, neighbor,
Oh, I've got everything.
Yes, you have.
But if you should need something, well, after all, what are neighbors for?
I never was really sure until now.
Well, goodbye, neighbor.
You know, Lieutenant, these trains are getting better equipment all the time. You deal, Varden. Lieutenant.
Oh, what's my deal?
Get her off your mind. She'll be there when you get back. Although they are rather prone to elope with interns.
Templar, what are you talking about?
My nurse, or should I say our nurse. Get her off your mind and start concentrating on who hired Nick Nikoshenko to smoke down Tex McGowan.
Hey, where are you going?
You don't have to be a detective to guess that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm tired of cards. I'm going to be neighborly for a while.
Yes? Oh, it's you, neighbor.
See? I knew it had come to this. I'd like to borrow something.
What have you got in mind?
Oh, anything. What have you got?
Maybe we'd better talk it over. My name's Linda Jarvis.
Simon Templar.
Oh, it sounds very distinguished. Won't you come in?
All my life I've been easily persuaded.
Now, I want you to tell me all about yourself. You're going to Chicago for business? Pleasure?
Well, it started out to be business.
And your friend, when I first met you in the corridor before, didn't I hear you say he was a policeman?
Oh, did you?
Well, I'm simply fascinated by crime and policemen, and I bet you're going to Chicago to arrest somebody. Oh, you must tell me about it, please. It's so fascinating.
Only in the comic books.
The man you're going to arrest, what did he do? Is he a bank robber, a murderer? Please tell me everything. I'm all ears.
You are? Well, fancy that.
Oh, Simon. So enjoyed the trip, but you didn't tell me half of what I expected to hear about crime and criminals.
Well, there were many more important things to talk about. Do you happen to have a phone number handy?
Only my own. But I don't think I'm going to give it to you.
Now, is that being neighborly? Why, we were... Uh-oh.
Hmm?
Lieutenant Varden. On his way to fetch me, and there's an impatient look on his face. Look, Linda, when can I see you again?
Templar, I don't mean to break up what appears to be a beautiful friendship, but we're expected at Chicago Police Headquarters today. In other words, right about...
Whoa! Varden!
Got me in the arm. No, only in the arm.
Linda!
She blew right after the shot. Look, I'll be all right. You go after her.
All right, Varden. Excuse me, please. Let me through, please. Please, let me through. Come on.
Cab, buddy.
A girl, tall, brunette. You see her?
In that cab. The one turning out up there.
Follow her. Hurry.
Hey, mister. Her cab's stopping.
So I see. Pull up to the curb, right here.
She's getting out. Going in that apartment house.
Okay. This is the end of the line. Wait for me.
It ain't gonna be long, is it? My shift ends in a half an hour. I've been pushing this hack all night.
I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't worry about it.
Who is it?
Flowers for Miss Jarvis.
Flowers for...
All right. So I'm not a rogue.
No, you can't come in.
Sure I can. See? I'm in.
How dare you? This is outrageous.
Not nearly as outrageous as putting a finger on a fellow so that a rifleman knows who to shoot down.
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, sure you have, baby. Sure you have. That bullet was for me, wasn't it? Lieutenant Varden just happened to stroll into it.
Simon, darling, why should I want to have you killed? I don't know you that well.
But you know me well enough to know that I'm the only eyewitness to a murder. And that I should be eliminated, don't you?
But what reason would I have?
If I should fail to identify certain Nick Nemoshenko as the gunman who shot down Tex McGowan, then the possibility of Mr. Nemoshenko's telling who hired him to do the job is very slight.
I still have no idea what you're talking about.
Then suppose we go down to police headquarters and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, it's about time. How long was I supposed to keep him talking before you were ready to swing that club?
Oh, I thought I'd let him feel he was living for a while. You know, Linda, I told this sucker he hadn't ought to come to Chicago.
Oh.
I told him.
George!
Beginning to wake up, is he?
Uh-huh.
Oh, splendid. There's some questions I must ask him.
He's beginning to flutter his eyes, boss.
What? Oh, yes. What are you three staring at? Haven't you ever seen a man with two heads before?
Feeling better, Mr. Templar?
Not as good as when I was unconscious.
It can be arranged, sucker. Making you unconscious is how I earn my pay.
You had a better future when you were swinging through the trees. At least you were your own boss.
That mean you're calling me an ape?
If the fur fits, wear it.
All right, wise guy. Now
Never
I'll...
mind, Stanley. Stanley.
Throw him a banana.
Why?
Stanley.
All right,
Better not irritate him. Simon, darling. He's hot-headed.
Soon he'll be sitting in a chair that's going to make him hot all over. And so will you, Linda.
And last night on the train you said such sweet things to me. Remember?
I remember. Next time I go anywhere, I'll ride a freight. You meet a better class of tramps.
George, he's grouchy. Aren't you, Simon, darling?
Stop pestering him, Linda. Let's get on with this.
Yes, let's.
Tex McGowan was a talkative man, was he not?
You tell me.
It's hardly likely that you'd agree to interest yourself in this affair without knowing all the facts. Concerning me.
Who are you? What do you do besides train apes?
George Haggerty. I'm a cattle broker.
Oh. I'll bet you haven't been called Honest Wait Haggerty much lately.
So he did tell you.
What you do to a scale could outmode reducing diets.
What else did McGowan tell you?
You've had it, No Springs.
Stanley.
Okay, boss. The pleasure is mine.
All right, Stanley. Let's keep him conscious for a while, shall we?
You needn't bother.
Mr. Temple, I trust you don't think all this is just idle curiosity on my part.
Oh, don't apologize.
I want to know how much McGowan told you so that I'll know how much you might have told the police.
Thanks for the blueprint.
What I mean is, if certain facts are known to the police, then it might be, well, it's quite possible, that is, that they'll be able to...
Stop stabbing yourself. You want to know if the police have anything that establishes you as Nimoshensko's sponsor.
Well, have they?
Next time you see your barber, get the top of your head shaved. The ones up at Sing Sing are so messy.
You're lying. They don't know.
Okay, I'm lying. Sweat it out, killer. Sweat it out.
You mean beat it out, don't you? Stanley.
How much? Once over lightly again?
Not too lightly. But don't kill him until later.
Oh.
Well, Templar, going to talk to me now?
What's the use, George? He'll never tell the truth. I know. I had a date with him.
You're boasting.
This is just a waste of time. Let Stanley get it over with.
Yeah, that's what I say, boss. If the cops knew anything about us, they'd have been here a long time ago.
Yes, I suppose you're right. All right, Stanley.
How do you want it done?
Oh, anyway, I don't care.
Well, I do.
That's what attracted me to you from the start, Linda. You looked like a neat housekeeper.
Shut up.
All right, take him out of here and throw him into Lake Michigan.
But I didn't bring my bathing suit.
Who?
I have the least idea. Shall I answer it?
You'll have to. The doorman knows you're in.
Very well.
Whoever it is, get rid of him and fast.
Yes, what?
Let me in. I'm looking for a guy, and I'm going to pin his ears back. That's what I'm going to do.
But Look here, you can't burst into here like that.
I can't. You'd be surprised at what I can do when I'm sore, and believe me, Oh, so there you are.
Hello, Captain Carson.
Go giving me no lip, brother. I told you I was off duty in a half an hour, and you said that you... Hey, how'd you get your face all banged up?
Oh, it's all in the day's work.
What's going on here?
You've got your men stationed at all possible exits, Captain?
Well,
Haven't you, Captain?
Well, sure. Oh, yeah. They're surrounding the whole building.
Fine, Captain. And here are your 3 murderers, just as I promised. Now we'll
Wait a minute. This doesn't look like any cop I've ever seen.
Nor I.
Don't let him reach for that gun.
Oh, no, you don't. Let me go.
Give me that gun. Thank you.
Stanley, hit him.
Not me. I ain't going to hit no cop.
Spoken like a gentleman of the old school.
Not when they got all the exits covered, especially. I'm giving up.
That's using your head, Stanley.
Stanley, he isn't a...
Here you are, Captain. Here's my gun. I'm ready to confess.
I don't want your gun. I just want
Take it, you fool. Take it.
Okay, I got it. Now do I get my fare?
Yes, you get your fare, my friend. And you know what I'm going to give you for a tip?
What's that?
A new cab. But first, get on the phone and tell the police to come over, will you? Tell them there are some people here I'd like them to meet.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of The Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Tom Conway.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our cast you heard Joyce McCluskey as Linda and Sandra Gould as the nurse. Brooke Temple played Tex, Ted DeCorsia George, Lamont Johnson was the lieutenant, Ed Mack Stanley, and Howard McNear the cab driver. This is Tom Conway, inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of The Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Tom Conway is soon to be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Painting the Clouds with Sunshine. And all you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Hal Gibney.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Now stay tuned for more great mystery entertainment as Lloyd Nolan stars in Martin Caine, Private Eye. Yes, now hear Martin Caine, Private Eye on this same NBC station. He's the daring private investigator who's become a popular hero throughout the nation. Now you'll hear Lloyd Nolan as Martin Caine every Sunday immediately following The Saint. Listen first for The Saint, and then stay tuned for Martin Caine, Private Eye, starring Lloyd Nolan. Hear him next on NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Sunday at 8:30, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, No Sad Clowns for Me.
There was a tall clown and a short clown juggling this one, plus a sleek but overaged destroyer named Ruth that wore tights and trained tigers. All parts of a big circus playing a small town of 649 people. And somewhere along the midway, a joker wanted to cut me down to size. 6-foot box size. I wasn't thinking about the circus when I went to the Detective Bureau Wednesday morning, but my boss was. The Lion was up to his knuckles in...
Green, my boy. I've just about decided to have our whole office done over in green.
Why the sea of $1 bills?
A client, my boy, with payment in advance.
Those bills look like they've been papered in a rat's nest.
They're all in pieces, my boy, but they're good.
You'd know.
Yeah, of course. Notice when I hold this one against this 300-watt light, the paper's made with silk threads. Fitting the torn bills together, they come to $67, Jeffrey.
And the client is...
See this canvas bag?
Bottle top?
It's full of nickels, dimes, and quarters, Jeffrey. With the $1 bills, it makes a very nice retainer of $75.
For which we do what?
Nothing.
Now, wait a minute, Fatso. You mean a client walked in here, laid down $75 to hire us to do nothing?
Exactly.
Duck, there's a curve on this pitch.
No, my boy. The whole thing's perfectly legitimate. Our client walked in about an hour ago.
Description?
Well, he was a tall man, eccentric.
Go on.
45 or 50 years old, long, pale, stringy, yellowish hair, like an actor, and oddly dressed.
This keeps getting better.
Well, he had on a single-breasted pinstripe suit and tennis sneakers, a rope for a belt.
Does he fly?
What? No. Anyway, Jeffrey, he put the money down. He saw I was worried about the small denominations, and then he said, "It's not brass." Just like that.
It's not brass.
Circus expression, my boy. Then he leaned right over this desk and said slowly, showing his big teeth, Jeffrey, when a little old man named Crackley comes in, don't take his case.
And you went for that?
Of course. We do nothing, no trouble at all.
Lion, it could be we're in trouble. Give me our client's name and address and the retainer. I'll take it back.
Well, unfortunately...
Don't tell me. You didn't get the name and address.
Well, you see, my boy, he was in a great hurry.
You gave him a receipt for the 75?
Oh, of course. Everything very businesslike.
That ties us into the case, but good. Now, no matter what happens, we're mixed up in it.
You're borrowing trouble.
We bought it.
Oh, relax, my boy.
We gotta get that receipt.
Forget it. Just be grateful.
Okay, Lion. But if Crackley shows up, be careful. I turned and started for the door. Our new client was a crank. We'd have to be more than careful. But I couldn't dump the trouble into the Lion's lap. I slammed the door on my way out. The noise made a little old guy jump. He was standing in the hall, just outside our door. It wasn't hard to figure who he was. Crackley?
You know my name?
Well, I do now. You're on your way into the Lion Detective Bureau.
Yes.
I'm Regan.
The Lion's Eye?
That's what they call me.
You're the man I came here to see. You were highly recommended.
I'd like to talk to you, Crackley. I know a place they'll let us sit down for 50 cents.
Yeah, I could use a drink.
I thought maybe. We went to Dugan's bar. Crackley was a little guy, but smart, almost sharp. He had an outdoor face, tanned with deep wrinkles like closed eyes in his forehead. Like he had a lot on his mind, and he wanted to talk.
I'm the owner of a circus, Mr. Regan.
Oh, congratulations.
Well, you don't understand. I don't know if you can imagine the responsibilities of a circus owner. To his employees, I mean. They're all specialists. And if we were to close up and go out of business, well, there'd be no place for them to go.
Except another circus.
Oh, circus business has fallen off since the war years, Mr. Regan.
I hadn't heard.
Business is terrible.
Yeah, sure.
Another drink, gentlemen?
No, thanks.
No, I don't.
Now, why did you come to the Lion Detective Bureau?
I want you to find a man named Bliss.
Why?
Well, Bliss has been investing in my circus.
Putting money into a losing proposition?
Oh, it's not unusual. People that love the circus, especially wealthy people, enjoy putting their money into things that give them pleasure.
Bliss is missing?
Oh, yeah, for the last 3 weeks.
And the money has stopped coming into the circus?
Well, yes, Mr. Egan.
When did you last see Bliss?
The fact is, I've never seen Bliss.
But he puts money into your circus?
Through his lawyer. Right now we're playing Bliss's hometown. I'd hope to meet him in person.
Yeah. What would you say, Mr. Crackley, if I told you a strange man came into our bureau this morning and paid us not to take your case?
Why, someone's following me?
Well, I don't know, but Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Crackley, someone's following you.
Mr. Egan, what are you looking at?
You mean, what is it looking at us?
But where?
Stay put. I'll be right back. I ran to the window. The face that had been peering in at us whipped out of sight. A couple of winos in Dugan's door cost me 2 or 3 seconds getting out, and that was enough. When I got to the street, it was empty. The man with the long, stringy, yellowish hair who'd been watching us was gone. I went back into the bar. That's when I got a second surprise. Crackley was gone, too. A quick call to Billboard gave me what I needed. The Crackley Great Combined Circus was playing a town of 650 people. A place called Crossroads in the foothills, about a 2-hour drive from L.A. The crank with the yellow hair on the rope belt was somehow tied up with that Crackley circus. Yellow Hair had the Lion's signed receipt. I had to get it back. So I got into my car and headed for Crossroads. And when I got there, funny thing, the town was deserted. But the Circus Midway was jammed. It looked like Crossroads' whole 649 population was at that circus.
Hot dogs, hot puppies, they're delicious, they're nutritious. Step up and get one.
How much?
Eh?
A hot dog, how much?
Oh, yeah, hot dog. Hey, you mean you're going to buy one?
Why not?
Nobody buys nothing in this cheap burg.
Business looks pretty good to me. Everybody in town here at the circus.
Don't cost them nothing.
Oh, no?
Old Crackley's putting on a show for nothing. Making it look good for Bliss, his silent partner.
The show's papered then. Annie Oakley's for free, huh?
Say, you Bliss?
And if I am?
I ain't said nothing.
Yeah. How much for the hot dog?
2 bits.
I paid for the hot dog, walked along the midway asking questions wherever I could get an answer. It's like the dog peddler had said. Crackley had papered the house, bought tickets for everyone in town to guarantee business. We weren't supposed to take the case, but the situation was interesting, and I got to wondering about Bliss, how he fitted in. But then I remembered I was here to get our receipt back, so I bypassed the midway, walked around to the performers' tents. No gaudy signs here, no freak shows, palmists or ballet. And I found a woman, or rather, she found me.
Regan?
Nice to be known.
This is my tent, Mr. Regan. Please come in.
She was tall, slim. You could spend time watching her. Young, but not too young. Her hair was long and black, almost to the roots. Her face was firm, beautiful, but her eyes had already been there and back. Then we were in her tent, nobody around except the tigers just outside. And she got nearer, and I could see more.
Regan,
Nice tent.
I got a message.
Uh-huh.
Go home.
That's your message?
Go back to L.A., Crackley says.
You a friend of Crackley's?
He saw you on the midway. He said, that's Regan. That's the lion's eye from L.A. that ought to go home.
You sure it wasn't Bliss?
You know Bliss?
Oh, yeah, a very close personal friend of mine.
You're clever, Regan.
It's my business.
Make sure your business doesn't get you into trouble.
Hey, that tiger's close.
Yeah, I work the big cats. They hate me and I hate them. I like them kept near me. Gives me a chance to whip them through the bars whenever I'm feeling blue.
Lady.
Yeah?
What's your name?
I got a surprise for you, Mr. Regan.
I've had lots today.
My name's Crackley.
You're married to old Crackley, the circus owner?
I married his son, Mr. Regan.
His son?
Yeah, George Crackley. The little runt that's standing in back of you.
I turned. George was there, all right. And he was little, maybe 4 feet 10 inches tall, wearing a clown suit. His face was in queer makeup, chalk white, bruised blue. He was supposed to look like a sad clown. And he was.
What are you doing around here?
Looking for a man.
She look like a man?
No.
You're after my wife, too. You were standing real close.
Guys fall in love with me, Regan. My husband's a poor sport about it.
Oh, make sure you don't wake up dead, mister. Make sure you don't get dropped on.
I'll be real careful.
George, if you don't get out of here...
Ruth, don't you think it's time you were getting into your costume? The walk-around will begin in 4 or 5 minutes.
A tall clown filled the opening to the tent. When he spoke, Ruth began fumbling with the costume. Little George looked like he was going to cry, then walked out of the tent without a word. Ruth followed him. And I was left alone with a tall clown in makeup, with a red watermelon mouth and cold blue eyes.
I hated to interrupt, Mr. Regan, but Ruth must dress for the walk-around, as we of the circus call our opening parade.
You seem to have an effect on George, too.
Oh, George and I are partners. He's the sad, bruised clown, and I am the cruel clown. I frighten him, maul him, beat and bruise him with various objects. It amuses people.
Naturally.
We're all sadists at heart.
Maybe you can help me.
I'll try.
I'm looking for a tall, eccentric man. Wears tennis shoes. Rope for a belt. Has long, stringy, yellowish hair, you know him?
Oh.
I said, do you know him?
Of course. That would be Mr. Bliss.
Where can I find him?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Regan, I have a message from Mr. Bliss. He wants to see you.
Oh? Who will I say sent me?
Just the cruel clown. He'll know who you mean.
Where do I meet Bliss?
At his home. I'll tell you how to get there.
He did. I got into my car and started the drive to his shack. I'd meet him on his own terms at his place. It was a 15-minute drive, most of the way up a side road. I was almost there when a car pulled into the side road behind me, coming up fast, its headlights growing in my rearview mirror. I pulled over to let the speedball pass. He began to cut in on me. The trailer he had hitched on sideswiped me. I felt myself go against the steering post. Then I didn't feel anything for a long time. I'd been thrown clear of my car. When I came to, the There was a huge man standing over me, black in the moonlight. My gun was gone. My hand caught at a club, and then I saw it wasn't a club, but a small, very small chair arm. Must have fallen from the trailer. The trailer was gone. The man started moving in.
Well, sweetheart.
Stand back.
Coming to, sweetheart.
Get back.
I got your gun, baby. I'm Logan, chief of police at Crossroads. Maybe I ought to take you into custody for reckless driving.
Logan, I'm a private detective from Los Angeles.
Well, why don't you get up from the ground and tell me about it? Here.
Yeah, thanks. Somebody ran me off the road on purpose. I think I know who.
That's so, sweetheart?
That's not all. There's something phony about that circus play in your town.
Ain't no circus around here.
You're real funny.
Fact is, I'll make you a bet, baby. You can't show me no circus around these parts.
You seem sure of that.
Give you 20 to 1.
Let's go take a look.
All right.
We drove in his car to the circus lot. When we got there, we saw the lot was full of color. All of it moonlight. Vacant. Not a candy wrapper. The crackly great combined circus was gone. As though it had never existed.
This is CBS, and you are listening to No Sad Clowns for Me, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator.
It started bad, and it got worse. Lion had us balled up in it like a cat in a fish line before I even heard of the case. Then I took over. I did fine. Trying to get our receipt for $75 back, I got myself run off the road near the town of Crossroads, got my car smashed up. Then the chief of police told me that the crackly great combined circus where I'd spent an hour wasn't there. And it wasn't. The chief of police thought this was real funny.
Where'd the circus go, sweetheart?
L.A., probably.
You're kind of slick.
Couldn't have been gone more than an hour. Look at those filled-in post holes.
You're a real bright fella.
And I know why it left in such a hurry.
Oh, you city fellas are real sharp-like.
The circus left because of a guy named Bliss.
You know about Bliss.
Bliss was putting money into a circus, not taking any out.
Keep talking.
Bliss gets tired of this, slaps an attachment on the circus. Crackly pulled the show out before it could be served.
Yeah, you're real smart. You'd better come along with me, sweetheart. We better have a little, talkie.
It hit the bullseye, and I got more than I bargained for. It seems Bliss had no friends, except Logan, who, being the local legal eagle, was also appointed by Bliss as his lawyer, having full power of attorney. Now Logan was ready to talk.
Bliss, now, he ain't no dummy. He was in the circus himself years ago, before he got wise and made a lot of dough in plumbing fixtures. Ain't no money in show business, sweetheart.
They tell me.
Now, Bliss, he ain't old, but he's kind of funny. All of a sudden, he wants to...
invest in a circus. Yeah. His old love. But he also wants to make some money out of it.
Oh, Bliss, he likes money. He married a circus gal years ago. Left her because she was draining away his salary.
How much money did Bliss put into the crackly circus?
Well, baby, Bliss bought in deep enough to own, 49% of the show.
Bliss isn't getting any money out of his investment, so he slaps an attachment on the show. Crackly gets wind of it, pulls the show out.
You were right up to there, sweetheart.
Talk, Logan.
I got a note from Bliss just this afternoon. Told me to lift the attachment order. It was a real happy note.
Where's Bliss now?
Honest, baby, I don't know. He's queer. He's just gone.
Bliss skipped out on his wife. That can't be his real name.
No, I can't tell you much. Promised Bliss I wouldn't, but his name used to be Elmer C. Bickle.
You got a phone, Logan?
Here you are, baby. But get the charges.
I was getting an idea. Another reason for the show's moving. One thing was sure. Bliss was in it up to his ears. It was 2 a.m. now, and I got the lion at home.
Yeah, Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau, Home Office. We never sleep.
And why haven't you been asleep?
Jeffrey. Well, I've had some very important work to do tonight.
Such as?
Pasting those dollar bills together, if you must know.
You're graduating from kindergarten right now, Fatso. Get your car out.
At this hour?
I'm in Crossroads, California, slaving for the agency, and you can help.
What can I do?
Get all the stuff you can on a guy named Elmer C. Bickle.
Bickle?
Bickle.
Oh.
Joined the circus years ago, married somebody, left his wife. Check variety.
That'll take all night, Jeffrey.
You've got 1 hour. Oh, another thing, Fatso. Check the theatrical hotels, places where show people, circus people put up. Here's what we need. A line on anybody connected with the Crackley Great Combined...
I can give you that, sweetheart.
What?
You what?
I know where they probably hold in.
Lion, forget that last. But check Bickle. I hung up, and Logan said he'd heard the performers in Crackley Circus usually stayed at the Fossman Hotel in Los Angeles. So I called the Fossman Hotel.
Oh, hello.
The desk clerk sounded wide awake.
Fossman Hotel?
Has Mr. Crackley checked in?
Who's asking?
Regan, private investigator.
Well, we certainly could have used a private investigator this morning.
Why?
Heavens, the circus came in without telling us. Everybody's so upset.
You better make sure they pay in advance.
Oh, well, Mr. Crackley paid everything in advance. He has a finest suite of rooms.
Huh?
But there's such confusion. I just don't know what to do.
You wouldn't. Now, about Crackley.
Oh, I'll ring. But he's probably asleep anyway.
Hello?
Crackley, this is Jeff Regan.
Oh, Regan.
Why did you run away?
I don't know. Well, I mean, we had to leave because we were so low on funds that the sheriff's office was going to tax the show. We heard of the order and left town to leave their jurisdiction.
Yeah, sure. Well, your worries are over, Crackley. I've found Bliss for you. Bickle, too.
Oh, no, it's impossible. Well, I mean...
Yeah, I know what you mean. It hit me. The circus was making money. Crackley had paid his hotel bill in advance. Fine suite of rooms. Why, he'd probably been keeping a double set of books cheating Bliss. I got Logan, got in his car, and drove back to the deserted circus lot. We drove fast. The circus had pulled out in the middle of the night for another reason. And I knew now we'd better look for that reason. The lot was deserted. Low, cold mist over the ground. Gray morning. A small animal moved through the mist like a creature from another world. A small dog. He'd found what we couldn't see. He had something in his mouth. A cap with a red pom-pom on its pointed end. A clown's cap, stained with blood. Logan had men digging within minutes. One of the filled post holes seemed larger than the rest. This was it.
We found him, Mr. Regan.
Yeah. Let me see his face.
Yeah. Kind of muddy.
Still in makeup. Tall, cruel clown.
You know him?
Yeah. You too. Pull the skull cap off.
Poor Mr.
Bickle, alias Bliss. Long, stringy, yellowish hair like an actor. Only he isn't playing at being dead. Come on, Logan. Keys to your car. I've got an appointment at the Fossman Hotel. I took Logan's car, made the 2-hour trip back to L.A. I phoned the Lion as soon as I hit town. I got the complete rundown on Bickle. Then I went to the Fossman Hotel. I asked the room clerk for old Crackley's room number. It was 203. I didn't wait to be announced. You should lock your door, Crackley. You could get company you might not enjoy.
Well, I've been waiting for you.
I know why you pulled out of Crossroads so fast last night, Crackley.
Well, I don't know anything.
I found Bliss.
I'm not interested in Bliss anymore.
And maybe you're interested in Bickle, the tall clown.
Now, please, Mr. Regan.
Bliss joined the circus under his real name, Bickle, to check up on his investment.
The tall clown was Bliss?
Yeah. He was eccentric, but not eccentric enough to throw his money away. But he got more than he bargained for.
No, please, now leave me alone.
He's dead, Crackley.
Dead. Yes, dead.
You pulled out of Crossroads last night because a man was killed and buried there on the lot.
But I didn't kill him.
But you know who did?
No.
I had the lion check on Bickle. It seems he married a Ruth Sandusky in Chicago, April 18th, 1930. Now, Ruth Sandusky was only a kid then, featured in an animal act.
My son George married her in good faith, Mr. Regan. I was against the marriage.
Where's George now?
But I can't tell you.
I left him in Crackley's suite of rooms, checked the front desk for George's room. Was told he lived in his own small trailer. That when he was in town, he always parked it down by the Circus warehouse. That's where I headed. The Circus warehouse was down by the tracks. It was a raw wood building that had fallen in on its bones. Most of the circus trucks had unloaded. Things were pretty quiet. I got out of the car, walked around. The rear of the warehouse was parked a small trailer, beat up. The one that had forced me off the highway near Crossroads. Inside, I found Ruth. Ruth Sandusky.
Regan.
Married Elmer C. Bickle in Chicago, April 18th, 1930.
You're a real bright eye.
You kind of like being married, don't you, Ruth? So much you get married twice.
Girl needs a man.
With money.
Bickle ran away from me the week we played Chillicothe. The only way I knew he was alive, he used to put crazy ads in the trades every Christmas.
You'll be sitting pretty when old man Crackley dies and George inherits the circus.
Oh, I try not to think of such things.
Bickle joined the circus 3 weeks ago. He recognized you, wanted you again, moved in on George. The thing is, you were still married to Bickle. You'd kind of overlooked getting a divorce, which meant you weren't legally married to George, meaning you had no future claim on the circus.
You won't tell George. I'll make it worth your while, Mr. Regan.
Trouble is, lady, George saw Bickle, the new clown, moving in on him. And easily, too. You were afraid to hold Bickle off, afraid he might yell bigamy. Real cozy for you, Ruth. Both husbands, clowns in the same act.
You better stop talking, Mr. Regan.
George had to move out of your tent, sleep in his trailer. He was crazy jealous. That's why he tried to finish me by driving me off the road. He thought I was moving in, too.
Stop it while you still got the chance.
Bickle said, come back to me or I yelled bigamy, and you killed him.
Stop it!
Only one thing, lady. You didn't know that Bickle and Bliss were the same man.
Bliss?
Yeah, the angel. The guy that was pouring all that money into the circus.
Bickle was Bliss. I'm still married to him, legally.
That's almost right.
Yeah. Yes, it was bigamy. What do I want with George now? As the wife of Bliss or whatever he called himself now, I'll inherit all his dough.
You killed Bliss.
What? Crackley thinks his son did it. George will go to the gas chamber for me. I'm a bigamist, Mr. Regan, so give me 2 years.
No, you won't get rid of me that easy.
George.
I heard what you were
Little George, the sad, bruised clown, stood in the doorway of a small trailer. It was like he didn't see me, only Ruth, his almost wife. But he'd heard
I
plenty.
thought you killed him because he was molesting you.
Shut up, George.
I thought you killed him because you loved me.
You stay away from me, George.
Ruth ran out of the trailer, followed by George. He slammed the door to hold me back. I got the door open just in time to see little George slip into the circus warehouse. I ran after them, fast. Inside the warehouse, it was dim. There was a sharp smell of circus animals. Little George was flexing his muscles for the first time in his life.
I won't let him get you. I'll take you from the gas chamber.
A superhuman strength had come into him. He had Ruth by the hair and was forcing her into an animal cage. The tiger was crouched in the corner of the cage, ready to jump. I grabbed both George and Ruth by the hair and pulled them back. I kicked the cage shut.
Why didn't you let me finish?
Sorry, George. The state will want witnesses when Ruth finishes her act. In the gas chamber. That wound it up. I called Sanducci of Homicide. When they came to take Ruth away, I saw little George, the fall guy, standing near his trailer, all alone. 2 hours later, I checked in with the Lion at the office.
We're in the money. We're in the money.
Still at the paste pot, Lion?
Oh, yes, my boy. I've just finished pasting the last bill together. The silk threads match perfectly.
Nice, neat job.
Oh, Jeffrey, you just don't know how hard I work for our future.
Uh-huh. Bank should take these all right.
Now, I slaved all night, my boy.
The only thing, money doesn't belong to us.
Yeah, I think I'll just press the bill so the bank will be sure to... What?
Money isn't ours.
But, Hey, what do you mean?
I got a call from Logan. Says he found your receipt in the Bliss shack. I had to tell him we got the $75 to keep us from taking the case.
Oh.
So the Bliss estate demands its money back.
It's all your fault, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I guess maybe.
If you hadn't opened
well,
your
I guess I'll just have to keep this 100.
Yeah. Well, what's that you have?
$100 bill. Got 2 more, just like it.
Jeffrey. But who?
Old Crackley gave it to me.
Well.
He thought his son George had killed Bickle. When we proved it was Ruth, he gave it.
Oh, how could I have ever doubted you, Jeffrey?
Another thing, Lion.
Yes?
Meant to tell you, those bills you pasted together?
Oh, I worked so hard over them.
Well, the bank would have fitted the bills together for you.
Yes. Oh, no!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, and inviting you to be with us again next Sunday at 8:30 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a few moments, The Man from Homicide, starring Dan Duryea. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world affairs are heard each Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand. During the weeks he's in Europe, his Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He speaks tonight from Heidelberg. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's penetrating analysis on Your Land and Mine.
A Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
One way or another, people keep dying all the time. That interests doctors, insurance companies, and statisticians. But sometimes people are helped to die, and that interests us. In Homicide, we work at it. The death that comes because somebody was afraid, because somebody hated, because somebody killed.
Pretty clear case of suicide, Lieutenant.
The place was a pier jutting out into the bay. The time was 2 a.m. The occasion?
You don't often get an eyewitness to suicide, Lou, but this time we've got one. A cop, too.
The girl they'd fished out of the bay was young. At one time, she might have been pretty. But that time was before the waters of the bay got at her.
Yes, sir, one of our men saw her go in.
They were working on her with a pull motor. What they needed was a miracle.
Yeah. Uniformed man was maybe 50 yards from her when he heard her scream. He started towards her. She was easy to see on account of the lamppost right near the spot she jumped from. By the time he got there, she was under. Lou?
The sergeant was fat. Probably made getting clothes to fit him tough. I thought it was a good thing he didn't have to wear a uniform anymore.
Lou!
Sorry, Dave. I guess I was dreaming. Stick of gum, Pappy?
No, thanks. Lou, okay if the boys remove the body? She's dead?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, boys, get her out of here, huh?
There was no identification on her, Dave?
No.
No labels on her clothes and no purse, huh? How about a hat?
She was wearing one when she went in.
Where is it?
The hat?
The hat.
Well, I guess nobody bothered fishing for it.
I want somebody to bother.
Well, okay, Lou. I'll put a couple of the boys on it. But
call it attention to detail, Dave. I don't like it.
Don't like what?
That girl dying the way she did? She was young, Dave. Pretty. Death by drowning hurts.
She picked it for herself.
Maybe. She was too alone, Dave.
Suicides don't usually look for company.
They don't bother dying incognito either.
Well...
Sure, I know. It could have been that way. Did you notice her hair, Dave?
It was blonde.
She'd had a permanent. Even the Baywater didn't bother it much. A recent permanent.
Nah, something's working on you.
Yeah. Suicides are tired and worn, bitter sometimes. This girl's face was untouched. She hadn't lived long, Dave. She hadn't lived much. Not nearly enough to find out what life was. Not nearly enough to ask for death. And Dave, she screamed. I went back to headquarters and waited. I wondered how it felt to breathe water instead of air. I wondered why any man chose to be in homicide. After a while, I stopped wondering and just waited.
Lou?
Yeah, Dave?
No sign of the hat. You know, the bay is kind of big.
Autopsy in yet?
I got it.
Thanks.
Anything?
Sure. She was drowned. Water in her lungs. Water that tested out as bay water.
Well, that cleans it up, don't it?
I don't know. Dave, get a hold of the copper so I'll go in. Have him describe the hat to one of the lab men and have the lab man make a sketch of it.
Sure, only...
Why? I'm trying not to believe that life's so lousy a girl like that wouldn't want it. Her clothes were cheap. It's been a warm night. Why was she wearing a hat?
Maybe you got something there.
A bad taste is what I've got. Get me that sketch, will you, Dave? If nothing else, it'll look good in her file. The rest of the routine went along fine. Pictures of her would go to the papers, and the request for identification would go with them. There might be trouble, though. The people who'd known her hadn't seen her dead. Her lungs filled with bay water. It makes a difference.
Here's your sketch, Lou.
Thanks. Wow. This is quite a hat.
Yeah. Designer must have just heard about the birds and the bees, not to mention the fruit.
Elaborate and expensive. It's a wrong note, Dave. Too much hat.
Oh, you're a stubborn man, Lou. Maybe the girl just blew a week's salary on that hat. Kind of a splurge.
Just before she decided to die?
Yeah.
No one's come in to identify her, huh?
Not yet.
Not ever.
You're guessing wild.
No, I'm not. Why were the labels on her clothes removed? Dave, have copies of that sketch made. Put a few policewomen on the job. A hat like that means a designer. It's not mass production stuff like the girl's clothes. I want that designer found.
Okay, Lou. And if we turn him up?
Make sure our people don't get spotted as cops.
Yeah. And then what?
And then I'll go visiting. I never heard her scream, Dave. Just a report about it. But somehow that screams in my ears. I want to get rid of it. It took time, but the dead girl had all the time there was. Finally, I got an address. And a name. The name was printed large in gilt letters on a shop window. It read Vogue Millinery. Underneath, in small letters, Martha Wayne. I went in.
Hello.
Hello.
I rather like to have a man stop in. I get so tired of... Well, women are fine. They're the ones who buy my hats mostly, but... Oh, you did want to see me about a hat.
I did. You're, Mrs. Wayne?
Miss Wayne.
You design all these hats?
Yes. Guilty as charged.
They're manufactured here?
Manufactured is such a large word. They're made here. I usually have someone help me.
Oh, isn't that a lot of work?
Well, not really. You see, I make only one of a kind. Not very many at that.
Then, any hat bought here...
would be absolutely unique. You're thinking of surprising your wife.
I'm not married.
Well, you're thinking of surprising someone?
In a way. I have a picture here.
Oh?
Look at it.
I see. Oh, she's very pretty, of course, but the photograph isn't terribly good, is it? I mean, well, it looks distorted.
Maybe. You, don't recognize her?
Recognize? Oh, she must be a celebrity, and I'm very stupid, but... No, I don't recognize her.
No, she's no celebrity. She bought a hat here.
She did?
That's why I thought you'd recognize her.
Oh, I have a very bad memory for faces. Now, if you showed me the hat she bought...
I've got a sketch that might help. Take a look at it.
Oh, you're quite an artist, aren't you?
This is one of your hats?
Oh, I think so. Your friend told you she bought it here?
No.
Well, then however
you put labels in the hats you make, don't you?
Oh, of course. I'm terribly dense. All you had to do was look inside the hat.
You keep records of the sales you make?
Well, naturally. The kind of clientele I have. And besides, there's so many taxes we have to pay.
I want the name of the girl you sold that hat to.
Her name? But if she's a friend of yours...
I didn't say that.
Well, no, but I assume
I'd like her name.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can give you that information.
Why not?
I don't know that the lady would want you to have it.
The lady's wishes don't matter very much. Not anymore.
I beg your pardon?
My name is Dana, Lieutenant Dana. My credentials.
Oh. Well, there isn't anything wrong about...
Your hats? That wouldn't be my business. I'm Homicide.
Homicide? Oh, then you'd be Lou Dana. You're the celebrity.
Well, the papers run out of copy every once in a while.
I didn't recognize you. Although I've seen pictures of you. You look younger and...
The name of the girl?
Oh, I'm sorry. My record's in the back room. If you'll wait a few moments...
I'll wait.
I'll be right back.
It was a long distance from the cold waters of the bay to the warm, perfumed shop where Martha Wayne made hats. I wondered how the dead girl had got from one place to the other. It kept me from wondering about Martha Wayne and the things that had nothing to do with death. Martha Wayne was taking a long time. Too long a time. Miss Wayne? Miss Wayne? Miss Wayne! There was a back room. It held a couple of sewing machines, odds and ends of equipment, a desk, a chair, and an open window. The window looked out onto an alley leading to the next street. It was empty. As empty as the room I was in. Lieutenant Dana, I want an address for a Martha Wayne. She's not in the phone book, but she runs a hat shop on Miller Avenue. Yeah, that's right. Sales tax people that have it. Make it fast and call me here. The number's Arden 48747. I'm in a hurry and I don't know why. Dana. 39 Carlisle. Thanks. The house was an old brownstone. The steps were worn that led up to the stoop. The windows were shuttered. No one was in a hurry to answer the doorbell. The door was locked. The neighborhood wasn't good. Streets littered, sidewalks cracked, doors sagging. I tried a few keys. One of them worked. The lights weren't on. That figured. No one was home. I was wrong. For a while I felt fine. Things were soft and dark and warm. Nothing mattered. That was the way it would be when you died, I thought lazily. But I was wrong. It didn't last. Light came back, and sound, and pain.
Lou.
Oh.
Lou, wake up, will you? Lou? Wake up.
What? Hello, Dave.
Oh, you had me worried.
I seem to be lying down. Yeah. On the floor. Dirty floor. Help me up, Dave.
Okay.
Thanks.
For a minute there, I was scared.
Nobody kills Dana.
Now, that could be wrong.
Sure, but I don't want to know about it. Why did you...
phoned in for this address and then you didn't check in. I got worried.
How long
is it? It's 11, Lou.
11?
Yeah.
I must have been out for a good 4 hours. Correction, a bad 4 hours.
Yeah.
Dave, did you see anyone when
No.
Now, let's go look through the rest of the house.
Now, you feel all right?
I feel lousy. We'll look anyway.
For what?
A dark-haired girl named Martha Wayne. A girl who runs a hat shop. Right now, maybe. Just a girl who runs. We looked through the rest of the house. We didn't find Martha Wayne. I hadn't expected to. We found lots of other things, though.
Well, that's it, Lieutenant.
That's it.
House full of antique furniture, old silver, paintings.
Very high class.
Very expensive. Also too much.
A lot too much.
Yeah, not a house for a family to live in.
A warehouse, Dave.
What I was thinking.
A warehouse for stolen goods.
We'll get the burglary detail on it.
They'll love us for finding the merchandise.
Now, what does all this make Martha Wayne, Lieutenant?
A receiver of stolen goods, at best.
And at worst?
A killer. The burglary detail came and loved us. The house that Martha Wayne had lived in was filled with the loot from half a dozen big robberies. That took care of that. We put out an alarm for Martha Wayne. That didn't take care of that.
What's that thing you're fiddling with?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
It's something I picked up in the room Martha Wayne lived in. It's a medal, Dave.
Medal?
Yeah. She'd been a Girl Scout. Also a senior lifesaver.
What flavor? Trying to be funny.
Relax, Pappy. I don't bite. I hope that's for me. Dana here. Yeah? Uh-huh. Yeah. Good. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
What was that?
Burglary detail. Good old routine. The cop's best friend.
Yeah, I'm not only getting fatter, I'm getting stupider.
They've been worried about a cat named Barlow. A lot of burglaries bore his trademark the last few months. And they haven't been able to get anything on him, though.
Well, what good is that?
I don't know yet. I'll go ask Barlow.
But if burglary already worked on
They
him...
were gentle. All they had to worry about was stolen property. I won't be gentle.
Lou, you better take it easy.
Dave, there's nothing in my life except what? Death, killers, pain and violence. I'll take it as easy as I know how, but I'm not worrying about stolen property. I'm worrying about murder. Burglary had mentioned the yellow disc. It turned out to be a saloon with a girl singer, an out-of-tune piano, and a tough doorman.
Yeah?
I'm coming in.
Mention a name.
Ralph Waldo Emerson.
I don't like that name.
I'm still coming in.
Look, mister. Nobody gets in the yellow disc without an invitation. You ain't got one.
I got this.
A badge. A real badge. You know what? I bet you're a cop.
You win the bet.
You still ain't coming in.
Let's find out.
You know what this is?
Yeah, a sap. Technically, a concealed weapon.
Well, it ain't concealed now.
You're frightening me.
You're gonna get it.
I've been sapped before tonight. I'm getting used to it.
Well, you must like it. Hey, my arm. Hey, you could break it.
Don't suggest things to me. Drop the sap.
Okay. Well, it won't do you no good taking me. You did a nice job. Walk in there, you got trouble.
Maybe I like trouble.
Okay, I'm out of your way. You're tough, sure. You could handle me. There's half a dozen guys in there.
Open the door for me, huh?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. Suppose you announce me.
Oh, okay. What name?
Lou Dana.
No wonder you took me.
You heard what I said.
Yeah. Lieutenant Lou Dana. That's this guy.
Now get back outside.
Yeah?
A saloon. The girl singer left quick. A small combo played background music. A handful of men sat around at small tables. They all bulged at one place or another. Shoulder holsters or hip pocket rods, concealed weapons. Most of them had a girl at the table with them. Their weapons weren't especially concealed.
Dana.
Make it lieutenant. I feel formal tonight.
What do you want here?
Not a thing.
Then get out.
You worried about what?
Something happening to you.
Thanks.
Let's not play games. I run this place. I run it without cops.
Keep right on running it. Which one is Barlow?
I don't hear a word you say.
Which one is Barlow?
You got a warrant for him?
All the mugs in town are turning legal.
I never heard of anybody named Barlow.
Which one?
Move in on me and you'll stop asking questions. You'll get an answer. You won't like it.
I'm crazy about answers, any kind. Point 'em out.
Okay. He's the one at the corner table.
Thanks. Hello, Barlow.
Hello.
Let's go for a walk.
Okay.
You're coming easy.
Why not?
I wouldn't know. How about your little playmates?
You must have been reading the papers about you.
Convenient. Come on.
Since when you doing burglary, Lieutenant?
I'm not.
Hey, no, wait a minute.
Oh, no. We keep right on going. Or don't you believe what you read in the papers?
We keep on going.
Thanks, Mr. Barlow. Thanks.
Hey, what are you stopping here for?
This time of night, I'm crazy about the bay. Get out.
I ain't interested in sightseeing.
Get out.
Okay, but under protest, see?
Under protest. Come on. I want to get a closer look at the water.
I don't know what you got in mind.
I'll let you know in time. Right here ought to do. Up above and to your right, Barlow. That's a pier.
Oh, thanks for telling me.
Down here, we've got more privacy. Funny thing about that pier.
Yeah?
A kid jumped off it last night right into the bay. She drowned.
What's that got to do with me?
A cop saw her go over. With a little luck, she might have been saved. If somebody went into the bay from down here, nobody'd see him, Barlow.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Oh, no, you're staying right here, Barlow.
What do you want from me?
An introduction to Martha Wayne.
Martha? I don't know nobody named that.
From down here, you'd go into the water smooth and easy. Can you swim, Barlow?
No.
Too bad.
Hey, let go of me.
Ever try breathing water instead of air?
I said let go.
We're right near the edge now, Barlow. One push and...
yeah.
Who'd hear you out here at this time of night?
Okay. I'll take you to her.
Why, thanks, Barlow. Thanks very much.
I don't know what you think you're doing.
Very simple. You're a burglar. Martha Wayne's a fence. You steal the stuff, she disposes of it. The millinery store's a front.
Oh, that's guessing. And besides, what's it got to do with homicide?
That's what we're going to find out. Knock, Barlow.
Okay.
Who is it?
Barlow.
What do you want?
We're both coming in, Miss Wayne.
Lieutenant Dana.
You remembered.
You're not an easy man to forget, Lieutenant.
Thanks. This, apartment's a lot nicer than the brownstone.
What brownstone?
You're listed as the owner.
But there's no law against having more than one place to live.
Tonight, everybody's quoting the law to me.
Why did you bring Barlow here?
He brought me.
I had to. He would have drowned me.
Shut up.
Okay, I'll shut up.
You were really anxious to meet me, weren't you?
I still want the name of the girl who bought that hat from you.
You're very persistent.
So?
Why not forget her, Lieutenant? Wouldn't be hard. I'd help.
All this for a burglary rap?
That's an act, Lieutenant, isn't it? Because you do respond when I'm close to you, like this.
I respond, all right. I remember the kid who went into the bay.
The kid who what?
Last night, a girl wearing one of your hats jumped into the bay. A cop on duty heard her scream and looked around. She was near a lamppost. He saw her go over.
Well, that's very sad, but...
It's more than sad. It's murder.
Murder? But you yourself just told me she jumped in.
She did. But she wasn't the one who died.
She wasn't the one who... You're confusing me.
No, I'm not. You run a millinery store. In that store, you have an assistant. Let's suppose that assistant is a girl. A girl who finds out by accident what your business really is. A receiver of stolen goods. Suppose that girl is young, naive. Tells you she's going to inform the police. What would you do?
You're the one who's supposing all these things.
You'd have to make sure she wouldn't go to the police. One way would be to murder her. But that's dangerous. People get executed for murder. So, with a little help, Barlow's, for example, you get the girl down to the bay and drown her.
That would be murder anyway. Besides, the policeman saw her jump by herself.
You drown her in the bay, in the water underneath the pier. Then you go up on the pier yourself. You're dressed exactly the same way she is. You wait until a policeman's around, some little distance away. You pick out a place near a lamppost. Then you scream. The policeman sees you. He starts towards you, but you jump into the water. The harbor detail dredges, comes up with the body of a drowned girl. The policeman would swear it was the same girl he'd seen go over. It wasn't.
Very, very clever, Lieutenant. But only a guess.
You could do it. You were a senior lifesaver. You swim well. The dead girl was already in the water under the pier. You hit the water, you swim away, climb out of the bay a few hundred yards from the pier. A perfect murder setup.
A guess.
Why would a suicide pick a lamppost? Why would a suicide scream before jumping? Not a guess.
You'll never be able to prove it.
Barlow isn't a very strong character. He brought me to you, and he'll testify, hoping he might get away with a second-degree murder rap. Won't you, Barlow?
Well, she did it all. I didn't know what she was planning.
You see?
I have nothing to say.
No, you haven't. Not anymore. Not in this life. And it all came from a hat. The hat that was wrong. But the dead girl was blonde. You're brunette, Miss Wayne. You had to wear a hat for a masquerade. That hat will hang you. That was all. They were booked, they'd be tried, and in due time they'd die. I finished my report and signed it. I didn't see the paper I was writing on. I saw a young girl with an untouched face and all of her life before her, lying dead and watery on the rough wood of a pier. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a transcribed series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide. The Man from Homicide is written by Lou Vitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names, and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like MI-31, for example, Rexall's popular mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI-31 kills contacted germs in seconds. Its zippy, tangy quality leaves a happy aftertaste. For a reliable yet refreshing mouthwash, use Rexall MI-31. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell. Dick's special guest star tonight is what was your name again?
I'm sorry, but I really can't tell you.
You can't tell me. Well, Rexall brings you Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Wow. Morning, Mr. Diamond.
Morning, Charlie. Oh, fix me something, will you?
Like that, huh? You look pretty good.
Oh, you should have seen me when I got up. Both my heads were hissing each other.
I'll fix you my special. You snap right out of it.
Well, take it easy. I tried snapping out of it this morning and scattered myself all over the room.
You relax for a minute. Just getting to work?
Yeah. Helen gave a party last night. I think it turned out to be the finals of the roller derby. Ever swallow a roller skate, Charlie?
Once on a dare, a mouse.
Oh.
Sorry.
Charlie!
Gotta mix it.
Oh, that's a horrible machine to have in a bar. Some poor guy's liable to end up with shell shock.
Here. Hold your breath so you don't change your mind.
What's in it?
In your condition, that is a very touchy question. You just drink it, you'll feel better.
Okay.
No fudging all the way.
Charlie!
All the way? What are you, chicken?
Oh. Oh, I knew it. You snitched this stuff from a fire extinguisher.
Tastes terrible, don't it?
What are you going to thaw me out with, a chisel?
Now I know it ain't that bad.
No? A mortician would pay good money for the formula.
Wow. Look what came in the front door.
Hmm? Oh, yes, sir.
Pardon me, but I'm looking for someone.
There's nobody here but me and Mr. Diamond.
Here's a picture of him. Has he been in here?
Oh, lady, a lot of people come in here.
No, I mean this morning.
Mr. Diamond's my first customer.
Oh,
Something wrong, miss?
I've just got to find him. I don't know where to look.
What made you think he'd be in here?
I'm trying every place that's open. I lost him in this block someplace.
Lost him?
Well, he just disappeared.
Who is he?
My husband.
Oh.
I stopped to look at some hats in a window. I started talking about how pretty they were, and the next thing I turned around and he was gone.
You called home?
We're living at a hotel. He hasn't shown up there. I've called everyone I know in New York.
You're from out of town?
Yes. Oh, I'm so worried.
Well, honey, from this picture, your husband looks old enough to find his way around. Why don't you go on back to the hotel and...
You don't understand. My husband had quite a shock earlier this morning, and he was acting strangely.
So you figure he might have gone looking for a drink?
I don't know what I thought. It isn't like him to wander off like that. I'm so worried.
Well, if you're that upset, why don't you go to the law? Missing persons.
I thought about that, but I can't.
You can't go to the police?
I can't explain why. It just wouldn't be good.
Would you mind a completely new remark?
What?
Haven't I seen you before, Miss...
No.
Nice name.
Mr. Diamond sees a lot of people. Used to be a cop himself.
Oh.
Private detective now.
Private detective?
Seems to me I've seen your husband someplace before, too. Is this an old picture?
Yes, I carry it around in my wallet. Are you really a private detective, Mr.
Diamond, miss.
Like Sam Spade?
Well, no. Sam drinks and runs around with women. I lead a rather sheltered life. Steady, Charlie.
Mr. Diamond, I'm really frightened. I'm sure something awful's happened to my husband. Will you help me?
I might, if you tell me two things.
What are they?
Why you can't go to the police, and if you can afford $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, I can afford the money.
You should have answered the first question first. Now I'm almost tempted to forget the last one.
But I can't go to the police.
Dear, when people can't go to the police, it worries me. Your old man got a record or something?
A record?
Well, I've seen both of you someplace. You sure you aren't working some kind of a racket?
Oh,
now, lady, take it easy.
I lose my husband. I come in here for help, and you think I'm some sort of a criminal or something.
Look, dear,
I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. I don't want to go to the police, and it has nothing to do with breaking the law.
Shame on you, Diamond. Here, lady, here's a handkerchief.
Thank you.
Look, I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You're terrible.
Oh, please. Look, I'm in pretty bad shape myself. Okay, I'll help you.
Wonderful, Mr. Diamond. Where can we talk?
Hey, she turns him off like a hydrant.
You'll help me?
Oh, yes. $100 a day in expenses.
Certainly.
Get her.
Yeah. You sure you didn't dip into one of Charlie's specials?
I don't drink.
This isn't drinking. It's like diving into an active volcano.
Where can we talk?
One of the booths.
Good. I don't want anyone else to know about this.
You mean after this build-up, I ain't even going to hear what it's all about?
Come on, dear.
Oh.
Relax, Charlie. Have one of your specials. Who knows? You may be the first one to reach the moon.
Is this booth all right, Mr. Diamond?
Just fine. Now sit down, dear, and tell me all about it.
Well, there's really not much to tell. I took my husband to an appointment this morning.
What kind of an appointment?
I can't tell you.
And you can't tell me your husband's name?
No.
Not even his first name?
Well, I guess I could tell you his first name. It's Richard.
Richard?
Yes.
You can't tell me any more?
No.
You want me to find him, and you want me to trust you?
If you will.
Will you trust me?
Yes.
Then I'll try and find Richard, but I'll need some help.
I'll try.
No, please. I'll need some outside help.
Who?
A policeman.
Oh, no, I told you.
And I told you. You want me to trust you? Okay, that's what I'm going to do, but you got to trust me, too.
But the police...
If you and your husband aren't in trouble with the police, you got nothing to worry about.
But the police...
Not the police, a policeman. One man.
But he'll find out why Richard disappeared.
Well, don't you want to know why?
I know why. But I don't want anyone else to know why.
You don't want anyone else? You know why, but you... Oh, don't let me do this to myself.
I just want to find him.
Okay. I promise the policeman won't say anything. I'm trusting that you have a good reason for not telling me any more than you have, but to find a man, this man in the picture, and an old photograph at that, to find this man needs a lot of doing. Checking hospitals.
Hospitals?
Now, don't start crying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
When you've got to check hospitals, morgues...
Morgue?
Look, dear. You wait here.
No, I'm going with you.
Good girl.
Charlie, thank you for being so patient.
A pleasure, miss.
Shall we go, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah. And, Charlie...
Yeah?
I'd like to thank you, too.
Anytime.
Your hospitality and good manners are only equaled by your loyalty and perspicacity.
Huh?
All in all, you've been a living doll. Being a person who lives out in left field most of the time myself, I realized that these little disturbances in my life were pretty average. So with cute little Anonymous tagging along behind, I left Charlie's fancy bistro and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station and the good Lieutenant Levinson. When we walked into the squad room, we bumped right into the one thing that science had been working 24 hours a day to find a cure for. Well, good afternoon, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, how are you, Diamond? Hey.
Oh, unpucker, Otis. Mrs. X will think the lieutenant uses you to unstop sinks.
Mrs. X? What kind of a name is that?
You want to meet the lady? That's the name.
Mrs. X?
How do you do, Sergeant?
Oh, hey, ain't I seen you someplace before?
Otis, haven't I seen you someplace before?
Now, what are you talking about, Chama? Sure you've seen me before.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, but this is nothing. Stick around him for a whole day sometime. Come on, let's see the lieutenant.
I'll see you later, Mrs.
Yes, Sergeant. It's been a pleasure.
Otis.
Yeah?
Your eyes are hanging out so far they cover your badge.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Hi, Rick.
Yeah. This is Mrs. X, Walt. Dear, this is the mighty arm of the law, Lieutenant Levinson.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
How do you do, Mrs. X?
Oh, let's not go into this thing again. The young lady prefers to be known as Mrs. X. Now, Walt, I want you to do me a favor.
Yeah, young lady, haven't I seen you someplace
before? Yeah, Walt. Even Otis is with us on that one. I said the same thing when she found me in Charlie's bar. Now, the young lady's lost her husband, and I'm going to help her find him. Here's his picture. See if you got anything.
Oh, yeah. Are you sure I haven't seen you?
Walt, we'll solve that one later. The picture. Go make like a policeman.
Okay. She got a record?
Lieutenant.
Oh, well, I never forget her face.
He's been trying to ever since he got Otis. Now, come on, Walt. Get a report for missing persons. Check the hospitals and the morgue.
The morgue?
Lady, please.
It's a habit. Honey, we got to do these things just in case.
But you think he's...
Give me that picture. Lady, please. Now. What's your husband's name?
She can't tell you that, Walt.
What do you mean she can't tell me that?
I can't.
Now, you look, Diamond, if this is one of your...
His first name is Richard.
Richard what?
That's something I really can't tell you. I wouldn't have told Mr. Diamond the Richard part, but it just sort of slipped out.
No way. What are you two trying to do to me? You come in here and ask me to locate this guy in the picture, and you won't even tell me his last name?
Look, Walt, I promised you'd do me the favor without the questions. The young lady seems to have a very good reason for not wanting to give her name or her husband's. Now, all I want you to do is check the morgues.
What's the matter with her?
She wants her husband.
Yes, I want my husband.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
It's always a pleasure when a customer herself tells you why she likes your product. And last week one said to me...
You know why I really prefer Rexall milk of magnesia? It's because one bottle won't be so thick I can't even pour it, and then the next one thin and watery. Somehow Rexall milk of magnesia always seems to be just right.
Well, ma'am, that's because every bottle of Rexall milk of magnesia has to meet an exacting standard of viscosity, or it can't wear the Rexall label.
What do you mean by viscosity?
It's the degree of thickness or pourability in a liquid. Rexall conducts scientifically precise tests on every batch of Rexall milk of magnesia to be sure it meets this constant standard of viscosity. And that's not done just to please you with its consistency. What's much more important, it means you'll always get uniform dosage from every bottle of Rexall milk of magnesia.
And I thought it was all an accident.
Oh, no, ma'am. There are no accidents behind the fact. You can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, I checked, and no one that looks like this guy is in any of the more usual places.
Well, that's fine. Now let's start looking for him where I lost him, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, swell. Well, Walt, we really just stopped by to say hello. Killing time, you know.
Sure.
I appreciate everything you've done, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Of course. Thank you very much. But now Mr. Diamond and I have to go and find my husband.
Richard.
Yes.
I think you'd better wait a few minutes.
What for?
Yes, we've got to hurry. I've got to find my husband before the 8 o'clock plane leaves this evening.
You're leaving tonight?
You didn't tell me that.
Well, Richard has to be in California by tomorrow morning.
Got a little job to do?
A very big job, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Well, what do you want us to wait for?
Because I've got Otis checking on this girl, this Mrs. X.
Oh, no.
Walt, you promised.
I promised nothing. You assumed.
Oh, you're a fine buddy.
Buddy schmuddy. You might be taken in by her sweet innocence, but not me.
You double-crosser.
Mr. Diamond, you promised.
But I didn't, lady. I just checked the morgues. Oh, now you shut up.
Walt.
Well, I never.
I've seen this girl someplace, Rick, and I've got a sneaking suspicion she's wanted.
Wanted?
You can't cross me like this, Fatty.
Wanted?
Won't tell me her name, huh?
No.
Won't tell me your husband's name, huh?
No.
Then you're hiding something.
Yes.
Yes?
Y-E-S, meaning of course.
Now you stop that, Rick.
Rick. Is your name Richard, too, Mr. Diamond?
No, my friends call me Rick.
You ever in Chicago, lady?
Of course.
Of course.
O-F-C-O-U-R-S-E.
You stay out of this. You run around with Tony Capone when you were in Chicago?
You talking to me?
I'm talking to her.
Well, I'm glad. Tony never gave me back my elk's tooth.
Well, I don't know why you're talking to me, Captain. I never gave Mr. Capone an elk's tooth.
Oh.
It's Lieutenant, dear. You got to stop promoting him. You'll get a swell head.
Oh, you rat!
You call me, Lieutenant?
No!
Well, gee, don't scare me like that. I got something on this picture you gave me.
Her husband?
Yeah. Hello, Mrs. X.
Hello, Corporal.
Otis.
Yeah. You won't like it, Lieutenant.
I won't like what?
What I got on this picture.
Something's happened to Richard.
Now, take it easy.
Well, what did you find out? I'll tell you whether I like it or not.
Well, I sent it down to the boys in the morgue.
No! Look what you've done, you mallet head.
Well, gee, what did I say?
You said morgue. No.
Now, honey, listen. This morgue is where they keep photographs.
Oh.
Well, what did they come up with, Sergeant?
She sure looks pretty when she cries like that.
Otis.
Well, I shall quote from the report. Person in said photograph resembles one Richard Diamond, private detective.
What did you say?
Come to think of it, you do, Mr. Diamond.
I shall continue. Member of the New York police force for 7 years. Height 6'1", 190.
80.
The general conformation of the head. Note, right ear...
Otis, shut up.
Oh, it gets real interesting. You didn't tell me about getting mixed up with that fan dancer back in 39, Diamond.
I was simply interested in starting an ostrich farm.
Otis.
Yeah?
Do you think that picture looks like Mr. Diamond?
Kinda.
Thank you, Patrolman Lovelow.
Patrolman?
Yes, and if I ever catch you wearing a sergeant's stripes again, I'll put you on a beach so far out that I'll have to fly food into you. Now get out of here.
Sergeant Levinson.
Lady, please, it's Lieutenant.
Well, I don't care what it is. I think you were just horrible to that nice little policeman.
Is that right?
It certainly is. And I'm going to write a letter to the governor about you.
Now, wait a minute.
And what's more, I'm going to tell him what a horrible, mean, impolite person you are.
But...
I come in here with Mr. Diamond, and simply because I won't tell you my name, you accuse me of being a mop.
Mop?
Yes, mop. One of those gangsters' girls.
Moll.
Yes. And just because everyone thinks they've seen me before, I'm accused of all sorts of things.
But, lady, I...
No telling what's happened to my poor, wonderful husband.
Lady, please, lady.
You big bully.
Yes.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Can Sergeant Loveloon have his stripes back?
Yes.
No, thank you very much. Come on, Mr. Diamond. We've got to find Richard. Goodbye, Major.
Well, I was in it up to my neck. Any other time, a client like Mrs. X would have scared me right into 4 months of hibernation. But she was such a cute little screwball that I just had to go along with it. We took the picture that looked something like yours truly and started making the rounds. Starting with the last place Mrs. X had seen her husband, we showed the picture to every shop owner within a 4-block circle, but no one had seen him. Mrs. X kept checking with the hotel, making me stay at a good distance so I couldn't hear the conversation. But no one had seen her husband. We ended up right back where I first ran into her, Charlie's.
Wow. Find him?
No.
Look, dear, why don't you check again with this place that you and your husband went to this morning for his business appointment? Maybe you went back there.
Well, I guess I could try it again.
Phone in the back on the wall.
Thanks, I'll call him.
No luck, Diamond?
No. How do I get into these things, Charlie?
When someone wants to give you $100 a day in expenses, you get into them. Phone.
Brilliant deduction.
Hello?
A little lady will get it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah?
It's for you. Captain Levinson.
You've been promoted?
Several times in the last hour.
You think he's heard something about Richard?
Might be. Yeah. What is it, Fatty?
I thought you might be there.
What made you think of Charlie's?
Well, it's pretty obvious you had a hangover.
Well, maybe I stuck a bicycle pump in my nose and pumped up my head just to get a laugh out of Otis. You'll have to do better than that.
You told me you met the girl at Charlie's.
Shrewd.
Is it something important?
Honey, just relax. I'm getting to it.
But if it's about Richard...
The girl there?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, I don't know if it means anything, but we just got a report from the Johnson Sanatorium.
Johnson Sanatorium. Never heard of it.
Over on 84th Street.
The missing husband?
I don't know. The report fitted his description, but who knows from that old photograph.
Well, it's worth checking. What's the address?
644 East 84th Street. Seems they found this guy wandering around the streets.
Johnson Sanatorium, 644 East 84th Street, huh? Did he give his name?
Amnesia, loss of memory. Seemed to be suffering from shock. Thought I'd let you get there first. Felt kind of sorry for the girl when I realized the story might be kosher.
Okay, Walt, I'll check it, thanks.
Meet you there.
Well, honey, that might be... Hey. Charlie.
Yeah?
Mrs. X, where'd she go?
Took out of here like she was shot out of a gun. Something wrong?
When are you going to stop asking stupid questions? Well, that tore it. Mrs. X was probably on her way over to the Johnson Sanatorium and with a good head start. So I went out and grabbed a cab for 84th Street and kicked myself a dozen times for getting mixed up in a situation like that. Why not forget the whole thing and get some rest until my head returned to a normal circumference? Answer. Because I'd wasted a whole afternoon looking for the missing husband and hadn't even got a retainer.
Yes, sir. Is something I can do for you, perhaps?
I'm looking for the man you reported as...
Hello, Rick.
Oh, Walt. Have you seen Mrs. X?
I just this minute got her. She's been and gone.
What about the guy you got the report on?
Took him with her.
The young lady came in, took a look at the man, claimed it was her husband, paid his bill, and left.
You let him go like that? I thought the man had amnesia.
Well, yes, he was suffering from some kind of shock and had temporarily lost his memory.
But you just let him walk out of here with...
Rick, let him finish his story.
The minute the man saw the young lady, he snapped right out of it. She said they had to hurry to catch a plane or something, had a lot of packing to do.
Did she give her name?
Yes, he signed the release.
Here, let me see it.
Now, take it easy, Rick. It's signed Mrs. Richard Diamond.
She used my name?
Is that your name?
You're darn right it is. She leave any address?
Phony, I checked.
Oh, swell.
I'll cover the airports if it'll make you happy.
Oh, it'll make me very happy. She did nothing for my hangover. She didn't pay me 1 red cent for my trouble, and I think I may be getting hives. Oh, I'm going over to Helen's and have a complete nervous breakdown.
How do you feel now?
Oh, I'm all right, Helen, dear, but my ulcers just had a parade.
Any word from Walt?
No.
Miss Helen,
Yes, what is it, Francis?
a young lady at the door for Mr. Diamond.
I'll get it.
I'll bet you will.
Wow.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Now, look, I've got something to say
I
to
can't
you.
stop to talk. My husband's waiting in the car, and we have to catch a plane.
Now, you look,
I want to thank you very much for all you've done, and I want to apologize for running out on you.
But your husband...
He's fine, thank you. He just lost his memory for a while.
Now, I'm not
I
gonna...
haven't got time to tell you anymore. We've got to catch a plane.
But you-
Oh, I said that. Here's an envelope.
But I...
It explains everything, and there's something in it for you.
But you can't...
And here's something else because you've been so wonderful.
But...
I hope if you ever get to California, you'll look us up. Goodbye, and thank you again for everything. You're wonderful. Bye.
Well,
Oh,
all right, Blue Eyes. What was that all about?
Oh, no, that was her. She. The girl.
The girl.
Mrs. X.
What's that?
Oh, it's an envelope. Said it would explain everything.
I hope it does, especially that fond farewell.
Oh, that. She was just being grateful.
Yeah. Go on, open the envelope.
Pardon, Miss Helen. Now it's the phone. Lieutenant Levinson for Mr. Diamond.
I better tell him about the girl.
You'd better read what's in that envelope.
Hello, Walt.
Rick, that dame phoned Otis. Asked where she could find you.
Oh, that's how she found the place.
Yeah, the melonhead told her you might be over at Helen's. Gave her... She's been there?
Just left. And she left an envelope that she said would explain everything.
Well, what did it say?
I haven't read it.
Well, read it. I want to know what this is all about.
So does Helen.
Well,
Well,
$500.
the explanation?
what about the letter?
Well, it says, Dear Mr. Diamond, I know that I've caused you a great deal of trouble, so I wish to take this opportunity
To thank you for your patience and understanding. As for an explanation, well, here it is. But I count on your discretion and hope that you will keep my secret. This morning, my husband and I went to a doctor because I hadn't been feeling well. We discovered and were overjoyed to find out that I was going to have a baby. Immediately, I informed my husband that I had decided to give up working until after I had the baby. The realization that I wasn't going to make any more money for the rest of the year was too much for him. The shock made him lose his mind, and he just wandered off. Although he has recovered his memory, the thought of having to support us both for the rest of the year has left him nervous and despondent. So I'm taking him back to the coast to the family psychiatrist.
I wish to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your kindness and help. Signed,
Sign who?
Rick!
Helen, what's wrong?
He's fainted.
What?
He looked at the signature on the letter and just flopped over.
Well, what about the signature?
It's signed June Allison.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Whenever you have a headache, remember this about Rexall aspirin. When taken with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin in every Rexall tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach. Yes, whenever you have a headache, remember that about Rexall aspirin. Ask for it at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember always, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. June Allison appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and will soon be seen co-starring with Dick Powell in the MGM motion picture Right Cross. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, and Bob Sweeney. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Bill Bendix leads The Life of Riley again Friday on NBC.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Tom Conway. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Tom Conway as the Saint.
Here, Mr. Templar.
Thanks, Julius.
Headache any better?
No, it still feels as if they're building the new 3rd Avenue subway right through my head.
Oh, that's too bad.
I don't mind the digging so much, but I wish they'd be a little more gentle when they throw the track down. They're rather quiet in here tonight, anyway.
Yeah, well, it's raining. You know the people, they stay home when it rains.
It was quiet last night, too.
Well, then it was nice out. The people, they don't like to go indoors when it's nice out.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm. What this business needs is nice, intermediate weather. But who's going to go in proposition nature?
I'm glad to see you take the ups and downs of the saloon business philosophically.
Mr. Templar, a guy's got no philosophy in him. He's got no business in the saloon business. Besides, I don't mind a couple of quiet nights. Gives me a chance to catch up on the newspapers.
Now, what's the headline there?
Oh, it's the same thing.
Russia?
Yeah, Russia. That other calamity, the local one.
Oh, which?
Frenchy LaSalle.
Oh, that's a former calamity, isn't it, Julius? They're burying LaSalle tomorrow.
Well, that's what the cops say.
But you don't believe it, huh?
Ignorance believes nothing, Mr. Templar, and me, I am ignorant.
Oh, then I'll have to change your rating on my little list, Julius. I've mistakenly marked you down as wise.
In many ways ignorant, Mr. Templar. Like, for instance, how do they know?
How do you mean, how?
Well, for 6 months, the cops have been hunting high and low for this LaSalle. They got a reservation for him at Sing Sing, private room.
And a chair that's equipped with a built-in toaster.
Yeah. They're going to fry him, and believe me, nobody deserved it better. And they finally find this Frenchy LaSalle. You see, he's dead in a river. 3 weeks in a river, Mr. Templar. So how do they know?
You mean a man doesn't look like he used to look after 3 unhealthy weeks in the Hudson?
That's my point. It ain't that I think the cops may be doing it on purpose, but they make sometimes mistakes.
Not very often.
But sometimes. And it says in the paper he didn't even have no fingerprints left, 3 weeks in a river.
No, but you forget. He was wearing a ring that LaSalle always wore. The scraps of clothing were definitely established as LaSalle's, and the shoes and, there were a few other things.
Yeah, but...
Julius, a scientist can reconstruct the face and body of a man dead almost 1 million years just from a couple of bleached bones.
Who knows?
Huh?
Well, they say that this is what the fellow looked like 1 million years ago, but you and me, we going to tell them no? Or the fellow, maybe?
Oh, you're a cynic.
No, Mr. Templar, I'm just ignorant. But what's the difference? They say that it's Frenchy LaSalle they're putting under tomorrow. So, all right, it's Frenchy LaSalle by me, too.
Good night, Julius.
Good night, Mr. Templar. Hey, that headache of yours, you should put it to bed on a rainy night like this.
That's exactly what I'm going to do with my headache, and with the rest of me, too. Oh, no. All right. At least let the doorbell go back to sleep, can't you? Now, what's all this?
You Simon Templar.
Yes, but
Simon Templar, who is known as the Saint?
Look here, what is the...
We'd like to come in. Come on in, Mabel. I'm right with you, Midge. Oh, this is a nice joint. Business must be good.
See here, would you two please explain...
So you're the Saint.
Look...
The Saint.
Look, I never give autographs, and if I did, it wouldn't be at 2 a.m.
Oh, we couldn't make it any earlier. The Saint. You know, Midge, he's cute.
Look, who are you two?
We're angels.
Huh?
Angels.
Julius was right. I should never have had scotch on top of champagne. So, you're angels?
Uh-huh. That's why we couldn't get here any sooner.
You mean you had a rough crossing?
No, not especially. There's never much traffic at this hour.
There isn't, huh?
And we didn't have to wait very long for the bus either, did we, Midge? 5 minutes.
The bus? You mean there's a bus between here and there?
Uh-huh. Number 14. You change at Union Square. Of course, the subway's quicker. But Harry doesn't like for us angels to ride the subway so late at night.
Harry?
Satan, our boss. We call him Harry. Mr. Templar, you all right?
You tell me.
I mean, what are you pinching yourself like that for?
Can't you see that I'm trying to wake myself up?
Oh, you seem awake enough to me, doesn't he, Mabel? Yeah, but... Well, Mr. Templar, what are you looking so unhappy?
Don't angels ever have nightmares?
Sure, why, sometimes I... Oh, Midge, you know what I think. What, Mabel? I think he thinks we think we're real angels. Oh, Mabel. Wait till we tell the girls. Mr. Templar, honestly, for your own private information, we're positively not real angels. I mean, not the kind that you find in heaven, for instance.
No?
No, we're Satan's angels.
Oh, no.
Oh, you've heard of us, of course.
Not since the last time I read Dante's Inferno.
Don't you like music?
Of course I like music, but what on earth...
Mr. Templar, Satan's angels. Or, putting it another way, Harry Satan and his all-girl orchestra.
Oh, for the love of... You're an orchestra.
Uh-huh. Tenor sax. Bass tuba.
It's a good thing neither of you said the harp. We'd be in for another round of confusion. Look, girls, I'm not feeling very well at the moment, so I wonder if you wouldn't mind continuing this.
But, Mr. Templar, we have a problem.
Take her to Phil's Patowny.
And after we came all the way across town following our last performance at the Paradise...
Paradise? Look, let's not start that stuff again.
We need your help. We really do.
But I don't know anything about your music.
Oh, we didn't come to see you about our music. No, it's something worse, much worse.
What could it be worse?
Our second trombone has disappeared. Completely vanished.
Well, it'll turn up in some pawn shop, I'm sure. And if it doesn't, why not all chip in and buy another one? And let me go back to bed, huh?
But it isn't an it. It's a she. Our second trombone, Mary Miller, and she's disappeared.
I see. Tell me, have you ever heard of a thriving little institution known as the Missing Persons Bureau?
Yeah, we called them. They won't handle it. They said they don't consider Mary missing just because she's been gone 1.5 days.
Good for them. I'm glad to see they're alert down there.
But it isn't like Mary. Not at all. It may be only 1.5 days to ordinary people, but to us, it's 14 performances she's been missing. And Mary never missed a performance in all the 6 months she's been with the band.
I see.
You must help us. You must. We're frantic.
Yes, I was afraid you were.
Please help us.
Look, ladies, just because a girl trombone player has been missing for 36 hours...
37 now.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Midge, you hear? He's going to do something. What?
Well, if you'll get out of here and let me get back to bed and remove myself of this headache, I promise you that first thing tomorrow I'll visit you at the theater and look into this trombone business.
Oh, Ned, isn't he wonderful?
It's the Paradise, the one on the east side.
The Paradise.
Yes.
Our first show is at 2 p.m.
I'll be there. Now, good night. Please, good night. And give my love to the rest of the angels. Oh, no. No, not those two again. All right, all right, all right. Angels. For heaven's sake, girls.
I don't look like girls, do I?
As a matter of fact, you don't look like anything I've ever seen before.
I'm coming in, Saint.
Oh, come on, why be different? What's the gun for, Ugly?
You. Oh, it's a nice joint you got here.
That's what they all say. Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks.
It's poisoned, you know.
I've been poisoned before. Yeah. Now, we talk now, huh?
You're holding the gun?
Yeah, I'm glad you noticed things. I'm here about them tomatoes, Saint.
Trombones, tomatoes. Tonight I'm doing a bigger business than Macy's.
Them dames, them angels. Keep clear, Saint.
Tell them.
Don't go looking for no missing dames, Saint. You won't be finding no trouble, you get it?
Oh, the general drift. You know, I'm beginning to think I know you from somewhere.
Yeah, then it's time to stop thinking.
The face is familiar, but I can't seem to place the nose. No, I've got it.
We'll lose it.
That nose was flat the last time I saw it. About a year ago. So you've bought yourself a new schnozzle, Jake.
The name's George.
The name's Jake. Jake Florio. You worked for Frenchy LaSalle.
I'd drop it.
Head of his artillery corps.
You're clever, Saint, but right now is when you're going to start feeling sorry you wasn't born dumb. Now stand where you are.
Wait, now get out of here.
Oh, wait.
Well, that's one way to get rid of a headache.
Come in.
Mr. Satan?
That's right.
My name's Templar.
Hey, did you catch the show?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Satan,
We murdered the people today, murdered them. Almost as big as that day in Dubuque. Yeah, you hear that applause, Bud?
Uh-huh, I heard it.
Yeah, well, we'll improve. It's a great little outfit I got here. Great bunch of goods. You should have caught us that day in Dubuque. You just should have caught us.
Maybe next time. There's something I wanted to talk to you about.
Look, pal, if it's about them payments for those arrangements...
I'm not collecting bills. I'm looking for a girl.
So it's like that, eh?
No, it's like this. I understand your second trombone player is missing.
Huh? Second trombone? You're nuts.
This is news to you.
Mary'd never miss a performance. Most conscientious girl in the band. Loves music. The only one in the whole outfit who does.
Was she behind her trombone just now?
You mean in the show we just now give?
That's right. You're the leader, don't you know?
Well, sometimes, I can't...
Harry, are you decent?
Yeah, come in.
Harry, I want... Oh, Mr. Templar.
Hello there.
You did come.
A promise is
Hey, wait a minute. Look, how come I don't know about this guy, huh?
It hasn't as yet been reported in the racing form. That's how come. Mr. Templar, what can we do? Where can we begin?
Well, you and Mr. Satan can start the ball game by telling me a few things about the lady.
Everything I know.
First, did she seem worried about anything these last few days? Nervous, perhaps frightened?
It's hard to tell.
Huh?
Well, Mary's such a quiet girl. I became her roommate when she joined the Angels about 6 months ago. And even living with her, I never really felt I knew her.
I see.
Not that I didn't try to know her. I myself am a rather friendly person.
Yeah, I'll say with anybody.
Harry, shut up. Of course, Mary was always nice and sweet to everyone and such a perfect little lady and all. But yet...
What?
Well, every now and then something sort of tough-like seemed to show up in her.
Go on, you're nuts.
Harry, I want you should butt out.
Well, you're wrong.
And she seemed like she was carrying secrets, Mr. Templar. Deep, sorrowful ones. Of course, I never asked her to elucidate.
Not much.
Where was she from?
Well, that was one of the secrets. Every time I asked her, she'd make like she didn't hear me. But, Harry, you should know.
Me? Yeah, I don't know anything. Not anything, period.
What did she do before she became one of Satan's?
I don't know that either.
Didn't she tell you anything of what she'd been doing before? What orchestra she'd been playing with, for example?
No, I never asked. And if I did ask, I don't remember. And if I asked her, she told me. I don't remember that either.
If she was a horse, you'd remember.
Oh.
If she was a horse, you'd even know how many hands high her grandmother was. You'd remember everything.
Yeah, remember everything. You see how it is, Pally? Most guys go through life getting nagged by just one of them. But not Harry Satan. Not I got to hook up with 22.
Oh, go call your bookie.
Yeah, you know something? I think I will. Be seeing you, Pally. Remember the name, Harry Satan.
So long.
He's such a lovable jerk.
I'd be a little more inclined to go along with you on that if he were a little less inclined to hiding things.
You think he's holding out something about Mary?
I'm sure of it. Tell me, did you go through her belongings?
Oh, why, I wouldn't dream of such a thing. Besides, she doesn't have very much to go through.
I'll take a look myself later. Did you take anything with her?
Not so much as a toothbrush. Not even a pouch. Oh, that's a shot!
Yes, Mabel. Come on.
Oh, Mabel, what happened? Oh, it's Harry.
Yeah.
Oh.
Who shot you, Harry?
I don't know. I didn't see. Came through the window up there. See?
Oh, Harry.
Get a doctor, quick.
No, doctor. Look, pal, about Mary.
Yes?
If you don't find her, they'll kill her.
Who? Why?
Look, I know they'll kill her, and I don't know why. But she's a good kid. Only one mistake. Only one mistake. Oh.
Harry. Oh, Harry. Oh, Mr. Templar.
He's dead.
Our room is down the middle of the hall, Mr. Templar, this way.
I see. Thank you.
It's a real cheesy hotel. But even sharing a room, Mary and I could just barely afford to... Oh, here we are. Well, at least the door works. What? Mr. Templar, just look!
You haven't been entertaining any tornadoes lately, have you?
Well, I never. Who could have done such a thing? Who could have torn our room apart like this?
Whoever it is was looking for something, obviously.
Looking for some... But what?
That is point number 1. Point number 2 is, did he find it? Hello, what's this?
Oh, that's Mary's first aid kit. You know, bandages and iodine and heaven knows what else.
It's rather professional looking, wouldn't you say?
Uh-huh. Mary never went traveling anywhere without it. Why, anytime any of us girls cut a fingernail too close or got a little burn from a curly iron, there was Mary, making like Florence Nightingale.
I see.
Harry used to... Poor Harry. He used to say having Mary with the orchestra was like having a doctor in the... You weren't listening.
Is this Mary?
Uh-huh. That's me on the left. Midge took it last month. Oh, look at this room. What on earth could anyone have been looking for in here?
I wish I knew, Mabel. But I do know this. Whatever it was, he didn't find it.
You can tell? But how?
The wallpaper. See how he ripped it off in places that make no sense because there's no possible hiding place behind where the paper was.
But so what?
It was an act of frustration. Not finding what he was after in any of the probable places he looked, he lost his head and started on the improbable ones.
And began to tear down the walls? Oh, I'd like to get my hands on him just for one little minute.
So would I. But not because of the wallpaper, for what he did to Harry. Come on, let's get out of here.
Yes. This room is just altogether too depressing.
Wait a minute, Mabel. Is this Mary's trombone?
Uh-huh.
Well, they come in 2 pieces, don't they? The sliding part can be slid right off the blowing part and...
What is it? Did you find something, Mr. Temple?
I'll let you know as soon as I work whatever it is out of... There we are. They're rolled up. Well, I'll be.
X-ray pictures. Now, why would Mary have X-ray pictures rolled up in her trombone?
Because she figured, and rightly it seems, that her trombone would be the one place whoever was looking for them wouldn't look.
But I don't understand. Why should could anyone...
I'm just as puzzled as you are.
Mr. Templar, you could never be.
Well, of course, I don't know all the registered nurses in town, Mr. Templar, but I do have a large agency and a rather good memory.
And the name Mary Miller rings no bells, Mrs. Sawyer, huh?
I'm sorry. I'd like to help you. Perhaps one of the other nurses' agencies.
Perhaps. Or perhaps Mary Miller was known as something else. Or perhaps she wasn't a nurse at all.
Oh, you're not sure then that she was...
No, I looked into a box and found a hunch.
A box?
Yes, a first aid kit. One that seemed just a trifle too elaborate for a simple citizen to own.
Oh, I see.
You're sure that this snapshot doesn't...
No. Doesn't look like any of the nurses at this age. I wonder...
Would you mind wondering out loud, please?
Of course, her hair was dark.
Whose?
If I could just see this girl as a brunette...
Oh, that's easy. Why go to Antoine's when you have Templar? The picture, please, and that soft pencil. Voila, mademoiselle, is brunette now.
Why, it is. It's Mary Webster.
You say that name with an exclamation point after it.
Several exclamation points.
Go on.
She was Dr. Burton's nurse.
And so?
You don't recall Dr. Burton? He was quite notorious.
What did he do? Flunk his cigarette test?
He had some rather interesting patients, Mr. Templar. The underworld, hoodlums, and gangsters.
And?
And a remarkable, if rather specialized, specialty.
Bullets?
That's right, gunshot wounds. Wounds caused by hand grenades, knifings.
And he just never bothered to report any of his patients' battle wounds to the police, as required by law, huh?
That's right. He died in prison shortly after his conviction.
And Mary, Miller, or Webster, as the case may be?
Also sent to prison, but with a light sentence. And, of course, her license was revoked. She had to give up nursing when she got out.
And so she became a trombone player and a collector.
Oh? What does she collect, Mr. Templar?
X-ray pictures, old and rare ones. It sounds like a dull hobby, I admit, but I think there's money in it. Well, Raymond?
Very interesting X-ray plates, Simon. But what am I supposed to do about them?
Just tell me about them, Doctor.
Simon, I'm a physician employed by the Office of the City Medical Examiner. You know I'm not allowed to give private consultations here.
I think this consultation might develop into a rather public one.
It's a riddle you're making?
I'm trying to make answers, my friend, not riddles.
Very well. They're pictures of a shin bone, that's all.
That's all?
Well, a slightly different sort of a shin bone. Now, you see right here, this darker portion through here?
Mm-hmm.
It's a silver plate. The man evidently was in an accident of some sort.
Or he was shot?
Yes. A bullet would just about break off that amount of bone.
Mm-hmm.
He might have been shot. Anyhow, his physician had placed the missing bone with a silver plate. That's all. It's done all the time.
Have you done any autopsies around here lately on a body with a silver shin bone, Doctor?
No. What are you trying to find out, Simon?
What about Frenchy LaSalle?
LaSalle? I did that autopsy myself. No silver plates.
Then it wasn't LaSalle they buried this morning.
What? Simon, you crazy? That body they dragged out of the river checked up as LaSalle on at least a dozen points.
Planted points. The body was dressed up to give that impression before it was dumped into the river.
Huh?
Oh, it's simple enough. French's body comes out of the river and into a grave. And the police close the files on Frenchy. The heat is off, and LaSalle beats the chair.
Yeah, but how do you know?
What?
That these X-ray pictures show LaSalle's shin bone.
A killer named Jake Florio, who used to be French's right arm, told me not to go looking for a missing girl named Mary Miller.
Either you have too much imagination or I don't have enough.
Mary worked for the doctor who did the operation on this leg. She's probably one of the few living persons who knows that LaSalle has a silver plate to his shin. And she had the X-rays to prove it.
So?
So, if the man buried today in Frenchy LaSalle's bad name didn't have a silver plate in his leg...
Then this Miller girl had some pretty important information. Why didn't she come to us with it?
Because she wanted more than to be paid off with a thank you. She isn't that good a citizen.
You think she tried to shake down LaSalle?
Mm-hmm. And I think LaSalle refused to shake. He's probably at this very moment twisting her arm, trying to make her tell where these pictures are.
I can see where he'd consider them important.
They're the only thing in this world that can prove he's still alive and still a candidate for the electric chair. Yes?
It's me, Mabel.
And me, Mid.
Hello, girls. It's always nice to welcome a couple of angels.
Mr. Templar, we would like to know what, if anything, you are doing.
We insist on knowing.
As a matter of fact, I was reading a book.
Reading a book?
Mr. Templar.
It's called In One Head and Out the Other. Very amusing. Full of laughs.
You can laugh at a time like this?
With poor Mary still among the missing.
And poor Harry among the murdered? Well, shouldn't you be out looking?
That's exactly what I would be doing if I weren't at home waiting.
Waiting?
For what?
I expect that at any moment the doorbell will ring and a man named Jake Florio will be among us.
For what, may I ask?
Just to kill me.
Mr. Templar, at a time like this, you... Kill you?
Mr. Templar, no. Don't let him.
I'll do my best.
But why should anybody want to kill you?
For the same reason he killed Harry Satan. I know too much about Mary Miller. And knowing too much about Mary, he's afraid might lead me to knowing just enough about Frenchy LaSalle.
I don't understand you.
It's healthier that way.
Mr. Templar, are you sure that this Florio person is coming?
Not positive, but it figures that he should.
But shouldn't you do something to protect yourself?
I have.
Oh!
Get in the other room, quick. But... Do as I say.
All right. Come on, Mabel.
I'm coming.
Yes?
Telegram. Oh, hello, Saint.
Why, it isn't a telegram at all. It's Jake Florio. And I'll bet you've come to shoot me.
Right inside, Saint. Come on.
Anything to oblige a man with a 38.
I warned you not to poke around, Saint. You know what happens to smart guys who can't take a suggestion?
Well, Simon, did I do it as you told me to?
The operation is a complete success, Doctor. And now let's bring him back to life for a while so he can tell us where Frenchy LaSalle's hiding.
Mr. Templar.
Are you all right?
I'm all right. Doctor, I'd like you to meet a couple of angels.
How do you do?
Hello.
Gee, Ned, he's cute.
Yeah.
Why, yes, he is. I've never noticed before.
Simon.
Who's there?
Delivery.
You got the wrong apartment. I'm not expecting anything.
I guess Mr. Florio must have given us the wrong address.
Where are you from?
Mead Laboratories. I've got some X-ray pictures here.
X-ray pictures? And Florio told you to bring them here?
Yeah, but I guess I got the wrong address, so I'll just be...
Wait a minute, wait. Maybe I ought to take a look at them. All right. Now end in that envelope. You! Sam!
Hello, Frenchy. I'm coming in.
No, you're not. Hey, go ahead!
Have a nice nap, LaSalle. And stop worrying about those old X-ray pictures. You'll probably be needing some brand new ones when you wake up. So this is your room, Miss Miller. Oh, don't worry. I'll untie you, but before I remove the gag from your mouth and give you a chance to talk back, I want you to listen to a little lecture I've prepared concerning the folly of trying to blackmail gangsters. Now, to begin with, when a ruthless killer like Frenchy LaSalle...
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Tom Conway.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our cast you heard Sandra Gould as Mabel and Margaret Brayton as Mrs. Sawyer. Sheldon Leonard played Julius and Paul Richards Jake. Dr. Raymond was Stanley Farrar and Harry Benny Rubin. This is Tom Conway inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of The Saint. Good night.
The script of The Saint was written by Michael Cremel. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charters, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Tom Conway is soon to be seen in Warner Brothers' production of Painting the Clouds with Sunshine. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story. If I knew you were coming, I'd have wrecked a train.
The letterhead said, Hardingstone Railroads Associated, Fairfield Hardingstone III, President. Only it turned out they owned less than a mile of track, there was no passengers, and you couldn't even buy a ticket to Pomona. It was a one-man corporation with a one-track mine. But before it was over with, all the competition was dead. I made the mistake of showing up at my boss, the Lion's office, too early on Tuesday. He was holding a letter. From the look on his face, you could tell in another 10 minutes he'd have run out to handle this case himself.
Hardingstone Railroads Associated, Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Name of a new wonder drug, Fatso?
Jeffrey. Oh, don't be ridiculous. That's a man's name. Fairfield Hardingstone III, President of the Hardingstone...
I got it the first time.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, you don't understand. This is a letter from Mr. Hardingstone himself. He wants to hire our agency. He's our client, my boy, the Mr. Hardingstone.
Sorry, Fatso, I never heard of him.
You haven't?
I'm still singing the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe.
Oh.
You haven't heard of him either.
No. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he isn't an important client, Jeffrey. Just take a look at that letterhead. Not printed, engraved. Run your finger over it. And with a name like that...
Okay, Fatso, we got a client. We do what? For how much?
Well, he doesn't say, Jeffrey. Mr. Hardingstone merely requests that we send an investigator to his home as soon as possible. He says it's urgent, and he encloses a check for $100.
That helps.
Helps, my boy. We're in clover. When a big industrialist like Hardingstone hires us, we're in. You handle this case right, and the next thing we know, we'll be hearing from General Motors.
Matter of fact, I got a letter from him yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, something about, would I mind making another payment, please?
All right, Regan, you make jokes about it, but I'm telling you this is our big chance. Now get out there and see Hardingstone. Tell him we guarantee our service. Convince him he hired the right agency. Oh, and,
Something bothering you, Fatso?
Well, as long as you're talking to him, Jeffrey. See if he has any good tips on the market.
I left Anthony J. Lyon digging through the stock market reports in the morning papers. It was a cinch he was counting future shares of Hardingstone Railroads. The letter the Lyon gave me said nothing, all right, except that Hardingstone lived in Cheviot Hills just off Motor Avenue. I fought traffic all the way out Olympic and pulled up in front of a brick mansion just after 1 o'clock. It took me 5 minutes to make the hike from the street to the front door. I rang and waited.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hardingstone in?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. He's downstairs in the game room. You may go right down if you wish.
Thanks.
Sir, there's just one request.
Huh?
Treat him gently, sir. Mr. Hardingstone is in very poor humor today.
Instead of getting better, it got worse. I followed the butler's nod and walked down the thickly carpeted stairs into the basement. Only it wasn't a basement the way you think of basements. It was mahogany-paneled walls, paintings in gilt frames, not copies, originals, and indirect lighting throughout. And over against the far end of the room stood a table the size of a tennis court. On it, trains, all kinds of trains, electric trains, all scale model stuff. And in front of a master switchboard, flashing 5 different colors of lights, stood Mr. Fairfield Hardingstone III. Age 12.
What you are about to see is a duplication of the famous wreck of the Long Island Railroad, which occurred several years back. A step closer, please. If you will notice, the engineer of the train does not see the red warning signal up ahead. His approximate speed is 70 miles an hour, and he's approaching a dangerous curve. Now, he's coming closer. The signal flashes steadily, but he ignores it. The train nears the bend. The engineer moves the throttle up faster. The turn is coming. Now! 17 passengers killed, 42 injured. The engineer and fireman both dead. You see the folly of blind speed, of course.
You always do this?
It amuses me. By the way, I don't believe I caught your name.
Regan.
Oh, yes, of course, the Lion's Eye. Glad you came right out. My name's Hardingstone.
The third.
Must you remind me? It's bad enough being the sign of a wealthy family without attaching that stigma.
You wanted a detective.
Naturally. Mr. Regan, what do you know about murder?
Get to the point, Fairfield.
Yes, of course. I should have known you wouldn't be interested in this subtle approach. It's about my mother. Next week she's being married. I intend stopping her.
Your father's dead?
He died 6 years ago. I barely remember him.
Ah, he was in railroads?
No, my father was a lawyer, Mr. Regan. He defended the criminally insane. We don't discuss him in this house.
How does that check with your mother?
I sometimes think she doesn't remember Father any better than I do. However, that's not what I called you here to talk about. Mr. Regan, my mother is about to marry a man named John Kilpatrick. Like my father, he's a lawyer.
Only you don't like him.
Precisely. To use a somewhat childish term, he's a jerk.
Also, if your mother marries him, he might interfere with the pleasures of one Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Mr. Regan, you're a man after my own heart. What I want you to do is simple. Check every angle regarding this man Kilpatrick. Explore his past. Somewhere you'll find something.
And if I don't? If I give him a clean slate?
Kilpatrick has been in South America a number of years. I think one of the reasons he returned is that he was broke and came back to marry Mother and the family fortune.
For $100, I tail him.
Wrong. You don't tail him at all, Mr. Regan. In fact, I want you to go right into his office and see him. Tell him who hired you and why. He'll like that.
You can't talk it out of him, scare it out of him, is that it?
It's like the stationery my mother had made up for me a couple of years ago, Mr. Regan. Across the top it says Hardingstone Railroads Associated. My dear mother thought it was very cute. But you'd be surprised at some of the answers I get to my letters.
Maybe I wouldn't. Okay, Fairfield, you paid your 100, you get your money's worth.
Oh, don't rush off, Mr. Regan. There's one other little item. I want you to run upstairs and tell Mother about my little plan.
What?
What's good enough for the bridegroom is good enough for the bride, eh, Mr. Regan?
I left the young Mr. Hardingstone setting up the trains for another great crash and headed up the stairs. I was beginning to wonder just how bad the Lion Detective Agency needed the $100. The answer? Bad enough to talk to the mother. The butler gave me a solemn nod as I went upstairs to the second floor. Top of the landing, I turned and gave the butler a solemn nod. It was getting to be a game. Only the game was over fast when I hit the top of the stairs.
And that's all there is. And I quit. I tell you, I quit. You can't do that to me, Mrs. Davis. You can't do that to me. I've taken enough from you and from him. I don't have to work for you. I got other things, see? And you just remember that. Well, I never. Well, what do you want?
Mrs. Hardingstone in there?
She most certainly is, young man. And God bless you if you plan to go in there.
That bad, huh?
Oh, terrible. Very terrible. The poor woman is losing her mind. I'm sure of it.
Oh, that's why you're quitting?
I've been here just over 6 years, mister. And that's long enough. I quit. And if you're smart, you'll leave before everybody loses their mind.
The round, frowning, gray-haired woman stomped off down the stairs. In front of me, the open door to Mrs. Hardingstone's room. I thought about the $100 check. Thought about it again. Looked at the open door and peeked in.
Well, you're Dr. Martin's new young assistant. Oh, please do come in, Doctor.
She was propped perfectly in the oversized bed. Satin covers, satin cushions, pillows, radio, ashtray, water pitcher, thermometer, hot water bag, ice bag, cold tablets, headache tablets, vitamin pills, and on a silver tray, one crisp golden brown piece of dry toast. Mrs. Fairfield Hardingstone II was 40, gold ringlets, pink hair ribbon, and a smile. Painted in place.
Well, don't just stand there, Doctor. Do something. Take my temperature or something. You know.
I'm afraid I'm not the doctor, Mrs. Hardingstone.
Of course, when Dr. Martin said he couldn't come, that he was sending his assistant. What? You're not the doctor.
No, my name's Regan.
Regan? I know you'll forgive me, Mr. Regan, but just what do you specialize in?
I'm a detective, Mrs. Hardingstone.
Oh, I see. No, I don't see. A detective. Well, that is something, isn't it? I could hardly ask you to treat my sacroiliac, now could I?
Now, look, lady, your son hired me. He asked me to come up and talk to you.
Talk to me? Oh, dear, Mr. Regan, what shall we talk about?
John Kilpatrick.
Oh.
You're marrying him next week.
Yes, I am. Providing, of course, my sacroiliac is better.
Providing, of course.
Oh, John is a fine man. He's very sincere. He loves me. Fairfield has no right to resent my marriage. Do you hear? No right at all.
He thinks maybe Kilpatrick's marrying you for your money. Something like that.
Well, suppose he is. After all, I'm not getting any younger. And there's my illness. I do need someone to look after me, Mr. Regan.
Even if the price is high?
Besides, the trip will do me good.
What trip?
Why, John and I. We're sailing to South America together on our honeymoon. I have the tickets right here beside me, see?
And your son stays here?
Fairfield doesn't want to go. Poor dear boy. He's old beyond his years. It changed him. It completely changed him.
What changed him?
Please, Mr. Regan, I can't bear to discuss it. I'm a sick woman, you see, a very sick woman. It's all been too much for me. Too much for a very sick woman.
Mrs. Hardingstone sniffled about her high blood pressure, and then her low blood pressure, and her asthma, and her sacroiliac. When she asked me to take her temperature just to be sure, then I knew it was time to leave. I nodded sympathetically, borrowed back my damp handkerchief, and silently stole away. But at the foot of the stairs, I got something else. The round, gray-haired woman who had seen leaving Mrs. Hardingstone's room. Just to keep things normal, she, too, was sniffling.
Oh, Mr. Regan. Mr. Regan, what will become of us?
I don't know about you, but I'm going to try fresh air.
Oh, I don't mean to impose on you this way, but the boy, the poor dear boy.
The poor dear boy? You mean little Fairfield?
And none other. That the poor soul should be brought up in these circumstances.
Look, just to fill me in, who are you and what are these circumstances?
My name is Mrs. D. I'm the housekeeper. I've been here for 6 years, ever since poor Mr. Hardingstone passed on. God bless his soul.
You like Mr. Hardingstone? The second, that is.
Oh, a fine man he was. Oh, a very fine man.
Tell me, Mrs. D, what do you think of Mr. Kilpatrick, the bridegroom-to-be?
They're two of a kind, him and her. It's fitting they should wed. And that is that. I'm leaving tomorrow. Oh, poor dear little Fairfield. Poor.
She was gone. Gone with her wet napkin and sad eyes into the pantry. It was getting so moist inside the house, an umbrella salesman could have made a fortune. I got out fast, into my car, and drove down to Hollywood. A quick look at a phone book gave me John Kilpatrick, attorney at law, Taft Building. 10 minutes later, I'd waded through 3 secretaries and reached the inner sanctum. The man across the desk was tall, thin, mustached, beady-eyed. He was Kilpatrick.
Sit down, Mr. Regan, do. Sit down.
Thanks.
I think I may as well be frank with you, Mr. Regan. I know why you're here.
Mrs. Hardingstone phoned you.
Yes, she did.
Well, why the sad look?
Oh, it's about Fairfield, Mr. Regan, your client.
The kid?
Yes. Poor dear child.
What's this poor dear child routine? Everybody treats him like an executive with ulcers.
Mr. Regan, I suppose it's going to be my unpleasant duty to inform you. You see, we of the family, don't like to think about it.
About what?
Fairfield Hardingstone killed his father.
What?
It's true. Oh, it was an accident, mind you. Fairfield had been given a chemistry set for Christmas. That was 6 years ago. Well, he was quite enthusiastic. He liked it a great deal, except that he mixed things. Poisons.
Poison?
And put some in his father's coffee. As a boyish prank, mind you, poor little fellow had no idea what he was doing.
Neither did his father, is that it?
Mr. Hardingstone died a few hours later.
Kid took that pretty hard.
Yes. Sorry. Colored his entire life. I'm sorry.
Are you all right, Kilpatrick?
Hmm? Oh, yes, of course. Slight indigestion. Something they served for lunch.
They?
The Hardingstones. I lunched there. To continue, it was quite a tragedy for the family to face, and that's why I believe you ought to forget this case, Mr. Reed.
Look, I'll get you some water.
No. That won't be necessary. You see, Mr. Regan, poor little Fairfield simply has an overdeveloped imagination. He's simply... Oh.
I'll be right back. I rushed out to the water cooler and filled a cup. John Kilpatrick looked worse than a case of indigestion. When I went back into his office, I found him slumped in his chair. But John Kilpatrick had water wouldn't cure. He was dead. It was 3 o'clock Tuesday, and John Kilpatrick, attorney at law, was dead. He was dead from a very bad case of indigestion brought on by a very bad dose of poison. He'd had lunch at the home of Fairfield Hardingstone III, and he was dead. That much Police Lieutenant Huey Piper was sure of. And the more he thought about it, the surer he became. He and I were driving out to the Hardingstone place in Cheviot Hills at city expense.
So, like I say, Regan, he's dead and he's poisoned, and he had lunch with the Hardingstones. Or, as they say in Dixie, something to eat, no doubt.
And you figure that adds up to the kid?
Regan, I figure nothing until the final pony crosses the wire. Still, little Fairfield did it before, and he can do it again. Yes, Pa?
Yeah, only before it was an accident. This time, it's on purpose.
If it was a joke, it was a very unfunny joke, and I'm sure nobody is laughing. Least of all the deceased one, John Kilpatrick.
Piper, what do you know about the death of the father 6 years ago?
Nothing. We never knew anything. The kid was playing around with those homemade poisons. The father turned up dead.
What about Mrs. Hardingstone? She inherited a fortune.
Don't I know it? Still, what can you do when the dame was half off her rocker? Besides, she was even out of town when it happened. No evidence, no proof, no arrest.
And the kid took the rap.
Correct. Oh, don't worry. It was an accident, all right? Nobody had a motive to knock off the old man, except if you want to count the wife. The kid loved him. The servants loved him. Everybody loved him. There we are, Regan. Stick around. Maybe we'll have things to talk about later.
I'll be listening. Huey Piper and I went into the Hardingstone mansion. He rounded up little Fairfield, and they went off for a talk. Me, I found a telephone in the hallway and put in a call to my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Yeah, Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau.
Me,
Anthony...
Fatso, get a pencil.
Jeffrey, I found you.
Well, show us what a sharp detective you are.
Jeffrey, did you talk to our client, Mr. Hardingstone?
Yeah, Fatso, as a matter of fact, I did.
Well, did he have anything to say?
About the stock market?
Yes. You see, Jeffrey, I did a little investigating myself. Hardingstone Railroad isn't listed on the New York Stock Exchange or the curb. That means it's probably family-owned, you see.
And that means if we do a real good job on the case, you figure our client, Mr. Hardingstone, may let you in for a few shares.
As a token of appreciation, Jeffrey. After all, Mr. Hardingstone is a big man.
Not so big.
Yes, sir.
And I might as well tell you, Fatso, Mr. Hardingstone's railroad is a pretty small railroad, as railroads go.
Oh, that's all right with me, Jeffrey. They say it's the little companies who make the money.
Well, this one doesn't own a lot of tracks.
Jeffrey, why quibble over a few miles of track? My boy, this isn't like you to pass up a golden opportunity.
Look, Lyon, before we invest, we got work to do. I want you to check the newspaper files. Everything you can find on Fairfield Hardingstone II, our client's father.
Our client's father? Jeffrey!
Check it, Fatso, and call me back with a complete bio. You got that?
Yeah, but Jeffrey, our client's father? We're handling both of them?
Never mind, Lyon. Just check. I hung up and wandered around the huge silent house. I just made the living room when I stopped cold. Standing very close to a locked door stood the forgotten member of the Hardingstone clan.
The butler. I went over.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What's your name?
It's Timothy Richard Nesher, sir. But they call me Casey.
Casey?
The boy gave me that name, sir, while playing one day with the model trains. We were reenacting a disastrous crash, and I was...
Casey Jones.
Yes, sir.
You served lunch today, Casey?
Oh, no, sir.
Who did?
Why, Mrs. D, sir. Mrs. D always serves the luncheon meal.
Yeah, maybe I ought to have a talk with Mrs. D. Where is she, Casey?
Well, sir, I'd like to accommodate you, but the fact is Mrs. D took bag and baggage and departed less than an hour ago.
Maybe the look on my face printed it. But when I turned around, Lieutenant Huey Piper of Homicide was standing at my elbow.
Well, that's very interesting indeed. You have a way of getting very good answers very quick, Regan. I think maybe this man and I will talk together, huh, Mr. Butler? Let's you and me talk.
Piper and Casey moved off into the hallway, and I looked around at the open door to the room Piper had been in. Fairfield Hardingstone III was in there now. I wanted to talk to him. Fairfield. Got a minute, kid?
Go away.
Might help things if we talk.
Go away.
Detective's job is to protect the client, son. You're my client.
All right, I killed him. I killed Mr. Kilpatrick. Is that what you want me to say? I hated him when I killed him, just like I killed my dad.
Fairfield.
Yes?
You didn't kill your father.
What did you say, Mr. Regan?
When you were 6 years old, there was an accident. Some people said your father died because of your accident.
Yes?
Yeah, but it really wasn't like they said. You didn't cause that accident, Fairfield. You had nothing to do with the death of your father.
But how did you know?
They said that because it seemed that way. Maybe your father's death was an accident, and it seemed like you were responsible.
I tried to tell him, Mr. Regan. I tried to tell him I didn't do it. I tried. He wouldn't believe me. Thought I wasn't old enough to know what I was doing. But, Mr. Regan, I didn't kill my daddy. I loved him. I loved my daddy.
Fairfield, tell me something. That day your father died, who was here in the house?
I don't remember anything about it, Mr. Regan. I don't remember anything.
Now, it was a long, long time ago, Fairfield. I know you can't remember very much, but think. Who was here in the house with you?
Well, it was Daddy.
Yeah.
And me. And Casey.
Yeah.
And Mrs. D. And Mr. Kilpatrick.
Kilpatrick? What was he doing here?
He and Daddy were arguing about something. They argued at the dinner table.
Son, are you sure?
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Okay, we'll try it that way. Now, you stay right here and sit tight. I'll check back with you.
Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
Mr. Regan, do you really believe me?
Yeah, I believed him. Now it was really beginning to make sense. Sense for the first time. Kilpatrick was there that day, and that meant plenty. And when I checked back with my boss, the Lion, it meant still more. All he could tell me was what I already knew. The father was a lawyer, a respected man. Everybody liked him. Put it all together, and it spelled murder. I headed up the stairs, double time. A quick check with Mrs. Hardingstone told me her tickets for South America had disappeared. That did it. Downstairs, Lieutenant Huey Piper was talking with the butler. I grabbed him. No explanation, just grabbed him and rushed him out to the car. We cut in the siren, and on the way I filled him in. Even with the siren, it took us 40 minutes to make San Pedro. He headed for the ticket office. I took the gangplank looking for the purser.
Yes, sir?
Check your passenger list, will you? I'm looking for a Mr. Kilpatrick, John Kilpatrick.
Well, just a moment, sir. Let me see. Just a moment.
Come on, step on it.
Oh, I have it here. Mr. John Kilpatrick sailing for South America? Yes, he's aboard. Mr. John Kilpatrick, yes, cabin 71, A deck.
Never mind the rest of it, thanks. It took me another 10 minutes to find it, but when I did, I didn't stop to ring the buzzer. Across the room, sitting casually behind a newspaper. Double-breasted pinstripe suit, two-tone shoes, very dapper. Mr. John Kilpatrick? Nope.
Mr. Regan.
Sure, Mrs. D, your old friend Regan. Men's clothes look odd on a female housekeeper.
Yes, they do now, don't they, Mr. Regan? But Mr. Hardingstone wouldn't mind. You see, I had to wear them so there'd be no fuss or bother.
Yeah, but there's going to be anyway, Mrs. D. They don't like you running away like this.
You meant the family? Oh, my, Mr. Regan. You shouldn't listen to them. They all hate me since Mr. Hardingstone died, poor soul. They've hated me since then.
Since you killed Mr. Hardingstone?
Why, yes. Did Mr. Kilpatrick tell you?
No, he didn't.
Mr. Kilpatrick hated me more than anyone else. It was all his fault, really. Why, I wouldn't have hurt the boy's father for anything in this world. He was good and kind and always nice to me.
But you still killed him?
It was a mistake, you see. Mr. Kilpatrick came to dinner and told Mr. Hardingstone they should send me back to the home. And, of course, I didn't want that at all. So I put the poison in Mr. Kilpatrick's cup, and then Mr. Hardingstone drank it. Oh, it was all a terrible mistake.
Tell me about the home, Mrs. D.
Well, you see, I was living at this home, and they said I was sick, but I...
Now, look, Hardingstone was interested in the criminally insane, so he got them to release you into his custody. Is that it?
Well, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Regan. I'm not insane. It's all those other people. Remember I told you this afternoon that everyone was losing their mind? Isn't it a shame?
I think you better come back now, Mrs. D. They want to talk to you.
About Mr. Kilpatrick's death? Oh, I wouldn't tell them about that, Mr. Regan.
Well, then, tell me.
Mr. Kilpatrick came back from South America, you see, and I knew he was coming to take me back to the home.
Yeah?
So this time, when I put the poison in the coffee, I made sure it was Mr. Kilpatrick.
And for 6 years you let that kid think he killed his father?
Well, after all, Mr. Regan, if I'd said anything, they'd have sent me back to the home. Besides, Fairfield got over it. He's a fine boy now, and he's going to be all right. You'll see.
Okay, Mrs. D. We'll go back then now. We'll go back and we'll see now.
Oh, no, Mr. Regan. I'm going to South America. I have my ticket. You leave me alone. Mr. Regan, let me alone. Now.
You carry a gun.
Well, I must protect myself. Like if I were to kill you in self-defense. Everyone would understand because you have no right to be here.
Drop the gun, Mrs. D.
You needn't look at me that way, Mr. Regan. I know perfectly well what I'm doing. I'm not so crazy as they think. You'll see.
This time you see. Sorry, Mrs. V. We're going home now. Lieutenant Piper showed up, and together we escorted the protesting Mrs. D back to police headquarters. Her next stop from there was the home, the official title of which turned out to be the L.A. County Home for the Mentally Infirm, the place she'd left just 6 years before. Well, the next morning I checked into the home for the tired and aged detectives, the office of Anthony J. Lyon. That turned out to be the worst mistake of all.
Aha! So there you are, you faker, you imposter, Regan!
Hey, what's eating you, fatso?
You dirty, double-crossing scoundrel, Regan! You knew there was no such thing as Hardingstone Railroads! You knew we'd been hoodwinked!
Not at all, Lyon!
What do you mean, standing there lying to my very face? It just so happens, Regan, I checked the newspapers on Hardingstone. I found out he had a son, that the son's age would be 12 years! Oh, you didn't fool me for long!
But, Lyon, I tried to tell you over the phone that...
Swindled, robbed by a 12-year-old! An Al Capone in knee pants, a Dillinger in diapers!
Hey, Lyon, slow down. Take it easy.
I will not take it easy. This boy must be prosecuted, sending us a $100 check with his signature, a 12-year-old. Why, it's highway robbery.
Except the check is good.
I'll call the district attorney. I'll call... What did you say?
Fairfield Hardingstone III has his own bank account and a special permission to write checks.
Jeffrey, are you sure?
Furthermore, since we cleared up 2 debts instead of 1, he gave me an additional check for $100.
Here. Extra $100? Well...
Sorry, fatso. Looks like you just can't prosecute the boy.
You prosecute? Prosecute, Jeffrey? Are you out of your mind? You know I wasn't going to prosecute that poor dear boy. Yeah. Oh, why didn't you know, Jeffrey? Some of my best friends are children.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, produced, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. This is Bob Stevenson inviting you to be with us again for Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Stay tuned for The Man from Homicide. There are two requirements essential to a good radio newscast: speed and flexibility. News of Tomorrow, ABC's nightly roundup, heard Monday through Thursday, ensures listeners of both. Editor John Daly can draw upon 30 overseas correspondents stationed at vital points around the globe, 6 news bureaus stretching across the United States, and over 290 ABC affiliates with their local news staffs. When News of Tomorrow hits the air, a complete, to-the-moment picture of the world's happenings is on its way to ABC listeners. Tonight, for swift news awareness, listen to ABC for News of Tomorrow.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job. It doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company presents transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
Trouble with being a cop in Homicide is that by the time you get there, the damage has already been done. You just pick up the pieces and put them together, if you can. If the puzzle adds up to an answer, then a killer is stopped from doing further damage. If not, well, then you just wait till the next time. That's one thing you're pretty sure of about a killer. Sooner or later, there'll be a next time. The picture boys and the lab boys were pretty well through by the time I got there.
Okay, boys, hurry it up, huh?
The corpse was male, white, about 45.
I'll be sure you get those color shots good, Eddie. They'll be important in this one.
Steve Morton had been shot full in the face at close range with a double-barrel shotgun.
Get a close-up in that color, Eddie.
2 12-gauge shells can make quite a change in a guy's features.
Well, the boys are through, Lou. What do you make of it?
Somebody didn't like him.
Yeah, sure proved it.
Anybody around?
The wife and a fellow named Thompson. He's, he was Morton's attorney.
Where?
Library.
There?
Yep.
Come on. You talked to him?
Not much. The wife was in pretty bad shape. She found him, called Homicide, then this attorney. She's, pretty hysterical.
She is, huh?
Well, maybe she loved him.
It happens, I hear.
Here we are. Yeah, that's her.
I didn't think it was the guy.
This is Lou Dana, Mrs. Morton.
I'm Homicide, Mrs. Morton. Been assigned to cover this.
Oh, please, no more questions. I can't.
Sorry, Mrs. Morton. You want us to catch whoever murdered your husband, don't you?
I can't talk about it. I tell you, I can't.
Lieutenant Dana, I'm Everett Thompson. I'm Mrs. Morton's attorney.
That sounds nice.
Couldn't you possibly postpone any further interrogation of Mrs. Morton until she's had time to compose herself?
Sorry, first impressions are the most important. 10 minutes from now, she may not remember as clearly. Mrs. Morton, I'm sorry, but there are a few things I have to know.
Very well, I'll try.
Do you know who shot your husband?
No.
Do you suspect anyone?
No.
Where were you when it happened?
I told the other officers. I'd been to a bridge party.
Witnesses?
Of course.
And when you came back,
I opened the door, stepped in the room,
bare, lying there on the floor. No, I can't. I can't.
She's terribly upset. I'll try and quiet her.
Yeah, try. You get the time she got home?
About 40 minutes ago.
How long's he been dead?
A good 2 hours.
Well, doesn't look as though we get much from her.
No. And she called Thompson. He got here after the first of the boys.
What you got there?
Oh, Miss Morton dropped her handkerchief when she ran out.
Oh, let me have it. I'll give it to her when I question her again.
Yeah, here.
Thanks. Hey. That's funny.
What?
Oh, wouldn't you say Mrs. Morton seemed pretty shaken?
Never saw anybody cry any harder. Why?
Her handkerchief, Dave. Feel it.
It's dry.
It sure is, Pappy. Sometimes the leads come fast. It looked like this was the time we'd stumbled onto something right off. I went back in the living room for another look at Morton. Nothing. He was just 10 minutes deader. The room was large, luxuriantly furnished. It was an exclusive neighborhood. It'd take dough. Morton had dough. But what's a corpse going to do with dough? A more pertinent question might be, what's a widow going to do with dough?
Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
When did you get on speaking terms with Shakespeare?
Oh, I read a book.
Ever read one entitled The Care and Feeding of Rich Widows?
Oh, I could write that one.
Yeah. With your figure, writing it is about all you could do.
All right. You gonna try and break her with that dry hanky, I mean?
No, let's pretend we didn't find it. That way she may not have her guard up.
All right. You through with the leading man here?
Yeah, tell the boys to clean it up. I'm going to have a talk with the missus.
Right. Okay, boys. Take the morgue there, customer. Then get back to the lab and start sifting.
Back at headquarters, I started putting the pieces together. There were 3 of them. A dead rich man, a young beautiful widow who cried dry tears, and a suave attorney. Put the pieces together, and they added up to homicide. There was only one thing wrong with the idea. And that was that's all it was. Just an idea. I started out after information that would turn it into a fact. Dave.
Yes, Lou?
Have a check made on this guy, Everett Thompson.
Sure, Lou.
I want everything. Background, financial interests, friends.
Check.
Same thing on the deceased.
Background of financial interests, okay, but it's going to be a little hard to check on his friends. I don't know which place he went.
You got the build for a comedian, but not the brain. Past friends.
Okay, Lou, just kidding.
You got the names of the people Mrs. Morton says she was playing bridge with at the time of the killing?
Yeah, sure. Right here.
Leave them.
Am I going someplace?
You are.
Where?
Justice Court, Division 3. Ask the clerk if Everett Thompson was there yesterday at the time he said he was.
Anything else?
Just get back here as quick as you can. Then you can go with me to make a pinch.
Oh, you seem pretty sure.
I got a nose for these things. It's so pat. Motive, Thompson and the missus are in love. She inherits, and then they get married and live happily ever after. Only I'm afraid they're going to find it a little crowded in the electric chair.
Yeah, but, Lou, they both claim alibis.
I got a hunch that's where we'll find the hole in their plan. Now get going.
Right.
Now, let's see. Spangler, Edith, Mrs. George, Moody, Peters, Sandler, Simpson, Spangler, George, Hillbrook 716. Hello, Mrs. Spangler. Lou Dana, Homicide. Do you know Mrs. Steve Morton? Yes, it is too bad. You know her then? Oh, I see. Was she at your home playing bridge yesterday? Oh? Well, what time did she leave? I see. There were other witnesses? I see. Thank you very much, Mrs. Spangler. Oh, yes, you've been a big help. You just helped my best idea into oblivion.
Lou, glad I caught you. Afraid you sent me on a wild goose chase, son.
I've been on one myself, Pappy. The season's open on wild goose chases.
Well, we've been where he goes before. Sorry to disappoint you, Lou, but Thompson was in court yesterday at the time he says.
And Mrs. Morton was playing bridge.
Well, looks like we maybe convicted those two a little premature.
It looks to me like we didn't convict him at all. Dana here. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, shoot. Oh, I see. Thanks a lot.
Anything?
The lab with the autopsy report?
Yeah.
Time of death, 3 p.m. Thompson was in court till 3:20, and Mrs. Morton was playing bridge till 4.
So we cross them off the list.
We tear up the list. They're the only ones on it.
Yeah, and they're apparently as clean as Las Vegas tourists.
As the actual killers may be.
Meaning?
Sometimes the hand that points a gun is a long way from the finger that pulls the trigger, Pappy.
Now,
if
Lou...
those two didn't have something to do with that guy's death, then I've lost my instincts.
Cop and homicide without instinct?
I said if, Dave. And I haven't lost him. I've still got him. And I'll bet you my pension against Mrs. Morton's dry hanky that they're right. There's always something fishy about a killer's story. I had only a hunch, but it kept prodding me. I couldn't prove how, when, or why she and Thompson had wanted her husband dead, but I was sure they had. I decided to go ask her.
Well, Lieutenant, I hardly expected to see you again so soon.
It isn't a social call, Mrs. Morton.
Sit down, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Stick of gum, Mrs. Morton?
Gum? Certainly not, Lieutenant.
No, you wouldn't. Mind if I do?
If you must be gauche, go ahead.
I will. Helps me think.
What flavor do you chew, Lieutenant? Cyanide?
What's that mean?
I was just thinking. The kind of thoughts you think
come from the people I have to associate with.
I see.
A cop in homicide doesn't write poetry about birds and flowers, Mrs. Morton. He thinks more in terms of guns and blood. Knives and wounds, rigor mortis, bodies on slabs in the morgue, and faces blasted from 2 barrels of a shotgun.
Please, stop it.
Why did you and Thompson kill your husband, Mrs. Morton?
Oh, you're despicable.
Thanks. Why, Mrs. Morton?
Lieutenant Dana, I didn't kill my husband. Neither did Everett. I loved my husband. I'm sorry you don't believe me.
I don't.
But I'm sure of one thing, Lieutenant. I don't have to submit to this sort of torture from you. Unless and until you're ready to charge me with murder. I don't have to see you again.
Okay, Mrs. Morton, okay. You'll see me again. She was right. She could refuse to answer any questions. She could deny any implication. She could mourn and weep for her dead husband. And she could insist that neither she nor Thompson were involved. But she couldn't make me believe it. The trouble was, I didn't have any way of making anybody believe me either.
Lou?
Yes, Dave, what?
Got something. Routine report on Morton.
Oh? What is it?
He was in trouble, Lou.
What kind of trouble?
Money.
Morton? Oh, I thought he was one of the idle rich.
Might have been idle, but not rich. Not anymore.
Explain.
Yeah. Income tax boys breathing down his neck. They were about to make a formal charge. Evasion. $600,000. Seems he'd been phoning up his returns for years.
And they were going to collect?
And not only that. According to this report, they were going to ask a stiff prison sentence as well.
How long?
10 years, anyway. And they'd have made it stick, too. Except somebody beat him to the punch.
600,000 and 10 years, huh?
Yeah. You know, maybe he wasn't so unlucky after all. Guy in that spot'd be better off dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lou, you thought about the other angle?
Suicide? Oh, could be a motive, all right. But what about the gun? The guy doesn't shoot himself in the face with both barrels of a shotgun and then get rid of the gun before he dies. If Morton killed himself, which I doubt, somebody had to help him. No, Dane. I don't think Steve Morton wanted to die. I think... Wait a minute.
Idea, son?
Could be, Pappy. Could be. How long has Steve Morton been buried?
About 2 weeks. Why? Well, what's on your mind, son?
Murder, Pappy. Murder. Hello, Dana. Give me the lab. Casey? Dana. Now listen, Casey. Could you still get prints off a 2-week-old corpse? You could? Good. Thanks.
Lou, you aren't thinking of...
I am. Get an order out to have Steve Morton's body exhumed. Get the lab boys to make prints. Then I want to have a look at him myself.
You're welcome.
You don't expect pleasant work in homicide. We only had Mrs. Morton's word for identification. I got a hunch that's not enough. Now get on it.
Okay, son, if you say so.
I say so. And Dave.
Yeah?
Don't let the boys from the press in on this. Let's keep it strictly inside the department, huh? The boys got busy with their grave digging, and I got busy on a fresh pack of gum and some more heavy thinking. I still had that hunch. I still felt Mrs. Morton was mixed up somehow. I went out to see her again. I got the kind of a fishy stare only an unwelcome guest can get from a well-trained butler who likes his job. I wore my nastiest disposition and discouraged him. Mrs. Morton came right down.
Lieutenant Dana, I thought you understood that I didn't wish to see you again.
I know, I'm a pest, huh?
If you've come to make more accusations, especially unfounded ones...
Did your husband drive a car, Mrs. Morton?
Certainly.
I want his driver's license.
What makes you think I'd have it, Lieutenant?
The way you apparently felt about him, I thought you'd probably keep his personal effects.
Yes, of course. But I don't believe I remember seeing his driver's license. I don't have it.
You don't have it, or you don't want me to see it?
Why shouldn't I want you to see it, Lieutenant?
Maybe because it'd have his fingerprints on it. Goodbye, Mrs. Morton. I went back to headquarters. The driver's license didn't worry me too much. There'd be prints somewheres of a guy as important as Steve Morton. Dave had the boys do a real fast job bringing in the body. They had it now on a slab in the morgue, and Dave and I went together for a look. Which one, Dave?
Right here.
Pull him out.
Yeah. Well?
The boys get his prints?
Yeah, that's all you wanted. Can I put him back now?
Wait a second. Dave.
Yeah.
Look. His hair.
Well,
Notice the color, Dave?
Yeah. Same as it was, black.
Look close.
Gray. Close to the scalp, it's gray.
It sure is.
Well, what does it mean?
It means we check his prints against every source, and most of all, we compare them with Steve Morton's. Steve Morton, it turned out, had a government job during the war. The federal boys cooperated, and we got a copy of his prints in a hurry. The guy in the morgue was wearing a different set. The hunch was becoming a reality. At first, I was sure Cynthia Morton had murdered her husband. Now I was sure she hadn't. Matter of fact, I was beginning to think nobody had. We'd need some more routine to be sure. Give me the lab. Dana here. Listen. I want you guys to sketch a reconstructed face for the guy we got in the morgue. Yeah. And then a physical description. Weight, height, eyes, and so on. Yeah, as near as you can come to what he looked like alive, except for one thing. Give him gray hair. Thanks. Dave. Dave.
Yeah, Lou?
In here quick, huh?
Okay.
Good old routine, the cop's best friend. It always pays dividends. Sometimes you gotta have a hunch to get it rolling, but in the end, it's the routine that pays off.
What's up, Lou?
I'm having the boys make a sketch of a face to go on the guy in the morgue. As soon as it's finished, run a check with the missing persons.
What am I supposed to be looking for?
A name to fit the body we got on the slab. And the boys ran off the sketch. He's a pretty good-looking guy, maybe in his 50s, strong chin, large nose, iron gray hair. Of course, anything, even a sketch, would look better than he did after taking that blast in the face. I went to show Mrs. Morton my sketch.
Well, Lieutenant Dana, how unpleasant meeting you again.
You're pretty rude.
Don't you like competition?
I don't mind. You don't win friends in homicide, but then you don't particularly care for the people you meet.
Something special on your mind, Lieutenant.
Your age.
Well.
You heard me, your age.
34.
Ah, you look older.
Now listen,
Nervous strain, maybe. Do you dye your hair, Mrs. Morton?
Certainly not.
How about your late husband? Did he dye his?
No.
Mind taking a look at this? It's a pencil sketch of a guy. Know him?
No. Why?
You should. He's using your old man's coffin.
Well,
That is, he was, till we dug him up. Where is he, Mrs. Morton?
I haven't anything further to say to you.
Rather say it to the DA?
You can't bring any charge against me. I've done nothing.
Ever hear of an accomplice or concealing a criminal, obstructing justice? Stiff sentences with all of them. Maybe even the chair for the first. And that's real hard on a beautiful woman. Like to tell me where he is? The best you can get now is a light rap for turning state's evidence. And the worst? The chair. Just tell me where he is. Make it easier. We'll find him anyhow, and this'll be quicker and easier for you, too. Well, Mrs. Morton?
Suffolk. It's an apartment hotel. 2200 block out on Canyon Road.
Okay, Mrs. Morton, get your hat. I'll drop you off at the jail on my way. Steve Morton had dyed his hair all right, red. He'd be wearing glasses, too, and he'd have a mustache and be going by the name of Fred Carter. I found out about these things on the way to headquarters from his wife. I booked her on suspicion of murder and then drove out looking for the guy we thought we'd already buried. It was one of those small places in a residential district that tries hard to look like a home. But business wins in the end, and the neon sign spoils the approach. There was a guy on duty behind the desk. Mr. Carter in?
Oh, you startled me. Mr. Carter, yes. Whom shall I say?
Don't. What room?
I'm sorry, unless I can announce you. I'm afraid that
Dana, homicide. Murder.
Yes.
What room?
214. The elevator... you run it yourself.
I can manage. Just keep quiet. The hall was dimly lit. I would have liked more light, but I didn't have a choice. 214 was close to the elevator. That part I did like. Mr. Carter wouldn't be expecting company.
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Carter. Last time I met you, you were dead.
I don't believe I understand.
Maybe you'd understand better if I said Morton. Steve Morton.
Who are you?
Lou Dana.
I never heard of you.
You'll wish you never had. I'm Homicide. I overplayed my hand. Morton slammed the door in my face. The night latch was on. I gave it the shoulder. It didn't splinter like they do in the movies. I thought, if I was a trapped killer, what would I do? I figured the fire escape. There was an alcove 20 feet down the hall. I took a chance. The window at the end opened onto the fire escape. I looked out. I was right. He was on it. It didn't seem like a good idea to stick my head out again. I peeked. He was still there. I'm coming out, Morton. That means you'll have first shot. But if you miss, I'll have the second shot. I think you'll miss. But you know I won't miss, don't you, Morton? Cops learn to shoot. We go to school, go to the pistol range to practice. We shoot straight, Morton. Remember, if you take first shot, I take second. Okay? I'm coming. Real smart, Morton. You'd have come out second best. Okay. Let's go to headquarters. How they doing, Dave?
The dame won't talk, and the guy is screaming for his lawyer.
72 hours before we have to book him. Get him in my office, Dave.
Okay, Lou.
I could have written my report without them, but it looked better on the record if I had their stories on it. I was thinking. It was funny. First time I ever had to track down a corpse for his own murder. Dave brought in the corpse, alive and kicking.
You can't do this. I demand to see my attorney.
Relax, Morton. Killers don't demand things here.
You have no proof. It's only guessing. Wild guessing.
Want to hear how wild?
Yeah, Lou, tell him.
It's too easy. It wouldn't have been. Or you might have made it except for that dry hanky.
Dry hanky?
Yeah. Your wife was real broken up about your death. She really threw the weeps. Trouble was there weren't any tears. She dropped her handkerchief. It was dry. From then on, I knew it was a phony. Just a matter then of proving how and why.
And you think you have?
Sure. Here's a report from missing persons. Man by the name of William Forbes disappeared from his home and job about 4 weeks ago. It's a funny thing. He was about your size, height, and weight. Of course, his hair was gray, but that was easy to fix. And you know something, Morton? His fingerprints fit the guy you picked for your stand-in.
And I suppose this person just agreed to all this?
Well, I got a theory about that. You got an attractive wife, Morton. After you'd picked him for size and shape, it'd be easy for her to lure him to your house.
Why, thank you, Lieutenant.
I don't know how you got him to dye his hair, but when we exhumed his body, we found it was gray at the roots.
Is that all?
No. One more thing. You're in deep on an income tax rap. Straightening it up would break you as well as get you 10 years. So you get this guy Forbes in your house, shoot him full in the face with a shotgun. That fixes it so nobody can tell it isn't you. You take the gun and hide out. That makes catching the killer tough, on account of we're looking for the same guy that's supposed to be dead.
And just why do I do all this?
Because you carry a real nice insurance policy. Mrs. Morton's the beneficiary. When things simmer down, you and she can live nicely as Mr. and Mrs. Carter. Well, Morton, like to tell us where the gun is?
I'm not talking until I see my attorney.
Okay, Dave. Take them both down and book them on a charge of murder in the first degree.
Oh, no.
Feeling bad, Mrs. Morton? Well, what do you know? This time the tears are wet. Attention to detail. That's what catches killers. And lack of it, that's what trips them up. Morton and his wife had fixed up a real cute plan. The trouble was, neither one of them had thought about a dry hanky. Funny how a little game of drop the handkerchief can make the difference between freedom and a chair. Of course, no killer gives the cops credit for being smarter than he is. That's because a killer has an incurable conceit. Yeah, a guy has to think an awful lot of himself to kill another man, especially to shoot him in the face with a shotgun. It'd be a long time before I'd get rid of that memory. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a transcribed series starring Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide was written and directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, welcoming you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we believe in the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company and confidently recommend them to our customers. A good example is Plenamons, Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. Handy, economical Plenamons give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. Ask for Plenamons at Rexall drug stores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Guard against throat scratch. Enjoys smoother strangling.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, I'm disgusting.
No, only when you're too busy to stop by and see me.
Well, I was just going to call you, Helen, baby.
Oh, I'll bet.
Cross my heart. Hope to lose my skate key.
You mean New York's gift to the detective world was really thinking about rural me?
Rural you is a mighty interesting subject for rural me to think about.
Well, why don't you stop being so spiritual and give your thoughts the benefit of some action?
And just what exactly do you suggest? Spend the bottle? Post office? A romantic ride through Central Park in a hansom?
Yes.
How'd you like to go to the theater tomorrow night?
Inside, or are we going to stand out in front and get a between-acts descriptions from the usher?
I only made you do that once, and from all reports, it was a pretty bad play.
What's the one we're seeing?
Very bad, but I was given 2 tickets.
I refuse to sit in the back of the balcony again. I keep getting the bends.
Oh, 4th row center.
Must be a bad choice.
I got a couple of friends working at it. Going to close in 2 days.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it, Helen. People are running in.
My name is Diana Campbell.
Client?
Well,
Rick?
It was hard to say. That's a wonderful thought. I'll see you tonight.
I'll bet it's an attractive girl.
You win, hands down. Bye. Now, Miss Campbell, what can I do for you?
Mr. Diamond, you've got to help me. Something terrible has happened. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing by coming here, but I had to do something.
I'm sorry, Miss Campbell. Now, if you'll put the symptoms in alphabetical order.
You must promise not to go to the police after I've told you.
Oh, one of those.
It's for her sake, not mine.
Whose sake?
Promise me first.
I promise to say goodbye if I'm not interested.
Mr. Diamond, my aunt is Mrs. Martha Campbell. You've probably heard of her.
Martha Campbell? Oh, isn't she the old gal who sells all that silver to Fort Knox?
Yes, that's right. Martha Campbell is my aunt.
Well, goody for you.
She's been kidnapped.
Why didn't you go to the police?
Oh, no, we can't do that. They threatened to kill her. I received the ransom note early this morning. They want $50,000 left at a location in Central Park tonight.
Why'd you come see me?
My fiancée, Ira Stewart, has offered to deliver the ransom.
Oh, I see. You're afraid that Ira might try to get his name in the papers and wind up under obituaries. Is that it?
Yes, I'm afraid. He has a gun permit, and, well, I've never seen a man get as furious as Ira did when this happened. I want you to go with him and see that he comes back safely.
Yeah. But tell me, why is this Ira so concerned over Aunt Martha's welfare?
Well, you don't understand. Ira loves Aunt Martha as much as I do. And now that he's practically part of the family, will you go with Ira and see that he does nothing foolish?
No, the truth is, the whole thing is a little foolish. Miss Campbell, if you told all this to the police, they'd reserve a few cells in Sing Sing, and the rest would be routine.
I'm not interested in the money or catching the kidnappers, Mr. Diamond. Can't you understand? I just want Ira and my aunt safe and alive.
I'm sort of shy around people who aren't interested in money. In fact, when she dropped 5 new $100 bills on my desk, I positively blushed. She briefed me. I was to be at her aunt's home by midnight, ready to squire Ira Stewart around Central Park. Then she explained exactly where the payoff was to be made. Of course, I had to promise all over again not to tell the police. I promised. Diana Campbell left, but her perfume lingered on. I could have sat around and let that odor drive me to a cheap neurosis, but there were things to do. And the first thing I did was to break my promise to Diane. Well. If it isn't Sergeant Otis, and I'd be happy if it wasn't. Otis. Wake up, Sergeant. Up with the buttercups. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, hello, Shamus.
Otis, you'd make a hibernating bear look like an insomnia victim.
Well, I'm tired. I've been working hard.
I guess you got a right to be tired. If I had to drag those 2 feet of yours around all day, I'd have a nervous breakdown.
No.
Hiya, fatty.
Who's dead?
Well, there's been a nasty rumor going around about your sergeant.
No, stop clowning. It's too hot. What's on your mind?
No. Well, it's not your department. I need somebody I can trust. Kidnapping. Martha Campbell.
The Martha Campbell?
Yep, she's been snatched, and the retail price is $50,000. The old dame's niece hired me to take care of her boyfriend when he makes the payoff tonight.
Where?
Central Park, 2 in the morning. Come as you are.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Bring me a map of Central Park. Get Lieutenant Davis. Tell him I want every detective available tonight. Prepare a special message to all units of...
Hey, wait a minute.
Prepare a special message to all units of...
Hey, wait a minute. What should I do first?
Resign, Melonhead. Get that map.
Walt and I went to work on the map. We circled the payoff area and set up watch points for an army of plainclothesmen. Nobody going into the area before 2 a.m. would be stopped. But anybody coming out after that time was going to need a good story. It looked great on paper, but Walt was sadder than a Scotchman being held up. If anything went wrong and the news broke, the kidnapping of a woman with Mrs. Campbell's prestige would really upset the commissioner. I left Walt, taxied over to Park Avenue in time to have half of Helen's dinner, spent the rest of the time before midnight with her, and then left to keep my date at a gray stone mansion on the west side.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I'm glad you're here. Come right in. My fiancé's in the study.
What did he say about my coming over here?
Well, I haven't told him yet. I thought it might be better if...
So don't you ever do anything the easy way?
Ira, I'd like to have you meet Mr. Diamond.
What? Oh. Diane, tonight of all nights to have a guest over. Mr. Diamond, I'm very glad to meet you, but, well, you'll have to go now. I'm sorry.
Ira Stewart was a blonde, well-built young guy in loose brown tweeds. He seemed to have trouble finding a place for his hands, and I half got the idea he'd like to try my jaw.
Ira, Mr. Diamond is here to help us.
What?
I hired him to go with you tonight. He's a private detective.
Even my best friends don't know. Glad to meet you, Mr. Stewart.
Diane, have you gone mad? Do you know what would happen to Aunt Martha if those men found her?
Oh, relax, Stewart. Nothing's going to happen to anyone unless you force me to make an exception.
Diamond,
Ira, please, darling. I couldn't stand the thought of you going to see those men alone. We didn't know how many there are or what they might do.
I've got all the protection I need right here in my pocket.
Famous last words. Look, Buffalo Bill, I'll give you a clue. The kind of guys you got a date with tonight don't take 10 paces before they turn and shoot. You could be buried in that suit, gun and all.
Now, look here, Diamond.
It's getting late. I'd better get the money.
We followed Diane up a winding staircase and into Mrs. Campbell's bedroom. This little nook was somewhat smaller than Grand Central Station, with an acre of bed in the middle. The bed had talent, because all Diane had to do was push a little button, and it slid about a yard away from the wall and exposed the neatest little wall safe this side of the First National Bank. Diane fingered the combination, and a minute later, I found out whose picture is on a $1,000 bill. There were 50 prints.
Here, Diane. Put the money in this bag.
It's $130, Stuart.
I'm ready.
Ira, please be careful. Please, both of you.
Glad I made the team. Let's go. Central Park by moonlight. Bad night to be stag.
Well, we're almost there. I'll have to park here. Must be among that clump of trees up ahead.
No, keep close, Stuart. And don't get any ideas about shooting anybody. It might turn out to be me, and I'd squeal on you. We both went into a crouch and edged forward. There was a small clearing between the trees, which the moon had turned into a silver pancake. I might have enjoyed it, except that Stuart was as nervous as an old maid looking at a calendar.
Did you hear anything?
Oh, sounds like a revolution in the insect world. You stay here. I'll go through this hedge and have a look.
Maybe I'd better come with you.
No. You stay here.
Diamond!
Ooh! Something caught me hard and neat behind the ear, and I jackknifed into a face full of Mother Earth. Don't let anyone tell you it's nice to get away from things for a while. I didn't like it a bit. I was far, far away. I don't know how long my beauty nap lasted, but the first thing I felt was an elevator starting around my heels and roaring up. When it burst through the top of my head, I awoke. For the next few minutes, I felt like my head was a ball and the rest of me was a drunken seal trying to keep it balanced. Then I saw Stuart, stretched out the way I had been. The copycat. He was bleeding from what was going to be a nasty scar on his forehead. A hunk of pipe was lying nearby. I went to work on him. All right, Stuart. Rise and shine. Oh, come on. You're just not used to it. I make it a point to have my head cracked at least once a week.
What happened?
Last one out talks first. That's you.
Yeah. Now I remember. There were two of them. One started for you, and I yelled.
Check.
Then I heard one of them say, "Get him, Bob." And then you were shaking me. Diamond. The bag. The money's gone.
So it was. It was time to give Walt part of my headache. Stuart and I stumbled back to the car. There was someone in the front seat. I pulled the door open and found myself face to face with the kidnapped Mrs. Martha Campbell. She was dead.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
There are two important facts I'd like you listeners to remember about Rexall aspirin. First, each Rexall aspirin tablet contains 5 full grains of pure aspirin. And second, there's no faster-acting aspirin made.
But what exactly do you mean by fast-acting?
Well, ma'am, aspirin itself is too fine to hold together in tablet form. So it has to be bound with an ingredient that will quickly disintegrate. That is, break up the tablet. So the aspirin itself will immediately be free to do its job.
You mean the aspirin doesn't do any good until it's free from the tablet?
Right. And that's why Rexall scientists developed a binder so low in moisture content, it begins to break up the very second it touches water. Now that means that when swallowed with water, the aspirin in a Rexall tablet is free to go to work for you, even before it reaches your stomach.
Well, that's fast enough for me.
And it's fast enough for 10,000 family druggists. Quality like that is what we're talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Finding Mrs. Campbell dead in the front seat was the ugly end of another beautiful day. I hadn't known the little gray-haired woman personally, but from her reputation, I had the hunch that some of this town's best charity groups would be in mourning come tomorrow. And just in case I wasn't feeling bad enough, Stuart was right in there to help me.
I never should have let you come. It's your fault she's dead. You did it. You did it.
Thank you, Sherlock Holmes. Now shut up.
You were going to protect me. You were going to...
I slapped 5 fingers of artificial sunburn into his face and shut him up. Then I checked Mrs. Campbell's corpse. She'd been murdered at least 24 hours before. I lifted her featherweight body and stretched her out in the back seat. Ira was still rubbing his cheek when I pushed him into the car. Now, what about those 2 guys, Stuart? Oh, now I slapped you back there for your own good. Did you get a look at those guys?
It was too dark. One was big and heavy, the other was thin.
Could you identify them if you saw them again?
Yes, I think so. What's that on the road ahead? Someone's waving a light.
That's the police.
Just step from that car quietly, you.
Otis, it's me, Diamond.
Rick, that's you? No sign of any kidnappers yet.
Not kidnappers, Walt. Murderers.
Huh?
Exhibit A is on the back seat.
Come on, Otis. Open the door. Oh, vicious. Head bashed in.
What are the police doing here, Diamond? I thought...
Don't brag. You didn't think. Otherwise, you'd have gone straight to the police in the first place.
What about the money?
I don't care about the money. Mrs. Campbell is dead, and that's all that matters.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Stewart. Look, it might be a good idea for you to be with your fiancée, Miss Campbell, before she hears the news on the radio. We'll take care of things here.
Oh. Yes, of course, Diane. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lieutenant, about my behavior. You understand. And Mr. Diamond...
Oh, forget it. I've got a head that knows just how you feel. Once Stuart was gone, I gave Walt the lowdown, and we settled down to work. We gave the 2 killers an hour to try a break, and then Walt passed a signal along to his men, and the ring began to close in. We beat the bushes, turned lights in the trees, and kicked over rocks, even the small ones. But by the time we reached the payoff spot, we'd found nothing out but each other.
That's impossible. Are you men sure you didn't miss anything?
Double-checked all down the line, Lieutenant.
They couldn't have gotten through.
Take it easy, Walt. Time now for cool heads and dull little dragnets.
Otis, I want you to start picking up mugs wholesale.
Right, Lieutenant.
Anybody who even thinks twice before he answers, bring him in. I want this town covered from the Harlem River to the Battery. Now do it.
Otis waddled away, and I drove back to police headquarters with Walt. Soon, Manhattan Island was tucked under a blanket of blue as the biggest police force in the world went to work. The next day, I took a stroll through Central Park for another look at the spot where Stuart and I had been slugged. I found one possible witness, but he wouldn't talk. Probably because he didn't know how. He happened to be an English sparrow. Late in the afternoon, I dropped back to see Walt. He was in his shirt sleeves, hunched over a desk piled high with notes, reports, and cigarette butts. Neither of us had gotten any sleep the night before, but he was advertising it.
Oh, Rick, I could kick myself. I ought to turn in my badge. We should have had those guys.
Nothing in the lineup?
No, I've been looking at drunks, ex-cons, and 2-bit hoodlums all day, and they're all clean. If someone tried to sell me an invisible man routine, I'd be willing to listen.
Walt, if you keep banging your head against a stone wall, your eyes are going to register tilt. You need a breather on this case. Look, I got 2 tickets for a play tonight. What about it?
Are you kidding? I've got work to do.
Oh, but Walt, the play is a musical murder mystery. The cop on stage is bound to have more troubles than you.
Yeah, I bet. Well, maybe you're right. Sure, I'll go. Thanks, Rick.
I'm glad Walt didn't ask any more questions because my supply of answers was down to one sorry shrug. However, this last maneuver didn't go over too well on Park Avenue when I dropped in to tell Helen she was being stood up.
Rick Diamond, this time you've gone too far.
Now, would it help any if I said it was business?
No.
Well, I suppose there's nothing I can do.
I spent all day buying a new dress and getting my hair done, and then you walk in at the last minute and tell me you...
Helen, baby.
Now, you stay away from me, Rick. Rick, let go of me.
Oh, in a minute.
Rick,
You dog.
Walt was ready when I dropped in at the precinct and we took off to the theater. After the show was over, we meandered backstage to see my friends of the cast. Turned out to be an interesting evening. The next morning, I called up Ira Stewart from Levinson's office.
Yes?
Hello, Stewart. This is Diamond. I'm calling from the 5th Precinct Police Headquarters.
Anything turn up?
Well, it looks that way, yes. The police picked up 2 guys who may have killed Martha Campbell. Can you get on here right away?
Certainly. I'll leave right now.
Well, then run. Do not walk. When Stewart showed, we took him into the lineup room. The 2 suspects had their backs against the marked wall. Under the hot lights, they looked about as ugly as a draft notice on a honeymoon.
What do you think, Stewart?
They look like the men, Lieutenant.
We didn't do nothing.
This is the parade.
On you guys, it looks good. What do you want to do, live forever? Now, Stewart, these guys are Willie the Knife Foster and Bloody Bob Ferguson. They've been indicted on 3 kidnap raps, but always managed to get off. Now, if you recognize them, you're an eyewitness, and they're cooked.
Well, tell the big one to say, get him, Bob.
Say it, Bob.
What for?
For the sake of your dear old mother in Alcatraz.
Never mind what for. Say it.
Get him, Bob.
Now the other.
You heard him, Ferguson.
Get him, Bob.
That's the man, Lieutenant. I'm sure of it. Let me get my hands on him. I'll kill him.
Now, Stewart, calm down. State of New York will take care of them.
This is a lousy frame. You can't pin this on us. He was babysitting that night.
Okay, lock him up, Otis.
Right.
Book him on suspicion of murder. Stewart, come into my office. I want to get your statement.
After getting his statement, Walt told Stewart the case was closed. We congratulated each other and shook hands all around. Then Stewart walked out. We gave him enough time to get into his car and start away. A moment later, Walt and I jumped into an unmarked police car and played Follow the Leader.
Rick, this case turned right side up too quick to suit me. What made you tag Stewart and plant your actor friends in the lineup?
Walt, the trouble with you is that you're too modest. You set an airtight man trap for 2 unknown kidnappers and then blame yourself because the net came up empty.
Well, he had you fooled, too.
That's true. I'm ashamed to admit. But Stewart had a good plan. He kidnaps the lady himself, sends Diane a phony ransom note. Then, with a reputable private detective present, that's me, he gets the $50,000 and even bops himself on the head to make it look kosher.
You'd have made a perfect alibi for him, Rick. But where did the old lady's body come from?
He probably had it in the car trunk when we drove into the park the night of the supposed payoff.
Hey, he's turning at the park.
Mm-hmm. Soon comes the part we don't know yet.
We should have nabbed him back at the station. I'd like to sweat him for a few hours.
On what? The identification? So he claims it was a mistake. Could happen. The jury would think so. No, Walt. He's put on too big an act to fold under questioning. He's been acting ever since he made Diane believe he loved her, just to gain Martha Campbell's confidence.
He's parking up ahead.
Yeah. Now let him answer the $50,000 question. And where did he hide it?
He's heading toward that same grove of trees.
We took off at a fast trot until we reached a hedge not too far from where we expected to find Stewart. We saw him all right. He was standing around right under the same tree he'd led me to a couple of nights back. A family of picnickers were close by, so he was acting like a guy out for some air. We ducked behind the hedge to watch, though I had to hold Walt back a few times. Finally, Stewart tipped his hand. He reached up past the nest of my sparrow friend into a hollow of the tree. It wasn't eggs he was after. The stuff he pulled out had that fascinating color known as currency green.
That's enough for me, Rick. Okay, Stewart.
Duck, Walt. Are you hurt, Walt?
Yeah. One of his shots creased my shin. Hurts like blazes, though. Let's get that guy.
He's running for the zoo. I'll get him, Walt. Put a tourniquet around your neck and sit tight.
Oh, watch out for the crowd, Rick.
What the shooting did to that crowd, a skunk couldn't do in a bargain basement. They suddenly decided there was no place like home. Stewart was dodging between the animal cages now and still using his gun to discourage me. I sprinted after him, but he disappeared. That bullet went right through my only hat, but I saw him now. He was climbing along the rock barrier that backed up the bear pits. He made a lousy target because those jagged rocks and overhanging ledges gave him plenty of cover. He was trying to reach the road on the other side, and if I didn't do something about it, exit Mr. Stewart. I took aim. My shot clipped a hunk of rock just as he was reaching for it. Stewart pulled back too quickly and tried to step on some air, which never does work too well. He went over and down. He never hit the ground because down in that pit, waiting for him with open arms, was a giant polar bear that had never forgiven the man who brought him from Alaska to New York.
Rick, I'm glad you and Helen could make it to the cast party.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks also for the great acting job you and Willie pulled off at police headquarters.
Anytime, Rick. Glad to help out.
Yeah, that's a nice tune. Is that a song for the show?
Nah, just fooling around. After a show flops, there's nothing like a little get-together to bolster one's spirits.
Well, I certainly like the taste of your bolster. So I'll mix myself another later.
Rick, what are you doing by the piano as if I didn't know? You don't want to look bad in front of all this talent, do you?
Oh, honey, not a chance. Just happens that Bob's playing around in my key.
Well, let's do it.
Let's do it then. Count every star in a midnight sky. Count every rose, every firefly. For that's how many times I miss you. Heaven knows I miss you. Count every leaf on a willow tree. Count every wave on a stormy sea. Count every star, and darling, when you do, you know the times I have cried for you. Thank you. I'm sorry, but due to previous commitments, I'm only available for stage, screen, radio, television, and parade.
Rick, you are becoming a ham.
Me? Becoming a ham? Oh, my dear. Really?
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you suffer from acid indigestion, remember that Bismarex often neutralizes excess acidity in less than 1 minute. But more than that, Bismarex gives relief that's continuous and prolonged. Its scientifically balanced ingredients work in sequence, easing gastric distress and leaving a soothing, protective covering on irritated stomach membranes. Ask your Rexall druggist for Bismarex. He'll tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Joe Morheim and Hal Bloom, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Mary Shipp, Dick Ryan, and Hy Averback. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Incidentally, Dick's turned writer this week. Pick up a copy of the August issue of Radio Mirror from your dealer tomorrow. Read The Adoption Racket by Dick Powell.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go stag.
Go stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Sarah Berner will delight you with Sarah's Private Caper tomorrow on NBC.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Tom Conway. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Tom Conway as the Saint.
Yes? I'm Simon Templar. I have an appointment with...
Oh, yes, Mr. Templar. We've been waiting for you. Come in, please.
Thank you.
This way. You had no trouble finding the place, sir?
None. The Allison house is too large to overlook.
I should apologize for not sending the car for you. You see...
As soon as I'm leaving now, will you tell Mother... Oh. Well, hello.
Hello.
You are cute, aren't you?
Frankly, I've never given it much thought.
Let's see. Mother hired you to drive the car. No, that wouldn't be it at all. She hired you to escort her to Bermuda. You're not the escort type.
Miss Allison, this is the Saint.
Oh, then that's why Mother hired you. Well, good luck. Feels if Mr. Dunn calls, tell him I've already left for the track. Goodbye, Dreamboat.
Goodbye. She, goes with the house, I take it.
Mrs. Allison's daughter, Cora, by a late marriage. A very spirited young lady. Oh, here's Mrs. Allison's bedroom. Mrs. Allison, Mr. Templar is here.
Well, send him in. Send him in. Come over here, Mr. Templar. Let's have a look at you. Very nice.
Just, exactly what is being hired, Mrs. Allison? A detective or a profile?
Both. Now sit down. I'm not ill, Mr. Templar, just wearing out. And please don't allow the appurtenances of an aged woman to distress you. They're the wages of an extremely indulgent, but not uninteresting life.
You don't seem as weak a woman as you let on, Mrs. Allison.
A gentlemanly thing to say, Mr. Templar. But the strength you see left in me is only the extra strong light of the candle before it burns out. Here, Mr. Templar, is a check for $1,000. It's yours.
Just like that?
I never thought money was for anything but spending. And now, shall we talk of my need for you?
For $1,000 to my favorite charity, you can talk of anything.
You have seen her?
Who?
My daughter.
I ran into a light breeze on the stairs. Field said she was your daughter.
Mr. Templar, Cora is an exciting, spirited girl. She's had everything that's fine in life. And now her only reading matter is the racing form. Her only art, self-beautification. Her only music, the raucous sounds of a nightclub. Look. I found this gun in her room. She thinks it's cute to carry a gun. But that isn't all. The real problem goes deeper.
Oh, a man?
How did you know?
It usually is.
His name is Frank Dunn.
Yes, he runs the Paradise Club.
You know him?
Yes.
Then you know that he's a ruthless man. Cora is in love with him, or thinks she is. He's no good for her. I want you to take her away from him. I know Cora. I know of you. I know you're the kind of man who can do it.
And that's all?
Yes.
No, I think you've left out something. The real reason for paying me $1,000. We'll start with Cora. You made her what she is, Mrs. Allison, and you like it. You like her flamboyance and her excesses because you liked them yourself when you were young. You're not angry at her. You're worried about her. You think Frank Dunn is going to get her into trouble, criminal trouble.
You are a discerning man, Mr. Templar, and a frank one.
Then we understand each other?
Yes.
Good. Fabrication between a man and his client is usually unhealthy, especially when there's someone in the middle with a loaded gun. Now, just how is Dunn using Cora?
I don't know.
Well, then I'll find out.
They're at the track. They're always at the track. Fields tells me they have a box.
I'll phone you as soon as I get something.
Remember, Mr. Templar, whatever it is, the important thing is that Cora be kept out of it completely. Do you understand?
I understand, Mrs. Allison, that I'm about to play nursemaid to a very beautiful young lady.
Tell me now, Frankie, which horse did we have?
The winner, Cora.
Oh, you always say that. But this one was a photo finish, darling. Which one did he have, Moose? You tell me.
I wouldn't know, Cora. Hey, Frankie, look who's coming.
Hello, Cora.
Oh, hello, cute stuff. I hope you're following me.
No. I dropped a few $100s at this track last season. I wondered if any of you had found it.
Oh, we found more than that. Frankie, darling, this is Simon Templar. Mr. Templar, this is Mr.
Hello, Frankie.
Hello, Saint.
Oh, you know each other?
Yeah.
Yeah, we know this Saint.
And you're a gorilla named Moose, aren't you? Or are you a moose named Gorilla?
Now listen, Gumshoe.
Easy, Moose. So, you know this guy, Cora?
Well, not as well as I'd like to. Met him at the house. Mother hired him. He's kind of luscious, don't you think? Come on in and join us.
I'd be delighted.
Cora, the box is full.
Oh, but there's an empty seat, darling.
I'm saving that for Bronson.
Bronson never comes. Besides, the last race is over. We'll only be here a few minutes longer.
I said the seat is taken.
Darling, I guess you're right. Now that I see him in the sunlight, I don't like him. He looks too moral to me.
You heard the lady say.
Well, I don't think you're treating me very kindly, Frankie. And I have such nice things to tell Cora about you that you spent 3 years in Joliet, a few more in state pens for various infractions of the law, and...
Oh, I know all that, Saint. That's Frankie's charm. That's why I'm going to marry him.
I see. Does your mother know?
We're going to elope when the meet closes. It's going to be a surprise. Mother's done a lot in her day, but never anything as exciting as marrying a man like Frankie.
And you're going to congratulate her, Sam?
I'm going right out and buy her some black crepe.
Let me press him, Frankie. Let me press him.
Results of the 8th race. The winner, number 3, Inferno. Place, number 8, Happy Bride. Show, number 1, Air Ace. The Parry Mutuals are on the tote board. Official.
Here's the win ticket, Cora. Go cash it.
You did have Inferno. $100 is 11 to 1. Not bad. 4 winners today, 5 yesterday. Keep this up and you'll have as much money as the Ellisons. I'll be right back.
All right.
Picking a lot of winners, Frankie?
Enough.
What do you suppose is making you so lucky?
Sunspots.
Or maybe a system? I'd like to hear all about it.
Oh, kind of soft in the middle, huh, Templar? Now move along before your mouth gets you into more trouble.
I'm going. Yeah. Oh, by the way, whatever happened to Patricia, Frankie? Seems to me you two were good and married.
Look, you leave Patricia out of this, Templar.
Just thought I'd ask. She was a nice kid. Seemed to love you, and I thought...
Unwise guy. You keep pressing me like this, you're going to end up on a slab. I'll beat it. Crowd's watching.
Oh, I'll be glad to. That's the only way to stay ahead, Frankie. Take leave when you get a winner.
Leaving the track so soon, Mr. Templar?
Yes, Eddie, it was a little too crowded.
Oh, where to?
Over to Jersey, Eddie. Wait a minute. Hold up.
Well, what's the matter?
That girl standing there, the one with the dark glasses and veil.
Oh, yeah. She's a melon, all right.
She's the one I'd go all the way to Jersey for. Hello, Patricia.
Huh?
Frankie know you're at the track?
I don't know you.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't go.
Let go of my arm.
Not until we've had a chance to
Let go
talk.
of my arm. I said I'm going to call a cop.
I don't think you will. You don't want to draw any attention to yourself. That's why the dark glasses. Who are you hiding from, Patricia? Frankie?
What do you want, Saint?
I told you. A few moments of pleasant conversation.
You won't get it from me.
I might. You know, Frankie and I were just talking about you.
You know I'm in town? You know I'm here?
I've got a cab waiting. Come on, I'll take you home.
I don't want to go home.
Where do you want to go to?
Staying at a hotel on Madison.
All right, I'll take you there. And we'll drive slowly. We've got a few things to talk about.
Thanks for the dinner, Saint.
Thanks for being so talkative.
Don't remember saying anything.
You didn't. What's bothering you? Why did you go to the track and hide in the corner behind dark glasses and a veil?
It's my business.
Who's Bronson? Frankie mentioned him at the track. Who is he?
Never heard of him.
Frankie is making a lot of money off the races. How's it done? Well, you can fix one race sometimes, but you can't fix 4 one day, 5 the day before, and I don't know how many before then. That takes a lot of organization.
Does it?
How do you feel about Cora Allison?
The way all brunettes feel about blondes.
That's a nice wedding ring you're wearing.
I like it.
You and Frank are still married?
Why shouldn't we be?
Well, no reason. Except it seems to me that if Frank is going to marry Cora in a few days, as he says, it would be better for him not to be married to you.
That's his problem.
Sure you don't want to tell me about Bronson?
I don't want to tell you anything.
All right. I'll see you again.
Don't bet on it. Frank?
Yeah?
Does Frankie know I'm in town? That I've come over from Jersey?
I don't know.
Do me a favor, will you? Don't tell him I'm in town, no matter what. Don't tell him.
Why not?
Won't be good for me, that's why.
All right, Patricia. I won't tell him.
Going down, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Hey, those were shots.
How astute of you. Locked. Got a key?
No, but I can get one at the desk.
No, give me a hand.
Right.
Come on. Come on. Just a little more. There.
There she is, mister. Wow, look at that rug.
Whoever did it made sure.
And the window's open.
Fire escape, alley 1 pipe down. Call the police.
Right away. Boy, Mr. Cunningham's sure going to be sure about that rug.
Eddie. Eddie, come over here.
I hear you, Saint, but I don't see you.
Up at this window.
Oh, yeah.
You were parked at the end of the alley. Did you see anyone come out of it?
Well, I was kind of dozing. A blonde with a nice shape, maybe?
Maybe.
A guy in a black limousine, maybe?
Cora Allison. Hello, Field.
Oh, Mr. Templar. I tried to phone you at your apartment. Mrs. Allison has asked me to inform you that your services are no longer needed.
Just a moment, Field.
Please take your foot out of the doorway or I shall be forced to call the police.
Hardly likely, Field. You haven't forgotten a murder was committed not long ago. I was standing outside Patricia Dunn's apartment when it happened.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
I don't want to call you a liar, Field, but you're tempting me. I've got a strong feeling Cora did it. I also think you drove her there and back in the limousine.
You're wrong, Mr. Templar. I haven't left the house all afternoon, nor has the car left the garage.
There you go again. I felt the hood on the limousine not 2 minutes ago. It's still warm. And I'd also like to find something else that's warm.
What's that, sir?
A gun. Fired probably by the dainty hand of a girl who had everything except the right upbringing. Now, believe me, Fields, it'd be a lot less trouble if you let me in to talk to Cora than if I find a telephone and talk to the police. Well?
Cora's in her bedroom. Please come in, Mr. Templar.
Cora, If you're going to keep on crying, we're not going to get anywhere.
When I tell you I didn't kill her.
Yes, I heard you.
And you don't believe it.
I'd like to, but you've got a lot of things to explain. One is the automatic you used to carry. What's a pistol for if not for shooting?
Oh, I never shot a pistol in my life.
Oh, I see. You used it as a paperweight.
No. I carried it because it looked good.
Uh-huh. Like a mink cape?
Oh, I tell you, I didn't kill her.
Oh, how would anyone know if you ever told the truth? You know, to some people it also looks good to tell a lot of clever lies. You also said you went to Patricia's apartment.
I wasn't. I came home right after the races and had dinner here. Yes, I came right home.
All of which reminds me of Pinocchio, whose nose got longer every time he lied.
Well, ask Field. I was home all afternoon. He saw me.
We've already been through it. His nose is getting longer, too. Cora, listen to me. A cab driver saw you running up the alley away from Patricia's place after the shots were fired.
Who?
It's somebody. It doesn't matter who.
You're making it up.
Strangely enough, I'm not like you, Cora. I don't think it looks good to make things up, especially when murder's concerned. The cabbie saw you and the limousine and Fields. And I'll tell you one thing more. The police will be able to prove you were there.
Oh, you're...
Luscious, I know, you told me.
All right, I was there. I killed her. Now are you satisfied? Now do you believe me?
No. Don't believe her, Mr. Templar. She's lying.
Oh, Mother.
She didn't kill Patricia Dunn. I know because I did. I just phoned the police and confessed.
Shall I have a bartender set us up again, sir?
No, not for me. You go ahead, Eddie. I know you've got to get fortified to face the New York traffic.
No, I'll skip it. Hey, what are we doing here, anyway?
Waiting.
What for?
Frankie Dunn. This is his place. If and when he shows up, I want to see if he's in mourning.
You mean after all that's happened, you're still in the case?
No, not exactly. What good's the client if she's on the way to the death house?
The meeting Mrs. Alice.
Meaning the same.
Then you really think she died?
She says so.
Well, why don't you go home and go to sleep?
Let's just say I'm restless. Eddie, I've been watching that man at the end of the bar. The one in the brown pinstripe.
What?
His name is Bronson.
Yeah.
At least that's what the barkeep called him.
So?
So he's the one who was in with Frank Dunn on the horse race scheme. He gave the bartender a package. The bartender locked the package in the safe, then gave Bronson an envelope. Bronson opened the envelope and put the contents into his wallet. Eddie, what would you put in your wallet that was green and negotiable?
Cabbage, if I had any.
It was cabbage, all right. Cabbage and lettuce, moolah, fish clams, or whatever euphemism you want to use.
His share of the tranquilities.
Maybe. Let's see if I can find out. Good evening, Mr. Bronson.
We have met.
Not formally, but we have mutual friends. Frank Dunn, Cora Allison. They tell me you have a great way to beat the horses. A sure thing, until you're caught, that is.
Who are you, young man?
Superman. And my X-ray eyes penetrate your coat and see the money in your inside pocket. Your share of Dunn's track winnings.
You're the most absurd young man I've ever met. That money was for a package I'd left Mr. Dunn.
Oh, and what was in the package?
I fail to see how that's any of your affair.
Let's just say it is and relieve my curiosity.
Books, young man. I'm a book dealer. I have a shop on 3rd Avenue. You must come and see it sometime. The money Mr. Dunn gave me was simply payment for the books.
They must be pretty expensive. There was a lot of money in that envelope.
Rare books. Tell me, young man, where did you ever get that delightful notion that I know how to beat the horses, that I'm involved in something with Mr. Dunn and, what was the girl's name?
Cora Allison.
Oh, yes. A charming idea. I'll tell you what you do, young man. You investigate me, and if you determine that I am engaged in something criminal, please inform me. I should be delighted to know. Now, goodbye, Mr. Templar. And don't try to follow me.
Oh, of course not. It's bad manners, Mr. Bronson, to follow anyone who isn't female.
Mr. Templer.
Hmm?
I've been waiting for you in the hallway for almost 2 hours. I was wondering if you'd ever get home.
I was out getting my mind off a no-good case.
Mr. Templer, I'd like to talk to you. May I come in?
I don't think you have anything to say to me, Cora. You could have said anything you wanted to before the police took your mother.
Well, that's no reason I can't say it now. Please.
All right, but I hope it's worthwhile. I'm very sleepy. Well?
I saw Mother in jail a few hours ago. It was an unpleasant sight.
Well, it should have been. Jails aren't designed to give kicks.
Mother doesn't belong there, Mr. Templer.
I know it. She didn't kill Patricia Dunn. She just said she did.
To protect me. She's convinced I killed Patricia, and well, she feels responsible because of the way she brought me up.
Well, I admit there's wisdom there. So, were you going to let her give herself up?
I suppose so. It was an awful thing to do. Well, I know I can't.
Why?
I told you. I saw her in jail.
Well, you don't have to worry about that, Cora. The police will soon find out they haven't got a case against her, and she'll be released. Of course, they'll look for someone else to take her place.
Meaning me?
Have you got a better suggestion?
That's just it, Mr. Templer. No matter what you and Mother think, I didn't kill Patricia Dunn. And that's the truth.
Oh, frankly, Cora, I don't know whether to believe you or not. You've told so many lies already. You were at Patricia's apartment. I know you were.
Yes, I was there. I heard that Frankie was still married to her. I knew he couldn't marry me then, and I knew something was wrong. Well, I went to see her. I was inside her apartment when you left her there. The manager let me in. I told him I was her sister.
Then you saw who killed her?
No. The shots came in through the window. I got frightened. I may put on a lot, but I do get frightened. I ran down the fire escape and up the alley. That's when the cab driver saw me. Fields took me home, and I told Mother what happened.
And she didn't believe you. She thought you were the one who killed Patricia and made up the story about someone firing through the window.
Yes. She made Fields and me promise to say neither of us left the house. Well, when you came and proved we had...
She called up the police and confessed to save you.
She said she was old and it didn't matter if she went to jail. It was her way of giving me a new start. Hoping I'd change my ways.
Have you?
I just told you the truth.
I wonder. You know, you remind me of the boy who cried wolf. Tell me about Frankie's scheme to beat the horses. How does it work?
I don't know. All I know is he always has the winning ticket. Seems I cash dozens of them.
Doesn't he ever cash any of them?
No, it's always me.
Why?
Oh, I don't know why. I wanted to, I guess. It was...
Fun, I know. What about Bronson? He's in on it. Who's he?
He's an artist.
An artist? He said he was a book dealer.
Oh, he has a bookshop, all right, but... Well, he's really an artist. He does fine detail work. I've seen some of it.
Lithograph?
Yes.
Engraving. A counterfeiter, maybe.
No?
Of course, that's it. That's why Dunn always has the winning ticket. Bronson makes up a win ticket ahead of time for every horse in the race. No matter which horse wins, Dunn wins. A very fancy idea. Now, tell me one thing more, Cora. How did you know Patricia was in town? How did you know where she was staying?
Well, I overheard Moose and Frankie talk about her. Frankie was angry.
Frankie Dunn, yes. She was afraid he'd find out she was in town. Where's Frankie staying?
He's got a suite at the Sutherland. 613.
All right. Oh, Cora.
Yes?
For yours and your mother's sake, I hope you're finally telling the truth.
It's open. Come on in, Moose. I've been waiting for... Saint.
Hello, Frankie. Overcoat on. Where are you going someplace?
I am going someplace.
Yes, but not where you think. You're going to change places with Mrs. Allison.
That's very funny.
Oh, I know all about the counterfeiting, Frankie. And I know Cora was used to front for you. You, with your reputation, couldn't keep cashing so many win tickets. Somebody would begin to wonder. But Cora was relatively safe. However, that isn't the important thing, is it?
No.
Patricia's murder is.
That's right, Saint. That's the important thing. Now get out of my way. I got a gun in this overcoat pocket. I want to have to kill you because I'm saving these bullets for someone else.
Oh, who?
The one who'll really kill my Patricia. I don't mean Mrs. Allison.
What do you mean?
A kid with too much money, no sense, and less feeling. Cora Allison.
Oh, but she said she didn't do it.
She says a lot of things.
But I believe her this time. She's a changed girl. Ruffled, but wiser. And I don't think she killed Patricia. You got an alibi, Frankie?
Yeah. A real good one. I loved her.
Is that why she was so scared of you?
She knew I wanted her out of town till the job with Bronson was finished. She knew if I knew she was in town, I'd have slapped her around and sent her home.
Well, I must say you have a unique way of showing affection.
It's my way.
Oh, it's very touching, Frankie, but I don't think that alibi would stand up in court.
Yeah, well, this one will. Both Moose and I were in the bar at this hotel when Patricia was killed. And the house Dick and 6 other people saw us, so I guess you made a mistake. Now get out of my way, Saint. I got a date with Cora.
You're not going to kill Cora.
Take your hands off
I
me.
said you're not going to kill her.
Saint, I didn't ask for trouble with you, but you're going to get it.
There's your phone, Dunn. Answer it.
Answer it yourself.
All right. I will. Hello?
Frankie, it's Moose. I got a bullet in me. Listen to me.
What is it, Moose?
Bronson, Frankie. Bronson.
Hang up the telephone, young man. I'll tell you all about myself firsthand.
I don't think you have to, Bronson. I already know. It's been a merry-go-round, and I got a lot of lead rings, but you're the gold one.
Yes?
You killed Patricia because she knew of the deal you and Frankie were on. She never wanted Frankie to be in on it, and you thought she'd dropped the wrong information to the police. So everyone who knows about it has to go. Patricia, Moose, me.
Yes, young man. It seems that it is now your turn.
Now, Bronson, it's your turn.
Frankie. Frankie.
All right, Frankie. You even things up. Give me the gun. It's no good to anyone now except ballistics.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Tom Conway.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our cast you heard Gail Page as Cora and Peggy Weber as Patricia. Ida Reese-Merrin played Mrs. Allison. Barney Phillips was Moose. Tony Barrett, Frankie. The butler was played by Fred Shields. Bronson, Bill Conrad. Glenn Vernon was the elevator boy. Eddie was played by Hy Appleback. This is Tom Conway inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of The Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Larry Roman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Tom Conway is soon to be seen in Warner Brothers production, Painting the Clouds with Sunshine. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Don Stanley.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Be sure to hear 3 more top mystery shows coming your way today on NBC. Continuing now, their screen actor Lloyd Nolan as hard-hitting Martin Kane, Private Eye. Then actor Carlton Young comes to the NBC microphone as the Whisperer. And listen tonight for Adventure in the Catacombs of Rome with Mr. Moto. Tonight, hear the American Form of the Air on NBC.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Sunday at 8:30, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story. She's lovely, she's engaged, she eats soybeans.
This one revolved around a beauty. The kind that drives some men mad, some to murder. Her name, last week, was Miss Fireworks on the 4th. But she didn't have to worry about catching on fire. Everything was insured. But there was somebody that didn't like her in a bathing suit, and a big guy that shot skeet and never missed. But once. I got a call from my boss, the Lion, last Wednesday morning before breakfast. Said he had to see me right away. When I got down to the Detective Bureau, the Lion was chewing slowly and holding a
picture, Jeffrey. A photograph, to be exact.
Chewing your cud, Lion?
Wheat kernels, Jeffrey. Sunny fruit of Mother Earth. I saved some for your breakfast.
Where's the marmalade?
Don't scoff, my boy. These golden grains of patented wheat.
Who's got a patent on wheat?
Steve Albright. And this isn't just any wheat. It's grown only in a sun-splashed acre of alluvial soil, watered by a gushing spring of, have a kernel, Jeffrey.
Thanks.
It's the new miracle health food, my boy. If you're heavy, it slims you. If you're lean, it builds you up. And you need only 10 kernels a day. Here, have another.
The picture, Fatso.
Yes, the picture. Well, look what the wheat has done for this girl, Jeffrey.
Wrong side up.
Eh? Oh, yes.
Ah, bathing beauty.
A professional, my boy. He travels around the country doing...
This?
Yes. But there's trouble afoot, Jeffrey. This lovely girl is in some sort of danger.
What kind?
That's your job, my boy. You must find out. Our retainer of $150 says you do.
Who's Steve Albright?
Her manager. He left me these pictures of the girl, and when I asked how she managed to keep her figure...
He produced a sack of wheat and said, chew slowly.
Something like that.
What's the girl's name?
Name? I guess I forgot to ask.
You're right. Doesn't make any matter. Where do I find the Steve Albright?
Yeah, I have the address right here.
Oh, you're improving.
Here it is. Now give me back my picture and get right out there. Mr. Albright said this girl is a very valuable property.
Some photographs lie, but these told the truth. About soft hair flowing down to the waist. A fluted figure, tight in a two-piece bathing suit. If you look real close for it. Now, who'd want to get a girl like this into trouble? But somebody did. It was afternoon before I could contact Albright. His office was in a small white stucco building back of the Sunset Strip. No elevators. The directory said Steve Albright, Massive Enterprises Incorporated, Suite 3. I found it. The door said enter. I entered.
Regan, excellent.
The office was one room, a desk, and...
Steve Albright is my name. Perfect. Glad you got here so soon. Excellent.
Glad to know you. Wonderful.
You're thinking this is a small office, that Massive Enterprises is broke. I ask you to examine the books, Mr. Regan.
You've paid us.
They're somewhere in this drawer. Oh, here they are. Excellent.
Where's the girl?
We'll come to her, fine.
Grand.
The books. You see? I go back to 1948. That's when I found her.
What do you call her?
Actual name, Jerry Shoulder. Marvelous. But no one knows her by that name. As you can see in the books, Mr. Regan, it's always something like Miss Gold Coast.
Mm-hmm. See, Chicago, $1,436.56.
2 days' work. Pictures, endorsements, radio shots.
Mm-hmm. Good money for 2 days' work.
Jerry was Miss Coal Tar Derivatives for the Duplan Manufacturing Empire.
$2,769.84.
In 3 days. Marvelous. Of course, the flower festivals and all have a bathing beauty contest, but they find it's much simpler and more advantageous to have a professional win. She knows how to pose, she knows what to say and do, and, of course, she's more beautiful.
Makes sense. You say she's in trouble.
We did very well in Kansas City as Miss Ground Round for the butchers.
I want to know about now.
Well, since we've been here, Mr. Regan, there have been innuendos, threats against her life.
Why?
I don't know. Well, here, you can see from a picture.
You left pictures of her with Lion. I'm convinced.
I mean, Mr. Regan, it's seldom that a girl comes along who has all delightful. I mean, it's insured.
Insurance is a wonderful business.
Yeah, $100,000 overall. And Lloyd's of London will pay $10,000 if she injures those legs of hers.
Mm-hmm. You want me to act as her bodyguard, eh?
Precisely, Grand.
Delightful.
That is, if you feel you can resist her. You see, Mr. Regan, her value as a professional bathing beauty is ruined if she gets mixed up with men. Marries.
Uh-huh. You, got a policy on that, too?
$50,000.
I promise I won't marry the girl.
Your big job is to keep men away from her.
What man? His name?
Banyan. He's tall, good-looking.
Yeah, I know him. He's a cheap racketeer.
Oh, excellent. Then we can do business.
Just curiosity, all right, but what about the golden grains of patented wheat?
Oh, that's just a sideline of our enterprise, Mr. Regan. Women wonder how Jerry Shoulder managed to keep what you see in this photograph, so we started a little health food business on the side.
Yeah, another thing, if something happens to Jerry Shoulder, who gets the insurance money?
Massive Enterprises.
Which is?
Me.
I checked the insurance policies. They seemed genuine. I asked where I could find Jerry Shoulder and was told the beauty parlor. Where else? And that's where I headed, only instead of a parlor, it was a beauty salon. The doors were plate glass, the doorman an electric eye. The plate glass swung out. I swung in. I sank into the deep rug like it was something alive. The place was wired for music. There were flowers and a statue of Aphrodite, life-size, standing in the fountain. The official greeter was Trey Chick in ascot tie and cutaway pants.
What's it to you, Mac?
He said, noticing my glance.
You maybe want your hair done?
If you don't mind my asking, why are you working here?
The slick dames gotta get their kicks. I remind them of Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, now, Humph, could you tell me...
My name is Mungo.
Who was that?
Just a dame getting beautiful. You was Aston?
I'm looking for a girl named Jerry Shoulder.
All right, wise gang. In here. Mr. Banyan will want to talk to you.
The big guy rammed his shoulder into my stomach, then grabbed my arm and twisted it behind my back. He opened a door and shoved me into a room. He locked the door from the outside. There was another door, and it was locked, too. I looked around the room. It was like a medieval torture chamber. Weird racks and iron maidens connected to steam pipes. Metal rollers and headless horses. All to change nature's idea of what a woman should look like. I tried the door again. This time it opened. Only someone was coming in. She was young. She was lovely. She wore a bathing suit. Tall, deeply tanned brunette. Moving easily toward me on calendar legs.
You want to see me?
There's more?
I'm Jerry Shoulder.
I thought maybe.
I don't get to meet men. I'm sorry you caught me looking like this.
Well, it's all right.
You see, I just had my hair done and had to wrap it in a towel.
Oh, yeah.
Mungo tried to keep me out of here, but I persuaded him to let me come in. You wanted me for something?
I'm your new bodyguard, lady.
Steve's starting that again.
He doesn't want you to get into trouble.
Oh, you wouldn't let anything happen to me, would you, Mr.
Regan?
Oh, Mr. Regan, the lion's eye. Oh, I've heard of you. I've heard you're very good.
On some things.
Well, you mustn't pay too much attention to my manager,
Your
Mr.
manager
Regan.
says you've been threatened.
Oh, there must be some mistake. I've never been threatened in my life. Oh, pardon me while I climb up on my horse.
Huh? Oh.
There.
Yeah.
No, Don't leave, Mr. Regan. Stay right here. It's time for my exercise.
Do you have any idea who might want to do you bodily harm?
I just love exercise, Mr. Regan.
Yeah, sure. Could it be a man named Banyan?
Mr. Regan, you've got to help me get out of this place.
You man, come here.
There was a woman standing in the doorway. There was a gun in her hand.
I know how to use this. Get away from her.
She motioned me toward the door. I obliged. Then we were in the hall, and I noticed the woman was holding the gun awkwardly. The safety was on.
You men are all alike.
Yeah, they tell me. Now, give me the gun.
You stay away from Jerry.
The gun.
I'll just put it back in my purse, but you stay away from Jerry now.
The woman dropped the gun into her purse. She wore a plain, hugging jersey dress. Gray hair in a bun at the back of her head. The kind of a woman you see in bars. Late. Alone.
We've got to keep men away from Jerry. I'm sorry if I frightened you.
Don't tell me you're a private eye.
No. I'm Martha, Jerry's wardrobe mistress. I keep her bathing suits in cool, dry places. They're latex, you know.
Do you know a man named Albright?
Well, sure, that's Jerry's manager. He's the one that told me to protect Jerry, keep the men away.
Well, then why didn't you do it? The way she came walking in, anybody could have got to her.
I was busy for a moment in the back, looking for a cool, dry place.
Does Jerry know a small-time racketeer named Banyan?
Well, if she does, I don't know about it. And I'm with her constantly.
Yeah, like today.
Oh, I'll bet you're Jeff Regan.
Yeah, so Albright told you I was on the case,
He
huh?
tells me everything, Mr. Regan.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe he can tell you why Jerry didn't follow us out into the hall.
It does seem strange.
We better take a look in that room. Jerry's shoulder was gone. Out the other door. But we still had a catch. Standing in the middle of the 17th century chamber of mechanical horrors was a 20th century mess. The ape in ascot tie and pearl buttons, only now his clothes were torn, his face scratched and bleeding. All right, where's the girl?
I was only trying to help.
Wake up, will you? Where is she?
Mr. Banyan, he said...
Banyan again.
Keep her safe from guys.
Snap out of it, will
Well,
you?
I couldn't hit his girl. I tried to hold her. She hit me and scratched me.
Is she still in the building?
She even screamed at me, but I couldn't hit his girl.
Banyan, sure. And I know where to find him. Banyan operated out of the 7 Club. But when I checked, he wasn't there. I finally caught up with him outside of town, in a spot hidden from the highway. A country club. A gambling joint that featured bare-knuckle bouts, cockfighting, and now, Banyan, with a shotgun in his hands, shooting skeet. Pull!
Dead duck. Nice shooting, Banyan.
Talking to yourself, Banyan?
Huh? Oh, Regan.
Shooting clay pigeons a little out of your line, isn't it, Banyan?
Clay pigeons? You never know which way they'll fly. Sharpens the eye. Pull. Yeah. Makes it easy when you're trying for a larger target.
Nice spot you got here.
Doesn't belong to me if that's what you're after.
No. The way I read it, brand new beauty parlor belongs to you. Likewise, a guy named Mungo. That's your new front.
Regan, it's a salon.
Oh, yeah, I thought. What I'm after, Banyan, is a girl named Jerry Shoulder.
Never heard of her.
Beautiful, isn't she?
Very.
Look, I'm playing for keeps.
Oh? You won't mind if I just slip a few more shells into my shotgun.
Just remember, I don't scare.
Oh, I'd almost forgotten.
Open up, Banyan. Jerry Shoulder.
You know what my enemies are saying, Regan? That Jerry Shoulder's as good as dead. Pull!
You missed. This time. I checked the club grounds. No Jerry Shoulder. She wasn't with Banyan. I headed back to L.A. fast. It was late when I reached L.A. I had to get the line. I phoned him at his apartment. Nobody home. I called again 15 minutes later. Still no answer. I was getting worried. I went to his apartment. He wasn't there. I checked with the janitor. He told me the line was on the roof. That's where I found him. In bed. Lion. Hey, Lion.
Lion Detective. Oh, it's you, Jeffrey.
Why the Boy Scouting on the roof?
I'm sleeping in nature's own clean, sweet air. My boy. I moved my cot up here just this evening.
Look, Lion.
Sleeping under the stars, just as Mother Nature intended.
Lion,
If Mr. Albright says Miss Shoulder sleeps out even when it's raw, it's part of their health plan. Look at me, Jeffrey. I'm thinner already. You know, I've only had 8 kernels of the patented wheat today instead of 10. I did without dessert.
Listen, Fatso, I'm heading for Jerry Shoulder's hotel. I want you to check on Banyan.
You that low criminal?
Find out where he's been the last few days, how he's been spending his time, everything. Keep an eye on him.
All right, Jeffrey, if you insist.
I insist.
Do you think you'll find Miss Shoulder at a hotel?
Maybe. If she's alive. I dropped the Lion off at police headquarters to get a rundown on Banyan. Then I drove to Jerry Shoulder's apartment hotel. The street was quiet and deserted. Most of the windows were black, just a few lights here and there. Patio balconies. Very swank. Inside, there was a self-help elevator. I went up. The elevator opened onto a long corridor. A small night light down at the end. The room was 306. I was almost at the door when the door banged open, and coming at me fast was that mug from the beauty parlor, Mungo.
Get out of my way!
No, brother, not this time. It's my... My fist found his stomach as soft as pie. He doubled and fell. I jumped over him and ran into the apartment. The lights were on. The living room was empty. I tried the bedroom. The light was on in there, too, glaring white on what I didn't want to see. There was a body lying across the bed. Not Jerry Shoulder. A man's body, a bullet through his chest. The dead man was Steve Albright. The ripped sheet that covered him was stained purple.
This is CBS, and you are listening to tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator, entitled She's Lovely, She's Engaged, She Eats Soybeans.
Steve Albright was dead in Jerry Shoulder's apartment. A bullet hole in his chest. And what looked like purple acid burns through the bedclothes. I'd caught Mungo, the well-dressed ape from the beauty parlor, coming out of the apartment door. And I knew that Mungo worked for Banyan, the racketeer. Albright had hired me as Jerry Shoulder's bodyguard. He'd have done better to have hired me as his. I called Candid at Homicide. Now, the police photographers were gone. We were waiting for the coroner. Candid sitting on the bed next to Albright's body. Candid was eating Fig Newtons.
Well, I'm glad you held on to Mungo, Regan.
You think he did it, Candid?
Open and shut case.
You know, Jerry Shoulder was insured, but plenty.
Yeah, you said.
I called the night number of the insurance company right after I called you, Candid. They said all their policies were in effect but one. You know which one?
I'm not interested, Regan. I've got the killer.
It was the one that would have paid off to Albright.
The deceased.
If Jerry had married. That policy lapsed a month ago.
Well, my insurance is always lapsing.
Yeah, well, this one lapsed because Albright married Jerry Shoulder himself.
What?
The company wouldn't pay on that. And Albright couldn't let it out because there's no such thing as a married bathing beauty.
So Mungo was nuts about the dame. She gives him the come on. He finds out about her being married, comes up here and...
And?
Have a Fig Newton, Regan. They're real fresh.
And?
Well, he's going to kill the girl, like they all do, Regan. You know that. But Mungo gets real mad when he finds her husband in her bed, and he knocks him off.
Mungo denies it.
They all do, Regan.
You know, Candid, the way the bullet entered, looks like it was a hurry-up job.
So Mungo was nervous.
You know Mungo worked for Banyan.
We've got the killer.
Mind if I, turn out these lights?
Hey, now, wait a... Regan, I can't see.
Yeah, it's kind of dark in here.
Regan, where are you? I feel something moving. There's a dead guy in here, Regan.
Give your eyes a chance to get used to the dark.
Oh, gee, turn the light on.
Huh? Barely make out the figure on the bed.
In the name of the law, Regan.
Okay, Candid. I've got all I need here. I left Candid and the dead man and headed for my car. But I saw something across the street that stopped me. A long black convertible with the top up. Over the wheel, I could see a face. Banyan. I ran across the street, grabbed the door handle just as the car started to move, opened it, and pulled the handbrake.
Take it easy, Regan. You're liable to get hurt.
Are you waiting for someone, Banyan?
What I do is my business.
Been up to Jerry's apartment tonight, Banyan?
Cops having a ball over there, Regan?
Yeah, real party. They're serving refreshments. Fig Newtons.
I stopped laughing in 29.
Maybe you've been in the building. Just got out. You were leaving without saying goodbye.
Where's Jerry's shoulder, Regan?
Let's look in your car trunk.
If anything happened to that girl, I'm holding you responsible.
Put that gun away.
She's the only clean, decent thing I've ever had in my life. Something a peeper like you wouldn't understand.
Try me.
Jerry's shoulder and I are engaged to be married.
You'll have to stand in line.
Yeah? Quitting the racket. Sure, at first I was just playing around with Jerry, but then I found she was...
different.
A decent dame.
You've known Jerry's shoulder how long, Banyan? 3 weeks?
Ever since she's been in town. Yeah, maybe 3 weeks.
How'd you meet her?
I answered a lonely heart's ad.
Look, Banyan, I know you started that beauty shop front so you could meet Jerry there, or have her brought there so you could be nearer.
Oh, let's stop fishing.
Sorry, time's running out, Banyan. I gotta give it to you straight. Jerry's shoulder was married to Steve Albright.
What? Why, you lying.
Somebody's been killed in Jerry's shoulder's bed, and it looks like it might be her hubby. Maybe you better go take a look. Banyan ran upstairs, but I didn't have time to wait for his reaction. I had an appointment at Massive Enterprises. It was 4 a.m. now. A clear sky pouring cold moonlight down on the deserted stucco that housed Massive Enterprises Incorporated. The outside door was open. Steve Albright's office was locked. It opened on the third key. I tried. I snapped the overhead light on. Everything just as I remembered it. I opened the desk and found what I wanted. When Steve Albright had said that Massive Enterprises consisted of himself, he was almost right. The health food sideline was in the name of Martha Highgate. I used the phone to raise the line. Tried every place I thought he might be. Then tried the office of the Detective Bureau.
Yeah, Anthony J. Line, Detective Bureau. Anthony J.
Me,
Line.
Fatso.
Oh, Jeffrey, my boy. I've been trying to locate you.
What'd you get on Banyan?
That's what I wanted to tell you. I picked up his trail at the 7 Club.
He was with Jerry's shoulder.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I just talked to Banyan.
I'm not surprised, Jeffrey. I took his girl away from him.
Jerry's shoulder?
Yes, when they came out of the club, Banyan went to get his car. I spoke to Miss Shoulder and told her she was in great danger. Showed my credentials, and she came with me.
With you?
Yes. Oh, she's a very nice girl, my boy. She said she's had to go around with Banyan. He practically forced her to accompany him.
Where's Jerry's shoulder now?
Well, she was here at the office up until an hour ago. We had a midnight bite of wheat and quite a nice chat.
She's gone?
Well, I was out getting a drink of water, and when I came back, she was gone.
Anything else on Banyan?
Oh, yes. There is no Banyan.
Come again?
Banyan is just one of the aliases taken by a hoodlum whose real name is Highgate.
Highgate? And he has an older sister named Martha.
Yes, but how...
That's all I needed. Thanks, Lion. It began to make sense. When Banyan saw Jerry's shoulder had run out on him, he phoned downtown to Mungo, had Mungo check her apartment. That's where I found him. I looked through Albright's desk and found Martha Highgate's address. It was the Rondo Hotel. When I got there, the room clerk was smiling.
Room 405, Regan, but you won't find Martha Highgate up there.
Who will I find?
Smooth dame. Must be a friend. Had a bottle and some ice cubes sent up just a little while ago. Celebrating.
Celebrating?
Wearing a bathing suit.
I went upstairs and knocked on the door. I waited. Then I felt the knob turn in my hand. The door opened. And there, in a tight-fitting bathing suit, stood...
Come in, Mr. Regan.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not Jerry's shoulder.
Come in, Mr. Regan.
The room was dim, in pink light. There was a rosy globe hanging down from the ceiling. A phonograph was playing. And the woman was the bathing beauty's wardrobe mistress, Martha Highgate.
Drink, Mr. Regan?
No, thanks, lady.
Oh, don't you like me? Just a little.
I'll like you more after we talk.
Do you like me in this light? See, I kept my figure young, Mr. Regan.
You can't cheat Father Time with a pink light, lady.
My hair looks almost black, if you don't stand too close. It's long, Mr. Regan.
You even had the bellboy fooled with that bathing suit and your hair down, Mother.
I'm Jerry's shoulder now.
It'll take more than wishing to give you what she has, lady.
Maybe a little drink will improve your eyesight.
No one's eyesight's too good in a darkened bedroom, Martha.
Bedroom.
You loved Steve Albright, didn't you, Martha?
Love Steve? Oh, sure, and he loves me.
Yeah, he did all right by you, too. Made you part of massive enterprises, gave you a cut of the profits. But that wasn't enough. You wanted him.
I've got him.
Oh, no, lady. Somebody's got him now, but not you.
Not Jerry Shoulder.
Steve Albright is dead.
Dead.
One thing, lady, you didn't know that Steve and Jerry were married.
Stephen. Jerry.
Yeah, you should have turned that bedroom light on before you threw that acid.
What do you mean?
Jerry was on a date tonight with your brother.
No.
You killed Steve Albright, her husband.
Steve.
You made certain with a gun. But you couldn't stand the thought of Jerry's shoulder looking beautiful even in death. So you used acid, too.
I can use this gun again, Mr. Regan.
Oh, no, you won't use it again, Martha. You're a one-time gal. You won't kill again.
Don't try me.
Give me that gun, Martha.
Stand back.
Give it to me.
All right.
The muzzle blast was hot on my face. But Martha was still a poor hand with a gun. The bullet went wild, and I had her by the arms tight.
Get your hands off her, Regan.
Banyan.
Oh, honey, I knew you'd come. I knew you wouldn't let me take him.
All right, give me the gun, Regan. One inside your coat, too. That's right.
You won't get away with this, Banyan.
What's Regan doing here, sis?
Shoot him. Kill him, honey.
What's Regan doing in your room?
Well, he was going to take me in for killing Steve Albright. But now you won't let him. You won't let him, will you, honey?
Why the bathing suit?
She went up there to kill Jerry's shoulder, Banyan.
Why the bathing suit?
I'm as beautiful as she is.
Jealousy, Banyan. Your sister wanted Steve, but he fell for Jerry.
How about it, sis?
I wish now they'd been together tonight. I didn't know they were married. I'd have killed both of them. That's why I threw Jerry at you, honey. You wanted her, and I wanted to get rid of her. Oh, gee, I'm glad you showed up, honey. Now, come on, kill Regan. Come on, shoot Regan.
No. That's not the way it's going to be. All right, Regan, here's your gun.
What?
Thanks, Banyan.
What are you doing? You're my brother. You can't do that. You can't turn me in.
You don't need to worry about Martha, Regan.
No, you can't.
So Jerry was married. Well, all that's over for me. But you tried to kill her, Martha. So I'm turning you in myself.
No, you can't. That'll hurt me. You're my brother. Yes,
The woman in the
my
bathing
brother.
suit, flattered with a rosy light, allowed her brother to take her by the arm and lead her from the room. Banyan delivered his sister to Candid down at Homicide. But to make sure, I followed Banyan's car all the way. Too bad about Banyan. Jerry was the only good thing that ever happened to him in his life. But it happened too late. Anyway, Candid finally found the scared Jerry Shoulder, released Banyan's sidekick, Mungo, and that put a period. It was 10 in the morning when I checked in at the office. The lion was singing.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy.
Oh, nature boy.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Still packing away the wheat, Fatso?
Oh, yes. Notice how much weight I've lost already, my boy. You know, this morning I saw my cheekbones for the first time in years.
Oh, eyes sunken, color gray.
Jeffrey, I've never felt so healthy. I've been eating nothing but golden grains of patented wheat.
Patented?
Patented. You know, Miss Shoulder eats nothing but health foods, Jeffrey. Last night she recommended a health food restaurant where we might have lunch. The Grated Garbanzo Grotto.
Fine.
It serves nothing but the finest dried soybeans.
Good.
Yes. Raw cabbage.
Delicious.
Delicious. Choice beech bark.
Yummy.
Yummy.
Yeah, I knew you weren't touching any other kind of food.
Oh, health foods, Jeffrey. Nature's boon to mankind.
That's why I turned down the invitation for you.
Morted mango. Invitation? What invitation?
Of course, I'm going.
You're going where?
Candid's barbecue out at his place. You were invited, but I knew you wouldn't be interested.
Barbecue?
No, you wouldn't want hot buttered corn.
Corn?
Rich Caesar salad.
Salad.
Mounds of golden brown French fried potatoes.
Oh.
Steaks 4 inches thick. So long, Lion.
Jeffrey, wait for me!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking.
reminding you that Jeff Regan will be back next week, transcribed. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Present the exciting, unforgettable radio drama, Front Page Farrell. The story of a crack newspaper man and his wife. The story of David and Sally Farrell. Today, David is covering the story which he calls The Case of the Fatal Smile. If you want to help prevent cavities in your teeth, do as your dentist tells you. Colonos' amazing new anti-decay tooth powder with ammonium ion actually helps prevent cavities. Yes, new Colonos tooth powder actually helps prevent cavities. No matter what dentifrice you're now using, you owe it to your health to use the new Colonos anti-decay tooth powder with ammonium ion, greatest dental discovery since the invention of the toothbrush, discovered by the University of Illinois Foundation. New Colonos is not a cure-all, but your dentist will tell you that in most cases, new Colonos correctly used reduces tooth decay, reduces the number of cavities in your teeth. Colonos also has amazing dental floss action. That is, it sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate deep between your teeth, helps remove food particles that can cause unpleasing breath, lead to tooth decay. That means fewer fillings, less pain, healthier teeth, and sweeter breath for you. Do as your dentist tells you. Get new Colonos tooth powder. You'll like its cool, minty flavor, its popular price. And now, Front Page Farrell and the story he's covering for his newspaper. The story he calls The Fatal Smile. Under the spell of a warm June evening, David Farrell and his wife Sally have left their apartment after dinner to go for a drive in the country. As David Farrell heads the car north into suburban Westchester County, he leaves behind the teeming island of Manhattan and, perhaps for a little while, the cares of gathering stories for his newspaper, the New York Daily Eagle. Darkness is falling. Over the purring of the motor comes the sound of music, borne on the gentle breeze. Sally Farrell sighs peacefully and says,
Isn't it nice of whoever's doing it to provide music to go with such a lovely evening in the country?
I'll take all the credit, Sally, darling. I phoned the county and told them to arrange suitable entertainment for my wife.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Wonder where it's coming from.
Sounds like a carousel somewhere. Like to go for a ride?
Oh, on a merry-go-round?
Yeah, why not, huh?
Oh, David, for goodness sake.
Oh, why not, honey? Come on.
Well, come to think of it, why not? Oh, it'd be too much trouble to find the place, wouldn't it, David?
No trouble at all. Now, there. Look straight ahead. Just off the road. You see the lights?
Well, yes. What is it, David? It's more than just a carousel. Look at all those cars there.
Hey, it's a carnival. Yes, ma'am. There's the sign. Pearson and Waters Mammoth Carnival. I don't see how we can pass this up, Sally.
Oh, I don't know, David.
Now, darling, if it were just an ordinary carnival, okay, but this is not. It's a mammoth carnival.
Oh, what age does a little boy grow up? Oh, all right, David. Where can we park the car?
Right here. In this mammoth lot set aside for the purpose. Now, come on, honey. I'll buy you some popcorn.
All right.
Hurry, folks. Right this way. General liquor is 50 cents, one half of $1. Children half price.
Hurry, Sally. Boy, this is really living, isn't it?
Help yourself, folks. Help yourself to an evening of thrills unrivaled anywhere. Help for worthy cause.
Oh, what's the worthy cause, Mr. Pearson or Mr. Waters?
Don't be cynical, Sally, darling. Lots of times local organizations tie in with these carnivals and get part of the proceeds. Yeah, there you are. See? Benefit of Associated Meadowville Charities.
Well, that's good enough for me, David. Come on, let's go in.
2 tickets, please.
Yes, sir. 2 tickets for the gentleman. Thank you, sir. Hurry, folks. Right this way. Ride the carousel, folks. Ride the carousel. 10 cents a ride.
Boy, that
She's starting now, the biggest caterpillar ride you ever had. More speed, more thrills, and all for 15 cents. 15 cents for the caterpillar. Here you are. 3 blows for a dime. Knock 'em down and win a prize.
Well, Sally, what'll it be? The merry-go-round or the caterpillar? Say, how about the Ferris wheel? Looks like a nice big one over there.
David, let's not rush into anything.
Well, honey, we got to do something.
We should start with something less exciting.
Huh?
Here, why don't you throw baseballs at those things that look like milk bottles and see if you can win a prize for me?
Huh. Those things are next to impossible to hit. Look, see that athletic-looking young fellow throwing his arm out? He isn't hitting him.
Yes, and no wonder. He has his eyes on that pretty girl with him instead of on... David,
Hmm?
do you know her?
Who?
That girl.
What girl?
The one with the boy throwing baseballs at the milk bottles.
No, I don't know her. Why?
Because she's standing there smiling at you.
At me? Rather attractive smile, tell you.
Oh, the nerve.
Oh, she can't be smiling at me.
Oh, can't she?
No.
Well, she's coming over to you right now.
Well, all right, honey. Now, don't pull me away. She can't bite us, can she?
Her teeth look good enough to bite anything.
Hello. Hello there.
Hello.
Don't you remember me, Mr. Farrell?
Well, yes, of course. How have you been?
You don't, do you?
Well, it's just that
I'm Marcia Vaughn.
Marcia Vaughn. Oh, Marcia Vaughn? For Pete's sake.
I guess I've changed a little, Mr.
A
Farrell.
little. Sally, this is Tom Vaughn's daughter. Marcia, my wife, Sally.
How do you do, Mrs. Farrell?
Oh, my, I'm glad to meet you, Marcia. I've heard David mention your father so many times.
Sure. How is your dad, Marcia? I haven't seen him in years.
He's fine. We live in Brookdale. That's the next town over.
Uh-huh.
Marcia, say, listen, I can't hit those doggone things. Oh.
Come here, Spencer. I'd like you to meet Mr. and Mrs. Farrell. This is Spencer Hull, Jr.
I'm glad to
How
meet
do you
you.
do, Mr. Hull?
You read the Daily Eagle, don't you, Spencer?
Sure.
Then you should know who Mr. Farrell is. David Farrell.
Oh, say, I've seen lots of your stories on the front page, Mr. Farrell.
Spencer's father is president of Associated Meadowville Charities. And they're sponsoring the carnival, you know.
Hope they make lots of money, Spencer.
Oh, they'll do all right. It's a good crowd. Well, it's been nice meeting you.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Marcia, tell your dad I'm going to look him up one of these days.
Goodbye, Marcia.
Goodbye. And
Bye.
please do that, Mr. Farrell. I know Dad would love to see you again.
Oh, isn't she one of the most attractive girls, David? I'm surprised you didn't remember her.
Sally, darling, the last time I saw Marcia, she was a gangling kid, all knees and elbows. What about that boy she's with, hmm?
Oh, you mean that he's good looking?
No, I mean that. I mean his papa has a big bundle of what it takes to buy groceries.
Oh.
Did you ever hear of Spencer Hull Sr.?
No.
A big oil man. Or he used to be. I guess he's retired now. Just goes to show that a girl with a smile like Marcia's can always get herself any young man she likes.
Well, if you ask me, David, I'd say that a girl with a smile like Marcia's should keep it under wraps.
Why?
Because that's just the sort of a smile that can cause lots of trouble.
Number 27. Number 27 wins. What do you take, miss?
I'd like that little China dog, please. Spencer, isn't this fun?
Sure, but take your prize, Marcia, and let's go.
No, Spencer, I want to stay and win more things.
Now, don't be silly, Marcia. You won't win again, just because you were lucky twice.
It wasn't luck. All I had to do was play the numbers he told me to.
He told you to. What does that fella know about it?
He works for the carnival, doesn't he?
Yeah, so what? He's just a laborer here. What do you call it? A roustabout. How does he know which of the numbers will win?
Spencer, all I can say is I took his advice twice, and I won.
But, Marcia...
Now, play your numbers, folks. Play your numbers. A lot of valuable prizes to win. Yes, miss. What number are you going to play this time?
Well,
Number 19, beautiful. Play number 19.
Shall I? All right. Number 19, please.
Well, round and round she goes. And where she stops, nobody knows.
Marcia, I don't want you smiling at that bum.
He's not a bum, Spencer. Shabby clothes don't make a man a bum. And besides, I didn't smile at him.
Why did he start talking to you?
I don't know. Unless I smiled at Mr. Farrell and this fellow thought I meant it for him.
Why does he keep hanging around you?
Spencer, please.
And number 19 wins. The lucky lady wins again. What'll it be, miss?
I'll take that jackknife, please. Thank you. Here you are, Spencer. Present for you. Does that improve your disposition?
I'm overjoyed, Marcia. If there's anything I wanted, it's a jackknife.
Well, what do you say, beautiful? How's about ditching this here wet blanket and try a whirl with me, huh?
No, really.
Watch out there, fella.
No kidding. I'll show you a good time, beautiful. Got you 3 winning numbers, didn't I? What do you need little JoJo for?
Look, it was very nice of you to give me those numbers, but I don't want any more. Goodbye. Let's go somewhere else, Spencer.
Oh, wait a minute, beautiful. Don't run out on me.
Take your hand off her.
What are you going to do about it if I don't, JoJo?
That's a sample. And if you want any more, just say so.
I want some more. Okay, JoJo? Let's go behind this tent where nobody will bother us.
Go ahead. I'm right behind you.
Spencer, don't.
I'll handle this, Marcia. You wait for me.
Oh, Spencer.
Hello?
Mr. Farrell, this is Marcia Vaughn. I know it's late, but you've got to help me.
Oh, that's all right, Marcia. Sally and I just got home. What's the matter?
It's the most awful thing, Mr. Farrell, and it's all my fault.
Well, your fault. What is?
Spencer had a fight with the boy at the carnival over me, and Mr. Farrell, Spencer stabbed him.
A phone call at midnight banishes sleep from David Farrell's mind and starts him on the trail of a new adventure. Has the smile of lovely Marcia Vaughn brought on tragedy? Be sure to listen again tomorrow for Front Page Farrell and the exciting story he's covering for his newspaper. The story he calls The Fatal Smile. Stop paying fancy prices for floor wax. Aero Wax gives you all you want in a wax and saves you up to 30 cents in every pint. Yes, let's face the plain facts about floor wax prices. Aero Wax, at only 29 cents a pint, will leave a high glossy shine on your linoleum and hardwood floors that will delight even the most particular housekeeper. And you don't need to rub, you don't need to buff Aero Wax. All you do is spread it on your floors. It polishes itself to a beautiful, long-lasting luster. Most important of all, when you pay 29 cents for a pint can of Aero Wax, you pocket a 30-cent saving over the price of most other leading brands. It's like getting the second pint free. Join the millions of housewives who say Aero Wax is the biggest floor wax bargain in the stores. You'll like Aero Wax. Get a can today and save work, save 30 cents. Save even more on the larger sizes. Front Page Farrell is from the original radio play by Frank and Ann Hummert and produced under their supervision. Dialogue by Harold Guest. Stotts Cotsworth plays David, and Florence Williams is Sally. It'll be on the air at this same time tomorrow. This is Ed Fleming saying goodbye for the sponsors of Front Page Farrell. If you suffer from painful corns that make it agony for you to wear shoes, torture for you to walk, listen. There's an amazing liquid that's guaranteed to remove your corns or double your money back. It's Free Zone Liquid Corn Remover, and it goes to work to cool and soothe the burning pain and starts to remove the corn the instant it's applied. Then, when continued use is directed, this amazing liquid actually removes the corn. There's no muss, no fuss. No need to wear bulky, uncomfortable-feeling pads. Get FREEZONE, Free Zone Liquid Corn Remover, today. With this understanding. If Free Zone doesn't remove your corn and give you blessed relief from pain while it's doing it, we will give you double your money back.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, Everything Shipshape.
There's nothing very exciting about the postman's morning visit to my Cafe Tambourine. The usual stack of bills, an ad for a new brand of Bolonacci, maybe, a copy of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. But this particular mail delivery brought something else, a business-sized envelope bearing a Syrian stamp. The letterhead inside carried the heading, Ship and Shape Enterprises, Beirut, Syria. And below, a curt message, arrive in Cairo Thursday. Please arrange appointment at your cafe, 3:45 p.m. that day. Signed, Joshua Ship. So I wasn't a bit surprised when at exactly 3:45 p.m. the following Thursday, a little man sporting a cane and waxed mustache darkened the Tambourine's front door. He gave the place a quick once-over, nodded his approval, and he came directly back to my office, put down his briefcase, and wiped the sweatband of his derby hat with a silk handkerchief.
Mr. Rocky Jordan?
Yeah, that's right. How are you, Mr. Ship?
Ah, you are right, Mr. Jordan. Joshua Ship. Excellent, thank you. Wonderful air trip from Beirut.
Hey, you're right on time.
Never keep a man waiting. Policy. Well, now that we're off on the right foot, shall we get right down to business?
It depends on what you're selling.
Selling, my man, selling. I can see you don't realize the importance of my visit.
I suppose we get at it. Sit down, Mr. Ship.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. One moment, please.
Oh, by the way, how's Mr. Shape?
Shape?
Of Ship and Shape.
Oh, the letterhead, of course. Old stationery, Mr. Jordan. Unfortunately, Mr. Shape is no longer with us.
Carry on, Mr. Ship.
Yes, of course. Now, Mr. Jordan, I represent a client, one A.K. Kesak.
Kesak? I don't recognize the name.
Quite true, Mr. Jordan. New in Cairo. I'm sure you will find doing business with my employer most profitable.
Just what does A.K. want?
Now we get to the matter at hand. At A.K. Kesak's authorization, I am commissioned to buy your Cafe Tambourine.
Who said I wanted to sell?
We have discussed the matter with no one.
Sorry, Mr. Ship. Just tell A.K. I like the place. Tambourine's not for sale.
Tut, my good man. You just go ahead and take a thorough inventory, your equipment, spirits, food, tangible and intangible assets, set your price, and then double it.
Just like that?
But we must have your answer quickly. I'll give you 24 hours to think it over, sir. 24 hours.
Not a minute more?
That is my deadline, sir. My address, of course. Joshua Ship. 394 Esbekia Plaza, Bungalow 6. Good day, sir.
Joshua Ship hoisted his derby, thumped it with his finger, and set sail through the Tambourine and out into the street. Well, I figured I'd had my kicks for the day and settled down to some paperwork in the office. It was just a few minutes later when I noticed somebody else coming through the tables toward my office. She could have been pretty, only her thin face was too tight, like a knot that needed untying, and her eyes had that wild look. I knew right then she was the kind of company I didn't want. Chris moved over from the bar.
Hold on, lady. Where you going?
Where did he go? Where is he?
Just take it easy. We don't want no trouble.
Don't you touch me. Keep out of my way.
Okay, Chris, I'll take over. Better watch the bar.
Sure, Rocky. Guess you had one too much.
I have not been drinking. I know what I'm doing. Where is that man?
There are no customers in the office, lady.
I know he came to see you. Tell me where that man is or I'll...
Look, the door stays open.
Now listen to me. You will listen to me.
Hey, what's the idea? Put away that gun.
Don't you dare touch me. Now for the last time, where is he? Where did he go?
It depends on who you're looking for.
Joshua Ship.
He's not here. What do you want with him?
I'm going to kill him.
Oh, get some sense, will you?
And I'll kill you or anyone else who tries to stop me. I will shoot.
I don't argue with hysterical women holding guns. But suppose you tell me what this is all about.
I followed them all the way from Beirut, and I won't stop till I get them.
You're from Beirut, too?
Yes. Now, do you believe that I know what I'm doing?
Maybe I do. Who are you?
Ask Joshua Ship who I am. Ask him if he remembers Drina Ritar. And then tell him. Tell him I'm going to kill him. Tell him.
He left here just a few minutes ago.
Where did he go?
I don't know. Now listen, Drina.
Maybe you're no better than he is, and I don't care. But I'll tell you this, Rocky Jordan. No, stay back.
Sorry, Drina.
Give me that gun.
Not a chance.
Give it to me. Oh, please, please.
Yeah, that's better. I suppose you sit down and tell me what this is all about.
Rocky, don't sell the tambourine to that man.
You know a lot, don't you? What's your interest, Drina?
Just don't sell. They'll do the same to you as they did to my husband.
Your husband? All right, let's have it. What are you talking about?
I can't. Jonathan, he's...
What about Jonathan?
Oh, please. I can't talk.
Getting sense out of an hysterical woman is not one of my big points, so I stopped trying. I kept her gun in my pocket, got her address, and put her in a taxi for home. But it made me want some more conversation with Joshua Shipp. So I sat down and figured out a price I was sure no one in their right mind would accept. Then I went over to his place on Escalating Plaza. It was a real nice setup. Big fountain out in front, acacia trees along the tile walk. I found Bungalow 6, and Shipp answered my buzz.
Well, Mr. Jordan, come in.
Thanks. Say, I've been thinking over your proposition, Mr. Shipp.
Fine, my man, fine. You came even sooner than I expected.
I do lots of surprising things.
Well, now, if you'll name your price for the tambourine...
Just a minute, Mr. Shipp. I'd like to deal directly with the client.
Well, A.K. is very busy, very busy.
Too busy to swing an important deal like this? And so am I.
Oh, no. Top, my man, don't be hasty. A.K. happens to be waiting in the next room.
And just tell the big boss I want to ask a few questions.
Oh, yes, of course. One moment, Mr. Jordan.
Joshua Shipp stepped into the next room and spoke a few words. I waited just a few seconds. Then I met A.K. Kesak. Naturally, I expected A.K. to be a man. I was never so wrong in my life. She was all woman, from the tips of her lacquered fingernails to the French perfume that rocked the room and Rocky Jordan. She let the doorway frame her sleek figure, and I wondered if she mightn't have been the shape of the firm of Shipp & Shape. Any minute, I expected a Rye Crisp sign to light up over her head. She looked me over like a champ looks over the contender in the first round.
Rocky Jordan. Oh, this is a pleasure.
Unexpected pleasure, Miss Kesak.
Yes, isn't it? Oh, please, sit down.
Thanks. After you, lady.
Now that we've met, Rocky, I'm quite sure we can do business.
Yeah. We ought to get along real cozy.
Yes. Now then, my dear, shall we get on with the deal? Mr. Jordan has...
Joshua, there's no hurry.
But I'm sure there is, my dear, you see.
By the way, Rocky, Joshua told me you were not interested in selling your cafe. Why did you change your mind?
A lot of reasons, maybe. Including a couple of people named Drina and Jonathan Ritar.
Friends of yours?
I was about to ask the same question.
Well, neither here nor there. Now, Mr. Jordan, your price for the tambourine.
10,000 pounds, cash.
Well, my dear?
Write him a check, Joshua.
Wait a minute, I said 10,000 pounds. That's 40,000 American dollars.
You add very well, Rocky. What else can you do?
I will prepare a bill of sale. We want to take possession of the tambourine immediately.
Why the hurry?
Oh, don't be surprised, Rocky. Your cafe is ideal for our purpose. Your price is high, but we'll make it back quickly. On the dice tables alone.
Dice tables?
Of course. Don't tell me you object to the tambourine being used as a gambling casino.
Oh, not especially, as long as I'm out of it.
Out of it, Rocky? Oh, but surely you told him, Joshua.
Hey, wait a minute. Told me what?
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear, Mr. Jordan. A necessary part of the deal is that you remain at the tambourine.
We supply the money and the know-how. You supply your good name, Rocky.
You mean I front for your gambling setup? Not in your life.
At a good salary, of course. Say, £100 a week.
It's no deal.
Not so fast, Mr. Jordan. Refuse and you get nothing.
Okay, let's keep it that way.
We do not like our time wasted, Mr. Jordan.
Wait, Joshua. Rocky changed his mind once. I think he will change it again.
I wouldn't count on it, lady.
As I said, I'm quite sure you and I can do business. Goodbye, Rocky.
She said it like she expected to see me again real soon. I walked out to the street wondering if she actually thought I was a sucker for that sort of a deal. I wondered something else. Neither Joshua Shipp or Miss Kesak had batted an eye when I mentioned Drina and her husband's name. But I still wasn't sure. I couldn't go back to the Tambourine till I'd satisfied my curiosity about Drina. So I dropped in on Captain Sam Sabaya at Cairo Police Headquarters to see what he knew.
Jordan, how do you manage to pick up such unusual friends?
What have you got on her, Sam?
Only what the Beirut police authorities have told me.
Police? What's their interest?
A dispatch from Beirut arrived this morning. They suggest that we keep an eye on her. She is a wild one.
What else do they say?
Jordan, what possible interest do you have in this case?
Just curious, Sam.
Curious. Very well. This Drina Ritar became involved in serious trouble in Beirut. Her husband is now in prison.
For what?
Murder.
What's the lowdown?
They didn't go into detail. It seems that Drina and her husband Jonathan ran a cafe on the Beirut waterfront. There was some talk of gambling in connection with it.
Gambling? What else?
Well, there is little more. There was a fight there. A man was killed. Jonathan Ritar was convicted and sent up for several years.
Who'd he kill?
Well, the dispatch does not say. But be that as it may, we suspect that Drina is in Cairo to make trouble. She is being watched.
If that's all you have, Sam, thanks.
Jordan, one moment. Could it be that you are in danger from this lady?
What gave you that idea?
Well, Jordan, it is most unusual for you to be carrying a gun. That bulge in your coat pocket.
Oh, sure, yeah. It's a gun. I've got a permit.
Oh, yes, of course. Please let me see it.
Sure, yeah. I'll look it over.
Rather light for you, Jordan. Italian make. Where'd you get it?
Why, Sam, is this a shakedown?
I, too, am a curious man, Jordan. Yeah. Needs oiling.
So does that chair of yours, Sam. How about the gun?
Yes, here you are.
Thank you.
And about this Drina, Jordan, remember, if she makes trouble, the police will take care of her.
Well, Sam didn't give me much, just enough to help me decide to drop Drina, Kesak, Shipp, and the whole business. I had a few things to do at the Tambourine, so I wandered back that way. When I got there, a side of Turkish beef stood blocking the entrance.
You'll stay outside, Mr. Jordan.
Move the body, mister.
I warn you, I am a very mean man.
I'd get tough someplace else.
I am instructed to get tough right here, so don't try to go in.
That's right, Tonoff. We don't want Jordan around the Tambourine.
Oh, Joshua Shipp. This knuckle boy working for you?
Quite right.
Then get him out of my doorway.
Not your doorway, Jordan.
What are you driving at?
You just sold the Tambourine to A.K. Kesak and me. You don't live here anymore. We don't want you around.
Look, I told you the deal was off. Now get this overgrown camel out of my door.
Stop it, Tonoff.
I will do. I'm very dangerous. Man!
Now, Jordan, get it straight. The deal's closed. We deposited the £10,000 in your bank account, and the bill of sale is complete with your signature.
Oh, a reasonable facsimile.
It'll do for now. So give me a forwarding address, and I'll send you your clothes.
What makes you think I'm going anywhere?
I took care of that, too. Here's a bonus, Jordan. A plane ticket to Rio de Janeiro.
For me?
That's right. They say it's wonderful there this time of year.
Supposing I like Cairo better.
Cairo can get hot, Jordan. Extremely hot.
You are listening to Everything Shipshape, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The Accused is coming to CBS listeners Monday night. Loretta Young, Robert Cummings, and Wendell Corey will bring this unusual psychological drama to life in all its stark reality. Don't miss the hour-long absorbing story on CBS Radio Theater at 6 Monday night. Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, Everything Shipshape.
After I refused to front for a gambling setup in my cafe, a couple of characters from Beirut named A.K. Kesak and Joshua Shipp got real busy. They faked a bill of sale for the Tambourine, deposited a lot of money to my account in the bank, and planted a big Turk in front of my place to keep me out. To top it off, Ship handed me a plane ticket to Rio de Janeiro, told me to clear out. Ordinarily, that'd be a nice, juicy job for the police. But first, there were a few angles I wanted to handle myself. So I got moving. Not to Rio, but to see Drina, the girl who had warned me not to sell the tambourine. Sabaya had given me part of her background, but I wanted the rest from her. She had a clean room in a little hotel along the Sharia Najim. When I knocked, she cracked the door and then opened it.
Oh, Rocky, come in.
Who are you hiding from, Drina? The police?
I know they're following me, but I'm not hiding from them. Let them wonder what I'm doing in Cairo.
I'd like to know myself.
I told you to kill Joshua Ship and that woman with him.
Why?
Didn't I explain?
Well, you never got around to it. Suppose you cut out the dramatics this time and set a few things straight, huh?
What are you trying to find out, Rocky?
Who did your husband kill?
He killed no one. Jonathan is no murderer.
The Beirut police could give you quite an argument.
Get out, Rocky. Go on, sell the tambourine to whoever you like. See what happens. Oh, I'm sorry I tried to warn you.
Wait, Drina. Why not give it to me your way?
Oh, you wouldn't believe me.
Maybe I would. Let's have it.
Oh, very well. Well, Jonathan and I had a little restaurant near the Beirut waterfront. One day he was approached by this Kessock woman and her two associates, Joshua Ship and Aaron Shape.
Ship and Shape?
Yes. Shape was the #1 man with her then. They offered my husband a large sum of money for our cafe, for a gambling setup. Jonathan was well known and liked in Beirut, so he was to front for the syndicate. Does this all sound familiar, Rocky?
Yeah. Go on, Drina.
Well, a short time later, Aaron Shape was killed in our cafe, but not by my husband.
Who did it?
A.K. Kessock. I'm sure of it, Rocky.
Only they planted it on your husband, right?
Yes. Yes, both the woman and Ship testified that they saw my husband fire the gun. Well, he didn't have a chance.
Why would Kessock want to get rid of her top man?
He was getting a little too big. Besides, she was tired of him. You see, she always gets tired of him. After that, Joshua Ship moved in.
And you're out to get them both. You think that'll help get your husband out of prison?
Well, all I know is I've been able to think of nothing but killing them. Oh, now I don't know what to do.
Look, Drina, I've got some things to settle with them, too. The best way I can check on them is to go along with the deal.
But I told you what would happen.
Not if I keep ahead of them. Now, you better stay right here. I'll let you know how it's going. She put up some more argument, but she agreed to my plan when she learned how Ship had moved in on the tambourine. Sam Sabaya might have worked out my end of the deal without too much trouble, but not Drina's. So I went back for another chat with A.K. at her bungalow on Escalating Plaza. Somebody must have expected me because the side of beef wearing a fez was right outside the door.
So, Mr. Jordan, you not smart and fly to Rio.
Delayed takeoff, Turner. Look, you're still in my way.
I stay in your way. You not go in.
Want to take bets on that?
You find out I'm very dangerous man.
Well, we compare muscles sometime. Move over, Man Mountain.
I not. So now we make big fight. I get me.
Turn off. Let him come in.
Mr. Ship say keep this kelp out.
I wish him to come in. Run along now, turn off. Imshi.
Listen, A.K., my dear. Do you think this is best?
I have no objection to Rocky's visits, Joshua.
Yeah, you're here too, Mr. Ship. That's fine. Now we can all talk.
Everything is settled, Jordan. You wanted out of the organization. We left you out. Why did you come here?
To return the plane ticket.
Plane ticket? What is this, Joshua?
Why, I didn't think it necessary to tell you, my dear.
Save the cover-up, Ship. Anyhow, you got me convinced. I'm ready to team up with you.
It's too late, Jordan. You had your chance.
Wait, Joshua, let me decide. So now you want in, Rocky. I think you are very smart.
Yeah, smart. Okay, I'll front for your racket. But get this. I'm no patsy for either of you, the way Jonathan Rattar was.
Mr. Jordan, what are you talking about?
Cut it, Ship. You know who killed your partner, Shape, just as much as I do. And it wasn't Jonathan. Just don't try setting me up the same way.
Tut, my man. If you are in...
Joshua, Rocky's only being frank. I like him that way. Now run along like a good boy. I have a few private things to discuss with Rocky.
Now look here, my dear. I see no
Don't forget your gloves and cane, Joshua, and hurry along.
Very well, my dear. I'll see you later, Mr. Jordan.
Well, A.K.?
I just thought we might drink to our new partnership. Bourbon?
Straight. But easy on the knockout drops.
Are they necessary, Rocky?
I wouldn't know.
Now, to you and me.
Just where does your ship come in?
He doesn't. Not anymore. Drink, Rocky.
Yeah, beats the liquor at the tambourine.
We'll change that, too. Won't we?
Yeah.
Another?
No, save it till we have more time.
Going? So soon, Rocky.
Yeah, a few things to clear up at the tambourine, AK. See you later. When I got outside, just as I expected, Joshua's ship was waiting for me up by the fountain. He stood there tapping his cane on the tile walk till I was alongside. Then Ship tacked to the starboard, full sail, and stood with his feet wide apart.
A moment, Mr. Jordan.
Well, we'll get everything settled, Mr. Ship. Not a thing to worry about.
There's plenty for you to worry about, my man.
Tut,
Enough,
Mr.
Mr. Jordan. I demand to know your intentions toward Miss Kessack.
Well, we all take our turns, don't we? It was your partner, Shape, first, wasn't it? Before she killed him?
I'm quite aware that Aaron Shape held her affections. I'm also aware that A.K. tires quickly, as she did of him.
Why confide in me?
Because I want you to know that I will not give her up so easily.
Look, Joshua, this is all very interesting.
You will keep away from her, Mr. Jordan. This is a warning.
Yeah, maybe this is something for her to decide. Why not go to A.K. and talk it over?
I most certainly shall. I'm going to lay down the law to her immediately. We'll have it out once and for all.
Ah, good boy. And when you talk to her, be sure to take off your hat. I couldn't resist the temptation, so I reached over and thumped his derby with my finger. He grabbed for it and gave me a dirty look. It was just a little insurance to keep him in a fighting mood. Well, I did want to get back to the tambourine, but Drina's place wasn't far out of the way, so I stopped by to keep her posted.
Well, Rocky.
I was hoping there'd be a weak link in the setup, Drina, and I think I've found it.
Oh, Joshua Ship?
Yeah. He's got something in his mind besides gambling. Her name is A.K. Kessack.
Yes, I know. He's insanely jealous of her.
Well, I'm going to go work on that. Sooner or later, he'll do something to break it up. Maybe try to get me out of the way.
What happens then?
Well, we'll just wait and see. So far, my plan seems to be working.
Rocky, do you trust me?
Sure, Drina. Why?
Then perhaps you'd let me have my gun back?
Sure, you can have it.
Well,
wait a minute.
Don't you have it?
It's gone.
Well,
the only way it could get out of my pocket was for somebody to take it out.
But who, Rocky?
A.K. Kessack. See you later, Drina.
Where are you going, Rocky?
So get your gun back. I wasn't willing to concede even the first round to A.K. Kessack, but right then it looked like she'd scored all the points. Why she had slipped the gun out of my pocket was something I wanted to find out quick. This time, no one tried to stop me at the bungalow, and the door was unlocked.
Come in, Rocky. Close the door.
It was A.K. Kessack, waving me in with Drina's gun. Across the room, against the wall, stood Joshua Ship, beads of sweat dripping from his wax mustache. From where I stood, my little plan had backfired right in my face.
I knew you'd come back, Rocky.
Don't let me interrupt an argument.
Oh, you won't. We'll settle it, the argument, very shortly.
Jordan, talk to her. Fellas, you can't do this. Please, Jordan.
Stop crying, Joshua.
Better brief me, A.K.
Very simple, Rocky. I'm going to kill him.
No, my dear, no.
Just like you killed Aaron Shape? I think I know why.
I'm through with him. He's getting too big, giving me too much trouble. You see, I don't think he likes you, Rocky.
You don't need much reason, do you? What makes you think you can get away with this? You can't just shoot.
Can't I? You see this gun, Rocky? Only two people have any motive to kill Joshua. You and Drina. This is her gun. You took it from her. Do I make myself clear?
Sure. You can lay the blame on either one or both of us.
Not necessarily. You can both keep quiet. We'll dump Joshua's ship in the Nile.
A.K., my dear, you can't do
And
this
no
to me.
one will be the wiser. Will they, Rocky? Well, make up your mind.
I can't speak for Drina.
Then bring her here. Go to the phone there and call her. Tell her to come at once, but be careful. I never hesitate when it is necessary to kill.
That an order?
A.K. always gives the orders. Call Drain at once.
Give me Drina Ritar. Yeah. Hello, Drina. Rocky Jordan. Listen, I'm at 394 Esbekia Place, Bungalow 6. You got that? Yeah, I've got to see you right away. It's very important. Don't ask questions. Just come right over. Yes, right away, Drina. Goodbye.
Thank you, Rocky. Now we have a little wait. Then it will be all over.
What then?
Just you and me, Rocky.
Yeah, but for how long?
Until I'm tired of you.
I'm tired of you already.
But there isn't much you can do about it. Is there, Rocky?
You're listening to Everything Shipshape, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. There are more treats for CBS listeners on Tuesday night, when you'll find as many chuckles as clues on the Mr. and Mrs. North program. Meet Jerry and Pamela North at 8:30 Tuesday night. Yes, you'll find mystery better on CBS. Now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Everything Shipshape.
A.K. Kessack held the gun with a right hand and an Egyptian cigarette with the other. And we waited for Drina to arrive. There wasn't much doubt in Joshua Ship's mind, or mine, what would happen once Drina got there. A.K. was lighting her fourth cigarette when the buzzer sounded.
Rocky, ask who it is.
A.K., my dear, for the last time, I beg you.
Quiet. Go on, Rocky, quick.
Who is it?
It's Drina, Rocky.
No. Tell her to come in.
Come in, Drina.
No! No!
Stand still, Drina. Don't move.
Rocky, she's killed him.
Surely you're not sorry, Drina. You wanted Joshua Ship dead, so I took care of it with the last 2 bullets in your gun. Here. Pick it up.
A most charming confession, Miss Kessack.
What?
Come in, Sam.
Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate the opportunity to be on the scene of a murder for a change.
So, Drina, you brought the police here. You little
Do not move, Miss Kessack. It is I who hold a gun now. Greco, Ali, take care of this man quickly.
I should have killed Drina, too.
Let us have it understood, Miss Kessack. I did not bring the police, but I knew they would be following me. And for once, I didn't mind.
I'm quite sure Jordan knew I was following you, too.
That's right, Sam. But it's okay now, Drina. They won't be tailing you anymore.
Jordan, the next time perhaps you will be kind enough to tell me of these things beforehand. You might have prevented a murder.
You know, Sam, you're absolutely right. Well, the way things worked out, A.K. Kessack figured 2 more murder raps were no worse than one, so she finally confessed to the killing of Aaron Shape. I now have a standing invitation to visit Drina and her husband at their waterfront cafe in Beirut. Oh, about my tambourine. I decided to let the phony sale stand. Anyhow, the $40,000 in the bank was mine, so I bought the tambourine back from A.K. for half that amount. She didn't care. For me, $20,000 profit for the day wasn't bad. And you know, looking back, it's been quite some time since I made anything out of one of these deals.
It's CBS again at the same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with tonight's story by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Ralph Dean
Johnny. Mono guarantee.
Oh, hiya, Ralph. How are things?
Rough. My wife could kill me, Johnny.
For the insurance?
No, just for kicks, because she's mad, because she wanted a mink coat.
In short, she's a woman.
I couldn't buy her a mink. I don't make that kind of money. You know how it is in the insurance game.
Oh, sure. I know, Ralph. You're down to your last yatch.
So what happens yesterday? I lose 80 mink coats, silver blue, worth $100,000. Gone, snatched, disappeared.
Warehouse robbery?
Check. Bandley Furriers out in Los Angeles. My wife's about to blow her stack. She says if I can't afford one fur coat for her, then how come I can pay for 80 of them that I haven't even got? How do you reason with a woman, Johnny?
I never try. Usually I just send flowers.
I've already done that. She ran them through the garbage disposer. So now what do I do?
Buy some more flowers.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, 4312 Spring Street, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Silver Blue matter. Item 1, $152.40, telephone and incidentals and transportation to Los Angeles. I called the Mono Guarantee agent out there before I left and got a brief rundown on the case. Among other things, I learned that a man I'd known and worked with before, Detective Lieutenant Ramon Garcia, had been put in charge. And with Garcia on hand, I knew I could count on cooperation by the police. But I still wasn't expecting quite as much as I got.
Flight 12 for Las Vegas, Salt Lake, Minneapolis, and Chicago, now loading at...
I knocked over the fur joint myself, Johnny.
Garcia.
Only way we get to see you.
How have you been?
Overworked, underpaid, frustrated, disillusioned, unappreciated. In other words, fine. Got your luggage yet?
It's coming right there.
Good. We ought to get moving. I've got a squad car outside.
What's all the rush?
We've got a guy downtown in the hospital I figured you'd want to talk to.
Well, he'll wait, won't he?
He'd probably like to, if he had any choice.
He's dying?
Kind of looks that way. He's one of the 2 night watchmen the gang slugged when they broke into the warehouse. And he's our big one, Johnny. He's all we've got.
Has he been able to talk?
A couple of sentences during the night. He's got to talk.
What do you mean?
He's the only one who got a look at them.
When he did talk, what did he say?
Gibberish, mostly. He did say one thing, though. They were kids. Just a gang of kids.
Oh, that's going to make it rougher.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
What do you mean?
You'll find out later, Johnny. Come on, let's go.
We took the freeway into town with the accelerator floorboarded and the siren screaming. Racing against time and against dying. Weaving in and out through the four-wheel madness that Los Angeles calls traffic. And then the other side of the coin. The solemn quiet of hospital corridors. The calm voices of the nurses. And the blank hardness of sterile white walls. We sat there beside a bed and waited for a man to talk or to die. But the slow minutes passed, and he still did neither. So we waited.
Guess that shot the doctor gave him is not going to have any effect.
Apparently not.
It's a crazy world, Johnny.
No, just the people in it.
I mean, yesterday, we'd never even heard of this guy.
I still don't know his name.
And 24 hours later, here we are. A couple of strangers sitting around watching him die.
It's here on his chart at the head of the bed. Albert Christmas.
Strangers. Not even family or friends. He didn't have any family or friends. He lived alone in a furnished room. Worked alone, too, except for one partner. So, a gang of punks jump him and bust his head open. I'm a bad cop, Johnny. I get sentimental about things like this.
How'd they work it, Garcia?
It's a warehouse district. The streets are practically deserted at night. A police prowl car checks the street once about every 40 minutes, and they hit at 1:10 a.m., 3 minutes after the police had passed.
Sounds professional.
No, just a smart bunch of kids. The only fur they seemed to know was mink. They passed up a dozen or so chinchillas worth twice as much.
How'd they get in?
I don't know. Chrisman hasn't been able to tell us. They must have tricked him into opening the door.
What about Chrisman's partner?
He was making his rounds. They slipped up behind him, slugged him. He didn't see them. He didn't know what hit him.
And nobody outside in the street saw anything? Saw them leave with the furs or anything?
Nope. Or if they did, they're not saying anything. Oh, it's a rough one, Johnny. We haven't got a thing to go on.
Except Chrisman here.
The shape he's in, that's only a straw.
If he recognized any of them, if he lives long enough to identify...
At least the poor devil can groan.
I don't know. I think he's closer to being conscious right now than he's been in the last hour.
Maybe you're right.
Chrisman?
Water? He wants a drink.
Yeah. Here you go. That enough? Do you want some more?
Who are you?
This is Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator from Hartford. I'm Lieutenant Garcia, L.A. Police.
Warehouse. The kid.
It's all right now. You're in the hospital now. It's going to be all right.
My head.
Do you feel like answering a few questions, Mr. Chrisman? It won't take long. Those kids, how did they get in?
Telegram.
Telegram?
He showed me the telegram through the window.
Yes?
When I opened the door, one of them hit me.
Did you get a look at the boy who showed you the telegram?
Yes. I saw him.
Yeah?
18, 19.
What did he look like?
5'9", 10, dark skin, black hair.
How was he dressed?
Dark jacket. Hard to think.
Any scars? Anything unusual about him?
No. My head.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes.
Any of the others?
No. Only one. There was a mark on his arm.
What kind of a mark?
My head. Oh, my head.
What kind of a mark on his arm?
Hurts too bad.
Well, that's that.
Yeah, he's passed out again. Well, we got a description.
Only one thing wrong with it.
What?
Right in that area, there are about 50,000 kids who fit it.
I talked with Mr. Banley, owner of the Furs. Then Garcia and I went down to the warehouse. It stood on the fringe of the river bottom section, fronting the railroad yards, and backed up by block after block of weather-beaten slum shacks. We looked through the warehouse, at the racks where the furs had hung, watchman's office where the gang had entered, but knew while we did it that we were only going through the motions. The police technicians had already been over the place inch by inch, and they'd found exactly nothing. Finally, we stepped out the door into the street. A drab gray street, cluttered with things cast off and discarded. Dusty and hollow.
There's the story of this whole district down here, Johnny. Right there in that street.
Yeah.
It's a backwash, a service yard. It's something you need but don't like to look at, so you shove it out of sight. People you need but don't want around. It's the same with them.
You grew up down here, didn't you, Garcia?
Yeah, I grew up down here. That's why they gave me this case. I know this section inside out. And that's why I told you this one was going to be tough.
I think I get the general idea.
Those kids came from that slum there to the east. One gets you 9 on that. And the people who live there aren't on our side, Johnny.
If they do know anything, they won't talk, is that it?
They wouldn't tell a cop the time of day. I don't mean they're criminals. Most of them aren't. It's just that they always put themselves on the other side.
What about juvenile gangs? Do they operate around here?
There are dozens of them. And there's another thing. A few of these gangs are pretty rough, and people who might talk don't because they're scared to. Oh, it's a great setup, Johnny. A fine place to look for $100,000 in furs.
You know, I've been thinking about the fact that they knew exactly the time to hit. They must have staked out here somewhere.
Sure, and probably right in the place you're thinking.
Hey, that lunchroom across the street?
No, they had to be inside, or the prowl car would have seen them. That's the only place open at night.
Did you shake it down?
Like I told you, Johnny, they won't give us the time of day.
Uh-huh. What about me having a go at it?
Yeah, maybe they wouldn't smell cop on you quite so strong. The owner's name is Red Wellers. He was on that night. See what you can get out of him if you want.
I think I will.
By the way, Johnny, I know you insurance guys make deals sometimes, no questions asked, just to get the loot back.
Sometimes, yeah.
Well, before you make any deal on this one, you better remember one thing. Chrisman may die.
What do you say, Mac?
Save your money.
What do you want? Coffee?
Yeah, I guess so. How's business?
$1.02 a day. Father in the hole. Want cream?
No, I'll drink it plain.
Want a sinker with it?
No, thanks. Are you Red Willis?
So that's it.
What do you mean?
You're in that fur case, ain't you?
Maybe.
I thought you was the same one, but I couldn't be sure seeing you across the street. You come up with that cop Garcia a while ago, didn't you?
That's right. I'm an insurance investigator.
Well, you come to the wrong address, mister. I don't know nothing about nothing.
Who was in the lunchroom here just before the robbery?
I don't remember.
Any young kids here?
No, it was all old men with long beards.
I see.
10 cents for the coffee.
Yeah, they got you real scared, haven't they? Haven't they?
I don't know any theys.
All right, look. You know Chrisman, the watchman over at the warehouse.
He comes in.
He didn't know any theys either.
What about it?
Nothing. Except he's dying. I'm at the Wilkins Hotel if you change your mind. Room 312, Johnny Dollar.
Sorry, I don't see no use of me dying, too. Follow me, Mac?
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, fear stalks the streets, closing the mouths of a sullen and suspicious people, terrifying a lonely girl, and bringing death in a dusty alley. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Red. Red Wallace, remember?
Sure. You run that lunchroom across the street from the warehouse that was robbed last night.
Yeah, that's right. Now, look, Dollar, supposing I tell you what I know about it, what's going to happen to me?
Nothing. As long as you weren't mixed up in it yourself.
No. I mean the papers and the cops. If it gets out I talked to you, I won't last 24 hours.
I think I can take care of that. What do you know about it, Red?
That depends on what it's worth to you.
I see.
I'll have to sell out, get away from this section, so I'll need some dough. You follow me?
All right. I'll see you taken care of. Now, just what is it
No, it ain't safe. I'm talking from a booth. You stay right there at your hotel. I'll see you in a half hour.
Right.
Just you. No cops. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Beck.
Mr. Beck.
6 quarts of milk and 2 pounds of butter. Sure, right away. Thanks, Mr. Beck. Goodbye.
Hello. Hello.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California. To the Home Office, Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Silver Blue Matter. Expense account continued. Item 4, 20 cents, a phone call to my friend Lieutenant Garcia of the L.A. Police, and a call to Queen of the Angels Hospital. Albert Chrisman, the night watchman who was slugged by the gang of teenage hoodlums during the warehouse robbery, was still unconscious. And Chrisman, unless Red Weller was ready to talk now, was the only lead I had toward finding $100,000 worth of silver blue mink coats. I waited 2 hours and a half for Red Weller, but he didn't show. Item 5, $2.85, taxi to the warehouse district at the south end of the railroad yards. It was night by now, and the area was almost deserted. A lost, lonely district, shabby and worn even in the softening darkness, and haunted now by fear. The only lights in the block were those shining from the windows of the warehouse office and from Weller's lunchroom across the street. Good evening.
Hello. What would you like, sir?
Cup of coffee, I guess.
Oh, you're lucky. I just made some fresh.
Good.
Would you like some cream?
No, thanks. No, that'll be fine.
Is it foggy out?
Yeah, a little. Not bad, though. Hey, this coffee's all right. You're a good cook.
Thanks. The boss always has me make it when I'm here. He says I do it better than he does.
I'll bet you do. Is the boss around, by the way?
No, he called me and said he had to go out. That's why I'm working. I'm on in the daytime mostly.
Do you have any idea where he might be?
No, he had to go somewhere, I guess. What'd you want to see him about?
He wanted to see me. Do you know where he lives?
Well, he's got an apartment over on Marina. It's about 8 blocks from here.
Think he'd be there?
No, he wasn't going home. He was going out somewhere. He acted kind of strange. I don't know what he was going to do. May I ask just what business you're in?
Insurance.
Oh.
I'm a special investigator.
What do you mean?
I'm working for the company that insured those furs. Oh. The furs that were stolen the night before last from the warehouse across the street. Something wrong?
Oh, no. No, of course not. I don't know what you mean.
Oh? Can I help you gather up that silverware?
Oh, no, that's all right. I don't know what happened. Just careless, I guess.
Yeah. Do you live around here somewhere?
Well, yes, on Dalton, 3 blocks up.
What's your name?
Carla Monte. Why are you asking?
How long have you worked here, Carla?
About a year.
Do many teenagers hang out here?
What do you mean?
Kids, 17, 18, 19. Do many of them come in here for coffee, hamburgers?
Well, sometimes, yeah. I've never noticed much.
Know any of them?
No. I don't know any of their names.
Are you sure?
I don't ask them their names. Did I ask you your name?
It's Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
Well, I still didn't ask you. If you want to tell me your...
What are you scared of, Carla?
Nothing. I'm not scared.
You're not?
Of course not. Why would I be scared?
For the same reason your boss is, Red Weller. He was scared when he talked to me this afternoon and when he phoned me later.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. That's why he didn't come to my hotel. He was afraid to. And why did you drop that silverware when I told you who I am? Because you're scared half to death.
No.
What's the matter with you people down here? What are you doing, crawling into a hole because a half-grown gang of hoodlums starts throwing their weight around?
You don't understand.
Then suppose you tell me about it. Do you think that's any kind of an answer in the long run? To pull the covers up over your eyes and let them do as they please and just keep hoping they'll leave you alone? All you're doing is making things worse.
Oh, you don't know how it is. You don't have to live here.
No, I don't have to live here, but I know how it is. Because I've seen it in other places where the mobs managed to take over. And if you let it happen here, then you'll really have something to be scared of.
Maybe they've already taken over.
Oh, a bunch of kids with a gripe on, running in packs so they feel safe? Is that the kind of mob you mean, Carla?
No.
They're not a mob yet, but they will be if they're not stopped. It seems to me you'd have some sense of responsibility to them, if nobody else.
Maybe if other people had a sense of responsibility, kids wouldn't have to grow up in a place like this. Have you ever thought of that, Mr. Dollar?
Yeah, I've thought of it. But it doesn't hold water.
You'd think so if you lived here.
All right, so it's a slum district. And sure, these kids start out with a strike on them. But that's a pretty weak excuse for joining up at criminal bands and terrorizing a whole neighborhood, for slugging people and looting warehouses.
Yes, I know.
Most of them find other answers. It's only a small minority that turns to crime. But if you let them get away with it, others will join them, and they'll grow until finally it's too late. Well, Carla? Still nothing to tell me?
I can't. I just can't.
I see. Well, there's a quarter for the coffee. Keep the change. Good night, Carla.
Wait.
Yeah?
Mr. Dollar. Suppose I knew someone who might be able to help you. I mean, who might know something about the robbery. Innocently, of course. If you talked to this person and they agreed to help you, could you keep them out of it?
Depends on the circumstances. I'd do all I could, that much I promise.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
You're not sure of what?
Of you. Oh, I know better when I stop and think, but I've lived in this neighborhood too long. Lived with these people and...
I'm bound by the law like any other citizen, and I won't break it to help somebody cover up a criminal act. But I figure it's up to me sometimes to decide whether a thing is a criminal act. And if a person seems to deserve it, well, I can be pretty lenient.
You promise? What you just said?
Yes, I promise.
I've got to trust you. I've got to trust someone.
Do you know such a person, Carla?
Yes.
Do you know where to find them?
I think so. Well, I'm sure they'll be at one of 2 or 3 places. Not very far from here.
And who is this person?
Someone who grew up around here. A boy. 19.
What boy?
My brother.
Expense account item 7, $2.70, taxi. We went first to Carla's apartment where she lived with her brother, but there was no one there. Then we checked out a drive-in a few blocks away, a teenage hangout. No luck. Finally, we tried a pool hall down south of the yards, just off Alameda Street. It was our last hope.
I know he comes here. It's not a good place for him, but a lot of the other kids do, too. And he wants to belong.
Yeah, sure. Everybody does, in one way or another.
Oh, gosh, it'd have been different if our folks had lived, but our boy just won't take orders from his sister.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead.
Thanks. Let's see. Well, if he's not here, then I just don't know where he... Oh, wait. There he is. Down near the corner. The one with the dark curly hair.
All right, come on. Take it easy. Just tell him I'm a friend of yours and you want to talk to him. We'll get him off to one side.
Oh, whatever you say. Eddie.
Yeah? Oh, what are you doing here, Carla?
Eddie, this is Mr. Dollar. A friend of mine. I wonder if we could talk to you for a moment.
What about?
Well,
you know better than to come in a joint like this.
But I want to talk to you, Eddie.
You can talk to me at home. Now, go on, get her out of here, will you, mister?
It might be a good idea if you listen to her first.
I thought it was her that wanted to talk to me. Go on, get her out of here.
All right, if you'll go with us.
What for? I like it here. It's a nice place.
Yeah? At least it's better than San Quentin.
What are you talking about?
A warehouse robbery, $100,000 worth of furs. I understand you may know something about it. Innocently, of course.
I thought you said this guy was a friend of yours.
Well, that's right, Eddie. He's just...
Who is he?
He's an insurance investigator.
Oh, So that's the pitch.
She's promised to help, Eddie. If you'll tell him whatever you know, he'll protect
Knock
you.
it off, Carla. Now, look, mister. I don't know nothing about nothing. I never even heard of no fur robbery. So take her with you and get out of here.
This may be your last chance to get off before the boat sinks, Eddie.
You're not leaving, huh? All right, then I'll leave.
Eddie!
Let him go. We can't force him to talk.
I don't know, Mr. Dollar. I don't understand him.
I do. Item 8, 10 cents. Phone call from the pool hall to Lieutenant Garcia at police headquarters. He said there was no change in Albert Chrisman's condition yet. He was still holding on, and he still hadn't talked. But there had been another new development, a big one. And when I joined Carla in the taxi outside, she knew it by the look on my face.
What's wrong, Mr. Dollar?
Now, look. How sure are you that your brother wasn't mixed up in that robbery?
Well,
I want the truth.
I'm afraid he was mixed up in it.
Then brace yourself, Carla. Your boss, Red Weller, who was going to tell me what he knew about it, was found murdered in an alley an hour ago.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a lonely, broken-hearted girl, a blood-stained shirt, and a fight with a cornered rat. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Wake you up, Johnny?
Oh, Garcia. No, just finished breakfast.
Oh, you special investigators do live. Suppose that insurance company of yours could put me on expense account?
Maybe. If you found that $100,000 worth of stolen furs.
Just a matter of time, Johnny.
Now you're talking like a police lieutenant.
How soon can you come down here to headquarters?
What's up? Has the watchman talked?
Chrisman? No, he's still in a coma. But I want to know some more about that kid you mentioned on the phone last night.
Eddie Monty.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. That was told to me in confidence.
Look, Johnny, I'm going to talk to you like a policeman for a minute. A man named Weller was knifed to death last night. You told me yourself his death is probably tied in with that warehouse robbery. Another man is dying at Queen of the Angels. So, confidence or no confidence, I want to know about that kid.
All right, Garcia. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California. To the Home Office Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Silver Blue Matter. Expense account continued. Item 10, $1.45. Taxi from my hotel to the police headquarters office of Lieutenant Garcia. The early morning fog was starting to lift, and the city sprawled beneath a slate-gray sky. The filtered sun should have softened things, but didn't. Gray sun, gray world, drab and dreary, and a case to match. Teenagers, not a gang of hardened criminals. A bunch of wild kids who'd broken into a warehouse and stolen 80 fur coats, silver blue mink. A night watchman had been slugged and lay dying in the hospital. And a lunchroom owner named Red Weller had been stabbed to death the night before. So it couldn't be called kid stuff. That term doesn't apply to murder.
Run those 4 cards through, Joe. See what you can make on them.
Thanks.
Now, come on into the office, Johnny. This madhouse out here will get you frazzled before you know it.
Oh, you police detectives have it pretty soft, Garcia.
That's news to me.
Teletypes, photo files, record cards, crime labs. How'd you like to try working alone?
On your expense account, I could suffer the hardship. Now, let's go in here. Have a seat, Johnny.
Thanks.
Yeah. Did I put the fear of the Lord in you on the phone?
You were real impressive.
Well, the chief was breathing down my neck.
Then I'll stop trembling.
Kidding aside, Johnny, I've got to know just how that Monte boy figures in this.
Did I say he even figured in it at all?
No. You just wanted some information on him. But he figures all right. You didn't come out here from Hartford to look up the nephew of an old friend.
Oh, I've done crazier things at times.
He's got a record. You know that?
No.
Petty stuff. No convictions. Huh. Gang brawls, auto pilfering, vandalism, intoxication. Interrogative attitude, sullen, hostile, antisocial. Yeah, that's quite a nephew you've got, Johnny.
Black sheep of the family.
What's the story? How did you get onto this kid?
Look, amigo, I made a promise on this. I hate to break it.
It's murder, Johnny.
This kid's sister worked for Red Weller in that lunchroom across the street from the warehouse. Her name is Carla Monty. She's 5 years older than he is. They live together. Their parents are dead.
So?
So I put some pressure on her, and she told me she thought her brother Eddie might know something about the robbery. She took me to a pool room to meet him.
How was he supposed to have known about it? Hearsay?
No. She admitted later that she suspected him of being mixed up in it himself. Things he'd said, the way he acted. She asked me to help her try to keep him out of trouble.
I think he's already in trouble, Johnny.
Yeah, so do I. And I think she does, too.
What did he have to say when you talked to him in the pool hall?
Several things, but they added up to 2 words. Get out. When I wouldn't, he did.
Why do you think Red Weller was killed, Johnny?
Well, I think those kids used his lunchroom as a lookout post to spot the prowl car that was patrolling that area. As soon as it passed, they pulled the job.
It figures all right.
I think Red realized it when he thought back and knew who the kids were. I think that's what he was going to tell me.
So they found out what he was up to and knocked him off to shut his mouth.
Yeah, it adds up, Garcia.
Oh. Now, tell me about her.
Carla? What's to tell? She's just a girl, like millions of others. Decent, hardworking, and real sweet. But there's something about her, something special. I don't know what, I don't know the words to use, but... Well, it's there. You feel it. And she's kept it somehow. In spite of everything.
I guess I know what you mean.
Do you?
I told you once, Johnny, I grew up in that district. I know how rough it is.
Well, maybe it's even worse for a girl.
It is. I know. I had a sister.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She was a lot like this girl Carla once. Then the district got to her, and she got to be more like Carla's brother.
What happened to her?
1 to 5. Possession of narcotics. A couple of other pretty rough charges. She died in Tehachapi prison 7 years ago.
I'm sorry, Garcia.
Yeah. I don't want to see this girl, Carla, hurt any more than you do, Johnny. Maybe the hurt will break her, make her lose that something special. But I've still got to pick up her brother and bring him in for questioning.
Expense account item 11, $1.90. Taxi to the Weller lunchroom to see Carla Monte. Lieutenant Garcia had a police detail checking known fences and borderline dealers specializing in furs. But so far, none of those contacted had been approached by any member of the warehouse gang. Albert Chrisman, the night watchman who had been slugged during the robbery, was still in a coma, unable to talk. So Carla remained my best, in fact, my only lead to the case. The lunchroom was closed. I paid off the taxi, walked 3 blocks to Carla's apartment house, climbed the stairs, and knocked on her door.
Yes? Who is it?
Johnny Dollar, I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, all right. Just a moment. Come in, Johnny.
What were you expecting, a major invasion?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm expecting.
Easy, Carla, easy. It's not the end of the world.
Eddie didn't come home last night.
Oh?
I tried, Johnny. I tried to be a mother and father both to him. What did I do wrong?
Well, that's the kind of question that doesn't always have an answer. Have you got a drink in the house?
Have I what?
Got anything to drink?
Well, there's some brandy, I think.
All right, get it.
Well, I don't know if it's a good brand or
It
not.
doesn't matter. Bring 2 glasses. Pour out a couple of stiff ones.
No, I don't
Go ahead and pour them, 2 of them.
All right.
Is this a snapshot of Eddie when he was younger?
Yeah. He was in junior high school then. It was taken at summer camp when he won a medal for swimming. And that was the only year I could afford to send him. Here you are, John.
Thanks. All right, here's a go.
Oh, I don't think
Now
so.
drink it, all of it.
All right.
Good. You needed that.
Where do you think he is, Johnny? What's happened to him?
Carla, you're going to have to face it sooner or later, and I kind of think now is the time.
What do you mean?
You've been worried sick for fear your brother would get into some kind of trouble. And you had reason to worry. It's finally happened.
No.
He's in trouble, all right. Plenty of trouble. You're not the only one looking for him.
Who else is? Who do you mean, Johnny?
The police. There's an APB out. They want him for questioning in connection with the robbery and with the murder of Red Weller.
Oh, no. Eddie wouldn't kill anyone.
Maybe not, but somebody did. Some member of the gang that robbed the warehouse. And it looks very much as if Eddie is a member.
Yes. I suppose he is.
Now, look, Carla. Is there anything you haven't told me about the robbery, I mean?
No. I was just suspicious, that's all.
Because if there is, let's have it. It's too late to protect him now. The sooner he's taken into custody, the less likelihood of his getting any even deeper.
He was out that night. He didn't come home until almost morning. I was worried about it, but I knew it wouldn't do any good to ask him.
Do you know who was with him that night?
No.
Who would be the most likely ones to go along on a deal like that?
Any of them. Any of those he's been running around with lately.
Any idea where they hang out mostly?
Well, just those 2 places I took you to last night. That drive-in and the pool hall.
Look, if they did pull that robbery, where do you suppose they take the furs?
Well, I don't know.
Does Eddie have a car?
No, but some of the other boys do.
Uh-huh. Carla, would you mind if I looked through Eddie's room?
No, I don't mind. It doesn't matter. I guess nothing much matters now. It's gone so far that...
Wait.
It's Eddie. He has his own key.
All right, take it easy now.
Be careful, Johnny.
Sis, you're gonna have... What the devil are you doing here?
Looking for you, Eddie.
Yeah? What for?
I think you know.
Eddie, you've got to give yourself up.
Shut up. Because I got you to thank for this jam. This insurance dick comes around, romances you up a little, and you sell me right down the river.
That's not true.
How'd you know you were in a jam, Eddie?
I got friends in this neighborhood. They keep me posted.
Did the same friends tell you Red Weller was about to make a deal to talk?
You're whistling in the dark, Dollar.
Maybe. I imagine Garcia will find out, though, when he gets you down to headquarters.
Get your hand off that phone.
Oh, so you've got a gun.
Eddie, don't. Please.
Keep out of this. Move back against that wall, Dollar. Put your hands flat against that wall. You keep them there. Give me some clothes, Carla. Come on, make it fast.
What are you going to do, Eddie?
I said give me some clothes.
All right, Eddie. You're wrong, though. You're making a big mistake, Eddie. It's no use running. You'll only... Eddie.
What's the matter?
Down there in the street. A police car just pulled up.
You're lying. Stay where you are, Dollar. I ought to kill you, Carla. You're that one that brought him here. Trying to let him trap me. I think I'll pull a bullet in you before I leave.
You fire one shot and you won't have a chance. They'll be in here before you can get out of the hallway. You better make up your mind, Eddie. Well, you've still got time.
Stay where you are, Dollar. Don't try to come after me.
Eddie, please. Give yourself up, Eddie. Stop him, Johnny.
I'm afraid it's a little late.
Why did you let him go?
There was no choice, Carter. He'd have killed you if I'd moved. Well, you'd better give me that list of his friends. The police will want it.
Heaven help him.
Yeah. That's about all that can help him now.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a police net tightens and traps a frightened rat. A boy sobs in a jail cell. And an innocent man dies quietly in his sleep. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Lieutenant Garcia, Johnny. Are the boys in the police car still there?
There are 3 police cars here now. They've searched the apartment house from top to bottom.
Any luck?
No, Eddie got away. I didn't dare make a move to stop him. He was going to shoot his sister.
Well, we'll get him, Johnny. Don't worry about it.
I don't intend to. My job now is to locate $100,000 worth of stolen furs, not to go after Eddie Monty.
It's the same job, isn't it?
Probably. Did you see that list of his friends Carla gave me?
I just put out an APB to bring them in.
Good. They weren't all in on that warehouse robbery, but some of them were.
If they were, we'll take them. We've got an interrogation room down here to sort the sheep from the goats.
Yeah, I know. But first you got to catch your goats.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California. To the Home Office, Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Silver Blue matter. Expense account continued. Item 12, 2 cents, for the way I felt. I hung up the phone and walked to the window, stood there looking out into the street. The police were leaving the apartment to carry their search for fugitive Eddie Monty into wider territory. And Eddie's sister, Carla, sat huddled in a corner, forlorn, beaten, broken-hearted. From the window, too, the view was anything but cheerful. Dirty, cluttered streets lined by row on row of sagging tenements, drab and gray in the weakening light of late afternoon. This was the slums that had spawned Eddie Monty, raised and nurtured him, made him into a member of a gang, and had now sent him fleeing from the police with a gun in his hand. And the same slum had bred the others of the gang who'd robbed a warehouse of 80 silver blue mink coats, slugged night watchman Albert Grisman into a near-death coma, and had murdered a man who tried to give them away.
Why, Johnny? What got into him? Why is he ending up this way?
I wish I could tell you, Carla.
I did something wrong. That's it, of course, but what?
Forget it. You did all you could.
It wasn't enough.
Well, sometimes nothing is enough. And nobody knows exactly why.
I loved him. I never thought of him as just a nuisance of a kid brother, the way a lot of girls do.
Now, look. You did more than anybody could expect. You were a pretty young kid when your folks died. Too young to have to take on the responsibility of raising a teenage brother.
But I tried. I tried hard. And I thought I was doing all right until lately. But now
So it didn't work. And what's happened is breaking your heart. Well, that can't be changed. But just remember this one thing. You did the best you could. And that's all anybody could do. So don't blame yourself.
Tell me something, Johnny.
Yeah?
You're wearing a gun. I don't think Eddie knew it when he ran from here. Maybe you couldn't have used it to disarm him.
Not when he was on the verge of killing you.
But you could have drawn it and killed him. He was careless. He gave you several chances. Why didn't you?
I don't know.
Thank you, Johnny.
I'd like to look through Eddie's room, if you don't mind.
All right. I'll go with you. This way. It's down the hall.
Thanks.
Oh, somehow I still can't believe it. Not the killing, at least. Eddie is just not that kind.
Well, a kid gets under pressure sometimes and gets pushed overboard. Maybe we'll know more when they pick him up.
What if he tries to resist arrest?
You know the answer to that.
Oh, I hope he doesn't. Well, here it is. This has been Eddie's room since he was 13. It ought to tell something.
The main thing at the moment is to find something that tells where he might go to hide out. And I've also got $100,000 worth of furs to locate.
Well, you go ahead and look around. Whatever you want.
Okay, thanks.
I'll be in the living room. You call me if you want me.
For the sake of company, I switched on a beat-up record player in the corner. And I looked at 6 years of a boy's life, accumulated in one room. Comic books, hot rod magazines, school mementos, knickknacks, photographs. Junk mostly, to anybody but the owner. I went through all of it, then through the drawers and chests and through his clothes. Nothing. I looked over the photographs stuck in the mirror tacked on the wall. Some of the names on the boys' pictures were the same as those on the list Carla had given to the police. There were a few pictures of girls and a lot of pictures of hot rods. I picked up an envelope of loose photographs lying on the dresser. They were views of a second-hand panel truck, and in all of the pictures, Eddie was standing beside the truck with obvious pride of ownership. One of the views showed the front license plate. I turned the envelope over. The film had been developed less than 2 weeks before. I called Carla back into the room and asked her about it.
No, I didn't know he had a car, or a truck, rather.
It may not be his, but I'll lay odds that it is. That look on his face is a dead giveaway.
I don't know. He sure kept it a secret. He never brought it here once.
Do you recognize the background in those pictures?
No, I don't. It looks like a storage yard or an industrial place of some kind, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd call it that. Do you mind if I take these with me?
Of course not. Why?
The gang had to use something to haul those furs away from the warehouse.
But if Eddie was keeping the truck a secret from me, it was because he was planning to use it for the robbery.
That one or some other one.
Johnny, he was in on it all along.
Look, Carla, I've got a hunch Eddie is the leader of that gang.
Oh, no.
I think the truck was used in the robbery, and I think when we find it, we'll find the furs, and we'll find Eddie. See you later, Carlin. Expense account item 13, $1.85. Taxi fare from Carla's apartment to the police headquarters office of Lieutenant Garcia.
Come in. Oh, Johnny, I've been trying to locate you.
Oh, what's up?
We picked up 2 of those kids on Carla Monte's list. Friends of Eddie's.
Wow, that's a start.
Not with one of them. He's in the clear. Perfect alibi. We have something on the other one, though. Want to help me talk to him?
Yeah, sure. Oh, say, here are some photographs I picked up in Eddie's room a while ago. We should take a look at them, Garcia.
All right, let's see them.
The pictures were taken about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Now, if this truck is his sister doesn't know about it.
Yeah, he sure got that owner look on his face.
Yeah, he sure has. That second one there shows the license number, see?
Yeah, I see it. You think they might have used this in the robbery, Johnny?
It's a possibility. And we're not exactly swamped with angles. I was wondering, too, if you happen to recognize that background behind the truck.
No, but it looks like it might be down in that area somewhere, the warehouse district.
Look, why don't you get some copies made, circulate them, and see if any of your boys can tag the place?
Oh, you insurance dicks do get ideas sometimes.
Oh, you'd be amazed.
All right, I'll do it. And now let's go down and talk to that kid.
Interrogation room 519 was on the 5th floor. Bare walls painted gray, a businesslike room without a doorman or compromise. Furnished only with the necessary table, chairs, and lights. We stopped in the anteroom and looked in through the one-way glass window. The boy waited alone at the interrogation table, trying to put up a tough, defiant front, but failing by the tremble of a lip and the occasional flick of his eyes.
Well, let's go in, get it over with.
The kid stiffened when he heard the door open, but he didn't turn around. He just sat there at the table, braced and waiting.
You can take that chair at the side, Johnny.
Okay, thanks.
What's your name?
You already know it.
I said, what's your name?
Mario Santorres.
That's your right name?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Roxman Place, my aunt.
Ever been arrested before, Mario?
No.
You've got kind of a bad memory, haven't you?
Why?
September of last year. Arrest made by Officer C.J. Barton. Charge, possession of stolen articles. Hubcap, 2 auto radios, 1 camera.
I wasn't convicted.
I asked if you'd ever been arrested. Not convicted.
It was a frame-up. I didn't have any evidence.
No, apparently not. Witnesses for the prosecution refused to testify. Case dismissed. Here, what are you going to claim this time, Mario? Another frame-up?
I don't know why you brought me in here. I don't know anything about anything.
That bad memory again,
I just don't know what you're talking about.
It's lucky for us that Eddie Monty had such a good memory, isn't it?
Yes.
What about Eddie? Huh? What do you mean?
Is he a friend of yours?
I know him.
He's got a fine memory, that boy. Too bad you can't remember things the way he does.
What are you talking about?
Oh, that's true, all right. Eddie remembers everything that happened. What he did, what Mario did.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, that's because of your bad memory, Mario. Why, Eddie remembers the name of every boy who was in on that job and just what each one of them did.
What job?
That warehouse robbery. Have you forgotten about that?
I don't know anything about any robbery.
Well, there's been a lot of talk. At least you've heard about it, haven't you?
I don't know anything about it.
Maybe you've just forgotten.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When did you see Eddie last?
I don't remember.
Have you seen him since the robbery?
No.
How can you be sure? You said you hadn't heard of any robbery.
I haven't.
Still, you haven't seen Eddie since the robbery.
What?
Come on, Mario. Tell us about it.
I guess maybe I did hear about it.
So?
Well, why shouldn't I hear? It was in the papers. Everybody's been talking about it, so what if I did hear it? I don't prove anything.
But you said you hadn't heard.
So I forgot. Guy can forget something, can't he?
Yeah. If he's got a bad memory, he can.
And Mario's got a real bad memory, Johnny.
Not Eddie, though. He remembers how you guys loaded those furs into his truck. How you waited across the street in Red Weller's until the prowl car passed. How you slugged the night watchman, Albert Christman.
That's a lie.
How do you know it is, Mario? You don't even remember it. Eddie does, though. He even remembers the next night, when you stabbed Red Weller to death to keep him from coming to me.
No. No, I didn't do that.
Of course you did. You don't think Eddie would lie, do you?
It's not true.
Makes sense to us.
Is Eddie here? You pick him up?
How would we know what he remembers unless we picked him up? Now, how do you think we got your name? Out of the telephone book?
It's not true what Eddie says.
Well, if you've got anything to say, we'll listen to it. But I don't think it's necessary, do you, Johnny?
No, I think Eddie remembers everything. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
He's lying! You listen to me. I'll tell you the truth.
I'll get a stenographer.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a cautious search, an ambush, bullets and tears. And the end is violence. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar speaking, Lieutenant Garcia's office.
Johnny, you're the one I was trying to reach. This is Carla Monte.
Oh, I was going to phone you later.
What's happening? Have they found Eddie yet?
Not yet, but the police picked up one of his friends, Mario Santorres.
Oh, Mario, I know him. Well, he's been to the apartment lots of times. Was he in on the robbery?
Yes, he just made a statement admitting it.
And what did he say about my brother?
He says Eddie is the one who planned the whole thing.
He must be lying.
No, Garcia and I are pretty sure he's telling the truth. I'm sorry, Carla.
I'm coming down to headquarters, Johnny.
There's no use. There's nothing you can do here.
At least I can be there when they bring him in or whatever happens.
It won't help. You're better off at home. Now,
No, Johnny.
please.
I raised him. Some of the fault must be mine. I can't desert him. I'm going to be there if he needs me.
Okay, Carla.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California, to the Home Office, Moto Guarantee Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Silver Blue Matter. Expense account, final page. $100,000 worth of fur coats, silver blue mink, stolen in a warehouse robbery and still missing. A night watchman slugged during the robbery by one of the teenage gang, still lying in a coma, unable to speak. And Red Weller, a man who tried to speak, lay in the county morgue, stabbed to death in a dark alley. But now one of the gang had been arrested, a 17-year-old named Mario Santoris, and he'd finally talked. Sitting in Garcia's office, I read Mario's statement through for the second time.
Well, what do you think, Johnny?
I think the kid was telling the truth. Eddie Monty scraped up enough money to buy that second-hand panel truck and then talked the other kids into knocking over the warehouse.
That ties in with what Eddie's sister said, that he'd kept the truck a secret, hadn't told her about it.
And also the fact that Eddie seems to be a born leader type. They even mentioned it in one of his former records of arrest.
Yeah, I think we can buy it that Eddie Monte is the leader of the gang.
Yeah. All right, they picked their night. They cased the place from Red Weller's lunchroom across the street. And as soon as the prowl car passed, they made their move. They got the watchman, Albert Crisman, to open the door by showing him a fake telegram through the window.
That's another thing that checks out Mario's story, Johnny. Mario claims he's the one who showed the telegram.
That's right. Crisman kept saying kid with a mark on his arm, and Mario's got a bad scar on his left wrist.
That's what I mean. It checks out. Mario didn't know what Crisman had told us.
All right, so they got inside, and then, according to Mario's version, it was Eddie Monty who slugged the watchman.
Probably true.
Then they jumped the other watchman in the dark and started hauling out the furs, loading them into the truck of Eddie's. They knew they had 45 minutes before the prowl car came back through. By that time, they'd finished and split up, Eddie driving the truck away alone and the others disappearing on foot.
Yeah, I think that's about the size of it. And I think Mario's telling the truth when he says neither he nor any of the others know where Eddie planned to hide out the truck.
And Red Weller, according to Mario, was murdered by another gang member. What was his name?
Chuy Morel.
Yeah. Well, if that's true, Eddie Monty is at least clean on the murder charge.
If it's true.
All you can tag him on is robbery and assault on that watchman.
I'm kind of glad of it, Johnny. I feel sorry for that sister of his.
So do I. She's a good kid, and she's carrying a real load of guilt. Thinks that she's responsible in some way.
Oh, she was only 19 herself when their folks died. How could she be expected to hold him in line?
And especially in that district.
Yeah.
She's on her way down here, by the way.
Carla Monte?
Yeah. I tried to talk her out of it. Oh, maybe she's as well off hanging around here, though, as she is waiting alone in that apartment.
It's a rough deal for her, no matter where she waits.
Well, at least we can tell her brother's not in quite as deep as we...
Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Garcia speaking. Good. Well, who's the other one? Yeah, bring them on in and book them. I'll talk to them later. And now we... What? When? All right. Keep in touch with me. The boys just picked up Chuy Morel and the other two.
That leaves just one to go.
Yeah, the big one. Eddie Monte. And he's even bigger now, Johnny.
What do you mean?
That watchman Eddie slugged. Albert Crisman.
What about him?
He just died.
So it was a different thing we had to tell Carla when she arrived at headquarters. Not that her brother would probably get off on a lesser charge, but instead that an APB was out, that every officer in town had been warned. Be on the lookout for Eddie Monty, age 19, armed and dangerous, wanted for murder. Expense account item 15, $12.50, rent on a hired car. One of Garcia's boys was certain that the background appearing in the photograph of Eddie's truck was somewhere in his district, but he couldn't tag the exact spot. So I decided to cruise that area street by street. Carla Monte, Eddie's sister, went along with me.
There's an alley off to the right, Johnny. It might be worth a look.
Yeah, it runs back toward a lumber yard there. That could be a lumber yard in the background of that photograph. Well, we'll give it a try.
This isn't it, Johnny. Sally makes a right-angled turn there before it even gets to the lumber yard.
Well, we may as well check it on through. It seems to run clear on down to the railroad yards.
Please let us find him. If it's the police, he'll fight. And he'll kill someone else. Be killed himself, maybe.
It's out of your hands now, Carla. It's got to work itself out in its own way. There's nothing much anybody can do to stop it or change it.
I know, Johnny. I keep trying to fool myself. All the time I know.
Well, all you can do is hope.
Look! That fence ahead of us there. Next to the railroad yards.
Yeah, that could be the fence in these pictures.
Looks the same.
And that storage shed there at the right, that's in one of the shots.
Yeah.
And that pile of oil drums. This is it, Carla. This is where those films were taken. The truck was parked right at the corner of that shed. Well, it looks as though that off chance paid off.
I'm scared, Johnny. Now that it's so close, I'm scared.
Don't be. By off chance, I meant just finding the place. He may not have come back here since the day those pictures were taken.
You don't believe that, and you know it.
Look, Carla, that house back at the corner has a phone. There's a wire running in from the pole. Go back there and use it to call Lieutenant Garcia. Give him the location and tell him to hit the radio and have this whole area blocked off. Got it?
Yes.
Tell him to cover the railroad yard, too. Sew up this whole section tight. And tell him to make it fast.
Johnny.
Yeah. Eddie may be watching us from around here somewhere right this minute. I waited until she'd gone. Then I got out of the car and walked toward the shed and the sagging wooden fence that bordered the railroad yards. It was nearly dark now. The high floodlights had been turned on above the crisscross network of gleaming steel tracks. Shadows play tricks at such a time of evening, and I got sudden movements now and then from the corner of my eyes, but, well, yet nothing really moved. And the only sound was the sound of my own footsteps. I stopped several times and stood watching and listening, but nothing moved. There was only silence. I reached the door of the long wooden shed and found it padlocked. But looking in through a broken window, I could see the lock didn't matter. The shed was empty and long abandoned. Between it and the fence was a drive leading toward the rear. And behind the shed, in a loading area, I found Eddie's truck. And in the back of it was $100,000 worth of furs.
All right, Dollar. Get your hands up.
Eddie, you're in a rut. That's the first thing you said to me the last time we met.
I ought to killed you there in that apartment.
Isn't one killing enough? I don't suppose you know it, but Albert Chrisman died this afternoon.
I know. I got a radio in the truck there.
That's where you've been hiding out all the time?
Look, if I wanted to answer questions, I'd go turn myself in.
You may be better off in the long run if you do.
I'll get... You here alone?
No, your sister's with me.
Oh, for the love... What does she want to do? Watch me get it?
Why don't you give me that gun, Eddie? It's only a matter of time. You know that. You don't have a chance.
Oh, I figure I got a pretty good chance right here in my hand.
Chance at what? To break Carla's heart? Smash her into the dirt, kill her, maybe?
Shut up.
What more do you want to do to her before you're through?
I'm not planning to be through.
Oh, that's great. But the police are doing some planning of their own.
They gotta find me first.
I found you, didn't I?
And I ought to kill you right where you're standing.
Is that all you got to think about, Eddie? To kill somebody and go on killing until one of them kills you?
Shut up. Let me think.
Think about Carla if you want to think about something. Think about the things she's done for you, the years she's worked for you, worried about you.
That dame was born to worry.
Nobody's born to worry. They inherit worries, like you were inherited by her.
I didn't ask her to do it.
Life didn't give her any choice. But it's too late now to talk about that. It's all over, Eddie. This is the wind-up. Come on now, give yourself up. You haven't got a chance.
Oh, and I would have if I gave myself up? Don't you hand me that stuff.
The police have got this whole section surrounded. Carla went to call them 20 minutes ago.
If I thought you were trying to hand me... Keep your mouth shut.
Eddie, you don't have a chance.
Johnny, Lieutenant Garcia's here.
Be careful, Eddie's here.
You dirty...
I hit the dirt and rolled under the truck and came up on the other side with my gun in my hand. I could hear Eddie running away, but I couldn't tell where he was.
Johnny, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. Eddie went over the fence into the yards.
Where are you?
Here, the corner of the shed. Come on, let's go after him.
We can't get through. I've got men working this way from the other side.
Where's Carla?
Back there somewhere. Come on, we can get through the fence here.
Carla, stay where you are. Don't follow us.
There he goes, Johnny, behind that line of freight cars.
All right, come on. He can't get too far that way. There's a train coming.
There he goes.
He's going to try to beat it. The crazy Eddie!
Santa Maria!
I don't know, Johnny. There must be better ways to die.
Expense account item 16, $300.60. Hotel and miscellaneous in Los Angeles and transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $541.25. End of account, end of report. Remarks? Well, I guess Carla made the remarks for me.
I don't know, Johnny. Those 80 fur coats, they'll go back into stock now. And they'll be sold to women who will wear them to parties and dances and nightclubs. And they'll be happy in them. And they'll never know about Eddie or about me or what happened here tonight.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, The Matter of the Medium, Well Done, and a seance or two that I think you'll like. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Lucille Meredith, Edgar Barrier, Victor Perrin, Jack Crucian, Tommy Cook, and Richard Crenna. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Michael O'Shea as star of Photo Finish, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Michael O'Shea in a remarkable tale of
Suspense.
Well, it was hot enough to fry eggs on the sidewalk. About the worst we'd had all year, and I hadn't made a dozen cash jobs since morning. But at 5 o'clock, I was still in there plugging because, well, that's the way I am. I leveled on a guy and a dame that looked like they might go for a good two-shot and snapped them and hand the guy the card that tells him how he can get 3 prints of that fine candid camera shot I just made of him for only $1. But he just brushes me off like all the rest. Well, it's the last shot on the roll, and I unload and figure to call it a day when I see a guy coming through the crowd that's dressed up as sharp as a tack, and he's sort of glancing at himself sideways in the store windows and generally seems extra fond of himself. So quick as a flash, I get me sights on him, and then a funny thing happens. He sort of staggers as though somebody had just come along and give him a big slap on the back, and he starts folding, and all so sudden that I can't even stop myself, and so help me, I snap him right in the middle of his dive. And then he's out like a light, and everybody, there's a crowd around. Everybody's saying, get the doctor in the heat. Somebody else is calling it. Enough is enough. I'm all burned up with this guy and the heat and the day and everything. So I just turn on my heel and head for Jake's place to cool off.
Hiya, Joe. What do you say? Cup of coffee?
Yeah.
Well, how'd she go today? Do any good?
Are you kidding? People don't want to have their pictures made when they got perspiration running down their faces and the guys are in their shirt sleeves and the dames' dresses are all wrinkled up out of shape. All they want to do is to get somewhere where they can cool off like me.
Yeah, that's right. All right, I guess.
What a day. And the payoff. Here, listen to this. I'm making a guy just before I come in here. A swell shot it would have been, too. And just as I snap him, what do you suppose he does?
What?
He falls. He collapses right in the sidewalk. Boom, the heat or something. I don't know.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, boy, do I pick the cash customers.
Oh, tough on the poor guy, huh?
Tough on him. What about me? I got a living to make, too, you know.
Well, yeah, that's right. Oh, pardon me.
Go ahead.
Jake's Friendly Pharmacy. Huh? Well, I don't know. Well, just a moment, I'll see. Hey, Joe, it's your wife.
Uh-oh, I forgot. She told me specially to be home early today. She got a steak for tonight.
What'll I tell her?
Tell her I just left. No, wait a minute. Tell her you ain't seen me all day.
Okay. No, he's not here, Mrs. Mooney. No, I haven't. Yes, Mrs. Yes, Mrs. Mooney. Yeah, I sure will. Yeah. She said if I see you. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe, wait.
I ain't got time. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, Joe.
Yoo-hoo. Hello, honey.
Don't honey me.
Something smells good. Supper ready?
Is supper ready? Oh, of course supper's ready. The potatoes are all nice and dried up and the meat's good and tough. Supper's been ready for an hour.
Oh, it has? Oh, gee,
You know I told you to be home on time tonight. You think they're handing steaks out for good behavior nowadays?
Well, gosh, Maud, I forgot.
Forgot. You'd forget your name if it wasn't pasted inside your hat. Where have you been?
Why, I was working.
This late? On a day like this? Hey, wait a minute. Let me look at you.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Maud. Now, wait. Maud, listen. Something happened today. I wasn't going to tell you about this. I was going to spare your feelings.
This one, it better be good.
Well, it shook me up pretty bad. I don't mind telling you. And that was the whole trouble why I was late.
Yeah, I suppose this time you found an atom bomb in a suitcase and you picked it up.
No, Maud. Listen, Maud. I'm serious. I saw a man die today, Maud.
Well, they do it every day, don't they?
Yeah, but, Maud, I was taking his picture. He died right while I was snapping it, right at me feet. Swooned.
I suppose he grabbed you around the ankle so you couldn't come home.
But, Maud, they thought it was murder.
Murder? Who thought so?
Why, everybody. The people that saw it, they was asking me all kinds of questions.
Oh, Joe. Oh, what do you want to tell me a story like that for?
I swear, Maud, I swear I can prove it. I got the film. I'll develop it right here tonight. I got it right here in me camera, and I'll get me my,
Now what?
My camera. I must have forgot it.
I might have known this was all leading up to something. Where's the ticket?
The what?
You know what, the pawn ticket.
Oh, Maud, you got me all wrong. The camera's all right. It's right where I left it, right in Jake's place.
Jake's place. Well, which is it, the hock shop or Jake's place?
Oh, Maud, I was only in there for a minute.
Oh, Joe, how can you do it? Losing your camera, hanging around in that cheap joint when you know we're trying to save up for a studio of our own? Oh, Joe, we're never going to get out of this rut.
Oh, Maud, look. I had to leave the camera there.
Had to? Why?
Because of that picture. I was scared to bring it home. It might be evidence or
Joe,
something.
you just said a minute ago you had it with you. You said that you...
Yeah,
Oh, who in the world could that be?
I'll get it, honey. You stay right here. That's it. Just rest yourself. I'll go to the door.
Your name, Mooney?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Sidewalk photographer, ain't you?
Yes, indeed, that's right.
Did you take a picture of a guy keeling over on Main Street about 5 o'clock this afternoon?
That's right. I was just telling my wife.
You got your camera here with the picture?
Why, no. I left it downtown.
You better come along with us, then.
Hey, say, what is this? Who are you?
Police headquarters.
Police?
Police? Say, what is this all about?
You ought to know. You saw the guy bumped off, didn't you?
Bumped off? Yeah, Maud, the guy is dead. He was murdered. Of course, I could see now how that picture of mine would be pretty important evidence, so naturally I'm glad to go along with these coppers and help them out all I can. When we get out on the sidewalk, there's a car there and 2 other guys sitting in it, all plainclothes cops, evidently the homicide squad, I suppose, and we go over to this other car.
That the guy?
Yeah, but he don't have it with him.
Where is it?
Downtown. I forgot and left it there. A place on Main Street.
Oh, that's bad. We got that other call to make, and Main Street's out of the way.
Well, gee, I'm sorry. It just happened tonight. I forgot.
You talk when you're told to. The rest of the time, you keep quiet, see?
Well, sure, officer. Just as you
Well,
say.
we go by this joint on Main Street, and then we make the other call.
No, we can't. We got to be on time for that one. Right on time. Going by Main Street, we'd never make it.
Then we gotta take this mug along.
Well, say, that'll make it awful crowded after we leave the... Well, after we leave the other place.
Hey, Mooney, you got a car?
Why, certainly, officer. The one right ahead.
Hey, that's
see?
an idea. We take his car and put the...
All right. You and Harry take him in his car. Harry drives, you follow us. You got it?
Okay, Frankie.
Let's go.
We get in my car and start downtown after the others. Now, the cop they call Harry is driving, and I'm sitting in the back seat with the other one. At first, I don't say nothing, especially after the crack that other cop had made. And anyway, I see these two are sort of tense and nervous. I can see these cops are taking this crime pretty serious. But after a while, they loosen up between themselves, and I look for a chance to get myself into the conversation.
Frankie's taking it easier than I thought.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to be those guys that mess it up.
Say, I sure hope I can be of some help to you fellas.
Oh, I wouldn't worry none about that.
Yeah, that's about the least of your worries.
Well, it's nice of you to put it that way. Say, you got any clues? I mean, like who killed this guy or anything?
Yeah. Some guys that didn't like him.
Oh. Gee, it's funny, though. I never would have thought it. I mean, I didn't notice anything like a shot or anything.
It was a silencer job.
You talk too much.
What's the difference? You'll read it all in the papers, won't you?
You still talk too much.
Where we going now?
The morgue.
Oh, yeah. The morgue?
Yeah, we want you to sort of identify the body.
We get to the morgue and drive up to the entrance and wait outside while these cops in the other car go in. To fix it up for me to do my stuff, I figure. But in about 5 minutes, they come running out, and two of them are carrying something wrapped up in a sheet. And I don't need no x-ray eyes to see it is a stiff. And then they throw it into our car on the floor of the back seat like it was a bundle of wood. And then we take out of there like somebody was after us, following the other car, heading for the west side of town. I don't know, it all happened so fast, and I'm hanging on so tight when we go around the corners on two wheels and trying to keep my feet out of this stiff space and beginning to feel not so good about the whole thing. Well, at first, I don't dare open my mouth for fear my heart will jump right out to me lap. But after a while, I can't help it. I just got to find out what it's all about. I guess that's the body, huh?
This boy's bright, Harry. He must have went to college.
Well, when do you want me to identify it?
Oh, you'll have plenty of time for that, Junior.
Guess you're not going by the joint in Main Street for my camera, huh?
One thing at a time, Bud. One thing at a time.
You ask too many questions. That ain't healthy.
Healthy?
Hey, listen.
Cops!
Cops?
Look, Frankie's signaling.
Yeah, he means we should separate. Take your next turn to the left and head for the hills.
Cops? What are cops chasing us for? If you guys are... Oh, my God!
The best thing we can do is ditch this heap. I ain't taking no rap for Frankie in a job like this.
You ain't cops. You guys ain't cops at all.
Well, what do we do with him?
What do you think?
Hey, now, wait. What are you guys going to do?
What do you think?
No, wait a minute. That is the last thing I remember. A world full of stars. A veritable blackout.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Michael O'Shea in Photo Finish, a radio play by Roy Grandy and Robert Richards. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of suspense, this is Truman Bradley reminding you that as the temperature goes up, so does the popularity of tall, frosty, thirst-quenching drinks. And topping them all, for cooling, delicious refreshment, is Roma Wine and Soda, iced, America's smartest, coolest summer drink. Roma Wine and Soda, so cool for a hot, tired husband to come home to, so delightfully pleasing to guests. And serving Roma Wine and Soda is simplicity itself. You just half-fill tall glasses with Roma California Burgundy, or Sauterne, or any other Roma wine type you prefer. Then add ice and sparkling water and sweeten to taste. Good? You'll agree Roma wine and soda, iced, is the coolest, most refreshing tall drink you ever tasted. And remember, because Roma wines are selected for your pleasure from the world's greatest reserves of wines, your Roma wine and soda is better tasting every time. Yes, Roma, drawn from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines, brings you unvaryingly fine wine always, at reasonable cost. So insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines. Discover for yourself why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Michael O'Shea as fearless photographer Joe Mooney in Photo Finish. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
There's something that sounds like heavy machinery at work where my brains ought to be. And every time this machine turns over, it feels like it's going to blow the top off my head, and I'm all sprawled out someplace. And then it turns out to be the back seat of a car. I managed to stumble over something that's down on the floor, and then I'm out of this car and standing in a little dirt road, and it's sometime at night. I don't know what it's all about. I don't know what I'm doing here at all. And then I see that this is my car, and that makes some sense, and then I remember my camera. I gotta get my camera, that's it. On account of Maud says I shouldn't have left it. Jake's place, that's where I left it. And so I crawled back into the car, and I get it turned around and headed down this dirt road. Pretty soon I'm on a bigger road, and then I'm on the main highway back to town. All the time I'm thinking, this is a funny thing for me to be doing. But the main thing is, I gotta get the camera. And then I'm pulling up in front of Jake's place, and I'm going in.
Hey, Joe, where you been? Your wife was looking for you.
Maud, was she in here?
Yeah, she come down to pick up your camera.
Oh, well, that's okay then. That's what I came by for.
Hey, you all right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, you don't look it. Where's your hat?
Hat? What hat? I don't know. Maybe it's out in the car.
Hey, come here. What happened to your head?
Ouch, don't touch it.
You better go home, get some sleep, Joe, and have somebody look at that head. Put some tincture of mercurochrome on it. Oh, this ain't like you at all.
No? Yeah, I better be going, huh?
Oh, wait. Here, your wife left her purse. She was kind of upset anyway. Worried about you, I guess.
Oh, thanks.
Boy, you're a lucky guy, Joe. I didn't know the missus was anything like that. What a knockout.
Huh?
Yeah, she's gorgeous, Joe.
That don't sound like Maud.
It don't? Well, it was.
Hey, what did this dame look like that picked up my camera?
Listen, you ain't so far gone you can't remember what your own wife looks like, are you?
No, only this ain't my wife's purse.
It ain't?
No. What did the dame look like?
Oh, medium size, young, blonde, terrific figure, gorgeous face.
That ain't Maud.
No?
No. Maud is kind of, but she's nothing like that.
Well, what do you know?
Listen, Jake. I've been having some awful peculiar experiences tonight.
Yeah? You must have been.
Yeah. I better call Maud. She can always figure these things out
wait
better.
a minute, Joe. Maybe you hadn't ordered just now. I wish you'd let me fix you up with a little something to straighten you out. I got the greatest thing in the world for you. It'll make you feel a lot better. A fella come in the other night. He was awesome. Hey, I fixed him up. Nothing at all. Just fixed him. Yeah, sure.
Hello?
Hello. Hello, Maud.
Well, it's about time you turned up. I've been worried to death.
Listen, Maud, I came by to get the camera. Only some girls, some blonde, had already picked it up, but I'm going to find it now and get the camera, so don't you worry.
Just listen to me. Don't you go getting mixed up with any blondes. You're mixed up enough already.
But it's all right, Maud. I'll just pick up the camera and come right home. It's funny, though, when she came by here to get it, she said she was you.
Yeah, that's not all that's funny. You're in pretty deep, Joe Mooney. In the first place, those men you went out with weren't the police at all.
Those men, the cops?
I'm trying to tell you they weren't cops.
Oh.
I called the police headquarters myself, and they said they never
Wait, Maud. Now I remember. We were going to go to get my camera, only we didn't get it. We got in my car, and we went to the morgue, and then... Maud!
Joe!
My car! I got a dead man in my car!
Joe, what's the matter? You look like you seen a ghost.
Don't say that, Jake. Now, come on, you got to help me. Come on.
Well, okay, Joe, but...
Come on, out in my car. Out. I'll show it to you, Jake. What'll I do? What am I going to do?
Show me what?
The stiff, the dead man.
What?
Yeah, in my car.
Now, listen, Joe, come on back inside. Let me fix you up a little something.
No, it's there. I'm telling you, we got to do something.
Okay, Joe, but let's just leave it there for a while, huh? Maybe it'll go away. Hey, Freddie.
All right. You think I'm crazy, huh?
No,
but here, look.
Yeah?
Oh, no. It's gone.
Well, there. Now, isn't that nice?
Jake, no, look, on the level, Jake. I remembered the whole thing now. I was hijacked by gangsters, and they stole the stiff out of the morgue.
Uh-huh.
The guy that was killed that I took the picture of, remember?
Yeah.
And then the cops chased us, and they hit me on the head, and when I talked to Maud, the whole thing came back to me.
Sure it did, Joe. Now, you come on back inside. Let me fix you.
I couldn't have dreamed it all, Jake. I couldn't have dreamed it. Could I?
Now, you just sit down right here, and I'll fix
Now, wait,
you
listen, Maud will tell you, Jake. She called the cops when I didn't show up. And what's that blonde doing after my camera? What about her?
Well, now, that's a different story. That wasn't no ghost.
Jake, I gotta get that camera.
Now, listen, in the first place, you don't know how to find the dame.
Well, maybe there's an address in her purse.
And
Give
in
me
the second place, if there was all these gunzels and stiffs and all, maybe she's mixed up with them. And in the third place, hey, that reminds me, there was a funny thing about that camera.
Here, here's her address. Here, right here.
When your wife called, the first time, on the phone, I guess it was your wife. Well, anyway, she said for me to... Oh, pardon me. Wait a minute. Jake's Friendly Pharmacy.
Jake's Friendly Pharmacy.
Oh? Yeah. Yeah, well, now, just a minute. Joe, it's the blonde on the phone now.
The blonde?
Yeah, she's still saying she's your wife. Wants to know if she left her purse here.
Oh, well, I want to talk to her.
Yeah, well, okay, take her to the booth, huh, Joe? You know, the customer.
Yeah, customer. Hello?
Oh, I'm awfully sorry to trouble you. Did you find it?
Listen, madam, this is Joe Mooney. What's the idea of saying you're my wife and swiping my camera?
Oh, Mr. Mooney.
Yeah. Well, I'm listening.
Oh, Mr. Mooney, I don't know how to tell you.
Well, you better find out, because my wife Maud is plenty sore, and I want my camera.
Oh, I know it was a terrible thing to do, but that picture you took of the man who was killed,
Yeah?
he was my brother.
Your brother? Oh, gee.
Oh, I don't know why those terrible men killed him. He was wayward, but he wasn't a bad boy, and he was all I had.
Gee, I didn't know about that.
I never had a picture of him. I wanted a sort of last memento, but I didn't know if you'd... Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Why, sure, I'd give it to you. Sure, I would.
Would you?
Sure, you can have it.
Oh, Mr. Mooney.
What about my camera?
Oh, I have the camera. You can come up and get it now if you want to.
Well, that'd be fine if it ain't too late.
Oh, no. No, I sort of need company now.
Why, sure, you poor kid. Well, I'll be right up. I got your address right here.
Oh, Mr. Mooney, I don't know how to thank you.
Why, don't even try to mention it.
And, would you mind bringing my purse when you come?
Why, certainly.
I'll be waiting.
Okay, babe. Miss, I'll be right up. Well, on the way up, I get to thinking this is an awful funny picture to want as a souvenir of a guy. A shot of him getting bumped off in the street. But, of course, there's no accounting for dames. And then I figure she probably don't even know the kind of a shot it is, the poor kid. And I figure I better break it to her as gentle as I can, which is only what anyone else would do, especially if she's the knockout that Jake says. And she is.
Mr. Mooney?
Yeah.
Won't you come in?
Well, thank you, Miss,
O'Day.
O'Day.
Oh, Mr. Mooney, you must think I'm a terrible person.
Why, no, not at all, Miss O'Day. Why, I knew the minute I talked to you on the phone that you wasn't like some girls. I mean that you was the real thing.
Oh, Mr. Mooney.
Here's your purse.
Oh, thank you.
You, got my camera?
Oh, yes, I've got the camera. But, you were going to give me the picture, weren't you?
Oh, sure. After you give me the camera.
After I give you the camera?
Yeah, you see, the picture, the film, that is still in the camera.
Oh, but it isn't, Mr. Mooney. I looked.
It isn't, but it's gotta be.
Are you trying to tell me you don't have the film, Mr. Mooney?
Well, how could I? I ain't had my hands in that camera since I left it at Jake's this afternoon.
Look, Mr. Mooney, let's not be difficult. Just give me the film.
But I ain't got it, I'm telling you, I ain't got it.
All right, boys.
What boys? Hey, what
Hello, Junior.
Hey, where did they come from?
They're friends of mine.
Yeah, but they put a dead body in my car.
That's stiff? Well, now, wait a minute. Don't you worry about that none. He's in a nice, safe place.
All right. We ain't got all night. Where's that film?
Film? I don't know.
Frisk him.
Okay, hold still
Yeah,
now,
but-
Junior.
but-
Hold
but-
still.
But, Miss O'Day, these guys, that body, that was your brother.
It's getting so you just can't believe nothing the dame tells you. Ain't it true, Junior, huh?
I don't have it on him, Frankie.
Now, look, fellas, I don't want to have no trouble. All I want is my camera.
He don't want no trouble.
Now, listen, Mooney. We want that film, and we don't care how we get it. So talk and talk fast.
Yeah, but how could I have it? I ain't had the camera. Nobody could have got that film except her, unless Jake...
Jake? The mug at the drugstore.
Yeah. Yeah, do you think that guy's got it?
Get it, Gene.
Okay. Yeah? Yeah? All right, okay. Thanks, Harry. It's a tip-off. They're on their way up here.
Oh, come on. We got to scram.
What about him?
What do you think?
Oh, no, now, wait a minute. Oh! I can see it coming, but I can't move. And there's that world full of stars again, and that veritable blackouts. It was all like something that had happened before. That big machine banging away in my head, and the thoughts beginning to flow up around it little by little. Only this time I'm in a room. The lights are on, but there's nobody there. And then I saw my camera, and I remembered. I remembered there was a phone someplace, too, and I found it and crawled over to it and started dialing my number.
Hello?
Maud.
Joe.
I got the camera, Maud.
The camera. Never mind the camera, you nitwit. Where are you?
Well, I came up to that blonde's place, you see.
Blonde, my Aunt Fanny. Don't you know by this time you're mixed up with a bunch of gangsters?
Yeah, I know. They wanted that film.
Never mind about the film either. You just come home.
Yeah, but the film wasn't in a camera.
Now, you listen to me, Joe Mooney. I know all about that film. I don't trust anybody, not even the police, and I realize that film might be pretty valuable. So after you left, I phoned Jake and told him to take the film out of the camera before he gave it to anybody. And then Jake came back to the phone and told me... Are you listening?
Maud, wait, there's somebody coming.
Open up in here.
Joe!
Maud, I gotta go. Hello. I grab my camera and find a service entrance in the kitchen, and even though my head feels like it's bouncing on every step, I'm down those back stairs on wings. Then I'm into my car and 10 blocks away before I bet them guys up there have even had time to crack the lock on the door. And I keep on going until I'm back where there's plenty of lights. And then I feel really safe, and believe me, I heave some sigh of relief. Oh, boy. Well, I'd be glad to see Maud in the old shack. Well, it's about that time I noticed this other car pulling up alongside.
Hey, you! Pull over!
Huh?
Pull over to the side. We're from headquarters.
No, you don't, brother. Not twice you don't. Not to this cookie. I got the jump on him, and I got that thing down to the floor because I figure my luck is about to run out. And if I'm dumb enough to let these guys grab me again, I don't deserve to answer for the consequences. I make a right and head for the lower part of town that's just cut out for ducking wise chumps like them. And then I look around to see where they are. They're a good half a mile behind. I figure to make it easy. Only when I look back at the road, there ain't no road. There's a lamppost. Mooney, you're gonna know them stars better than the head of the planetarium is what I'm thinking when it happens. This time I am walking. And a guy all dressed in white has me by the arm, so naturally I think I'm coming up to the pearly gates. And sure enough, there's a big iron gate. Only it looks too much like the door of the bullpen at headquarters to suit me. And a guy that looks like a guard is opening it, and then I'm in a room with a lot of people, cops and all them gangsters and the blonde and Maud.
He's still a little dazed, but he'll be all right.
Maud?
Joe, for heaven's sake, what happened to your head?
Plenty.
I'm sorry about the accident, Mrs. Mooney, but he tried to run away from us.
Nah, I expect he brought it on himself, all right. He usually does.
We just want to ask him one question, Mrs. Mooney, if he feels like answering it.
Of course he can answer it.
Mr. Mooney, can you identify these people as the one who stole the dead body out of the morgue?
I sure can, and how?
That's all then, Mrs. Mooney. We'll call you when we need you again.
He does get the reward, though, doesn't he?
Oh, yes, he'll get the reward, all right.
The reward?
You better get him home now, Mrs. Mooney.
Yeah, come on, Joe.
Yeah, but Maud, wait, what is this with this reward here?
$10,000.
$10,000.
Steady, Joe, steady.
$10,000.
Oh, goodness, Joe, don't you know yet what's been going on?
Well, why...
Listen, Joe, those people were wanted all over the country.
Sure
They're a gang of bank robbers or
crooks.
Something. Now, that man they killed had double-crossed him somehow, see?
Dead.
And then they went to the morgue, and they held
I
up
was
the
there.
attendant, and they stole the body and disposed of it, you see?
Sure.
Because they figured with the body and that film of yours out of the way, there wouldn't be any evidence against them.
Yeah, that's right. The film.
Oh, no.
I guess that film was pretty important evidence, huh? $10,000 worth.
Oh, Joe Mooney, you are a nitwit. You're the only one who could identify him, that's all.
Maybe I'm a nitwit, but I wasn't too dumb to get that $10,000 picture, was I, huh? Well, was I?
Oh, you took the picture, all right.
All right.
But there wasn't any film.
No film?
Because you forgot to put film in your camera.
Mine.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, ROMA, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. July, one of the warmest months, calls for tall, frosty iced drinks. And during these hot, sultry days, I always call for Roma Wine Lemonade, a cool, thirst-quenching treat that's tempting, tasty, delicious. Yes, when temperatures soar, Roma Wine Lemonade is the first choice as a tall, cool refresher after a sweltering day's work, as a low-cost, easy-to-serve party drink for summer guests. Here's how. In a tall glass, place ice and the juice of half a lemon. Pour 3/4 full with Roma, California Burgundy, or any other Roma wine type you choose. Fill with water, sweeten to taste, and stir. Presto! You've a drink fit for a tropical king. Remember, a refresher made with Roma, selected from the world's greatest wine reserves, is better tasting naturally. So be sure to enjoy Roma Wine Lemonade. Insist on Roma, ROMA, Roma Wine. Largest selling wine in all history.
This is Mike O'Shea, hey. I've certainly enjoyed appearing on Suspense, a long-time favorite of mine, you know what I mean? Well, next Thursday, I'm sure you'll want to be listening when one of Hollywood's finest radio actors, Mr. Elliot Lewis, will appear as star of Suspense in a play of which he is also the author.
Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Mr. Elliot Lewis as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.